An ordinary college student, unexpectedly, is the most feared player in the game Apocalypse. This is because he possesses the world's only unique class, the word Sage, whose words become reality, driving players worldwide into a frenzy. In the game, Chen Nian is a revered figure. Goddesses like Qi Ling, Luo Shui, and Xiaoqi are all enamored with him. Wealthy women vie to claim him as their own. Yet, Chen Nian steadfastly adheres to the principle that online relationships aren't reliable, earnestly pursuing Xiaowen in real life, hoping for a genuine relationship. However, reality is often harsh. Xiaowen's words shattered Chen Nian's fantasies completely. He silently blocked her, feeling a mix of emotions. At that moment, the world changed abruptly. With a thunderous roar, eerie red lightning streaked across the sky outside his window. Chen Nian pulled back the curtains, and the scene that greeted him was terrifying. The sky was torn apart. A blood moon hung high, crows cawed, and fierce winds howled, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Suddenly, golden text appeared before Chen Nian. The game Apocalypse has merged with the real world. Monster deployment is complete. Your character's unique talent, word Sage, has been detected and is being inherited. Countdown to Blood Moon Catastrophe. 30 days. Chen Nian instantly realized that the game and the real world had merged. Monsters, dungeons, powers all would become reality. Even more shocking was that he had inherited the game's most powerful talent, the word Sage. After confirming he wasn't dreaming, Chen Nian quickly calmed down. He tried summoning his attribute panel, and sure enough, the familiar interface appeared. Gene level, gene energy, everything was exactly as it was in the game. Golden text flashed again, prompting him to draw his initial word power. Chen Nian took a deep breath and tapped with his finger. In an instant, golden light exploded like a burst of stars. Sequence 121. Word of Judgment, gold sword has been awakened. Chen Nian couldn't contain his joy. This was a high-risk word power that could only be learned later in the game. As long as it was within his domain, the suspended golden sword could judge life and death of any creature. He had once used this power to repel hordes of demons, earning the worship of thousands. Now, starting with such a divine skill, wouldn't he be invincible? At that moment, a piercing scream came from outside. Without a second thought, Chen Nian leapt from his second-floor window. In the yard, several pitch-black, blood-eyed demon dogs were attacking his neighbors. The game's monsters had infiltrated reality, launching indiscriminate attacks on humans. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Nian's eyes as he thought, let's test the power of my word on these monsters first. Lu Si was Chen Nian's neighbor, a beautiful young woman in her early 20s with a sweet voice. On this particular day, she was watering the plants in her yard when she suddenly heard a loud, screeching noise coming from the stainless steel gate outside. Turning her head, Lu Si gasped in shock. A massive black dog was outside, its sharp teeth clamped onto the gate, with hot saliva dripping onto the ground. She initially thought it was just a runaway pet and decided to try to shoo it away. So, she picked up a clothes-drying rod and cautiously approached the gate. However, what she saw next left her frozen in place. It wasn't just one terrifying black dog, but 2, 3, 4. Their eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and their sharp teeth gnawed at the stainless steel gate, producing a chilling, screeching sound. Even more horrifying was the fact that the sturdy stainless steel gate was being bent by these creatures. Lu Si trembled with fear, and the clothes-drying rod fell to the ground with a clatter. She collapsed to the ground, her back cold and her heart pounding like a drum. At that moment, the gate was completely torn apart. Several pitch-black dogs with thick, viscous saliva dripping from their mouths walked into the yard on their sturdy legs. Lu Si was surrounded, like a lamb caught in a pack of wolves, unable to move. Sijie, a figure suddenly dashed in from the side. Xiao Chun. Lu Si looked at the boy who had positioned himself in front of her, utterly shocked. In her impression, her neighbor was a student who rarely left his house. She never expected that in this moment of crisis, he would be the first to come out and protect her. Chen Nian quickly assessed the situation. So, it's just a few low-level first-tier monsters, he thought to himself. I didn't expect these creatures to infiltrate reality so quickly and start attacking humans indiscriminately. Time to test the power of my word spirit. He muttered a few obscure syllables, as if reciting an ancient incantation etched in stone. Sequence 121. Word spirit, golden sword of judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of radiant golden eyes lit up in the darkness. The golden light contained a sense of indifference and authority, like a king ruling over all. This was a domain-type ability centered on himself, capable of life and death over any creature within its range. The demonic dogs could no longer hold back and charged at him in unison. They were fiercer than a pack of wolves on the prairie, with teeth sharp enough to bite through steel, capable of crushing a human skull in an instant. Lucy screamed in terror. However, what happened next would be etched in her memory forever. The demonic dogs were suddenly torn apart in midair, disintegrating into black smoke that slowly dissipated. What is going on? Am I dreaming? How did my neighbor, who usually just plays video games, suddenly gain superpowers? Lucy was filled with confusion. The golden light in Chen Nian's eyes quickly faded. He thought to himself, using the golden sword of judgment on these small creatures is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This ability is meant for powerful monsters, capable of even battling ghost-tier entities. An instant kill was inevitable. A system notification sounded in Chen Nian's mind. Gene Energy 10. Gene Energy 10. Gene Energy 10. Chen Nian has leveled up to 3. Chen Nian understood. Killing monsters to gain gene energy and level up this basic mechanic hasn't changed. He turned to help the still trembling Lucy to her feet and asked with concern, "Are you okay, Sijia?" I'm fine." Lucy grasped Chen Nian's hand as she stood up, her legs still weak, almost collapsing into his arms. She felt an unprecedented sense of safety and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Chun, what exactly are you and what are these monsters?" Chen Nian briefly explained, "Sijia, you probably saw the notifications earlier too. It seems the world is about to change." After ensuring Lucy was safe, Chen Nian continued to assess the situation. He checked his phone, and as expected, the news headlines were dominated by the events. Game and reality merging? Unbelievable, yet undeniable. Multiple monster attacks in the city. A massive upheaval. What is humanity's future? Game talents can be inherited. Several players exhibit extraordinary powers. This is no coincidence. Teleportation arrays appearing in the city. Monsters suspected to be entering through them, calling all extraordinary individuals to guard the entrances. Chun Yen skimmed through the headlines. These were just low-level monsters, yet they had already caused significant disruption to the human world. He knew the real danger was the Blood Moon Calamity, set to arrive in a month. The Blood Moon Calamity was the first large-scale disaster in the game, catching players off guard and resulting in the massacre of millions in the main city. It took countless resurrections for players to barely hold the city. But in reality, there are no second chances. Death is permanent. Chun Yin's first goal was clear: become as strong as possible before the Blood Moon Calamity, not only to protect himself, but also to safeguard those important to him. Suddenly, a thought crossed Chun Yin's mind. Wait, if I've gained my game talent, other players should have too. I mustn't reveal my identity, or I'd be overwhelmed by fangirls and wealthy patrons. Just then his class group chat exploded. Lu Yu, oh my god, are those news reports real? Luo Qingqing. Are we really going to see game monsters in real life? Can someone who has played the game explain? Modaway. Ha, I've played it, and now I've got the Flame Master talent. Su Song. Awesome. Can I team up with you, big brother? Jiang Chun. I was a Sword Emperor in the game, and I've awakened now too. Ha. Sword Emperor. That sounds epic. Brother, where are you now? Can I come find you? I'm so scared. Messages flooded in at a rate of dozens per second, making it impossible for Chun Yin to keep up. But he gleaned one crucial piece of information. Those with talents were already on the path to becoming superior beings. And this trend would only become more pronounced. Ordinary people without talents might end up as cannon fodder. The era had truly changed. Chun Yin couldn't imagine the chaos if his identity were exposed. It wouldn't just be a few women. The whole world might come after him. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID showed Xiaowen. Wasn't this the school beauty who had recently rejected and blocked him? Calling him a simp? Why was she calling now? Chun Yin coldly pressed the answer button. Chun Yin, where are you? Xiaowen's voice was filled with panic. There are so many monsters on the street. I know you play that game too. You must have awakened powers, right? Come and protect me. I'll give you a chance to be my boyfriend. Xiaowen stumbled out of the bar, her pale thighs peeking out from under her burgundy miniskirt. Her flushed, intoxicated face drew attention with its seductive allure. A wealthy young man she had just met wrapped an arm around her waist and whispered, "Babe, I'll take you to a hotel." They had only taken a couple of steps when suddenly, a giant monster's mouth descended from the sky, snapping up the young man's head. He was lifted into the air, screaming in agony. "Ah, help me!" The sight instantly sobered Xiaowen, clearing away her drunken haze. Realizing the fusion of the game and reality was indeed happening, she sprinted away, not caring about the rich man's fate. She quickly found a dumpster in a corner and hid inside. Her heart pounding, she fumbled for her phone to call for help. Who can save me? A name flashed in her mind. Of course, Chen Nian. He can do it. Xiaowen immediately dialed Chen Nian's number and, as soon as it connected, frantically shouted, "I'm surrounded by monsters. Save me. I'll let you be my boyfriend." Okay, Chen Nian replied curtly and hung up. Xiaowen let out a sigh of relief, a smug smile creeping onto her lips. Perfect, he's still the same lovesick puppy, she thought. I can't believe that shooting nerd is actually useful for once. We'll just make use of him. After all the humiliation I put him through, he still has to come crawling back to protect me. What a pathetic loser. Guess I'm just too beautiful, huh? However, minutes passed, and Xiaowen suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, Chen Nian didn't even ask where I am. How is he supposed to find me? Outside, the screams of people and the chaos on the streets grew louder. Not far away, she saw someone being torn to pieces by a monster, blood splattering everywhere. Her heart raced again as she shakily dialed Chen Nian's number once more. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later, the cold, automated message intoned. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Xiaowen stared at her phone in disbelief. He blocked me? Fury, confusion, shock, and fear churned within her. She couldn't believe that even a lovesick puppy could have a temper. What made her even angrier was discovering that Chen Nian was active in their class group chat, with several girls flirting with him. Xiaowen gritted her teeth and muttered, Chen Nian, you'll regret this one day. Meanwhile, the sudden changes in the world prompted a swift response from the Dragon Kingdom's authorities. Xiaowen's phone buzzed with emergency notifications. Drones equipped with loudspeakers hovered over the city, and police cars raced down the streets, broadcasting urgent messages. All residents, please stay indoors and avoid going out. Those with extraordinary abilities, please contact the local enforcement team to help protect the public. Avoid the newly appeared teleportation arrays in the city. These areas are highly prone to monster appearances. Seek safety immediately. Chen Nian heard these announcements and quickly understood why low-level monsters were appearing in the city. The teleportation arrays were connecting the main city with the monster zones outside. Monsters could enter the city through these arrays, and people could also use them to quickly enter the monster zones. He immediately formulated a plan. Unlike those hiding at home or volunteering, Chen Nian decided to proactively enter the monster zone through the teleportation array. He knew that only by leveling up quickly could he truly face the impending horrors. Chen Nian set off without hesitation and soon arrived at a teleportation array within his residential area. There, dozens of fully armed enforcement officers guarded the entrance, preventing anyone from approaching. Attention! New monsters spotted. Open fire. At the command, deafening gunfire shattered the night silence. Hiding nearby, Chen Nian observed the chaotic vortex of the teleportation array, from which monsters frequently emerged. Most were level 10, Tier 1 monsters still vulnerable to firearms. Bang! 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 Under the hail of bullets, monster corpses piled up. Chen Nian frowned, considering how to break through the defensive line. Time was running out, and he decided to charge through. Word of judgment, golden sword, capable of cutting through anything, including bullets, air, powers, even souls. Chen Nian chanted, preparing to force his way through. Just then, a stern female enforcement officer shouted at him, Stop! Can't you see it's dangerous here? Get out of here! Don't come any closer. Chen Nian feigned hesitation. Sis, I just wanna... Are you looking to die? The female officer cut him off sharply. The world is suddenly in chaos, and even we have suffered casualties. We can't protect every civilian. Go home and wait for further instructions. Nearby, a male officer sighed. These rich folks living in villas have no common sense. Wandering around at a time like this instead of hiding. Thanks for your hard work, Sister Ya. The female officer wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's fine. I'm just doing my part to guide and evacuate people. Saving one more person is worth it. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from the front. Boom! The ground shook violently. The sky ahead was suddenly lit up with fire, followed by a deafening explosion. Grenades! The female officer exclaimed, staggering back a couple of steps. As the smoke cleared, her eyes widened in shock. A massive black tiger appeared before the crowd. This beast stood about 2 meters tall, its body as large as 3 grown men, covered in black scales as tough as armor. Astonishingly, despite the fierce bombardment, it remained unscathed. Chen Nian frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this is a black scale tiger, one of the beginner killers, a formidable level 50 creature. With his current level 3 strength, he stood no chance. Not to mention the ordinary officers with firearms. Run! The female officer grabbed Chen Nian, shouting as she ran, Find somewhere to hide, and don't go outside, got it? With that, she turned and rushed back to the front line. Riot shields! Move up! The frontline commander ordered loudly. Snipers, aim for its eyes. Keep the firepower up. The officers unleashed all their firepower, bullets raining down on the black scale tiger, only to produce sparks without causing any real damage. Enraged, the tiger pounced, knocking down an officer with a shield, its sharp fangs easily tearing through the sturdy riot shield. Damn it, where's the backup? The captain shouted into his radio, gritting his teeth. Zhoya, is the crowd evacuated? Report. Evacuation complete. Zhouya responded just as she saw a teenager in a thin t-shirt break through the police line and rush in. You called it an evacuation? The captain roared. Stop that kid now. Everyone else, fall back. I repeat, fall back. We can't handle this monster. Zhouya sprinted to stop the teenager. But to her surprise, she couldn't catch up with his swift, wind-like movements. Stop! What are you doing? She shouted. Stop him quickly. Damn, does this kid have a death wish? Someone cursed. Ignoring all obstacles, Chen Nian dashed through the armed defenses, leaping off a riot shield to land steadily on top of the black scale tiger's head. Word of power judgment, golden sword, he muttered, the obscure syllables transforming into invisible blades, slashing dozens of times in an instant. Before anyone could react, the teenager had already charged into the teleportation array and vanished. The terrifying monster, feared by all, shattered into countless pieces and dissolved into black smoke, disappearing into the air. Everyone was stunned. The scene was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the portal, unsure of what to say. Only one officer, pinned to the ground by a riot shield, was still frantically calling for help, oblivious to what had just happened. Help! Help! His voice pierced the silence. But after a while, he noticed the eerie quiet outside. Curious, he cautiously peeked out and saw his colleagues' stunned expressions, as though they had just witnessed something unbelievable. What happened? Where's that monster? He stammered. It was taken down by a young man, someone replied mechanically. What? Zhouya stood frozen, too shocked to speak. Her mind raced, finally realizing the true identity of that young manha was no ordinary person, but a player of the catastrophe game, a true superhuman. Without him, countless colleagues might have perished. She felt her face flush with embarrassment, recalling how she had scolded him and tried to drag him away. So powerful. Is this the strength of a superhuman? Someone murmured. The captain shook his head. No. I've seen a few volunteers with superhuman abilities, but none were this strong. This guy is an exception. But why did he enter the portals? Zhouya couldn't help but ask. Ambition, the captain said with admiration in his eyes. His primary goal isn't to protect others, but to become stronger himself. In the future, only those strong enough will be able to fight off these powerful monsters. The world is changing. Zhouya finally understood and nodded. Should we look into his background to recruit him later? No, the captain said firmly. We can't restrict their development in any way. They are the future mainstay for maintaining world peace. Meanwhile, Chen Nian had already passed through the portal and arrived outside the main city. After the game merged with reality, his coastal city was divided into 4 gates, with the areas outside teeming with monsters. Killing that level 50 black scale tiger had earned him 100 gene energy points, boosting him straight to level 10. With his level up, Chen Nian gained a new word of power sequence 10, Flash Thunder. This basic spell could summon lightning to strike enemies, making it quite useful. His attributes had also seen significant changes. Name, Chen Nian. Talent, word Sage Unique. Gene level, level 10 first tier. Constitution, 10 affect strength and physical durability. Agility, 10 affect speed and reaction. Supernatural, 10 affects all supernatural powers. Normally, each talent level up adds 1 point to all attributes, meaning a level lead provides a significant advantage. Chen Nian's goal was simple: keep leveling up. He surveyed the area, sensing the presence of countless first-tier monsters. Unsure if these monsters would respawn after being killed, Chen Nian decided to strike first. To him, these monsters were living experience points. Of course, he couldn't use high-risk words of power like Judgment Golden Sword casually. They consumed too much energy and risked exposing him to familiar players. He didn't want a repeat of his in-game experience where a wealthy woman had offered $1 million just for his real-life contact information. The price had even soared to tens of millions. To protect himself, Chen Nian had always been cautious, investing heavily in the most secure network firewalls. Now he couldn't reveal his identity easily. Otherwise, he might be targeted by wealthy individuals or even face national assassination attempts because the game would eventually open up to national wars, and his existence would pose a significant threat to other countries. Pushing these thoughts aside, Chen Nian embarked on his leveling journey. He used the most efficient method, pulling multiple monsters at once. Goblins, nether wolves, silver fang snakes, these familiar first-tier monsters quickly gathered around him. Word of power flash thunder. As Chen Nian uttered the arcane syllables, the night sky erupted with thunder. A deafening boom shattered the ground, turning several first-tier monsters into ashes. Gene Energy 10. Gene Energy 10. Gene Energy 10. Congratulations! You have obtained Iron Wrist Guards Common. Congratulations! You have obtained Gold Steel Greaves Fine. Chen Nian was elated. He hadn't expected monsters in reality to drop equipment. Just like in the game, equipment was categorized into common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, and divine, with higher grade items having lower drop rates. Getting a fine item in one go was quite lucky. He immediately checked the attributes of the two pieces of equipment. Iron wrist guards common. Defense 10, attack 0. Attribute bonus. None. Special effect. None. Gold steel greaves fine. Defense 30, attack 0. Attribute bonus. Constitution 5. Special effect. None. Chen Nian equipped both items without hesitation. The equipment seamlessly integrated with his current attire, adding their attributes without any bulk. Defense 40, Constitution 5. His attribute panel updated accordingly. Chen Nian. Word Sage unique. Gene level. First tier level 14. Constitution 19. Agility 14. Supernatural 14. Attack bonus 0. Defense bonus 40. Combat power assessment 8 stars. Of course, this combat power assessment was based solely on current attributes, not considering other factors. If Chen Nian's high-level words of power were included, the assessment would be immeasurable. After a brief rest, Chen Nian checked his phone to see how his classmates were doing. The group chat was buzzing. This is awesome. I just killed a monster and got a mage talent card. Huh? Getting talents from killing monsters? Is this for real? We can all become superhumans. Anyone want to team up and help me kill monsters? I can keep you warm at night. Help. I need to carry QAQ. Bunch of noobs. I'm already level 7. Whoa, level 7? You must be grinding non-stop. I haven't seen anyone that high yet. You're probably the highest in our school. Can I add you as a friend? Please. Chen Nian looked at the messages silently. If he revealed that he was already level 14, his phone would probably explode with notifications. Compared to a group chat full of newbie players, the atmosphere in those veteran gaming groups was completely different. As soon as the news of the impending disaster spread, almost everyone who had played the game realized the importance of leveling up. They knew that only by becoming stronger could they survive the greater calamities to come. The group chat was instantly flooded with various team-up requests. Level 7 Sword Mage looking for a team. Absolutely powerful. Need a fast leveling squad. Level 6 Elf Summoner. Beautiful voice and great support. Any strong players for fast monster kills? You'll have a blast. Buying talent cards, regular equipment, PM if you have any, fair prices. Level 10 Chi Master, leading monster hunts, PM me, can offer, special rewards, ladies preferred. Chen Nian silently browsed through these messages, staying quiet. As the god in the eyes of all players during the disaster, he knew that revealing his identity could lead to people digging up his real-life information through his social accounts, causing unnecessary trouble. He focused on his primary goal, continuing to level up. If he could encounter a boss in the wild, all the better. Killing wild bosses usually yielded rich rewards, including but not limited to rare equipment, skill scrolls, and advancement crystals. For 2 whole days, Chen Nian spent his time killing monsters in the wild. His leveling method was both efficient and sustainable. Gather a group of monsters and then annihilate them in one go. Although using his word spirit consumed his extraordinary power, leveling up would restore it, achieving a balance. Unlike other players who needed rest, Chen Nian could fight tirelessly. By dusk, Chen Nian's level had soared to 35. With each level up, he unlocked several more word spirits, significantly boosting his combat abilities. Sequence 9, Eagle Eye. Sequence 19, Flame Burst. Sequence 33, Wind Slash. Additionally, Chen Nian had acquired a full set of high-quality gear, greatly enhancing his stats. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage. Unique Gene level. Tier 1, level 35. Constitution, 46. Agility, 42. Extraordinary Power, 42. Attack Bonus, 110. Defense Bonus, 260. Combat Power Rating, 25 stars. With his current defense, he could completely ignore the attacks of low-tier monsters. He no longer needed to use his word spirits to kill monsters. Physical attacks sufficed, making it much easier. This was the advantage of a high level. 2 days had passed since the game disaster merged with reality, and the city had mostly stabilized. Those with talents were recruited by the security forces, became private enforcers for companies, or went outside to level up. According to Chen Nian's observations, anyone above level 20 was treated like a celebrity wherever they went. Big companies casually offered salaries of over $500,000 a month. But Chen Nian knew that working for others would only slow down his path to becoming stronger, limiting his future potential. As Chen Nian sat on the ground resting, a 3-person team approached him. The leading man smiled and said, "Hey buddy, out here hunting monsters too? We're players from the disaster as well, and our levels aren't low. How about teaming up?" Chen Nian calmly replied, "No thanks, I prefer being alone." Seeing that Chen Nian was unyielding, the man signaled to the woman beside him. She immediately chimed in. "My brother here is a level 21 sword mage. Teaming up with us is a great opportunity for you. Not only will you level up quickly, but you can also challenge powerful monsters. Chen Nian remained indifferent, not interested. The woman was furious and spat. Who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty. After they left, the woman continued to complain. Forget it, we can handle that boss ourselves. We just wanted to use that guy as cannon fodder. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. After we kill the boss, let's go back and take him out. With the world in chaos, no one will care if we kill him. We might even get some useful stuff. Ah, good idea, sis, the other two agreed. The trio ventured deeper into the forest, cautiously approaching their target. Ahead was a 5-metal trent, officially named the Calamity trent. Its branches could turn into armor-piercing swords, making both its attack and defense formidable. At level 70, it was a high-tier monster within the first tier, and as a boss, it had additional attribute boosts. The challenge was immense, but the rewards for defeating it would be incredibly rich. Can we really kill this level 70 trent with our levels just over 20? One of them asked worriedly. Su Ming confidently replied, don't forget who I am. I soloed this boss in the game. Its attack patterns are simple. We just need to be cautious with our ranged attacks. If we get some good loot, we'll be rich. The three launched their attack simultaneously. Initially, the Calamity Trent's attack patterns were within their expectations, but gradually, they began to struggle. In reality, every action consumed physical stamina, unlike in the game. They had overlooked the fact that this was real combat, not just manipulating a keyboard and mouse. Ah! The woman's thigh was pierced by a branch as hard as steel. No, we can't handle this, ah. Another man was struck hard, leaving a bloody wound on his chest as he crashed to the ground. Su Ming, now fighting alone, lost his weapon and looked grim. The second difference between the game and reality. Injuries severely impacted their ability to move, unlike the cold health bars in the game. For the first time, they felt the fear of death. At that moment, a slender figure leaped down from a tree, standing in front of them. Don't seek death without the strength to back it up, Chen Nian said, his expression indifferent and his tone calm. It's him, that guy from before. The woman was shocked. Not only had he been watching from the shadows, but he also dared to step forward. This was a level 70 boss monster. The three of them combined couldn't defeat it. Was he here to die? It was a rare chance to encounter a wild boss, and there was no way Chen Nian was going to let it slip. He made his move purely for the boss rewards. Saving those three people along the way was just a humanitarian gesture. Their survival was of little consequence to him. Chen Nian's gaze locked onto the massive trent, calculating silently. A level 70 Calamity trent was not much of a challenge for him. However, he knew this type of monster had a unique trait. Prolonged exposure to fire attacks could cause it to mutate into an even stronger flaming Calamity trent. Its level would spike from 70 to 80, significantly increasing its power and the chances of dropping rare items. As Chen Nian pondered his strategy, Su Ming's voice came from behind. Is he planning to challenge a level 70 Calamity trent alone? Forget him. Let's heal up first. Su Ming and his companions had been on the brink of death, but Chen Nian's arrival gave them a breather. While the monster was being occupied, they hurriedly began to heal, preparing to escape. Awakened Transcendents had remarkable regenerative abilities. Given enough time, most injuries could gradually heal. Now, it was a race against death, trying to recover as much as possible before that kid got taken down by the Calamity trent. Chen Nian ignored the commotion behind him. He extended his palm and murmured a few obscure syllables. Word of power explosion flame. Boom! A blazing fireball erupted on the Calamity trent, sending sparks flying. The trent let out a piercing groan, its branches thrashing wildly like countless serpents. He's a fire mage? Su Ming suddenly realized, screaming hysterically, Idiot, don't use fire abilities on the Calamity trent. Fire skills will make it mutate. You'll get us all killed. Chen Nian remained indifferent, emotionless as he continued casting spells. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive flames detonated on the Calamity trent, like a grand fireworks display. The firelight reflected in the eyes of the onlookers, leaving them dumbfounded. The Calamity trent began to change, its branches igniting into roaring flames, gradually transforming into a colossal flaming giant. Madman, he's a total madman. Su Ming's spine tingled with fear, his face pale with terror. He knew all too well how terrifying the mutated Calamity trent could be. Massively enhanced attributes, a wider attack range, and the surrounding flames making it nearly impossible to approach. Most deadly of all, it would create a flame barrier trapping everyone inside. Run, run now! Su Ming shouted hoarsely. Once it finishes mutating, we're all dead. He recalled witnessing a 12-person team being wiped out because the Calamity trent had trapped them after mutating. The three of them abandoned their healing efforts, staggering and scrambling to escape. But it was too late. Push! A long howl pierced the sky, signaling the Calamity Trent's complete transformation. It spewed countless fiery blossoms that spread out like petals, raining down all around. In an instant, a 100-meter radius was sealed off by raging flames. The air distorted from the intense heat, and scorching winds whipped up searing dust. All four were trapped in this inferno. There was only one way to survive defeat the now mutated level 80 flaming Calamity Trent. It's over, we're done for. A woman collapsed to the ground, staring at the terrifying fiery monster, her face ashen. It's all his fault, that ignorant fool. Their anger and resentment focused on Chen Nian. If he hadn't deliberately caused the Calamity Trent to mutate, they might have had a slim chance. Now there was truly no hope. Who could survive against an 80-level wild boss? Especially when that kid was just a fire mage, whose fire-based skills couldn't even harm the monster. Yet, in their moment of despair, they witnessed something unbelievable. Chen Nian, unhurried and composed, walked step by step toward the flaming Calamity Trent. To the others, his actions seemed suicidal, but they were left speechless with shock. Let's hope the loot doesn't disappoint, Chen Nian muttered with a slight smile as he eyed the massive creature. Countless flame-wrapped branches flew at him, leaving no room to dodge. If struck, Chen Nian would be skewered into a bloody mess, dying in excruciating pain. But he didn't need to dodge. Muttering softly, his obscure words transformed into a word of power. Sequence 33 Wind Blade. With a casual wave of his hand, invisible wind blades sliced through the air, severing the branches effortlessly. He walked through the debris and flames as if he were a deity descended to the mortal world. No, it can't be, the trio gasped. He's not a fire mage. He's an elemental mage, a rare class. Chen Nian advanced unimpeded, reaching the colossal flaming Calamity Trent. The intense heat threatened to scorch his skin, but his eyes glowed with a golden light. Word of power judgment gold sword. In his domain, everything could be judged, even temperature. As the heat was nullified, Chen Nian no longer felt its burn. The monster, unwilling to concede, launched a frenzied assault, flames rushing toward him. Yet, the fire was extinguished the moment it neared him, unable to cause any harm. Finally, the flaming Calamity Trent entered the judgment domain. Crack! Without warning, its massive form split open and disintegrated into the air. A string of system messages appeared before Chen Nian. Congratulations on defeating the mutated boss, Flaming Calamity Trent. Received epic equipment. Flame Tree Armor. Received Skill Scroll. Advanced. Received Talent Card. Demon Hunter. Gene Energy, 1025. Your level has increased from 35 to 43. All the reward items promptly fell into his inventory. Chen Nian didn't immediately check the effects of the so-called epic equipment. What excited him the most was the advanced skill scroll. In the Calamity world, players couldn't automatically unlock various abilities just by leveling up. Rare and powerful abilities required skill scrolls or skill synthesis to awaken, with extremely stringent conditions. Chen Nian's Word of Power Sage class was even more demanding. Each ultra-high-risk Word of Power required an immense effort to unlock. Word of Power, Death God, one of the ultra-high-risk words of power, required killing 1,000 players to unlock. Word of Power, Candle Dragon, another ultra-high-risk word of power, required diving into the most terrifying volcano for 3 days and nights. Word of Power, Wrath of the Gods, yet another ultra-high-risk word of power, required collecting 7 cataclysmic lightning bolts. But with this advanced skill scroll, he had a chance to directly learn a powerful word of power. Quite the haul, Chen Nian thought, delighted. On the other side, the trio stood frozen, terrified by what they had just witnessed. The three of them could never have imagined that the young man would single-handedly defeat the mutated Calamity Trent. The woman widened her eyes, breathing rapidly, blinking furiously to confirm if she was dreaming. Even Su Ming, a high-level player in the game with rare talents, was only in his 20s. In front of the level 80 mutated Calamity Trent, they were nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Su Ming exhaled slowly, deep in thought. He intentionally used fire spells to attack the Calamity Trent. The woman suddenly realized something and gasped. Wait, he was certain he could kill the mutated Trent, so he deliberately caused it to mutate. Exactly. Everything was under his control, Su Ming said gravely. This guy is definitely not an ordinary player, but a top-tier expert in the Calamity. One of their companions anxiously chimed in. Boss, we contributed too, right? We can't just let him take all the rewards. Don't court death, Su Ming shook his head in warning. Messing with someone like him, we wouldn't even know how we died. As Chen Nian approached, Su Ming immediately put on a flattering smile and greeted him. Boss, you're amazing. Thanks to you, otherwise we wouldn't have made it out alive. Ha! The woman quickly agreed. Yes, big brother, I've never seen anyone as powerful as you. What's your name in the game? We might have heard of you. Don't be so nosy, their companion scolded. The boss's privacy is not for you to pry into. He quickly apologized to Chen Nian. Sorry, boss. She was being presumptuous. From now on, we're at your service. Just let us know if you need anything. Chen Nian was indifferent to their flattery. These people were not on his level, and there was no need to get close to them. He turned and walked away, preparing to tally his gains and continue leveling up. Quite the attitude, someone muttered under their breath. Guess he got something good and is in a hurry to leave. A shadow flickered in Su Ming's eyes. He won't get away. Boss, didn't you say we shouldn't mess with him? We can't, but he has good stuff on him. Just call more people. Don't forget we have other brothers. The group suddenly understood and got excited. Su Ming immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Brother Tian, bring the guys over here right now. We've encountered a powerhouse who single-handedly took down an 80-level Calamity trent. There was an exclamation on the other end of the line. You heard right, Su Ming continued. He soloed a wild boss, incredibly strong, and he's bound to have a lot of good stuff. Plus, the gear from the Calamity trent, we could sell it for at least $1 billion. Those rich buyers will definitely fight over it. It's a big score. All right, I'll gather the guys right away. Don't lose track of him. We're hitting the jackpot today. Hanging up, Su Ming looked at Chen Nian's receding figure with a cold smile. In this new world, only the ruthless could survive. Times had changed. After leaving, Chen Nian began to inventory his loot. The most eye-catching item was an epic piece of equipment called the Fireworks Tree Armor. Requirement, Tier 1. Defense, 150. Attack, 30. Attribute bonus. Constitution 10, Agility 10. Special effect. Fire resistance, greatly reduces damage from fire attacks. This piece of gear was a top-tier item for the early game. It alone provided defense equivalent to most of Chen Nian's current high-quality gear, plus an additional 20 points in attributes and a fire resistance effect. Truly worthy of being called epic. After equipping the new gear, Chen Nian's stats saw a dramatic change. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Saint Unique Gene. Level, Tier 1, Level 43. Constitution, 60. Agility, 55. Supernatural, 50. Attack bonus, 130. Defense bonus, 350. Combat power estimate, 32 stars. These base stats were already formidable. Chen Nian could now almost ignore the blast from conventional firearms. Ordinary supernaturals probably couldn't even breach his defenses. With this gear, monsters below level 50 were no longer a threat. The system suddenly issued a notification. First player detected wearing an epic level item. Trading space now open. Is this the world's first epic item? Chen Nian, curious, opened the trading space to check, focusing first on the currency exchange rate. $100, 1 gold. It seemed that gold had significant purchasing power in this trading space. Players could list items for sale freely, and there was also a chat channel. To protect privacy, everyone's names were obfuscated, such as Chen Nian becoming Chen Nian. In the chat channel, players were fervently discussing. Bailey. Whoa. Who got an epic item? That's insane. Lin Yu. No way. I'm still rocking basic gear, not even a single high-quality item, and someone's already got an epic? Xiao Tianzi. That's terrifying. Wonder who it is. Definitely an ultimate expert. Meanwhile, in a penthouse atop a skyscraper, a stunningly beautiful woman sat by the window. She wore a red dress that accentuated her perfect curves, her long, slender legs dazzlingly white. Her intoxicating winered hair framed a face that could outshine any top-tier actress. This breathtaking beauty was named Yi Hongling, the beloved daughter of a high-ranking general in the Dragon Kingdom. In the Calamity game, she was known as Qi Ling, a renowned fire mage who captivated countless players, the top female player. And the man she admired was none other than the world's strongest player, Chen Nian. Looking at the newly opened chat channel, Yi Hongling's lips curled into a seductive smile. You've evaded me in the game for a lifetime. Now that reality and the game have merged, let's see if you can still escape my grasp. At that moment, Chen Nian suddenly sneezed. Someone thinking about me? He picked up his phone and, sure enough, had received a message from that woman. Qi Ling. If I'm not mistaken, you got the first epic item, right? Chen Nian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied, What are you talking about? I have no idea. Qi Ling still pretending? You think setting up a virtual IP and not exposing any info online will keep me from finding you? Chen Nian was momentarily speechless. Qi Ling continued. Someone posted online about seeing a huge fire that later vanished, suggesting a big battle. Jiangnan Province, Linhai City, right? Chen Nian felt a chill. He hadn't expected her to track him down from such a tiny clue. Chen Nian, are you crazy? What do you want from me? Qi Ling, coming to bring you a gift. Chen Nian, I'm a 40-year-old fat guy. You sure about this? Qi Ling, yes. And if you're right, I'll show you my legs. Chen Nian, I know your legs are nice, but do you have to keep sending leg pics to people? Qi Ling, I only send them to you, sweetheart. Chen Yin was at a loss for words and fell silent. Chen's top priority was to sell the talent card Demon Hunter. Although it wasn't a rare talent, it was slightly better than the common ones. He knew very well that as players gradually mastered the skills to hunt monsters, the value of this talent card would plummet. Therefore, selling it as soon as possible was a wise move. He quickly posted a message in the trading channel. Demon Hunter talent card for sale, 10,000 gold, no negotiations. This brief advertisement immediately caused a stir in the channel. Players started discussing. What? Someone's actually selling a talent card. This is great. With this, you can directly evolve into an extraordinary being. But 10,000 gold is outrageous. That's equivalent to 1 million in real life. Is he trying to rob us? Yeah, Demon Hunter isn't that rare in the game. It'll be worth 10 gold soon. I'll offer 100 gold deal. Amid the flood of inquiries, Chen calmly replied with just 4 words. First come, first served. Although wealthy players who knew the market wouldn't spend a fortune on a Demon Hunter card, the game world was never short of suckers. Sure enough, someone took the bait quickly. Huang Long has requested a trade. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Chen clicked accept. He placed the item in the trade window, and the other party promptly paid up. Trade successful. The system notification sounded, and Chen's account now had an additional 10,000 gold, equivalent to 1 million in the real world. That's the advantage of being one step ahead. Others can only eat your dust, and what you discard as trash might be a treasure to them. Chen felt a surge of pride. His goal was to always be faster than everyone else, to be the quickest pioneer, and to become the strongest. As for women, he thought, women will only slow me down. Hopefully, that woman won't find me. However, the most important reward was yet to come: a high-level skill scroll. Chen eagerly hoped to unlock a powerful and useful incantation. Use! With his command, the world around him changed abruptly. It felt like he was falling into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. In this pitch-black void, it seemed like thousands of ghosts were encircling him, ready to drag him into hell. Sequence 127 Reaper, awakened. The system's notification sounded in his ear, and Chen exclaimed, "No way, I actually unlocked the Reaper, which has extremely stringent requirements. This is amazing. I'm making a killing." The description of the Reaper skill appeared. Unleash a field that blinds all living beings within. During this period, gain the Reaper's possession, significantly boosting attack power for 30 seconds. Each player killed permanently increases the Reaper's possession attack power by 10. This incantation was originally a skill book Chen could only obtain after defeating an 8th-tier monster in the later stages of the game, and it required extremely tough conditions to unlock. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but it also grew stronger over time, even surpassing the Judgment Golden Sword. As Chen was reveling in his joy, he suddenly sensed 2 malicious gazes behind him. Is someone following me? He thought warily. Incantation, Eagle Eye. With Chen's whisper, his vision expanded several times, taking in the entire surrounding environment. He spotted at least 5 people covertly tracking him. 2 hidden in the bushes, 2 in the trees, and 1 lurking behind a hill. It seems those 3 who acted politely earlier haven't forgotten about the benefits I gained. Fine, let them be the first to taste the Reaper's blade, Chen thought with a cold smile. However, he quickly realized he couldn't act here. The woman Chiling was tracking him, and this location was already compromised. If he started a massacre here, his true identity would be exposed. He decided to escape to a more secluded place, hoping that more of their reinforcements would arrive. With his plan set, Chen quickened his pace and started running. He noticed us? Think you can run? Keep up with him. Our people are on their way here. Even if he noticed us, he's trapped. Su Meng chased while calling his comrades. Did you see that? An epic item just emerged. Based on my guess, it's probably on that kid. He killed an 80-level Calamity trent. Keep in mind, that kid isn't easy to deal with, but he should be exhausted. If we have enough people, we can take him down. Selling that epic item will make us rich today. Hearing this, his comrades were equally excited. They were all in it for the money. Times had changed. As long as they could gain benefits, what's a little killing? 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, 50 people. Su Meng called in everyone he could. These were people he had met during the calamities, and now they were all extraordinary beings. Boss, is that kid really that terrifying, worth us gathering so many people? Someone asked. Of course. Su Meng snapped. He took down an 80-level boss by himself. Can you do that? If we take him down, we'll be rich. Chen had crossed nearly 20 kilometers and reached a remote mountain area outside the city. He thought, looks like I've hooked enough fish. A cave appeared ahead, and Chen decided to enter it. They'll definitely think they have nowhere to run and will gather together, making it easier for me to handle them all at once and avoid any escapees. With this thought in mind, Chen Nian cautiously stepped into the cave. As soon as he entered the dimly lit space, a sudden, urgent female voice rang out. Who's there? Chen Nian stopped in his tracks, alert. By the flickering torchlight on the cave walls, he saw the owner of the voice. A girl, about 18 years old, was crouched on the ground. She had a delicate, petite face and was wearing a hoodie and shorts. Her posture suggested she might be injured, evoking a protective instinct in him. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Yin scrutinized the girl in front of him. He recognized her, as did most teenagers at their school. Chinu, he blurted out. The girl visibly panicked and quickly pulled her hood down further to obscure her face. You've got the wrong person, she stammered, her voice trembling slightly. Unfazed, Chen Yin swiftly took out his phone and did a quick search. He turned the screen towards the girl, showing a photo. Not you, he asked with a hint of teasing in his tone. Seeing the photo, Chinu gritted her teeth in frustration. She hadn't expected him to search for a picture on the spot. Realizing she couldn't keep up the pretense any longer, she sighed. Chen Yin shook his head, bemused. Who would have thought I'd run into someone here? He muttered to himself, marveling at how small the world seemed. In truth, Chen Yin didn't follow the entertainment industry much. He knew about Chinu because he had once stumbled upon one of her public interviews. In that interview, the host had asked an interesting question. The host had asked with a smile, Xiaoyu, besides singing, what other hobbies do you have? With a sweet smile, Chinu had replied, I like playing games, especially a game called Catastrophe. I really enjoy the freedom and adventure it offers. Surprised, the host had said, I didn't expect you to be a fan of Catastrophe. Do you know about Silent? They say he's the best player in the world. Chinya's eyes had lit up immediately. Of course, Silent is my idol. He's the pride of our country. She had added shyly, but I'm not good enough to play with him. The host had chuckled. Huh, I didn't expect Xiaoyu to have her own idol. If Silent sees this interview, maybe he'll reach out to play with you. Recalling that interview, Chen Yin chuckled inwardly. Of course, he had never played with her in the game. Too many girls hovered around him, each more formidable than the last. Chinu, a mere pop star, couldn't even come close. Looking at the disheveled Chinu before him, Chen Yin couldn't help but remark, who would have thought I'd run into my little fangirl in a place like this? Injured? Chen Yin asked with concern. Chinu looked up in surprise, her large, bright eyes gazing at him with a mix of innocence and curiosity. She hadn't expected this man to recognize her identity and yet remain so calm and caring instead of reacting with fanaticism. I'm fine, Chinu replied softly, though she felt puzzled inside. Chen Yin's expression turned serious. Whether you're hurt or not, here's a piece of advice. Leave here immediately. Chinu's eyes widened in disbelief. This man was trying to chase her away right off the bat, showing no appreciation for a beautiful girl. She puffed up angrily. No, why should I leave? I'm not going anywhere. If you don't leave, you'll end up dead here, Chen Yin said earnestly. There are about 50 people outside trying to kill me. They'll surround this place soon. What? Chinu was shocked again. What could this man have done to warrant being hunted by so many people? Weren't we all just leveling up separately? Not believing Chen Yin, Chinu stood up and stumbled toward the entrance. Her limping figure looked adorably clumsy as she tried to check the situation outside. Stepping out of the cave, Chinu took one glance and was immediately terrified. There really were dozens of people gathered outside, nearly sealing off the area, each with a menacing look. Oh my gosh, they're serious. Chinu was scared but tried to remain calm, reassuring herself that these people weren't after her. She timidly addressed the crowd. Excuse me, can I leave? If you're looking for him, he's inside. Unexpectedly, the surrounding people burst into laughter. Someone recognized her and started whispering. A man with dyed yellow hair stepped forward. This has nothing to do with you. You can go? Really? That's great. Chinu sighed in relief. However, she quickly realized how wrong she was. Those people revealed lewd looks and started making crude remarks. Chinu understood that in this world where the game and reality had merged, only the strong ruled. These people had fully exposed their ugliness and wouldn't let her go. Chinu hurried back into the cave, returning to Chen Yin's side. She looked distressed, as if her world was collapsing. What should I do? I can't leave either. Chen Yin apologized helplessly. Sorry for getting you involved. Is an apology enough? We're both going to die here. Chinu was on the verge of tears. How can you still be so calm? Chen Yin casually struck up a conversation. So, what were you doing in here, and how did you get hurt? Chinu wiped her tears and explained while sobbing. There's a dungeon in this cave. I got injured by monsters inside and escaped. I called some friends to come help with the dungeon. And then you showed up. She cried while dialing her friends, warning them not to come closer, or they'd get caught too. You're quite kind, Chen Yin smiled. Kindness is going to get me killed because of you. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Chinu cried even harder, looking pitiful. Just then, the crowd outside had gathered and was ready to strike. The leader, a man in a black leather jacket named Daogo, was their boss. Su Ming suggested with a grin. Dao Gu, that guy is really strong. How about we just blow up the cave to avoid casualties? All right, since you found him, we'll do as you say. Dao Gu nodded. What about the girl? If she doesn't come out, she'll die in there too. Here's the problem. How do we blow this place up? The guy isn't even afraid of the flame Calamity trent. Regular methods might not work on him. Su Ming took out a scroll. Dao Gu, I got something good here. The flame dragon scroll. It requires 10 people to activate, but its power is immense. It will definitely kill him. That's a great item. Gather 10 people. Let's get ready. In the back, a 3-person team quietly hid, not daring to show themselves. They were the friends Chinu had called. Anxiously, they discussed how to save her, but found no solution. They were too weak to fight the dozens of enemies. Although someone had contacted the enforcement team, the city's affairs were numerous, and the team had no time to deal with situations outside the city. Suddenly, they saw the enemies starting to use a large magic scroll. The scroll floated in the air, and 10 people chanted in unison. The temperature soared, and the air distorted from the heat. Countless flames gathered in midair, gradually forming a nearly 10-meter-long crimson flame dragon. Kid, whether you're a god or a ghost, you'll die today. Go! Dao Gu commanded, and the flame dragon shot forward, brutally charging into the cave. The terrifying flames filled the entrance in an instant. Dao Gu smiled and patted Su Ming on the shoulder. I bet they'll be roasted in under 2 minutes. You've done a great job this time. You'll get a double share of the spoils. Inside the cave, the ground shook violently. Chen Nian looked at the small girl beside him, who was holding her head in fear. If you want to live, come here. Before Chen could react, a large rock fell and knocked her out. Chen Nian sighed and picked her up, noting how light and delicate she felt. Boom! The flame dragon crashed in, swallowing Chen Nian whole. The entire cave turned into a fiery inferno. The hot air expanded rapidly in the enclosed space, exploding violently. Debris flew everywhere, like fireworks bursting in the air. Fireworks lit up the night sky, illuminating the ruins below. Around 50 people stood on the outskirts, actually applauding the explosion. In their eyes, the loss of 2 lives seemed trivial, replaced by a greedy desire for the spoils. Dao Gu impatiently led the way, eager to inspect the aftermath. However, a faint sound from the rubble made everyone stop in their tracks. Suddenly, the debris burst apart, and a neatly dressed young man emerged, carrying a girl. Miraculously, they were both unscathed. This scene threw everyone into a state of panic. The crowd instinctively stepped back, their spines tingling with fear. An indescribable terror gripped their hearts like an invisible hand. Dao Gu, a seasoned gamer who had led his team to many victories, had merged the game with reality. He had quickly gathered his team to level up, aiming to make a mark in this new world. But the appearance of this boy shattered his ambitions in an instant. Fear washed over him, making his legs weak and unsteady. The 3 hiding outside were also stunned. Seeing Chinu safe in the boy's arms, their minds were in turmoil. They had no idea who this mysterious boy was or when Chinu had befriended such a powerful ally. Although the boy was alone, his presence defied everyone's expectations. Chen Nian gently placed Chinu on the ground, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. Someone mustered the courage to shout, "He's just one person. So, what if he came out? Kill him." Su Ming was completely shaken. He had thought the boy was strong, but not this strong. Another voice chimed in, "Yeah, that's right. Don't be afraid. We outnumber him." Despite the attempts to rally, no one dared to take a step forward. Just then, a fierce wind erupted around Chen Nian, sending debris swirling around him. Darkness spread rapidly from him, engulfing the area like a flood of ink. This was the terrifying high-risk power of Sequence 127 Reaper. The darkness swallowed everything, turning the area into a pitch-black abyss. Panic-stricken shouts erupted from the crowd. "What's happening? I can't see anything." The loss of vision plunged everyone into extreme fear and confusion. At that moment, a spectral image of the Reaper appeared behind Chen Nian. A skeletal right hand gripped a massive scythe, while the left held a book of life and death, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The system's prompt echoed in his ear. "You have entered Reaper mode. Attack power 300, duration 30 seconds. Chen Nian's attack power surged to an astounding 390. Even without Reaper mode, his attributes were enough to crush this group. With the boost, he was unstoppable. He moved like a wolf among sheep, the Reaper's phantom swinging its scythe, each strike claiming a life. The group was helpless, like fish on a chopping block. Chen Nian darted through the crowd with incredible speed, leaving no survivors. With each kill, the system notified Reaper's scythe attack power 10. As the kill count rose, the Reaper's power accumulated, becoming even more terrifying. Chinu's three friends were nearly paralyzed with fear. They couldn't see through the darkness but could hear the relentless screams. They trembled, unable to imagine the scene within. The 30 seconds passed quickly, and the darkness receded like a tide, restoring visibility. The sight was gruesome. Severed limbs and blood covered the ground. Except for the fearsome boy, no one was left alive. The air was thick with the stench of blood as Chen Nian elegantly stepped over the bodies, as if strolling through a garden. The Reaper's power had stripped him of all emotions, turning him into a remorseless killing machine. This was the true horror of high-risk powers. When Chen Nian's emotions returned, he felt only a slight disgust, without a trace of guilt or hesitation. The system informed him that the next time he used Reaper, his attack power would increase to 300-500. Chen Nian was satisfied, feeling his growth and strength. Scattered on the ground were numerous pieces of equipment and items, another bountiful haul. Chen Nian began collecting them one by one into his backpack. At that moment, the bespectacled fat man suddenly remembered something. He collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling, breathing heavily. He stammered, I remember. I've seen this power before." The other two urgently asked, "Well, tell us. Who is he?" The bespectacled man gasped for breath and struggled to utter, "Bu. He's Bu. I've seen this power. Only he in the world can use it." During a national conflict, he used this ability to charge into enemy lines and slaughtered thousands in less than a minute. He made the enemy quake in fear. Hearing this, the other two were stunned, unable to react, their minds echoing with that terrifying name Bu. In an instant, the three of them suddenly realized the true identity of the young man standing before them. They were completely shocked and instinctively covered their mouths to avoid letting out a gasp. This delicate-looking youth was none other than the world's most feared and powerful player, Bu. Who else could be so formidable? Defeating dozens of enemies single-handedly was almost beyond belief. What was even more astonishing was that he could inherit in-game talents, making it seem like only a matter of time before he reclaimed the top spot in the world. The trio was ecstatic, hardly believing their luck to witness the legendary Bu in person. Their excitement was indescribable. If they could forge a connection with this legendary figure, who would dare mess with them in the future? It felt like they had just grasped the ultimate lifeline. They were so thrilled that they nearly jumped for joy, yet they dared not move recklessly for fear of offending this powerful figure. At that moment, Chen Nian's screen was flooded with notifications. He had acquired a common bronze helmet, an excellent Lingxi earring, skill scrolls for Fireball and Crescent Slash, and rare Tsong Wolfhide materials. These were the random drops from the recently defeated enemies, a pleasant surprise. Chen Nian was inwardly delighted, knowing that selling these items on the market would bring in a substantial profit. However, he had to deal with the matter at hand first. The individuals who had been spying on him for a while now needed to be addressed. Chen Nian spoke calmly. "You can come out now. I'll give you 1 minute. Don't make me come find you." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them were struck as if by lightning, their bodies trembling. They scrambled out of hiding, one of them nearly tripping over himself. Facing Bu in person, their shock was beyond words. They never imagined that the world's strongest player could look like such an ordinary, delicate youth. "Big brother, we're so sorry. We didn't mean to spy on you. Please, don't hold it against us." They spoke with trembling voices, terrified of angering this legendary player. Chen Nian knew these three were friends of Chinu and had no intention of making things difficult for them. However, a show of authority was necessary. "What you saw just now, keep it to yourselves," he said calmly. "Absolutely. Well, keep it a secret. We didn't see anything. You can trust us, big brother." They fervently promised, almost willing to swear an oath. They wouldn't dare deceive Chen Nian for all the world, unless they had a death wish. Satisfied, Chen Nian nodded and instructed, "Gather everything together for me." "Yes, sir." The three, suppressing their disgust, moved the bodies to one spot. Chen Nian used his flame burst skill to incinerate them completely. Just as they finished cleaning up, 2 coughs came from behind. It turned out that Chinu had been awakened by the smoke. Chinu suddenly opened her eyes and instinctively touched her face. Memories of being hit by a stone lingered in her mind. She had thought she was doomed, yet she found herself unscathed, with only a slight headache. Relief washed over her, but confusion soon followed. She looked around and saw a blazing fire not far away. Her 3 friends and the man she found repulsive were gathered around it. Rubbing her temples, she walked towards them, her mind filled with questions. "Xiaoyu, you're finally awake." The bespectacled chubby guy exclaimed excitedly as he saw her approaching. "What happened just now? Where are those people?" Chinu asked urgently. The chubby guy chuckled and explained, "Haha, those people were just paper tigers. They seemed numerous, but they weren't high-level. We chased them all away." He carefully concealed the fact that Bu had killed all the enemies, whose bodies were now burning in the fire. Thanks to the water mage's cleanup, it was hard for Chinu to notice anything. Really? That's great. Chinu sighed in relief, then turned to Chen Nian with a hint of displeasure in her voice. Hey, shouldn't you be thanking us for saving your life? Chen Nian turned around and smiled sincerely at the naive pop singer. Thank you. Chinu was slightly moved by his serious demeanor. She turned her face away and mumbled, "Umph. As long as you know. So, how are you going to repay us for saving you?" Her words made the other three panic, sweat breaking out on their foreheads. They quickly tried to smooth things over, urging Chinu not to hold a grudge. Chinu nearly fainted from anger, unable to understand why her friends were suddenly siding with an outsider. To change the subject, Chinu asked about the fire in front of them. The others vaguely explained that it had started during the battle and swiftly shifted the conversation to the dungeon Chinu had discovered earlier. Chinu immediately became interested and prepared to lead everyone to the dungeon. However, the others insisted on bringing Chen Nian along, which puzzled Chinu even more. Despite her doubts, she eventually agreed but warned Chen Nian to follow her instructions. The group arrived at a corner of the ruins and found a chaotic vortex. Chinu briefly explained the dungeon situation and reminded everyone to be cautious. Then, they touched the vortex and were sucked into the dungeon. The system notified them that they had entered the Fire Abyss dungeon. Apart from Chinu, everyone else was excited about the new dungeon. Chinu reiterated the importance of sticking together and not acting alone. They began to advance, finding themselves in an environment resembling the inside of a volcano, with lava and rocks everywhere. Most of the monsters they encountered were fire elementals. Thanks to their combined efforts, clearing the minor monsters was not difficult, and their experience points and genetic energy steadily increased. Throughout this, Chen Nian remained low-key, secretly studying the 9 skill scrolls he had just acquired. He knew that rare skills were often the key to strength. Chen Nian decided to try synthesizing the scrolls in hopes of obtaining a more powerful skill. After 3 rounds of synthesis, Chen Nian was pleasantly surprised by the result. Sequence 53, Word Spirit Void Serpent. This unexpected boon filled Chen Nian with confidence for the adventures ahead. Void Serpent, a rare and highly practical skill. When activated with a word of power, it summons an invisible serpent with formidable attack power and exceptional stealth. It's like having an invisible, flexible summoned beast that strikes precisely where you command. In the dungeon, a 5-person team was busy clearing out hordes of minor enemies. Chinu glanced disapprovingly at Chen Nian, who seemed to be slacking off, and muttered, "Chen Nian, we're all working hard to fight these monsters, and you're just goofing off." The other 3 members tensed up for a moment, exchanging meaningful glances and silently marveling at Chinu's audacity. In the whole world, she might be the only one brave enough to call out Buyu for slacking off in a dungeon. "Chinu, don't say that," one teammate gently advised. With Brother Chen's skills, fighting these minor enemies is a bit beneath him. "We'll really need his help when it counts." Another teammate chimed in. "Yeah, Chinu, Brother Chen's abilities might not be suited for these fire sprites." "Don't be too harsh." Chinu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her teammates. "What? Did he pay you guys off? You're all defending him, making me look like an outsider." She huffed. "Unbelievable. Friends for a year, and you still favor a stranger over me." The other 3 silently thought. "Chinu, if you knew he was your idol Buyu, you'd probably favor him even more. Blame it on you fainting earlier." To break the awkward tension, one teammate urged, "Let's move on. I have a feeling the boss is nearby." With everyone urging her, Chinu reluctantly followed along. They dealt with a few more elite monsters and finally reached the deepest part of the dungeon. Before them was a lava pool about the size of a basketball court. The entire rock wall was illuminated red, and the scorching air seemed to warp from the heat. Chinu's snow-white neck was drenched in sweat, and she couldn't help but complain, "It's so hot. If we weren't superhumans, we couldn't stand it here." Just as they were wondering where the boss was, the lava beneath them suddenly exploded. With a deafening roar, a massive creature slowly rose from the molten pool. Lava cascaded down its body, and a terrifying pressure emanated from it. "Molten giant," someone exclaimed. The creature seemed to be made of massive stones, with lava flowing between the cracks, and its eyes burned like 2 miniature suns. Chinu instinctively took a half step back, her voice trembling. "This is the boss? It looks pretty tough. Can we beat it? Maybe we should retreat." "Don't worry, Chinu, we've got this," a teammate reassured her. "This big guy might look scary, but it could be just a paper tiger." Chinu looked at her teammates in confusion, thinking, "These guys are usually more scared than me. Why are they so calm today? It's ridiculous." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Watch out, it's attacking. Dodge!" The molten giant swung its massive fist down, crashing into the ground with a loud boom, creating a crater that quickly filled with lava. Chinu's face turned pale with fear, but she mustered the courage to shoot an arrow. A green arrow flew straight into the giant's head. At that moment, Chen Nian quietly activated his void serpent skill. The invisible serpent shot through the air, striking the giant's head. With a piercing crash, the serpent shattered part of the giant's head. Chinu couldn't see the serpent and thought her arrow had caused them massive damage. She was both shocked and delighted. You guys were right, it really is a paper tiger. My arrow did this much damage, huh? The other three watched Chen Yin's covert actions in awe. Incredible. To strike with such power invisibly. No wonder he's the strongest player in the game. Chinu fired a few more arrows, and Chen Yin coordinated seamlessly, directing the void serpent to attack simultaneously. The molten giant suffered more severe damage, with a large hole blasted in its chest. Yes! Chinu's eyes sparkled with joy. This giant may be big, but its defense is pathetic. I can handle it myself, without you guys. The other three cheered her on with expressionless faces, all the while keeping their eyes on Chen Yin, amazed by his skill. They thought, Chinu, you're beautiful, so it's okay if you're a bit naive. You couldn't handle the minor enemies alone, but you think you can beat the boss? Well, it's better this way. We won't have to come up with excuses. With Chen Yin's secret assistance, the molten giant quickly became riddled with wounds and fell apart. Eventually, it collapsed with a roar and sank back into the lava. Chen Yin quietly retracted the void serpent, and a series of notifications appeared before him. Congratulations on defeating the molten giant boss. Gene Energy 900. Level up. 43-45. Congratulations on acquiring epic equipment. Flame Bow. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Lava Abyss. Congratulations on acquiring Skill Scroll. 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix. Congratulations on acquiring Talent Card. Elemental Sharpshooter. Seeing the list of rewards, Chun Yin was stunned. A talent card, epic archer equipment, and an archer skill scroll. This was a complete set. Although these items were of little use to him and could only be sold for money, they were perfect for Chinu. We cleared it, Chinu announced excitedly. Did you guys get anything good? I got a rare armor piece. The other three were also thrilled with their loot. Being carried through the dungeon by a top player like Buyu was amazing. They barely had to lift a finger to defeat the boss. If they had tried it themselves, they might have struggled. They almost wanted to kneel and thank Chen Yin, but they held back to avoid revealing his identity. Chinu put her hands on her hips and huffed at Chen Yin. I carried you through the dungeon, and you didn't even say thank you. Thank you, Chen Yin replied simply. That simple thank you almost made the other three fall to their knees. They thought, we're not worthy. So, did you get anything good? Chinu asked again. Yes, Chen Yin said, taking out the flame bow from his inventory. The epic equipment glowed brilliantly, like burning feathers, capturing everyone's attention. The moment Chinu saw the new bow, her eyes sparkled brighter than stars. This is... Chinu gasped, tightly clutching the equipment that had just dropped from the dungeon. Her voice trembled with disbelief. Is this an epic item? Chen Yin glanced over indifferently, as if it were the most ordinary thing. However, the words epic item exploded like a bomb among the group. They collectively drew in sharp breaths, their eyes gleaming with surprise and envy. Just recently, the first epic item in the world had been discovered, and it was a priceless treasure. An epic item was valued as highly as a beachfront villa, and even if it might be outclassed in the future, wealthy players would still flock to it. After all, it was a powerful artifact that could greatly enhance combat abilities. The group's gazes darted between the equipment in Chen Yu's hand and Chen Yin's calm face. Suddenly, a bold guess emerged in their minds. Could it be that Chen Yin had found the first epic item, which is why he was so composed? This thought made them look at Chen Yin with even more awe. No wonder he was the strongest player in this chaotic world, reaching heights unattainable by ordinary people in just a few days. Chinu snapped out of her daze, a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. Wait a minute. Why is such a good item in your hands? Wasn't it the boss I defeated? The others couldn't help but laugh. They all knew that in team dungeons, there was an 80 chance that the item dropped by the boss would go to the player who landed the killing blow, and only a 20 chance it would randomly go to someone else. It was perfectly normal for Chen Yin to get the best item. Chen Yin asked with a smile, maybe I'm just lucky. Do you want it? Chen Yu stammered. Too. I'm an archer myself. Of course I want it, but this is an epic item. Would you really give it to me so easily? No, Chen Yin replied bluntly. Chen Yu was momentarily speechless. It was me who defeated the boss. Can't you? Can't you? Chen Yin's cold responses left Chen Yu at a loss for words. A strong desire ignited within her. If she could get this item, her strength would soar, putting her way ahead of everyone else. I can pay for it, she said through gritted teeth. How much? 3 million. Chen Yin shook his head. 5 million. Are you just trying to squeeze me? 10 million. That's all the money I have. Can't you just give it to me for all the effort I put in? The girl bit her delicate lip, her eyes turning red with frustration. Amused by Chen Yu's reaction, Chen Nian found her persistence endearing. Most people would have lost their temper by now, but she was willing to pay for it. Still not enough? A playful smile appeared on Chen Nian's face. This time, Chen Yu was completely defeated. She wiped away her tears and, with red-rimmed eyes, asked resolutely, "Then what do you want in exchange?" "A simple condition. Be my girlfriend in name only." Chen Yu's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth agape. The other three were equally shocked, covering their mouths in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. Chen Yan's request wasn't driven by attraction to Chen Yu's looks. Rather, having a girlfriend could help avoid many troubles and make things easier for him. Being known as a single player, countless wealthy women had shown interest in him, from glamorous older women to lively schoolgirls. But Chen Nian had never entertained any of them, firmly believing that online relationships were unreliable and that they were only attracted to his gaming skills. To others, he was even rumored to be impotent. As for why not Nantong? Because there were just as many men interested in him. Having a girlfriend would reduce the chances of exposing his identity, especially since He Hongling was looking for him. Her status, methods, and power far surpassed that of the naive Chen Yu. If He Hongling ever found him, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Using Chen Yu as a shield was the best option. Chen Yu's three friends were thrilled beyond words, their hearts filled with joy. The thought of Chen Yu becoming Chen Yin's girlfriend was a huge deal. It meant having a powerful ally by their side, and they could all benefit from it. "No way. How can I just casually be your girlfriend?" Chen Yu quickly refused. "Even though I really want this item, I can't use myself as a bargaining chip. I mean in name only. Still no. I don't want to do something I don't like. Pick another condition." The chubby guy with glasses immediately stepped forward. "Chen Yu, you should really think this through. Don't reject it so quickly." "Yeah, Chen Yu, an epic item is a rare opportunity. You can't just give it up. Think about us too." Chen Yu glared. You guys? Sister Yu, you're so pretty. You get harassed all the time. Having a boyfriend would protect you better, but a fake boyfriend would ruin my career. In this world, who cares about a career? We need to focus on leveling up and getting stronger. Otherwise, it'll be hard just to survive." Chen Yu was stunned. What were they thinking? Why were they so eager for her to agree? She was still a girl who had never been in a relationship. "Don't worry, I said a name only. I'm not interested in you," Chen Nian added. "Chen Yu." This statement completely infuriated her. "Not interested? How could you not be interested in me? Do you think you're that special? Fine, fine. I'll make you regret saying that." "Deal, I agree." "Great, looking forward to working with you." Chen Nian handed over the flame bow without hesitation. Chen Yu immediately checked its attributes. Flame bow epic. Defense 30. Attack 140. Attribute bonus. Constitution 7, Agility 12, Supernatural 5. Special effect. Arrow shot are imbued with fire, significantly increasing destructive power. What a powerful item. Chen Yu was surprised that Chen Nian actually gave her the equipment. This was an epic item. It was like Chen Nian had bought her a beachfront villa. At least he keeps his word. Chen Yu felt a rare moment of goodwill towards Chen Nian, but resolved to make him regret it. "When you actually want me to be your girlfriend, you'll regret it for sure." Oomph. After leaving his contact information, Chen Nian departed. The trip had been fruitful, but the frequent use of his powerful spells had left him exhausted. Even though his level was increasing rapidly, his extraordinary powers were becoming harder to sustain, and he desperately needed rest. On his way back to the city, Chen Nian noticed that the situation had stabilized. The low-level monsters causing chaos were all eradicated. He couldn't help but ponder. The number of players in the Calamity game was enormous, and now they could inherit in-game talents, making this power far from ordinary. Moreover, ordinary people who had never touched the game could also embark on the path to extraordinary abilities by purchasing talent cards. Chen Nian realized that a new era of superhumans was dawning, where survival of the fittest and respect for the strong would become the new norm. When he arrived at the villa district, his neighbor, Sister Lucy, happened to see him. She quickly ran out of her yard and asked with concern, "Xiao Chun, where have you been these past 2 days? I was so worried." Lucy finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "You saved me last time, and I don't even know how to thank you." Chen Nian responded with a smile. "It's what neighbors do, help each other out." Lucy sincerely said, "You're such a good person. If you ever need help, just let me know, and I'll be there for you." She paused and then asked, "By the way, have you eaten? If not, come over and have dinner with me." "Sure." Chen Nian agreed happily. Soon, Lucy brought out a steaming bowl of beef noodles. Chen Nian curiously asked, "Sister C, do you live alone?" "Yes," Lucy replied. "My mom passed away when I was little, and my dad is always busy with work, so he doesn't have time for me. He wanted to hire a housekeeper, but I didn't want one, Chen Nian nodded in understanding. That's quite similar to my situation. Really? Lucy asked in surprise. Chen Nian explained briefly. My parents divorced and each remarried. My dad thought I was wasting my time playing games, so he kicked me out to fend for myself. Huh? In reality, Chen Nian's father just wanted to teach him a lesson about the hardships of life without financial support, hoping he would return to take over the family business. Unexpectedly, Chen Nian chose to pursue gaming wholeheartedly and never look back. Now, he lived in a villa thanks to his gaming success and was on the brink of becoming the world's strongest in this new era. One could only wonder how his family would react if they knew. After hearing Chen Yin's story, Lucy smiled gently. It's okay. You can come over for meals anytime. I'm quite good at cooking. Thank you, Sister C, Chen Yin said gratefully. Hurry up and eat before the noodles get cold, Lucy urged. Just as Chen Yin returned home and was about to list the equipment he had scavenged for sale, he received a call from an unknown number. A stranger's voice came through the line. Nice to meet you. Chen Yin? Who is this? Chen Yin asked, puzzled. My name is Lu Xingchen, the current CEO of Nianluan Real Estate. You should call me brother, the voice said with an air of superiority. Chen Yin was not unfamiliar with this name. His father had remarried, and Lu Xingchen was the son of his new stepmother. Nianluan Real Estate was his father's company, named after the Nian character in his name. It seemed his father was quite pleased with this new son, who had already become the CEO. So, what do you want? Chen Yin asked calmly. Lu Xingchen sneered. Haha, I thought you'd be more excited. After all, I'm only a couple of years older than you and already in this position, favored by our dad. His tone was full of mockery, as if a wealthy heir was speaking to a commoner. I heard you were kicked out for being addicted to games? Here's a chance for you. Come work for me at the company, and I'll pay you a $10,000 monthly salary. Chen Yin almost laughed. He could easily earn $10,000 by selling a single piece of in-game equipment. The offer was insignificant to him. He couldn't be bothered with this clown and had no interest in family affairs. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now, Chen Yin said. Don't be in such a hurry, little brother, Lu Xingchen quickly added. To be honest, if it weren't for our dad asking me to persuade you, I wouldn't waste my precious time on you. Oh, Chen Yin was a bit surprised. Yesterday, I closed a billion-dollar deal for the company, which made Dad very happy. That's why he wants to give you another chance, to let me guide you, understand? Lu Xingchen boasted. Oh, Chen Yin responded indifferently. You might have some of those extraordinary abilities from the game, right? The company plans to hire a dozen superhumans as security guards. Interested? Lu Xingchen continued. Chen Yin initially didn't want to engage with this clown, but since Lu Xingchen was so eager to boast, he decided to teach him a lesson. What if that billion-dollar deal falls through? Chen Yin suddenly asked. Huh? What are you talking about, little brother? Lu Xingchen laughed, leaning back in his chair, legs comfortably crossed on the desk. The deal is set. The client is coming this afternoon to sign the contract. You think it can just disappear? Wake up. Crying won't get you anywhere. All right then, good luck with your contract signing this afternoon, Chen Yin said and hung up. Chen Yin had been living peacefully on his own, not bothering anyone. But since someone had to stir up trouble, he had no choice but to respond. Chen Yin opened a game group called Shana Yongin Mountains and Rivers Forever Peaceful. The group's mission was May our country remain unscathed, and our homeland forever peaceful. It was a guild Chen Yin had established during the Calamity, with around 1,000 members, all elites. These elites weren't just top-tier gamers, but also leaders in various fields. Billion-dollar CEOs, heirs of Wantong Plaza, live streaming moguls, executives of Fortune 100 companies, and tycoons on the rich list. As the world's top gamer, those who joined his guild were not ordinary people. They were either top players or wealthy patrons. This was Chen Yin's most powerful network, but he rarely spoke in the group. Whenever he did, even a simple ahem, the group would erupt. Wow, Brother Bu spoke. Bu, we've missed you. Bro, what's your level now? Give us a hint. Did you get the first epic gear? Everyone's talking about it. And I bet it's you. Bu, I love you. Any chance we can raid together in real life? Shut up. You think you can waste Bu's time? I'll pay $1 million private jet to pick you up. Just come and hang out for a couple of days? Bro, when are we having a meetup? We're waiting for you to lead us to great things. The admin, Xiao Qi, quickly enabled group silence mode. You guys are so noisy. Can you be quiet for a moment? Xiao Qi, the group admin, was the strongest female swordsman in the game and known in real life as Su Jinyu, the heiress of a Fortune 100 company. Bu, please speak, Xiao Qi said gently. Chen Yin sent a message in the group chat. For the offline meetup, you guys can coordinate with Xiao Qi. I'm too busy. He then added, I have some gear here, Xiao Qi. I'll pass it on to you to distribute to the brothers who need it. Xiao Qi excitedly responded, wow, Brother Yu is so generous. So, Chen Yin distributed all the gear he had previously gathered. The gear wasn't top-notch, but someone always needed it. Most importantly, This act helped win the brothers' loyalty. The group chat immediately buzzed with excitement, praising Chen Nian's generosity. Someone exclaimed, "Brother you're so generous. Thanks for the gear." Ha! Another speculated, "This is amazing. If he's giving away this gear, does that mean Brother you has even better equipment?" Someone bluntly asked, "Isn't that obvious? With Brother Yu's skills, would he really care about these scraps?" After a frenzy of praise, Chen Nian spoke again. "Does anyone have connections in a real estate company? I need some help with something." Hearing that Chen Nian needed help, the group chat exploded. Doing a favor for Chen Nian was seen as a huge opportunity. "Brother Yumi, in the chairman, we have over a dozen branches nationwide. Just let me know if you need anything. My company's business is all tied to real estate. Just give a shout if you need anything, Brother Yu." "Big brother, I work at the Market Supervision Bureau, and my uncle is in tax inspection. Can I help?" Everyone was eager to assist Chen Nian. In the game Calamity, Chen Nian had always been good to his brothers, building strong friendships. Now that the game world and reality were merging, Chen Nian's potential seemed limitless. He might become the strongest in the world soon. Building a good relationship with Chen Nian was like securing a powerful ally. Compared to his network, money was insignificant. Finally, Chen Nian picked someone, Yizu. "Message me privately." Seeing that Chen Nian had chosen someone, the others were disappointed. Someone reluctantly said, "Big brother, if he can't meet your needs, let us try." He immediately responded, "Shut up. I'd give away half my company shares if it means helping Brother Yu." Chen Nian then explained his request to Dai. It was simple. Make sure a $10 billion deal that Nianluan Real Estate was about to close falls through. Dai, brimming with confidence, replied, "That's too easy. They're offering 10 billion. I'll offer 15 billion. I'll send someone to talk to them right away. There's no way those guys in Linhai City will ignore me. If you want, I can even ruin the company." Chen Nian calmly said, "That's not necessary. I owe you one." Dai quickly replied, "It's my duty." That afternoon, in an open-air garden meeting room, Lu Xingchen sat with his legs crossed, waiting for his client. Today, he was negotiating a $10 billion deal, the first major transaction since becoming CEO. If successful, the board would see him in a new light, and more importantly, his father would value him more instead of always thinking about his useless brother. His secretary, wearing a tight skirt, smiled as she approached. "Mr. Lu, would you like some tea?" Lu Xingchen teased. "Next time, wear black stockings. I like them." "Mr. Lu, you're so naughty," she coyly responded. Lu Xingchen playfully slapped her behind, leisurely drinking tea and basking in the sun, feeling on top of the world. He mused, "Spring wind brings joy to the galloping horse. Today, I see all of Chang's flowers." Everyone revolved around him. When there was work, the secretary did it. When there wasn't, well, the secretary was still there. The feeling of being in power was sublime. He thought of his ungrateful brother. If he would come back and work for me, he could have a stable job. Out there, who knows when he might die. But that's fine. When Dad's gone, all the inheritance will be mine. Just then, the client arrived. Lu Xingchen stood up, ready to greet them warmly. The person was a business tycoon, after all, and couldn't be treated lightly. He thought, once the deal was sealed, they could all go for a massage in the evening to strengthen their relationship. But as soon as he stood up, he froze. The esteemed tycoon did not come. Instead, it was just a female secretary. Lu Xingchen frowned and asked, "It's almost 3. Where's your boss?" The secretary apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Lu, my boss sent me to inform you that this deal might not be suitable. Perhaps we can collaborate another time." Lu Xingchen suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. "We had a good video meeting a few days ago. You owe me an explanation." "Well, a competitor offered 15 billion for the project, so naturally, we chose to work with them," the secretary explained. "What?" Lu Xingchen trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Impossible. 15 billion? There's no profit in this project worth that much. Are they crazy? I wouldn't know." "Sorry, Mr. Lu, goodbye." The secretary turned and left. Lu Xingchen stood there for a while, then collapsed into his chair, muttering "impossible" repeatedly. This was like the sky falling for him. "Mr. Lu, calm down." The secretary tried to comfort him, but was roughly shoved away. "Get lost." He was almost in a daze, unable to say another word. Before negotiating this deal, he had signed a bet-in agreement with his father, stating that he would be fully responsible for this project. If successful, he would secure his position as CEO. If he failed, he would have to step down for further training. Lu Xingchen was confident because he had connections on the client's side, giving him a high chance of success. But then, a crazy competitor appeared out of nowhere. Just then, a text message popped up on his phone. It was a simple line. "How's the contract negotiation going?" It was from Chen Nian. This sentence was the final straw, almost causing Lu Xingchen to explode on the spot. "It's him. He's the one behind this." Lu Xingchen muttered, "No way. He's just a gamer. How could he pull this off? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." It must be a coincidence. If I talk to that competitor, there's still a chance to salvage this. Finding out the competitor's identity for a 15 billion project wasn't hard. Lu Xingchen immediately made a call. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? Yes, this is Lu Xingchen from. Not interested. The other party coldly interrupted and hung up. With a crash, Lu Xingchen's phone fell to the ground, and he stood motionless like a statue. The blatant disrespect was like a powerful slap to his face. How's the contract negotiation going? Remembering Chen Nian's message, Lu Xingchen felt a chill run through his body, his heart tightening in fear. Brother Bu, it's done, Di excitedly messaged, his fingers flying across the phone screen. He had just had his company outbid the competition for a project, and he couldn't wait to report back to Chen Nian. Despite being nearly 40, the CEO of this large enterprise was now like a young man in love, waiting eagerly by his phone for a reply. His eyes were glued to the screen, afraid to miss any message. Chen Nian, good. I owe you one, Bu finally replied. Di shuddered with excitement and quickly responded, no need for that, brother. It's my honor to help you. If I remember correctly, your talent is knight? I'll keep an eye out for related items for you. Chen Nian sent another message. Di was overjoyed. Haha, brother, you're too kind. Thanks in advance. Putting down his phone, Di couldn't wait to boast in the group chat. Helping Bu was definitely something to brag about. People in the group started complimenting him. Impressive, Di. From now on, we should call you Brother Goose. Brother Goose, Brother Goose. I'll be your little brother from now on. Guide me. These flattering words greatly satisfied Di's vanity. He thought to himself, these are all future elites. Building a good relationship with Bu means having strong connections. With connections comes power, and in this new era, one can stand firm. Meanwhile, Chen Nian quietly exited the chat. To him, this operation was just a small punishment for Lu Xingchen, not worth mentioning. Only opponents like Yi Hongling could barely catch his attention. But now I have a girlfriend, she shouldn't be able to track me down easily, Chen Nian mused. Just then, an important notification popped up on his phone. All students are to return to school tomorrow, as usual. A new martial arts course for the extraordinary will be offered, with the possibility of official recruitment. Schools resuming operations? Chen Nian thought. Although the game and reality have merged, life order cannot collapse. All industries are recovering rapidly, and the most needed talents in this era are the extraordinary ones. As Chen Nian was contemplating, his phone rang. It was his girlfriend, Chinu. Hello, Chen Nian? Chinu's voice was a bit hesitant. I have to report to Linhai University tomorrow for martial arts training. Can you come with me? Chen Nian was silent for a moment. This coincidence made him suspicious. What about your agency? No one to send you. The agent said, since I have a boyfriend, I should let him pick me up, and we can find a time to announce it on Weibo. Chinu's voice grew smaller, as if she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Sure, Chen Nian answered briefly. Sure what? Chinu suddenly raised her voice. Isn't it your duty to pick up your girlfriend? See you at the Linhai University gate tomorrow. Don't stand me up, or I'll be in big trouble. After hanging up, Chen Nian started preparing for the next day. The next morning, he dressed in a clean, simple outfit, a loose t-shirt with jeans and white sneakers, looking fresh and sunny. Chen Nian didn't drive, but chose to take a taxi. However, he encountered a severe traffic jam on the way. Damn, traffic jam and red lights again. The driver cursed, lighting a cigarette, and turned to Chen Nian. Kid, are you going to Linhai University for recruitment too? Yes, Chen Nian answered simply. The driver shook his head and sighed. I tell you, young people should learn a stable skill. What's the use of all this? My second nephew was into that stuff. Thought he was going to be amazing, but his body was brought back by law enforcers yesterday. Fighting those monsters isn't easy. Young people are just too hot-blooded. Living a stable life is the right way. Chen Nian was silent for a moment, and then said seriously, Sir, there's no such thing as quiet times. Someone has to carry the weight and move forward. Carry the weight? That's not for you kids. The driver was about to continue when suddenly, a horrific scene unfolded on the pedestrian path ahead. A little girl with a backpack was hopping across the street when suddenly, a manhole cover shot into the air like a cannonball. Several dark tentacles emerged from the sewer, instantly wrapping around the girl's limbs and dragging her into the sewer. Ah! Deafening screams erupted on the street as pedestrians scattered in panic. Xiaoko, Xiaoko! The girl's mother screamed frantically, trying to jump into the sewer, but was held back tightly by a passerby. Let me go! My daughter was taken by a monster! Let me go! Don't rush! Don't rush, ma'am! The driver was dumbfounded, clearly terrified by the sudden horror. At that moment, Chen Nian quickly put on a mask, pushed open the car door, and dashed out. He agilely navigated through the panicked crowd and, without hesitation, jumped into the dark sewer. As soon as the driver finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonished cries. A swift figure darted towards the sewer like a flash of lightning and vanished into the darkness in an instant. Before the onlookers could react, the boy had already jumped in. What just happened? A boy jumped in. I saw it with my own eyes. Is he crazy? There are monsters in there. People began to murmur, taking out their phones to record videos of the sewer entrance. Only the mother, who had just lost her daughter, knelt beside it, wailing in despair. Chen Nian had barely entered the dark, damp sewer when he heard a girl's scream from deep within. The monster was fast, dragging the girl further into the depths. Chen Nian knew he couldn't waste any time. He immediately invoked his spell, Void Serpent. Mysterious syllables burst from Chen Nian's mouth. He stepped onto the invisible serpent, using it to swiftly pursue the monster. After about 200 meters, he finally saw the Creaturia, gigantic black octopus. Go! Chen Nian commanded. The void serpent shot forward, a flash of silver light slicing through the air. In just 2 strikes, the octopus's tentacles were severed, and the entangled girl fell to the ground. The octopus, in pain, tried to flee, but Chen Nian wouldn't let it escape. He commanded the void serpent to attack again. In the blink of an eye, the octopus was riddled with holes and died on the spot. With the monster defeated, Chen Nian hurried to the girl's side. She was crying hysterically, covered in injuries and filth. Her pretty dress was soaked in sewage, and her delicate face was smeared with grime. It's okay. Big brother will take you back to your mom. Chen Nian awkwardly comforted her, lifting the girl into his arms and walking back. Listen to me, it's all over now. We'll be out soon, Chen Nian reassured her as he walked, glancing at the time and realizing he might not make it to pick up Chinu. He felt a pang of guilt, but knew that comforting the frightened girl was the priority. His gentle care eventually calmed her down. Thank you, big brother, the girl said, sniffling and looking pitiful. Good girl, Chen Nian replied softly. Soon, they approached the sewer entrance. Chen Nian knew there would be a crowd above, including civilians, law enforcement, and possibly reporters. If he showed himself, he would undoubtedly be reported. That was unacceptable. Appearing on TV would greatly increase the risk of exposing his identity. If his identity was revealed, he would become a global sensation and be considered a threat greater than a nuclear weapon. I'll take you this far. Now run towards the exit, Chen Nian instructed the girl, preparing to slip away in the opposite direction. Above ground, law enforcement officers had arrived and set up a perimeter to keep the crowd back. Reporters had also gathered, eager for a story. Step back, everyone, an officer shouted. A reporter was broadcasting live. According to eyewitnesses, a little girl was dragged into the sewer by a monster. A young man, possibly with extraordinary abilities, went down to rescue her. We are awaiting further updates. Stay tuned. Suddenly, an officer shouted, Look, the child is back. What? Quick, get her out. The girl was swiftly pulled to safety by the officers. Although she was filthy, she seemed unharmed. Xiaoko. Mommy. The mother and daughter embraced tightly, bringing tears to many eyes. The reporters captured this touching moment. It's 9:20 a.m. now. The little girl has been safely rescued and appears uninjured. But where is the good Samaritan who saved her? The reporter continued. The crowd murmured in confusion. Yeah. Where is that young man? Why isn't he here? He should be praised for his bravery. If it weren't for him, this mother and daughter might never have seen each other again. When asked, the little girl honestly said that the big brother had already left. Sweetie, how about you go to the hospital with the doctor for a checkup? The mother gently asked. No, I want to thank him. Mommy always says we should have a grateful heart, the girl stubbornly replied. Everyone was at a loss. How could they thank someone they couldn't find? Then the driver suddenly spoke up. I know. That young man was in my car earlier. He was heading to Linhai University. Hearing this, the reporters' eyes lit up. If they could go straight to Linhai University and find the boy, their exclusive report would surely make headlines. Ma'am, how about we go to Linhai University together? You can thank him, and we can interview him, the reporter suggested. Okay, the mother agreed. Surrounded by reporters, she and her daughter were quickly ushered into a car and sped towards Linhai University. Meanwhile, Chinu stood alone at the entrance of Linhai University, lugging a heavy suitcase. She wore a mask, initially attracting little attention. However, her striking presence was hard to ignore. Dressed in a jasmine-white camisole dress that accentuated her slender figure and fair skin, with wavy hair cascading down her back, she soon drew many admiring glances. Chinu had wanted Chen Nian to pick her up to avoid unwanted attention, but he hadn't shown up on time. Hey, are you here to register too? Need help with your suitcase? A boy offered. No, thank you, Chinu replied, fending off one suitor after another until someone finally recognized her. Isn't she Chinu, the new pop star? No way. She's coming to our university? Awesome. Quick, take a picture. Wow. She's stunning, even with a mask on. The crowd grew, and Chinu felt like an exhibit under the spotlight. She pulled out her phone and called Chen Nian, frustration boiling over. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Umph. Unreliable jerk. Chinu muttered. She had felt guilty after receiving an epic item from Chen Nian last time, so she had prepared a gift for Hyman expensive, custom-signed watch that even her fans couldn't get their hands on. It was in her suitcase. But Chen Nian hadn't even shown up. Well, we are just a nominal couple, Chinu thought ruefully. In the end, the campus security dispersed the crowd and escorted Chinu inside. In the classroom of the first martial arts class, over 100 exceptionally gifted students had gathered, ready to face the upcoming test. Suddenly, a sensational piece of news erupted in the room. Chinu was coming. No way. Is it the Chinu I'm thinking of? The singer who debuted because of her looks? One student exclaimed. Yes, it's her, another responded excitedly. I heard she used to play Calamity, and now she's become an extraordinary being. She's coming to our university for advanced studies. Holy crap. I can't believe we're going to see the goddess of every man's dreams up close. The boys around them were instantly thrilled. However, amidst the cheers, Xiaowen's brows furrowed unconsciously. As the campus queen of Lin University, she had always been the center of attention. Countless boys were infatuated with her, lining up from the cafeteria to the convenience store just to catch a glimpse of her. She maintained a pure and single image, rejecting all suitors while skillfully keeping a group of admirers on the hook, enjoying the superior feeling of being adored by everyone. But now, Qinyu's arrival would undoubtedly shake her status. Just 2 days ago, to gain the extraordinary qualification, Xiaowen had to offer herself to the rich second-generation Sun Jing to obtain the Wind Mage talent card. She originally planned to leverage Sun Jing to climb higher, but now she had to find a way to keep him under control. While Xiaowen was lost in thought, a girl in a white spaghetti-strap dress walked into the classroom. It was Chinu. Her appearance instantly silenced the entire room. The boys' eyes were practically glued to her, unable to look away. Wow, she's even more beautiful than on TV. That figure and skin, she takes great care of herself. Is she really an extraordinary being? No wonder she's the dream girl of countless men. Under Qinyu's dazzling aura, Xiaowen suddenly paled in comparison, like candlelight against the moon, completely overshadowed. What made her grit her teeth even more was that even Sun Jing, who had just been with her, was now looking at Chinu with a drooling expression. Sun Jing eagerly walked towards Chinu, wearing a confident smile. Hi, I'm Sun Jing, and my talent is Beast Master. He believed that mentioning his rare talent would surely attract Chinyu's attention. His family had spent a fortune to get this talent for him, giving him an edge in this new era. With money and talent, where wouldn't he be admired? Since Chinu had come to Lin University, why not pursue her? However, Chinyu's reaction was unexpectedly cold. Oh, she was preoccupied with her old grievances and had no interest in engaging with anyone. Sun Jing felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His face fell slightly, but he forced a smile. By the way, Xiao Yu, today's test instructor is a friend of my dad's. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll handle it for you. No thanks, Chinu replied indifferently. Sun Jing's face darkened as he returned to his seat. This was the first time he had experienced the sting of rejection. Does she think being a celebrity makes her all that? Such a big attitude. I don't believe I can't get you, girl, he thought bitterly. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man strode into the classroom. He wore combat boots, each step heavy as if weighed down. His camouflage short sleeves were stretched tight by his muscular frame, and his face bore 2 vicious scars, clearly someone not to be messed with. This was undoubtedly a true warrior who had battled countless monsters. Quiet, he commanded, and the room fell silent instantly. My name is Jiang Lai, a Qigong master, level 35 first tier. I'll be your test instructor. Level 35? The students couldn't help but gasp. This level was top tier worldwide, indicating that the instructor had hunted numerous monsters to reach such heights. A formidable figure indeed. No matter who you are, if you've decided to enroll in the martial arts class, you better behave. Roll call. Under the stern atmosphere, roll call began. Each student answered cautiously, not daring to meet the instructor's gaze, fearing to anger this fearsome figure. Chen Nian. The room was silent. Chen Nian. The call was repeated, still no response. Everyone realized that Chen Nian was absent. Xiaowen's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking that this sycophant dared to be late and would surely be in big trouble. The instructor slammed his palm on the desk, leaving a dent in the hard surface. Anyone who knows Chen Nian can tell him not to come. Next, when Sun Jing's name was called, the instructor's expression softened noticeably, clearly having been instructed to look after this wealthy scion. Just as the roll call was about to end, a crisp knock sounded from the door. Qinyu's gaze was immediately drawn, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Sorry, I'm late because of something on the way. This apology wasn't directed at the instructor, but at Chinu, expressing regret for standing her up before. As for the instructor, He didn't care at all. However, what greeted him was a thunderous roar. Who allowed you to come in? Get out! The instructor's roar was like a beast's growl, deafening and instantly plunging the entire classroom into a dead silence. All the students shivered in unison, their eyes collectively turning towards the classroom door. Chen Nian stood there, pale-faced and hands slightly trembling. The classmates' eyes were filled with schadenfreude, mentally calculating that this unlucky fellow was in for it. With the newly established martial arts department, the instructor was undoubtedly going to make an example of someone, and it seemed Chen Nian was the first sacrificial lamb. Xiaowen couldn't help but let out a chuckle, thinking that this self-proclaimed gaming expert was still just as useless. She had originally thought that after the games fused with reality, Chen Nian might finally achieve something, but he remained just as disappointing. As the classroom buzzed with an air of gloating, the school's broadcast suddenly interrupted the eerie silence. Announcement. Chen Nian from Martial Arts Class 1 displayed bravery today by rescuing a girl who was captured by a monster. His courage and selflessness are commendable and worth emulating. This is a special commendation. The announcement repeated twice, echoing throughout the campus. The classroom erupted into a flurry of discussions. What? Chen Nian saved someone? Check the trending news. It's true. Someone quickly opened their phone and saw a rapidly rising news story. Girl rescued from monster by brave youth. The news photo showed a masked boy whose silhouette was unmistakably Chen Nian. Chinu's furrowed brows gradually relaxed as he realized. So he was late because he was saving someone. The instructor's face turned sour, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. The principal's voice grew closer. Here we are, the newly established Martial Arts Class 1. The person you are looking for should be right here. That kid is always helpful. Ha! This time you media folks better give him the recognition he deserves. The principal of Linhai University arrived like a whirlwind, followed by a crowd of reporters, the mother and daughter involved in the incident, and even the taxi driver. The driver was the only person who remembered Chen Nian's appearance, and it was from his ride records that Chen Nian's real name was discovered. The principal wore a broad smile, secretly pleased. If the bravery of his student could be covered by the media, it would be excellent publicity for the school, especially since there were reporters from the official news channel present. They were truly honored guests. Everyone, we're here. The principal led the group to the classroom, only to find Chen Nian standing alone at the door. The principal frowned. Why are you standing outside? Why aren't you inside? Principal, I was late, and the instructor wouldn't let me in, Chen Nian explained honestly. The instructor inside the classroom twitched slightly at hearing this. The principal, unaware that this was Chen Nian, immediately darkened his expression. Being punished for tardiness was not a good look, especially in front of so many reporters, bringing shame to the school. At that moment, a sudden exclamation came from behind. The taxi driver pointed excitedly at Chen Nian. That's him. He's the brave young man who helped. The little girl also recognized her savior, timidly saying, "Thank you, big brother." Her mother hurried forward, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, tears shimmering in her eyes. This scene ignited the atmosphere instantly. The reporters could no longer hold back, raising their cameras towards Chen Nian, flashlights flickering incessantly. Chen Nian sighed inwardly. Oh no, looks like I'll have to be on TV now. He quickly adjusted his mindset, deciding to add some cover to protect his no-words identity. The principal's expression did a complete 180, beaming as he patted Chen Nian on the shoulder. So you are Chen Nian? Good, good. Chen Nian, your selfless act of bravery is something all students should learn from. This is exactly the purpose of our Linhai University Martial Arts Department to empower people to help the weak and maintain peace in our community. Today, on behalf of the school, I am awarding Chen Nian a bonus of 50,000 yuan. Thunderous applause erupted, leaving the students in the classroom stunned. Just moments before, some had been gloating over Chen Nian's tardiness, thinking he was being made an example of. Who would have thought the situation would take such a turn, revealing he was late because he was saving someone? Xiaowen watched Chen Nian bask in the praise, feeling incredibly uncomfortable and at a loss for words. She felt a mix of emotions, as Chen Nian had been her ardent pursuer not long ago. Seeing him now in the spotlight, she felt both upset and regretful, annoyed at her own misjudgment. Meanwhile, Chinu's feelings of grievance and sadness dissipated. It turned out Chen Nian wasn't late without reason. He was saving someone. This was a good thing, a righteous act. Chinu fully understood and supported him, feeling a sense of pride, as he was her nominal boyfriend, after all. The reporters swarmed in, starting their questions. The reporter from the official TV channel handed the microphone to Chen Nian. Why did you leave so quickly after saving the person? Chen Nian thought for a moment and then said, I didn't do it for recognition or reward. This was inspired by my girlfriend, who once anonymously donated to disaster relief. The reporters were thrilled. Unlike the usual stammering youths, Chen Nian's answer was meaningful and even referenced his girlfriend, making it a great story. Xiaowen's mind went blank. Girlfriend? Impossible. Chen Nian was chasing me just days ago. How could he have a girlfriend? A reporter followed up. Chen Nian, is your girlfriend a student here? Could we meet her? In the classroom. Chen Yu's heart raced. Chen Nian smiled and said, of course, she's right in the classroom. Everyone's gaze followed Chen Nian's line of sight, all eyes locking onto Chen Yu. Their pupils were filled with disbelief. Chinu is Chen Yin's girlfriend? This news hit the classroom like a bomb. Sun Jing, the rich kid, stared in disbelief, his fists clenching instinctively. He couldn't stand seeing the girl he was interested in being taken by someone else. Chinu, the dream girl of countless men, was actually with some obscure geek? It was more unbelievable than fiction. As everyone stood in shock, Chinu slowly got up and walked out of the classroom. Each step she took felt like a stab to Xiaowen. This girl, who overshadowed her in every way, was walking towards Chen Nian, crushing her pride. No way. How is this possible? Xiaowen muttered, her eyes bloodshot. She couldn't accept that a geek could win Chen Yu's favor. Chen Yu kept her head down, her eyes fixed on her toes. Although she was used to being in the spotlight, she seemed particularly shy at that moment. Chen Yan's sudden confession had caught her off guard. The reporters went wild. Chen Yu. It's really Chen Yu. They could hardly contain their excitement. They had come to interview Chen Nian, but instead, they stumbled upon an even bigger scoop that elusive pop star Chen Yu was already taken. Questions bombarded her like machine gun fire. Miss Chen, when did you start dating? Aren't you worried about how this will affect your career? Does your management know about this? Finally, with the intervention of the school security, the reporters reluctantly left. Chen Nian had achieved his goal. He successfully conveyed that he had a girlfriend, clearing up any misunderstandings with Buyu. But he knew deep down that if the truth were to come out, whether it was Yi Hongling or the little housekeeper Xiao Qi, it would unleash a storm of epic proportions. As soon as the reporters left, the principal strode into the classroom with his hands behind his back and started berating the instructor. I didn't bring you here to cause trouble. You almost ruined a good thing today, you idiot. After scolding the instructor, the principal turned to Chen Yin with a sudden change in tone. Chen, don't worry about what happened today. Focus on preparing for the upcoming tests. Yes, principal. Chen Yin replied calmly, as if the recent chaos had nothing to do with him. Let's head to the field. With this command, over 100 students, including Chen Nian, were gathered on the soccer field, ready to face their first martial arts test. The field was crowded, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. The test had a clear purpose, to assess the students' talents and abilities. The top performers would be recruited by the official law enforcement team, securing a stable government job. Average performers would receive professional guidance, including growth advice, equipment selection, and combat training. Those with poor talent would be left to develop on their own. Chen Yin initially planned to blend in and pretend to have poor talent to seek freedom. However, being photographed by a reporter earlier forced him to change his strategy. He decided to stand out and make a bold move. This was in stark contrast to his usual low-profile approach during crises, but it might actually help conceal his true identity better. Outside the test site, some people were scheming. Sun Jing, a wealthy second-generation student, took the opportunity of a bathroom break to call Instructor Jiang Lai. Instructor Jiang, I hope you can be tough on Chen Yin, maybe even break his limbs, Sun Jing said with a sinister smile. Jiang Lai, having just been scolded by the principal and seething with anger, couldn't help but smile coldly at the suggestion. The school administration placed great importance on this test. Besides the principal and other leaders, several investors in martial arts education also attended. They sat in the audience, dressed in sharp suits and polished shoes. Among them was Lu Xingchen, a familiar face to Chen Nian, wearing sunglasses and a gray suit. Lu Xingchen was once the CEO of Ninluan Real Estate, but was harshly criticized by Chen Nian's father for a mistake. Now he had shifted his focus to talent cultivation and proactively invested in Linda University. When he spotted Chen Nian in the crowd, he almost stood up and shouted. His eyes, hidden behind the sunglasses, were filled with anger, but quickly turned into a sly smile. Mr. Lu, is everything all right? The principal asked with concern. Everything's fine, Lu Xingchen replied, sitting back down and whispering to his secretary. Offer $1 million to bribe that instructor. Make sure he gives my dear brother some special guidance. The test officially began. Jiang Lai took off his jacket, revealing his muscular, scar-covered body, and announced the rules. Groups of 3 will take turns sparring with me. Your performance will be rated from S to E, with S being the highest. The higher the rating, the more likely you are to receive government support and focus training. The students exchanged nervous glances, not expecting to face a level 35 instructor directly. Someone tried to reassure the group, don't worry. The key is to show your abilities. Just do your best. As the grouping started, everyone wanted strong teammates. Chen Nian, due to his earlier heroic act, became the center of attention and was immediately surrounded. Chun, want to team up? I'm a level 15 boxer. Nian, we go way back. Take me with you? Chun, please take me with you. When Chinu announced she was forming a team, a group of eager boys swarmed towards her, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Who wouldn't want to show off in front of a beautiful girl? However, Chinu calmly scanned the crowd and said, "Sorry, I already have a boyfriend, and we'll be teaming up together." This statement was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their enthusiasm. Most of the boys left disappointed, with only two stubbornly muttering things like, "Having a boyfriend is even better." In stark contrast was Xia Wen's situation. Once the school beauty, she now stood alone in the corner like a dandelion stripped of its petals. In terms of looks and figure, she was completely overshadowed by Chinu. As for her skills, although she had obtained a talent profession card through her connection with Sun Jing, she hadn't even had the chance to practice, let alone find anyone willing to team up with her. Xia Wen's gaze involuntarily fell on Chen Nian, her heart a mix of emotions. The once unnoticed nerd was now the center of attention. Meanwhile, she had become a forgotten side character. This stark contrast was hard for her to accept, and she kept questioning herself. Why did it turn out like this? Wasn't he supposed to be just my devoted follower? A hint of regret began to spread in Xia Wen's heart as she imagined what might have happened if she hadn't humiliated Chen Nian and had kept him on a string, giving him small rewards. But she quickly squashed that thought. Habitually swaying her hips, Xia Wen walked towards Sun Jing, putting on a pitiful expression and speaking in a deliberately sweet voice. "Jinga, do you still need people for your team? Can you take me along?" Sun Jing frowned, looking at her coldly. "Do you even qualify? For a rich second generation like him, the women he couldn't get were the most attractive, like Chinu. As for those he'd already had, like Xia Wen, they had lost most of their value." Xia Wen's eyes widened in disbelief as she tightly clutched Sun Jing's sleeve. "You said you would protect me forever." Sun Jing sneered. "I say that to all women in bed." A chorus of snickers erupted around them, with someone whispering, "A scumbag and a gold digger together, better stay away. Don't want to catch any bad luck." Xia Wen felt as if the world was collapsing around her. Memories of Chen Nian's past kindness flashed through her mind, handing her a bottle of water after gym class, running to give her an umbrella on rainy days. In that moment, she realized that the fleeting satisfaction brought by the rich kid paled in comparison to the genuine affection offered by the honest, introverted guy. Standing there, Xia Wen looked around, noticing that most of her classmates had already formed their groups. Her gaze settled on Chen Nian's team, which still had only 2 members. A glimmer of hope sparked in her heart. Could the last spot be reserved for her? Even with a new girlfriend, he wouldn't be so heartless to his former devoted admirer, would he? Just as Xia Wen was lost in her thoughts, Chen Nian walked towards her. Her heart raced, and she even prepared a welcoming smile, ready to accept his invitation. However, Chen Nian walked past her, heading straight to the instructor. "Instructor, our group of 2 is enough," Chen Nian said, his words striking Xia Wen like a hammer, shattering her last hope. Xia Wen was almost faint with rage. Would Chen Nian rather have one less person than invite her? She mentally cursed him with every word she could think of, but it couldn't change the fact that she had been abandoned. Zhang Lai nodded with a smile. All right. He had planned to challenge Chen Nian anyway, so he wasn't about to refuse the offer of a 2-person challenge. The other students were stunned. To them, Chen Nian's actions seemed arrogant and disrespectful to the instructor. They predicted he would face severe consequences. Chinu also thought Chen Nian was being reckless and couldn't help but ask, "Chen Nian, are you sure it's just the 2 of us?" "Of course," Chen Nian replied calmly. Chinu wrinkled her nose and teased, "Then you better perform well later, or you'll be the one being carried." This playful banter made the other boys envious, all lamenting Chen Nian's good fortune. As the teams finished forming, a well-dressed enforcement squad marched onto the field. Leading them was a striking female officer, wearing black boots and a neat ponytail, her sleeves casually rolled up. She strode to the spectator area, pulled out a chair without hesitation, and sat down, crossing her legs. The other officers stood in formation behind her. "Wow, it's Li Yunwei!" The students recognized her, their shock comparable to seeing Chinu. Someone whispered that Li Yunwei was the strongest enforcer in Linhai City, nearly at level 40, surpassing the instructor. Her presence electrified everyone, who resolved to put on their best performance. The test officially began. The first trio, which included a level 20 expert, went first. Zhang Lai dodged their attacks for 30 seconds using his agility, then knocked them back several meters with a single powerful punch. Chen Nian immediately recognized it as a Qi master's signature move. The second group took the stage, given 30 seconds to showcase their skills before Zhang Lai sent them flying as well. This display instilled fear in all the students, especially the girls, who dreaded being so humiliated. About 20 groups took their turns. most receiving level or lower evaluations. Only 3 achieved a level, and none reached level. Xiaowen also couldn't escape defeat, struck down mercilessly by the instructor. Only Sun Jing stood out, exchanging dozens of blows with the instructor before losing and earning an A-level rating. The students praised him, and Sun Jing couldn't help but glance at Li Yunwei, hoping for acknowledgement. However, she merely sipped her tea, unimpressed. The principal couldn't help but ask, Group Leader Li Sun Jing has great potential. Are you interested in mentoring him? Not interested, Li Yunwei replied coolly, setting down her teacup. She had easily seen through the instructor's deliberate leniency, finding such talent unworthy of her attention. Where's the boy who showed bravery today? Li Yunwei inquired. Do you mean Chen Nian, Group Leader Li? He's about to go on. The principal pointed to the center of the field. Chen Nian and Chinu, the only two-person team, finally stood before Jiang Lai. The instructor cracked his knuckles, clearly eager for this moment. The earlier matches had been mere warm-ups. His true skills were yet to be revealed. Sun Jing and Xiaowen watched Chen Nian intently, each with their own thoughts. In the investors' seats, Lu Xingchen removed his sunglasses, focusing on the field. Little brother, you better do well and not disappoint me, he murmured to himself. At that moment, all eyes were on Chen Nian, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this showdown. The test for Chen Nian and Chinu officially began. As per tradition, instructor Jiang Lai gave them 30 seconds to showcase their abilities. On the training ground, Chinu's heart raced. Despite being one of the top trainees, she couldn't help but worry about Chen Nian. She sensed that the instructor seemed to harbor some animosity towards him. Jiang Lai signaled them to start with a casual wave. He secretly planned how to use his powerful qi to incapacitate the boy. Chinu was the first to strike, her innate talent as an archer enhanced by her epic firebow. Arrows whizzed through the air, but Jiang Lai easily dodged, mildly surprised by their power. Gritting her teeth, Chinu continued her assault, moving with the agility of a leopard across the training ground. Stream after stream of glowing arrows flew out, and she was grateful for her athletic gear, which allowed her such freedom of movement. The surrounding trainees marveled at her skill, speculating about her level. However, Chen Nian's behavior was even more perplexing. During the precious 30 seconds, he didn't move at all. Some mocked him for showing off, while others worried he might end up as a laughingstock. Sun Jing shook his head with a smile, saying, hope he doesn't get eliminated without doing anything. After all, he's the hero of our university. Chen Nian's calm demeanor made Lu Xingchen uneasy, reminding him of the $10 billion project Chen Nian had taken from him earlier. Lu clenched his fists instinctively. Li Yunwei, on the other hand, watched Chen Nian with keen interest, eager to see his performance. Chinu was both anxious and angry. She had planned to coordinate her attacks with Chen Nian, but he chose to remain still. She wondered if he was too arrogant, thinking he could face the instructor heat-in. Time was up. Jiang Lai effortlessly caught an incoming arrow and crushed it. He grinned. Now it's my turn. Before the words even left his mouth, terrifying qi gathered in his fingers, whipping up dust and creating a fierce wind. Jiang Lai prepared to unleash his full power, driven by 3 motives. His disdain for Chen Nian, Sun Jing's desire to see Chen Nian punished, and a hefty sum from a shareholder to cripple Chen Nian. With these motivations, he was determined to achieve his goal with one blow. Li Yunwei sensed the energy in this punch far exceeded anything before, but as a bystander, she had no reason to intervene. Chen Yu's face turned pale, and she hastily raised her arms to brace for impact. Chen Nian also felt the extraordinary force of Jiang Lai's punch. He glanced back at the VIP seats, noticing Lu Xingchen's faint smile, and understood the situation. Boom! The terrifying qi exploded midair, sending a deafening gale towards Chen Nian and Chinu indiscriminately. Chen Nian muttered, word spirit phantom serpent. An invisible serpent shot out, encircling Chinu. As for himself, his high level and excellent defensive gear allowed him to withstand the attack. When the dust settled, everyone was wide-eyed. Chen Nian and Chinu were still standing, not having moved an inch. Sun Jing and Lu Xingchen were stunned, unable to comprehend how Chen Nian remained unscathed. Li Yunwei exclaimed, amazing, recognizing that Chen Nian had withstood the powerful qi punch on his own. The most shocked was Jiang Lai himself. He knew he had used his full strength, enough to knock them both flying and cause internal injuries. How did they withstand it? Before Chinu could speak, Chen Nian shot forward like the wind, delivering a simple, yet powerful punch to the instructor's face. Jiang Lai quickly raised his arm to block, but felt excruciating pain as his bones shattered upon contact. The punch landed squarely on his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. With one punch, Jiang Lai was knocked out, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Gasps filled the air as everyone stood in shock. Who could have imagined Chen Nian would knock out the instructor with a single blow? Those who had thought Chen Nian was merely posturing now realized he had simply disregarded the 30 seconds of attack time. Chinu stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Chen Nian's punch knocked the instructor out cold, leaving the entire room in stunned silence. The sudden turn of events made everyone widen their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the instructor lying motionless on the ground. The air seemed to freeze, with only Chen Nian standing firm, his fists still clenched. Principal Zhang stood there, mouth agape, as if turned to stone. He subconsciously smacked his lips and murmured, "Our Lin University has produced a genius, a real genius." Li Yunwei sprang to her feet, clapping excitedly. Her eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. This student not only earned her admiration, but also left her utterly shocked. Beating up that unruly instructor brought her a secret sense of satisfaction. The judges unanimously shouted, "Chen Nian, S-class! S-class!" There was no dissent. He unquestionably deserved the S-class rating. Chinu excitedly ran over to Chen Nian, her eyes filled with pride and joy. She softly asked, "Chen Nian, you're amazing, but don't you think you were a bit too harsh?" Chen Nian calmly replied, "No." He knew well that the instructor had intended to cripple him, and even killing him wouldn't have been excessive. The surrounding students erupted in deafening cheers. They swarmed around Chen Nian, shouting, "Chen Nian, you're awesome. Bro, you're incredible. Brother Nian, you're so powerful. I'll be your follower from now on." The shouts echoed one after another. Meanwhile, medical personnel rushed in to carry away the unconscious instructor. This scene further highlighted Chen Nian's strength, filling the onlookers with awe. Xiaowen stood on the outskirts of the crowd, her expression complex. She covered her mouth, feeling a lump in her throat, and her pupils trembled. Thinking about how this now celebrated boy had once pursued her made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Agitated, she yanked out a few strands of hair, filled with regret and resentment. Sun Jing and Lu Xingchen looked even worse. Lu Xingchen's face was ashen, and he remained silent. He never imagined that Chen Nian would be so powerful, even defeating an instructor. This incident not only failed to bring Chen Nian down, but also skyrocketed his fame. Lu Xingchen suddenly stood up to leave. The principal hurriedly asked, "Mr. Lu, we haven't finalized the investment. Why are you in such a rush to go?" Lu Xingchen coldly replied, "Sorry, but I'm no longer interested in this project." At that moment, Chen Nian shouted, "Mr. Lu, aren't you leaving a bit too hastily? How about we discuss why that instructor suddenly went all out?" He turned to Li Yunwei from the enforcement team. "What do you think, Captain Li?" Li Yunwei strode over, nodding with a smile. Indeed, there was such an incident. That person suddenly went all out. If it weren't for Chen Nian's exceptional skills, he could have been seriously injured. The principal and others looked surprised, whispering among themselves. Lu Xingchen was visibly flustered, fearing the truth would come out. Taking the opportunity, Chen Nian suggested, "Considering nothing major happened, how about Mr. Lu donating 10 million to our school, and we won't pursue this matter further?" Lu Xingchen's eyes widened in anger. But Chen Nian continued, "What's wrong, Mr. Lu? 10 million shouldn't be much compared to your billions, right?" This statement hit Lu Xingchen's weak spot. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll donate 10 million. With that, he stormed off the scene. The principal was overjoyed, as if a huge fortune had fallen from the sky. Not only had the school's image been boosted by Chen Nian, but they also unexpectedly secured a 10 million investment. Li Yunwei took the chance to extend an olive branch to Chen Nian. "Brother Chen, would you be interested in working with us? We offer excellent benefits and will fully support your development." Everyone held their breath, waiting for Chen Nian's response. However, his reply was unexpected. "I could take a nominal position and report in when I have time." Li Yunwei laughed heartily. "Smart kid. All right, we'll make an exception for you." With that, she left with her team. Chen Nian had achieved his goal. Since he couldn't avoid fame, he decided to embrace it fully. Being known as a heroic youth, a genius at Linhai University, and Chinu's boyfriend would make it impossible for his old acquaintances to suspect he was the elusive Buyu. As his strength continued to return, Chen Nian planned his next steps. He decided to continue leveling up in the wild. He didn't need the school's nurturing. In his mind, no one could teach him because he was the strongest. Chen Nian stood amidst the crowd, a faint smile on his face. His goal had been achieved, and there was no need to waste any more time here. "I'm just a nominal member of the academy. I won't be joining the training sessions," he calmly announced. The students around him looked disappointed upon hearing this. They sighed inwardly, thinking it was a pity they couldn't rely on him. Yet, they also found it reasonable. How could a genius like Chen Nian waste his time training with him? It would only be a waste of his talent. The principal had no objections. Chen Nian had already brought immense honor to Lin University. Even just having his name on the roster was a great honor for the school. He enthusiastically said, Chen, if you need anything, just let us know. The Academy will do its best to accommodate you. After the test ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chen Nian finally found Chinu, who had been waiting for him. Sorry, I couldn't pick you up on time today, Chen Nian said apologetically. Chinu quickly waved her hand. It's okay. You were saving someone. That's the right thing to do. She nervously took out a delicate watch from her backpack. This is for you. Even though we're just nominally a couple, we should still keep up appearances, she added with a hint of pride. Chen Yen felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't like accepting gifts without giving something in return. So, he took out an elemental archer talent card from his bag and handed it to Chinu. Thank you. I don't have much to give in return, but take this. Chinu's eyes sparkled with joy as she accepted the card. This is an elemental archer talent card? She could hardly believe the treasure in her hand. This meant she could advance from an ordinary archer to a rare class, significantly boosting her abilities. Such rare talent cards were priceless on the market. Chinu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to express her gratitude. Chen Yin teased. Want to thank me? Come on, give me a kiss. He tilted his face towards her. Kiss you? But Chinu was flustered, her face turning visibly red. Didn't you say we should keep up appearances? Chun Yin laughed. Then, I'll kiss you next time. Chinu stammered. Why wait until next time? Because if I kiss you now, it feels like I'm being bribed, and that's not right. So, you want to kiss me sincerely? In your dreams. Chinu huffed. Just then, Chen Yan's social media notification chimed. It was a message from Xiao Qi. Brother Buyu, we've decided to hold an offline meeting in Shanghai in 2 days to discuss how to counter the Blood Moon Calamity. Chen Yin frowned. The Blood Moon Calamity was the game's first major disaster that repeatedly slaughtered all players. If they didn't prepare in advance, it could bring unprecedented disaster to humanity. As the strongest player guild in the Dragon Country, Shani Yongan had a duty to quickly formulate a strategy. Got it, Chen Yin replied briefly. Xiao Qi sent another message. Brother Bu, will you come? You know I don't like showing up in public. Chen Yin declined. But you're our backbone. If you don't come, I'm afraid some people won't be convinced. Xiao Qi continued to persuade. Besides, can't Xiao Qi want to see you too? It's my birthday in 2 days. Chen Yin was silent for a moment, then replied, Happy birthday in advance. You're so annoying. Xiao Qi pouted. After thinking it over, Chen Yin bought a plane ticket to Shanghai for the day after tomorrow. He could go, but he couldn't let Xiao Qi know. He had to go secretly. Most members of Shan, He Yong'an were powerful, influential, or incredibly wealthy. If they met, there would inevitably be clashes. If he didn't go, Xiao Qi alone might not be able to handle it, even though she was the daughter of a top global corporation and the strongest female swordsman in the game. Chen Yin began to think about what birthday gift to get for Xiao Qi. His plan was set. Level up in the wild first, then fly to Shanghai for the offline meeting. Meanwhile, at Qin Yu's agency, a group of executives was racking their brains over how to handle Qin Yu's relationship publicly. Qin Yu is our rising star, a huge cash cow. If she has a boyfriend, especially an unknown one, we'll lose a lot of fans and her earning potential will drop significantly, one executive said worriedly. Yes, Xiao Yu is being so reckless. How could she get a boyfriend? If it were a fellow celebrity, we could create some buzz, but he's just an unknown person, another added. What was her manager thinking? Not stopping her from dating? Little did they know, Qin Yu's manager, the chubby guy, was one of the few who knew Chen Yin's true identity. He had been actively encouraging the relationship between Qin Yu and Chen Yin, doing everything he could to help them along. If we don't announce it ourselves and let the fans discover it, it'll become a bigger issue, someone reminded. The meeting room fell silent as everyone racked their brains for a solution. Sigh. These young actresses really don't know their limits. In the midst of their heated discussion, an excited shout interrupted them. Hey, check out the news! Everyone turned their heads in confusion. What news? Qin Yu's boyfriend has been exposed. He's the guy who heroically saved a girl before, the person exclaimed, rapidly scrolling through their phone. What? The others crowded around in surprise. Not only that, the person continued, he's a genius from Linhai University. They say he knocked out the drill instructor with a single punch during military training. No way. That sounds totally made up, someone couldn't help but comment. Everyone quickly pulled out their phones and started browsing the news. To their astonishment, everything they had just heard was true. Qin Yu's boyfriend, named Chen Yin, not only bravely saved a girl from danger, but also received official commendation for his actions. His performance in the entrance exams at Linhai University was exceptional, earning him the title of a prodigy. What's more, Chen Yin was incredibly good-looking. With a little grooming, he could easily rival the most popular young stars. Oh my god, this is amazing, someone shouted excitedly. Make it official, and make sure to include a photo of the two of them. Huh, this is a blessing, another person chimed in. Everyone realized that Chen Yin, with his impressive credentials and positive public image, would be warmly accepted by fans if his relationship with Chinu was revealed. Some might even start shipping them as a couple. Who would have thought Chinu's boyfriend would be such a catch? She's really hit the jackpot, someone remarked. Quick, by trending spots, let's push this to the top. Thus, Chinu's relationship was officially announced. As expected, fans flooded in with congratulations, filling the comment section with well wishes. It's great that Chinu found such a good boyfriend. Yeah, and he's a hero who didn't even leave his name. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. I'm tearing up. Chinu, you found a good man? You must be happy. When's the next concert? I'll buy all the tickets. Chinu and Chen Nian's story quickly became a widely talked about feel-good tale. When Chinu saw the countless blessings from her fans, she felt a surge of inexplicable joy and pride. Quietly, she logged into a small, anonymous account and left a comment under the official announcement. Chinu is a great woman. Chen Nian, you better cherish her. After posting, she couldn't help but like her own comment, a smile spreading across her face. Chen Nian had been grinding hard in the wilderness, and before he knew it, he had reached level 50. Although he wasn't the fastest, he had the ability to take down higher-level monsters, and he didn't think much of it. After a night of rest to recover, he donned a low-key outfit, put on a mask, and boarded a plane to Luching. Just as the flight took off, a system notification popped up. The highest level player in the area has surpassed level 70, and the world boss has spawned. Defeating the world boss will unlock the Calamity summon feature, valid for 1 day. Chen Nian was slightly surprised, thinking about how fast players in Linhai City were leveling up. He gazed out the window at the receding city and murmured to himself, I hope you all can handle the world boss before I get back. If they couldn't defeat it in time, not only would they lose the Calamity summon feature, but the Blood Moon Calamity would also descend prematurely, threatening to destroy all of Linhai City. Meanwhile, Linhai City was thrown into chaos. Everyone received the news about the world boss, and the official enforcement agencies immediately sprang into action. They deployed all available drones to locate the boss and issued a recruitment notice to gather high-level players for the raid. Li Yunwei, with a grave expression, explained the dire consequences of the Blood Moon Calamity, arriving early to his colleagues. In less than half an hour, the world boss's location was discovered. A massive, pitch-black sphere had appeared in the wilderness south of Linhai City. Li Yunwei promptly ordered the gathered volunteers to be dispatched to the target location to begin the raid. By this time, Chen Nian had already arrived in Luching. Despite his phone being bombarded with calls, including an urgent summons from Li Yunwei, he simply replied that he couldn't make it back, thinking that a world boss shouldn't require his intervention. As night fell, Luching was bathed in neon lights. Chen Nian, dressed in a black hoodie and jeans with a mask on, boarded a luxurious yacht that had been reserved by Xiao Qi. The guild's first offline meeting was to be held there. In the opulent central hall, a diverse crowd began to gather. There were businessmen in suits, stylish and affluent young men, students, and even middle-aged uncles. Chen Nian knew that these seemingly ordinary people were actually influential figures capable of impacting the world. As people recognized each other, a series of unexpected situations unfolded. The stark difference between photos and reality led to a chorus of exclamations and playful banter. Amidst the lively chatter, a soft, adorable voice came through the speakers. Welcome, everyone, to Luching. Instantly, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to the central stage. A young girl stepped out gracefully. A young girl walked to the center of the stage, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She wore a black evening gown that exuded elegance and grace. Her silky, glossy long hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, and her bright, lively eyes sparkled like stars. Her delicate features outlined a perfect face, eliciting gasps of admiration from the audience. Is that Xiao Qi? Someone exclaimed from the crowd. Oh my gosh, Xiao Qi is stunning. Her beauty puts all those female celebrities to shame. Who would have thought this young and beautiful girl is the most powerful female sword master in the game? Chen Nian stood quietly in the corner, observing the mesmerizing girl on stage with a sense of awe. Although Xiao Qi sent him selfies every day, seeing her in person was even more breathtaking. He silently marveled. She truly is a captivating beauty. At that moment, someone in the audience shouted, Who gave you the right to call her Xiao Qi? That's Brother Buyu's exclusive nickname for her. The girl smiled slightly and gracefully spoke. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My game ID is Qin, and my real name is Su Jinyu. I am the organizer of this offline gathering. The reason I have brought everyone here from far and wide is to discuss our strategy for the upcoming Blood Moon Calamity in 20 days. Chen Nian nodded slightly, thinking, this girl is quite capable, getting straight to the point with just a few words. However, objections quickly arose from the crowd. With the Blood Moon Calamity approaching, shouldn't we be leveling up faster instead of wasting time on a gathering? Exactly, just the travel time alone is a huge waste. We could have been leveling up instead. Murmurs of dissent spread through the crowd. Sensing the situation getting out of control, Su Jinyu raised her voice. Quiet everyone. The world is facing a great crisis, and as the strongest guild, we must enhance our cohesion for future battles. Going solo won't work against the Calamity. Not everyone is Brother Buyu. She intended to leverage Buyu's reputation to calm the crowd, but instead sparked greater discontent. A stylish man with earrings and a tattoo on his neck stepped forward. His name was Gu Xiao, the son of a wealthy oil tycoon. Gu Xiao sneered. Little girl, can you stop mentioning Brother Buyu all the time? If this gathering is so important, why didn't he show up? What's the point of bringing him up? Gu Xiao's words ignited the simmering dissatisfaction among the crowd. Some were even bribed by him, hoping to elevate his status within the guild by undermining Buyu. Buyu has always kept his personal information tightly guarded. Doesn't that mean he doesn't see us as brothers? Yeah, why else would he never show his face? Maybe he's secretly leveling up right now, leaving all the trouble to us. Though some, including Xiao Qi, spoke up for Buyu, the noise from hundreds of people was overwhelming. The situation was on the brink of chaos. Desperate, Su Jinyu resorted to her ability sword mastery. Her innate talent, Sword Immortal, was the strongest among sword skills. Silence, she commanded sternly. However, this only fueled more resentment. What? Are you going to use force to suppress us now? Calling you Sister Qi is out of respect. We're all at similar levels now. Do you really think you're invincible? Gu Xiao taunted again. Su Jinyu, I heard it's your birthday today? You've liked Buyu for so long, yet he won't even come to see you on your birthday. You handle all his affairs. But are you really okay with that? Su Jinyu's eyes trembled at his words. The hovering sword shadows above her head slowly disappeared, and her eyes filled with desolation as she lowered her head. She recalled the moment when Buyu declined her invitation, leaving her with an empty feeling inside. Just then, darkness spread from the corner of the hall, rapidly engulfing the entire room. The grand hall turned pitch black in an instant, all lights swallowed by the abyss. Everyone fell silent, feeling an overwhelming pressure as if a scythe was hovering over their necks, ready to claim their lives. It's him. He's here, someone stammered, collapsing to the ground in fear. Word Spirit Reaper. Clear footsteps echoed through the darkness, approaching steadily. Su Jinyu's heart raced, filled with intense joy. A nonchalant voice reverberated through the hall. Why so quiet, everyone? No one dared to respond. The oppressive aura from the word Spirit Reaper was terrifying, and they could sense Buyu's foul mood. No one wanted to provoke him. Not even Gu Xiao, who had been the loudest critic, now stood silent, barely breathing. Next time, you can try to see if you can survive the Reaper's domain. A blatant threat from the world's strongest player, Buyu. Cold sweat broke out among the crowd. The 30 seconds of darkness felt like an eternity to those present. When the light returned, the hall's grandeur was restored, but Chen Nian had already left. Those 30 seconds felt longer than a century to the crowd. That was terrifying. Many people collapsed, unable to stand. Buyu has acquired the Reaper. Is he even human? I remember that was an extremely high-risk word spirit he got in the late game. Gu Xiao's hair was drenched in sweat. I thought with the new era, Buyu might not be the strongest anymore. How naive of me. Next to Gu Xiao, a man patted his shoulder. Brother, if Buyu wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Gu Xiao slumped to the ground, his aristocratic demeanor completely gone. Meanwhile, Su Jinyu was overjoyed, her heart filled with happiness and satisfaction. She thought to herself, Brother Buyu still cares about me. This is the first time anyone has seen him in the real world. He came here just for me. The thought made her so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. Sister Qi, shall we continue with the discussion? We'll follow your lead, someone cautiously suggested from the audience. Chen Nian didn't leave the meeting room, but continued to stay in an inconspicuous corner. This time, the attitude of everyone had undergone a dramatic change. Every time Su Jinyu spoke, they echoed her words like sycophants, fearing even the slightest hint of disrespect. Let's settle it this way. Before the Blood Moon catastrophe arrives, we'll establish teleportation arrays between major cities to facilitate mutual support. Let's face this crisis together and protect our homes. Meeting adjourned, Su Jinyu announced. There's a lavish banquet arranged in the hall. Everyone, feel free to enjoy. After everything was arranged, Su Jinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring the others, she hurried outside to look for her brother Buyu. She searched through the 3-deck ship and the deck, but couldn't find him anywhere. Shortly after, the cruise ship docked, marking the end of the first offline gathering. Everyone returned to their respective cities to prepare for the Blood Moon catastrophe. The night in Luzhou was like a piece of deep blue velvet, dotted with twinkling lights. Su Jinyu walked alone on the bustling streets, her black dress accentuating her elegant figure. She looked like a princess escaping from a nightclub, attracting countless glances from passersby. Today was her birthday, and she felt it was the most special day of her life. She secretly hoped that one day she could truly meet her brother Buyu. Suddenly, a person in a Rilakkuma costume blocked her path. The furry bear walked towards her, holding something in its hand. For me? Su Jinyu asked, pointing at herself in confusion. The Rilakkuma nodded and pointed behind, as if to indicate that someone had sent it. Su Jinyu took the card, her heart pounding with excitement as she slowly opened it. Inside it read, "Happy birthday, Xiaoqi." In an instant, the surrounding area erupted with the deafening sound of fireworks. Colorful bursts lit up the night sky. Su Jinyu clutched the card, her eyes glistening with tears. "Brother Buyu, I knew you were the best," she murmured to herself. As the Rilakkuma turned to leave, Su Jinyu suddenly lunged forward and grabbed its arm. "Buyu, your brother Buyu, aren't you? Why won't you speak? Say something. I heard your voice earlier, and it's ingrained in my mind. Go on, speak if you dare." Chen Nian, the person in the Rilakkuma costume, didn't dare to make a sound. He regretted his earlier theatrics. To his surprise, Su Jinyu didn't forcefully remove the costume. Instead, she held onto the bear's arm and said with a grin, "Don't worry, brother Buyu, I won't force you to come out. But you have to spend my birthday with me tonight. If you don't speak, I'll take it as a yes." Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. A beautiful girl in a black dress walked around the streets with a giant Rilakkuma. Su Jinyu was as happy as a child, while Chen Nian sighed helplessly and followed along. They wandered until late at night. Finally, Su Jinyu grew tired and pulled Chen Nian to sit by the roadside and chat. As they talked, she leaned against the Rilakkuma and fell asleep. At 2 a.m., the streets were quiet, and the scene of a girl and a bear sitting together was both heartwarming and slightly odd. Chen Nian checked the time and remembered that the world boss in Linhai City would appear in the morning. There had been no successful raid notifications yet. He decided to stay with the girl a bit longer and return in the morning. At 5 a.m., Chen Nian removed the Rilakkuma costume and contacted a wealthy local woman in Luzhou to come and pick up Xiaoqi. He quietly left considering the urgency and decided to contact a guild member who owned an airline to borrow a private jet to return to Linhai City. As soon as Chen Nian left, Su Jinyu immediately opened her eyes. She had never truly fallen asleep, but had pretended for 3 hours to make Chen Nian lower his guard. She quickly called to request surveillance footage from the surrounding area, determined to uncover Chen Nian's true identity. Meanwhile, Linhai City was bustling with preparations to recruit elite fighters to raid the world boss. The plains were filled with extraordinary individuals: knights, swordsmen, elemental mages, archers, rangers, and those with unique talents. Before them stood the enormous black barrier of the world boss, with only one entrance. The number 1,000 on the light gate decreased as people entered, indicating only 1,000 could go in. When they saw the world boss, the Tuashan demon turtle, everyone's scalp tingled. This colossal beast, a level 91st tier monster, was about 100 meters long, with a gray-black shell carrying a towering mountain. People felt as insignificant as ants, powerless to fight it. Can we really defeat this monster? It's enormous, way too enormous. I feel like my attacks wouldn't even scratch it. As the main force assembled, the raid began. Inside the barrier, countless extraordinary individuals launched attacks on the Tuashan demon turtle, filling the air with dazzling lights. However, whether using swords, spears, or magic, they couldn't inflict significant damage on the world boss. It didn't even poke its head out, staying in its shell as if asleep. After 2 hours of relentless assault, there was still no progress. Seriously, how do we fight this thing? We've been attacking for so long, and it hasn't even flinched. We can't break through its defenses. We have to keep trying. If we don't defeat the world boss within the time limit, the Blood Moon catastrophe will arrive early in our region. In Linhai City, the first world boss raid had reached a stalemate. Li Yunwei stood at the scene, bearing the heavy responsibility of leading the assault. She looked around and sighed inwardly. The second and third-tier fighters around her, mostly levels 20 to 60, were no match for the powerful world boss. None of the top-tier players, those between levels 60 and 70, had shown up. Just then, a subordinate rushed over to report. "Captain Li, we found out. The person who triggered the world boss is Chu Long, the first player in Linhai City to reach level 70. Where is he? Why isn't he here to help?" Li Yunwei asked with a frown. "We've contacted him," the subordinate said helplessly. "He insists that you go invite him personally." Li Yunwei scoffed. "What arrogance." She then asked, "I heard Chu Long is the leader of a guild full of high-level elites. Why aren't they here either?" After receiving a confirming nod, Li Yunwei swiftly put on her jacket. "Let's go meet them." In a dimly lit underground pool hall, about a dozen young people were leisurely playing billiards. They were dressed fashionably, some smoking, others showing off tattoos, with empty bottles scattered on the floor. The TV was showing live footage of the world boss assault. A man with red hair and a leather jacket sneered. They think they could defeat the world boss? What a bunch of trash. Low-level nobodies without a clue. This delinquent-looking man was Chu Long, the highest-level player in Linhai City and the one responsible for triggering the world boss. Someone asked cautiously, "Boss Chu, aren't we going to help? If the blood moon calamity hits, we'll be affected too." Chu Long, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, dismissed the concern. "What's the rush? Let those officials come beg us. We can name our terms then. We're not the ones who should be worried." Just then, the door to the pool hall swung open. A tall, commanding woman strode in, her military boots clacking against the floor. Behind her stood 2 rows of uniformed enforcers, quietly guarding the entrance. Li Yunwei casually picked up a cue stick and effortlessly sank the last ball on the table. She scanned the room with a steely gaze. "Who's Chu Long?" "That's me," Chu Long replied lazily. Li Yunwei got straight to the point. "Li Yunwei, commander of the World Boss Assault Team. I'm here to invite you to join the fight." Chu Long feigned a complaint. "Oh, but we've been grinding hard for days, and we're exhausted." Then he shifted his tone. "What's in it for us?" 100 million, Li Yunwei stated decisively. "Your entire guild can join me in the battle." "Deal," Chu Long grinned. Li Yunwei didn't want to waste any more words. To her, time was money. Problems that could be solved with money weren't real problems. If the world boss couldn't be dealt with, it would spell disaster for Linhai City. Soon, Chu Long gathered his guild members and arrived at the world boss area by special transport. At that moment, over 800 fighters were still battling within the barrier, but they were exhausted, while the gigantic turtle remained unscathed. "Move aside, rookies!" Chu Long yelled, his eyes locked on the mountain-like turtle. "A world boss I've never seen before? Let me crack its shell." Before he finished speaking, lightning flashed at Chu Long's feet as he slowly levitated. Purple lightning coiled around him, radiating an aura of destruction, causing those nearby to step back. "He's a thunder mage," someone exclaimed. "No wonder he leveled up so fast." Thunder mages have top-tier area effect damage. Ignoring the commotion below, Chu Long raised his staff, aiming at the giant turtle. "Based on my guess, its weak point is on the mountain on its back. If we smash that mountain, it should come out of its shell." With a deafening roar, a thick bolt of purple lightning shot out, striking the mountain. The ground shook violently amidst the thunderous explosion. However, Chu Long's smile quickly faded. His most powerful lightning spell had only chipped away at the mountain, failing to break it. "Impossible," Chu Long murmured in disbelief. "Its defense is that strong?" As the highest level player present, even Chu Long couldn't fully penetrate the turtle's defense, which explained why everyone else's efforts were in vain. Li Yunwei's expression grew increasingly grave. Even he's not enough, Li Yunwei thought. This is going to be tough. Are there no stronger fighters in all of Linhai City? Chinu was also on the scene. She had already gone in for one round of attacks, but even with epic gear, she couldn't significantly damage the boss and had to retreat. "Xiaoyu, have you reached Chen Nian yet?" Deng Rongrong asked urgently. He was Chen Yu's gaming friend, and one of the few who knew Chen Nian's true identity. "No, I can't reach him," Chen Yu replied impatiently. "Why do you keep asking me to contact him?" Deng Rongrong thought, if we can't rely on him, who else can we rely on? The entire Linhai City is counting on him. He's the no-speech master. With him, we might stand a chance against this world boss. Everyone else is just wasting their efforts. Chen Yu was skeptical. "I know Chen Nian is strong, but even that level 70 guy couldn't do anything. What makes you think Chen Nian can? Besides, he might already be fighting in there." Deng Rongrong shook his head immediately. "No way. If no speech were in there, do you think that turtle would still be intact?" "You're kidding me?" "Hey Deng," Chen Yu snapped. "Chen Nian is my boyfriend, not yours. How do you know him better than I do?" Just saying." Deng Rongrong laughed awkwardly. Time kept slipping away. The extraordinary fighters of Linhai City fought through the night, but still couldn't break the mountain on the turtle's back. As the sun began to rise, despair gripped the hearts of many, especially those facing the true calamity. "We're doomed! We're really doomed!" someone shouted in panic. The world boss assault failed. "The blood moon calamity will come sooner, and we'll all die." "I'm out," another person said frantically. "I'm getting out of the city, no, on a plane." Escaping Linhai City is the priority now. Let's go. Many extraordinary fighters abandoned the assault, opting to flee. Even Chu Long made the same choice, calling his guild mates to retreat. "There are still so many people fighting here, and you want to run?" Li Yunwei blocked their path. "Stay and die?" "No thanks," Chu Long replied without looking back. "Forget the 100 million. I don't want it." At that moment, a plane flew over Linhai City, thousands of meters above. Chen Nian was back. Chen Nian returned on a private jet to spend more time with Xiao Qi and make it back to Linhai City on time. He once again leveraged Buyu's network. Despite this, time was tight. With only 1 hour left to defeat the world boss, Chen Nian calculated that it should be enough. "Open the hatch," Chen Nian ordered. "Yes, sir," responded a butler dressed in black inside the cabin. Opening the airplane's hatch mid-flight was extremely dangerous for ordinary people, but it was a minor inconvenience for the extraordinary. As the hatch opened, a powerful suction force erupted, yet Chen Nian stood firm, walking steadily toward the opening. Without any protective gear, he leapt from thousands of meters high. Word spirit, sky serpent, an invisible serpent materialized, wrapping around Chen Nian and guiding his descent. With the serpent's protection, he could freely adjust his falling speed without sustaining any injuries. He pierced through layer after layer of clouds, the ground's outline becoming gradually clearer, but it wasn't enough. Word spirit, eagle eye. Activating a second word spirit, Chen Nian's vision sharpened exponentially, as if the entire world lay before him. He clearly saw the massive black barrier below, marking the world boss's territory. He knew from prior intelligence that the barrier could only be entered through its entrance. Suddenly, Chen Nian's pupils contracted, a chill running through him. Wait, there's someone else in the air? He recognized the figure. Damn, it's her Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling, known as Chiling in the game world, possessed the top-tier rare talent of Flame Sorcerer, Red Lotus Warlock. Currently at level 95, she even surpassed the world boss. Her leveling speed was unparalleled globally, making her a true goddess-tier player, an elegant yet formidable woman. More intimidating was her real-life identity, the daughter of the Grand General of the Dragon Nation's national defense. With strength, status, beauty, and wealth, she was a woman who had it all. While Xiaoqi was strong, she was still somewhat naive and easy to fool. Yi Hongling, on the other hand, was a different story with terrifyingly effective methods. Much of Chen Yin's preparation was to avoid having his true identity discovered by her. At this moment, Yi Hongling hovered above the world boss's territory. Dressed in a striking red gown, she stood on a flaming broomstick, her bare feet swinging gently as she toyed with her winered hair. "Buyu, are you really in the city?" Yi Hongling muttered to herself. She had suspected Buyu was in the city and had defeated a wild boss to obtain the first epic gear. But it remained a guess, and she was here to confirm it. "If you can't handle this monster, then I must be wrong." "How boring," she sighed. A small flaming fox named Holing floated beside her. "Master, are the players in this area really that weak? If you take action, shouldn't one spell be enough?" "Unfortunately, I just helped another region deal with a world boss yesterday. My powers haven't fully recovered, so I can't help," Yi Hongling explained. She had visited several regions, dealing with 3 world bosses in total, which was key to her rapid level rise. "Time is running out. Let's see if that guy shows up at the last minute," Yi Hongling murmured. Chen Nian was directly above Yi Hongling, sweating profusely for once. Thanks to Eagle Eye, he had noticed her presence just in time. "What now?" Chen Nian thought quickly. "If I defeat the world boss, she'll definitely come after me. Wait, I've got it." A bold idea flashed through his mind. If he succeeded, he could defeat the world boss and avoid revealing his identity. He calculated that killing the world boss would level him up past 55, allowing him to learn the new word spirit Shadow Stealth, which would make him disappear. "I must one-shot the world boss." Chen Nian resolved. "If I can't, I won't level up, and if Yi Hongling catches me, I'm done for." "Accelerate." Chen Nian increased his falling speed, activating a third word spirit. Word spirit flame burst. Flames erupted from his body, turning him into a massive fireball plummeting from the sky like a meteor. He streaked past Yi Hongling. "It's him, Chase!" Yi Hongling reacted immediately. Her broomstick's flames flared, and she became a fiery streak, racing after him. On the ground, people were stunned. "Look, 2 meteors!" "Are you serious?" "Meteors are falling." They had no idea it was a chase, mistaking the fireballs for actual meteors. The two drew closer to the ground, nearing the black, spherical barrier. Yi Hongling's lips curved into a charming smile. "You think you can kill the boss under my nose without exposing yourself? Buyu? Dream on. Even you can't pull that off. If you try to kill the world boss today, I'll catch you for sure." At that moment, Chen Nian activated a 4th word spirit. Sequence 1:21 Judgment Golden Sword. Ancient, cryptic syllables erupted from his mouth. Chen Nian's pupils glowed gold, and a golden sword materialized above his head, like an emperor descending upon the world. With one strike, the black barrier was cleaved open. "What?" Yi Hongling was shocked. Even she was taken aback. "This guy, he broke the barrier protecting the world boss? Is he even human?" But her shock only fueled her excitement. "At least now I know for sure this is Buyu. He's definitely in this city. You won't escape." The black barrier had a gaping hole. The giant fireball crashed down, terrifying everyone below. What kind of meteor can break a barrier protecting the world boss? "This is insane." But what they witnessed next was even more unbelievable. The mountain on the giant turtle's back collapsed. The mountain that had withstood attacks from thousands all day, crushing their hopes, crumbled like tofu. Debris flew like a grand firework display. At the mountain's base was the turtle's heart, a yellow energy crystal harder than its shell. But as the judgment golden sword struck, it shattered into pieces. The world boss was one-shotted. The Tuashan demon turtle, a level 90 world boss known for its insane defense, was shockingly one-shotted by Chen Nian, who was only level 50. The massive turtle shell shattered instantly, and the colossal monster's body dissolved into a cloud of black mist, slowly dissipating into the air. A system notification popped up. Congratulations on defeating the world boss, Tuashan Demon Turtle. Gene Energy 5599, level up 5060. Congratulations on obtaining epic equipment. Demon Turtle Helm, Demon Turtle Leg Guards. Congratulations on obtaining rare forging material. Tuashan Demon Turtle Shell. Congratulations on obtaining Calamity, Summoning Scroll X3. Meanwhile, all players received a notification. Limited time world boss defeated. Chen Nian didn't bother checking his rewards. Upon reaching level 60, he immediately learned a new common spell, Shadow Cloak. Without hesitation, he activated the skill. Sequence 44 Shadow Cloak envelopes the user in the power of words, concealing their presence and making them difficult to detect. As soon as Chen Nian landed, his figure completely vanished. His plan was executed flawlessly. Almost simultaneously, Yi Hongling arrived at the scene. She anxiously looked around, but couldn't find the person she was expecting. Clenching her teeth, she muttered, "Fine, I underestimated you, Buyu. Not only did you one-shot the world boss, but you also managed to hide yourself. Impressive." Yi Hongling, who thought she had everything under control, was caught off guard. Other players, unaware of the feud between the two, were still in shock over the world boss's sudden defeat. What happened? How did the world boss die so quickly? Wasn't it fine a moment ago? Look over there. Someone is floating. People finally noticed Yi Hongling hovering in the air, awestruck by her beauty and power. Oh my god, that red-clad sister is so beautiful. Is she a fire element mage? I've never seen such a powerful meteor spell. It's terrifying. A single meteor spell to one-shot the world boss? Is she even human? Wait, isn't there someone like that in the Calamity event? Chilling? Could she be Chilling, the top-tier Scarlet Lotus sorcerer? Most people assumed it was Yi Hongling who defeated the world boss. However, she was furious, thinking, I rushed over here just to be used by Buyu. She knew full well that, even at her peak, she couldn't have shattered that black barrier. Only someone as abnormal as Buyu could pull it off. Forget it. Since I know you're in this city, I can take my time finding you. Yi Hongling snorted and transformed into a streak of flame, soaring away. She didn't want to stay and be showered with praise. She's gone. So, she's not from Linhai City, but a strong warrior from elsewhere. Very likely. Chu Long stood there dumbfounded, his pupils trembling, mouth agape. In just 1 minute, the situation had turned upside down. A minute ago, he was planning to flee with his subordinates. A minute later, the world boss was already dead. Boss, are you kidding? The monster you couldn't even scratch was one-shotted by someone else? That's absurd. Ah, that's chilling for you, one of the world's top female players. It's not surprising she could one-shot the world boss. You know nothing. As a veteran Calamity player, Chu Long saw through it immediately. Meteor Spell and Thunder Dragon Spell are of the same tier. If I couldn't break the world boss's defense, do you think she could shatter the barrier and one-shot the boss? If not her, then who? Everyone was puzzled. Buyu. Chu Long's voice trembled as he uttered the name. In his mind, only one person could pull off such a feat, and Yi Hongling was probably chasing Buyu. Everyone knew she had feelings for him, and their relationship was complicated. Buyu. Hearing this legendary name, disbelief spread across everyone's faces. Buyu one-shotted the world boss while evading Yi Hongling. That might be the full story. What? No way. Is he even human? Chu Long wasn't the only one who understood the battle. Commander Li Yunwei did too. I never expected that a world boss in Linhai City would attract 2 top-tier experts. It's an honor for us. If we had known Buyu was here, we wouldn't have been so panicked. Apart from the veteran Calamity players who could guess the truth, Chinu and her 3 friends were also excited. Buyu must have done it. He can even break a barrier that restricts 1,000 people. His power is terrifying. As expected of Buyu, seeing him in action is an honor. Chinu, already a huge fan of Buyu, was almost jumping with excitement. Really? 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 Was it really him? Why can't I see him? Where is he? Seeing Chinu excitedly looking around, her friends couldn't help but think, he's your boyfriend, and you don't even know it. But thankfully, Chen Nian got back in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to handle the world boss. While people were still in shock and awe, Chen Nian, using Shadow Cloak, quietly rejoined the crowd unnoticed. Do you want to activate a server-wide announcement? A server-wide announcement? No need, that's too flashy. Chen Nian declined. Player Anonymous has defeated the world boss. Calamity's summoning feature is now available. As he blended into the crowd and left the battlefield, Chen Nian checked his gains. A significant level increase, 2 pieces of epic equipment, rare material Tawashan, demon turtle shell, and calamity scrolls. The rewards were substantial. The equipment's attributes made Chen Nian's eyes light up. Demon Turtle Helm Epic. Defense 100, attack 0. Attribute bonus. Constitution 15. Special effect. Tawashan Demon Turtle Set 3 pieces. Overall defense 20. Tawashan Demon Turtle Set 4 pieces. Overall defense 30, and gains the special skill Rebound, automatically rebounding all attacks. Demon Turtle Leg Guards Epic. Defense 100, attack 0. Attribute bonus. Constitution 15. Special effect. Same as above. After reviewing, Chen Nian realized this was a defense-specialized epic equipment set. Its defense was terrifying. The Tawashan Demon Turtle Shell, it could be used to forge armor. The other piece of epic equipment must have fallen to some lucky player. To complete the final 4-piece set, he needed to find that player. Chen Nian's next goal was to complete this epic 4-piece set in preparation for the impending Blood Moon Calamity. Chen Nian equipped the 2 newly acquired epic items, feeling the strange sensation of the gear merging with his body. Now, clad in 3 epic pieces, his stats soared to unprecedented levels. The system notifications sounded in his ear. Chen Nian, gene level of the Soul Word Sage, Tier 1, level 60. Constitution, 100. Agility, 100. Extraordinary, 72. Attack bonus, 67. Defense bonus, 130. Combat power evaluation, 500 inch. Chen Nian was overjoyed. His defense had skyrocketed from 43 to 500, and his combat power evaluation had significantly increased. What excited him the most was that his constitution had finally broken the 100 mark. This meant that even without considering his defense, his body could withstand attacks from light firearms. With an additional 130 points of defense, even electromagnetic cannons would struggle to harm him. Chen Nian couldn't help but imagine that, with continuous improvements in his defense, he might one day be able to ignore even nuclear bombs. Meanwhile, the world boss raid had just concluded. The crowd was filled with disappointed sighs. Ugh, after all that effort, I got nothing. I at least got a decent piece of gear. Not a total waste of time. I got a rare material, but I have no idea what to do with it. What they didn't know was that when a boss was defeated solo, 80 of the loot went directly to the person who landed the final blow, Chen Nian. The remaining 20 was randomly distributed among the other participants. Out of the hundreds present, they could only share that meager 20. However, miracles do happen. Among the crowd, one lucky individual obtained an epic item. Chinu's face lit up with disbelief and joy. Just moments ago, she received a system notification. Congratulations, you have obtained an epic item. Turtle arm guards. Yes, she was the ultimate lucky one. Beside her, Deng Pongzi noticed her unusual behavior and quickly whispered, Xiaoyu, don't show off your wealth. Epic items can make people envious. If others find out, they might target you. Chinu immediately realized her mistake and tried to calm down, pretending nothing had happened as she walked away. However, her strange behavior had already caught the attention of 2 ill-intentioned individuals. That woman seems to have something valuable, one of them whispered. Get a couple of guys to follow her quietly. As they walked, Chinu finally couldn't contain her excitement and whispered to her companions, I got an epic piece of armor. What? Deng Rongrong and the others were astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. They couldn't believe Chinu's luck. Getting an epic item from such a large group, she was practically a goddess of fortune. Xiaoyu, what do you plan to do with that gear? Are you going to use it yourself or sell it? If you put it up in the trading space now, you could get a great price. Chinu thought for a moment and then earnestly said, I'm not planning to sell it, nor am I going to use it. I intend to give it to Chen Nian. What? The 3 were shocked, unable to understand why she would do that. Blushing, Chinu stammered, well, he gave me an epic item before, along with a rare job transfer card. I couldn't repay him, so this is perfect. Such a good item would be wasted on me. It's better if he uses it. The 3 sighed in relief. It seemed Chinu didn't know Chen Nian's true identity. All right, I support it. Me too. Giving it to Chen Nian is a good idea, especially since you 2 are a couple. Chinu bit her lip and asked, have you managed to contact Chen Nian? We couldn't reach him before. We should be able to now, haha. The 3 said knowingly. Since Chen Nian had dealt with the world boss, he must have returned. Just then, Deng Rongrong's face darkened. Be careful, someone's following us. Hurry. As they quickened their pace, 2 people appeared ahead, blocking their way. For in total, they were surrounded. Chinu's face changed, and she shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" The young man leading them smirked. "Miss, if I'm not mistaken, you must have something valuable on you, right?" Chinu's heart raced, but she tried to stay calm. "I'm not even a second-tier player. I don't know what you're talking about. Please let us pass." "Ah, judging by your reaction, I guessed right," the young man said with a smile. "How about this? Hand over the item, and we'll spare your lives." Deng Rongrong and the others exchanged worried glances. They hadn't expected to be targeted by ill-willed people. These guys were bold enough to rob Chen Nian's girlfriend's gear. If Chen Nian decided to retaliate, they wouldn't know what hit them. This wasn't just kicking an iron plate. It was kicking a titanium alloy steel plate. Chinu shouted, "You're robbing us in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid we'll call the police?" "Ah, don't be naive, miss," the man sneered. "The rules of the world have changed. Conflicts between players are survival of the fittest. As long as we don't kill, the enforcement team has no reason to bother us. Understand, little girl? Now hand over the item, or we'll have to use force." Deng Rongrong whispered, "Xiaoyu, maybe we should just give it up. Losing the gear is better than losing our lives." "No!" Qin Yu's eyes were resolute. "This is for Chen Nian. I can't just give it away. Stubborn are we? Get them." Moments later, Qin Yu was stomping her feet in frustration. "This is infuriating. I just got that awesome gear, and now it's been taken. It's all my fault. If I hadn't reacted so strongly, they wouldn't have known." Qin Yu was so upset she almost cried. The value of the gear was secondary. What hurt the most was losing the chance to give it to Chen Nian. "Don't be upset, Xiaoyu. Let's find Chen Nian." "Why?" "I was going to give him the gear, but now it's gone. I don't want to see him, but he can help you get it back." "Get it back?" "If he helps me retrieve it, and then I give it to him, it loses all meaning." Her friends exchanged looks, speechless but unable to argue with her logic. "Well, I wonder what your reaction will be when you find out who Chen Yin really is." Chinu stormed into the Enforcement Bureau, her face flushed with anger. "No way. I'm reporting this to the Enforcement Bureau. I refuse to believe that robbery goes unchecked in this world." Her voice was filled with indignation and fury. Soon, Chinu found Li Yunwei, a female officer with a commanding presence. Her sharp eyes and crisp uniform accentuated her competent demeanor. Chinu recalled the excellent impression Li Yunwei had left on her back in school, igniting a glimmer of hope in her heart. However, after Qin Yu explained the situation in detail, Li Yunwei's response left her feeling cold. "I'm sorry, but the Enforcement Bureau can't handle this matter," Li Yunwei said with a hint of helplessness in her tone. "Why not?" Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Li Yunwei sighed and explained. "Internal conflicts and loot disputes have occurred thousands of times since the game merged with our world. If we had to handle every single case, we'd be overwhelmed." Qin Yu's shoulders slumped as she bit her lip, clearly struggling to contain her disappointment and anger. Just as Qin Yu was about to leave, Li Yunwei suddenly asked, "Wait, aren't you Chen Yin's girlfriend?" Qin Yu was taken aback and nodded. "Yes, why? Have you been in contact with him recently?" Li Yunwei continued to probe, a subtle curiosity flickering in her eyes. "No, he might be busy," Qin Yu replied softly, a trace of worry crossing her face. After leaving the Enforcement Bureau, Qin Yu felt increasingly frustrated. Deng Rongrong, who was with her, was anxiously pacing. "Xiaoyu, why are you being so stubborn? We should just tell Chen Yin. He'll know what to do." Her voice was filled with urgency, almost revealing that Chen Yin was no ordinary person, but she couldn't say it outright was an absolute secret. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. "I'm going to rally some help." "Rally help for what?" Deng Rongrong looked confused. "To fight them and get our stuff back," Qin Yu declared resolutely. "What are you crazy, Xiaoyu?" Deng Rongrong exclaimed. Qin Yu ignored her, her mind made up. She immediately opened the regional trade channel and announced, recruiting high-level mercenaries for a fight. Generous rewards. The others exchanged glances, all taken aback by Qin Yu's determination. A serious woman is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Chen Nian finally returned home, moving at a leisurely pace. He reflected on his perilous journey, meeting Xiao Qi offline and narrowly escaping capture by Yi Hongling. "I don't understand why they spend their days not leveling up but focusing on me," he muttered to himself. Just as he reached his doorstep, Chen Nian froze. A striking woman in a crisp camo uniform with a high ponytail was standing there. "Captain Li, are you waiting for me?" Chen Nian asked, surprised. "Yes, where have you been?" "I couldn't reach you earlier," Li Yunwei said, her gaze piercing. Chen Nian hurriedly explained, "I just got back from battling a world boss. I'm exhausted. That thing was tough, but luckily a strong player helped out." Li Yunwei narrowed her eyes. "I didn't know you want to fight the world boss. I have a record of everyone who entered the barrier. When did you go inside?" Chen Nian widened his eyes in shock. "Wow, you remember all 1,000 people? That's impressive." He forced a laugh. "I couldn't get in. It was too crowded, so I watched from outside." You didn't participate? Li Yunwei pressed. No. Then why are you covered in dust and dirt? Chen Nian's heart skipped a beat. The Enforcement Bureau's keen insight was truly impressive. Li Yunwei smiled meaningfully. I'm not joking with you. I have something to tell you. Your girlfriend Chen, you had her gear stolen and came to see me. What gear? Chen Nian asked. Epic equipment dropped by the world boss. What? Chen Nian was shocked again. She's so lucky. The gear I needed dropped for her, and then it got stolen. You didn't know? It seems she wasn't planning to tell you. Li Yunwei observed thoughtfully. Chen Nian nodded. She didn't tell me. Captain Li, can you share who took it? I looked into it. It's a troublesome person, Chu Long from his guild. He's level 70, nearly leading in the entire city. Got it, Chen Nian mused. I advise you not to provoke him lightly. Losing the gear is not worth the trouble, Li Yunwei cautioned. I just wanted to inform you. Thanks, Captain Li, for coming all this way. Chen Nian said gratefully. As Li Yunwei walked away, she received a call from a colleague. Captain, we found something. This young man, named Chen Nian, took a flight to Luching yesterday, but there's no record of a return flight. Got it. Li Yunwei's lips curved into a slight smile. Things are getting interesting. How did he return without a flight record? This Chen Nian might be more than he seems. Keep digging. Has anything significant happened in Luching recently? Luching. It seems several big names gathered there around the same time. Billionaires, business magnates, heirs, and wealthy socialites, causing quite a stir. Understood, Li Yunwei pondered. With so many big names in Luching and Chen Nian there as well, could it be that he attended some event? Let's use this opportunity to test Chen Nian's abilities. If he can even take on Chu Long, then his identity will be very intriguing. The next day, Chinu issued an official challenge. That night, the docks of Coastal City were brightly lit. Yang Yin and his gang were waiting for their guests, standing around laughing quietly. Haha, who would have thought that little girl would challenge us? She's got some guts, one of the lackeys joked. Hee hee, losing an epic piece of gear. Anyone would be mad, another chimed in. But she might not know her own limits. Brother Yang, what should we do later? That girl is a famous star. If we win, shouldn't we have some fun with her? A lackey's eyes gleamed with malice. Yang Yin, the one who stole Qin Yu's gear, grinned, showing his white teeth. That wouldn't be up to me. Our boss gets first dibs. Where's the boss? Over there, smoking. This kind of fight doesn't need the boss. Ah, true. Hey, they're here. Someone pointed into the distance. A few cars had stopped on the road ahead, and a group of people got out with swagger. It was Qin Yu's crew. She had spent 3 million hiring mercenaries. This was her private stash, and her goal tonight was clear: to reclaim her dignity. Qin Yu's group of 4, plus 7 high-level mercenaries, totaled 11 people with an average level of 40, making for a formidable lineup. The two groups faced off, the air thick with tension. Meanwhile, Chen Nian stood atop a high scaffold at the docks, activating his eagle eye to survey everything below. His sharp gaze took in the entire scene. In a nearby shadow, Li Yunwei was also hiding, her eyes darting between Chen Nian and the crowd below. Her goal tonight was simple: to see if Chen Nian would make a move. Well, little girl, you brought quite a crowd today. Yang Yin stood up with a smile, hands in his pockets, looking every bit like a street thug. His eyes sparkled with confidence. At level 43, he was a standout even among second-tier players. Cut the crap. Qin Yu snapped coldly, a flicker of anger in her eyes. If you lose today, return the gear you stole. Sure. Yang Yan's smile grew more arrogant, his eyes full of challenge. But what if you lose, little girl? What do you want? Qin Yu's voice wavered with a hint of unease. Yang Yan squinted, licking his lips. Nothing much, just want you to hang out with us, drink a bit, chat a bit. Maybe even let us touch your leg. Laughter erupted from the group behind him. They were already used to lawlessness, and the extraordinary powers they gained after the game merged with reality only made them more reckless. Bullying had become second nature to them. A girl like Qin Yu was nothing in their eyes. Infuriated by such blatant humiliation, Qin Yu clenched her teeth, seething with rage. Unable to hold back any longer, she summoned her epic weapon, the flame bow. With a swift motion, an arrow of fire shot through the air. However, Yang Yin was quick to react. He punched the arrow, shattering it midair. How could this be? Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Yin glanced at his scorched fist, and then eyed Qin Yu's bow with a mocking expression. TSK, 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 that stings. That fire attribute attack is strong. That weapon of yours must be something special. Huh. Instinctively, Qin Yu tried to shield her weapon. The flame bow was a precious gift from Chen Nian, and she hadn't expected Yang Yin to recognize its worth so easily. Yang Yin sneered. A woman with no real strength, but decked out in top-tier gear, what a saint you are, saving all the needy. Boys, get ready. Beat them and take that bow. We're in for a payday. Haha, Yang, you got a sharp eye. The crowd around him grew excited. That bout definitely looks rare, at least heightier. This just got interesting. They cracked their knuckles, eyes gleaming with greed and anticipation. A sense of worry crept into Chen Yu's heart. If they lost, not only would they fail to retrieve the stolen gear, but she might also lose her precious bow. Attack! With the command given, a fierce battle between superhumans erupted on the docks. The stakes were high. A piece of epic gear was on the line. The battle raged on, but Chen Yu's side gradually fell behind. The opposing team, being part of a well-organized gaming guild, had far superior coordination and overall strength compared to her hastily assembled group. They're too strong. Xiaoyu, we can't beat them, Deng Rongrong said, her voice filled with frustration. She thought, if only they had told Chen Nian about this, he could have handled it easily by himself. Why go through all this trouble? We can win. We have the numbers. Chen Yu's words shocked everyone. She had called in another group of 10 superhumans. Xiaoyu, where did you find more people? Deng Rongrong asked, astonished. Money. Chen Yu had anticipated that they might lose and prepared a number strategy. We'll overwhelm them with sheer numbers. If I have to spend all my savings, I'll get even, she said through gritted teeth. A new wave of fighters joined the fray, leading to another intense clash. However, the outcome was still unfavorable. The hired fighters were beaten and retreated, though the other side refrained from lethal force to avoid law enforcement intervention. Damn, this chick can really call for backups? Yang Yan's group, although sustaining some injuries, still had the upper hand. No amount of rookies will help. At that moment, Chinu made another call. Soon, a third wave of reinforcements arrived. Seriously? How many people did she bring? Damn it! Yang Yan's group was finally getting annoyed. They realized just how relentless a determined woman could be. Watching from 100 meters above, Chen Nian couldn't help but smile. Looks like I don't need to step in. Good. I don't want to get caught by Li Yunwei. With his eagle eye ability, he could see the entire battlefield and had spotted Li Yunwei hiding in the shadows. Just then, a man approached from outside the docks, each step crackling with electricity. In the blink of an eye, he was among them, faint arcs of lightning still dancing around him. Thunder Mage, Chu Long, someone exclaimed. Guild leader of Limbo, the highest level player in Linhai City. Seeing him, everyone lowered their heads. Boss! Boss, you're here! Chu Long scanned the crowd with disdain. He raised his right hand, a blinding ball of lightning forming in his palm, the electric arcs writhing like serpents. Suddenly, the lightning snakes shot out. Ah! Screams filled the air as the newcomers were struck down, smoke rising from their bodies. They stood no chance against a high-level Thunder Mage and were instantly defeated. A bunch of worthless fools. Chu Long lit a cigarette, not bothering to glance at the fallen. Absolute power. Chu Long's presence shattered Chen Yu's hopes. How could this happen? Chen Yu muttered, despair filling her heart. What are you waiting for? Hand it over. Yang Yin shouted impatiently. Don't make our boss get serious. Chen Yu looked at the people she had paid heavily to hire, now lying on the ground in agony. Her heart sank. She hadn't anticipated such a formidable opponent. Was she really going to hand over the flame bow? No. This was a gift from Chen Nian, she screamed internally. Li Yunwei, still hid inside. It seemed there would be no surprises tonight. Chen Nian hadn't shown up, probably just her wishful thinking. After all, despite his impressive performance in the instructor tests, he was just a regular instructor, not even as strong as frontline players. Compared to someone like Chu Long, there was a world of difference. Expecting too much from Chen Nian was unrealistic. Suddenly, someone on the ground got up. It was a frail, long-haired man who looked weak. Yet his way of standing up was bizarre, as if something invisible was lifting him. What's happening? The man himself was shocked. He felt as though an unseen force was controlling his body, making him move against his will. Courting death. Chu Long's eyes turned cold, and he sent out another lightning bolt. The lightning, like a sword, tore through the darkness, growing larger in the man's eyes. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield himself, screaming in terror. Ah! What happened next left everyone gasping. The lightning bolt was shattered by the seemingly frail man. The sight of Xiao Cheng effortlessly withstanding Chu Long's lightning attack stunned everyone present. They stared in disbelief at the frail young man, standing unscathed. Li Yunwei's heart tightened, and she almost rushed forward. She had feared Xiao Cheng would be killed, but he had deflected the attack with ease. However, she sensed something was off about Xiao Cheng, as if he were being controlled by some unseen force. Li Yunwei quickly scanned the area, trying to find the mastermind. But how could she see Chen Nian, who had already used his stealth skill? Chen Yu and her large group were also in shock. They gaped, unable to close their mouths. Isn't Xiao Cheng only level 30? How can he be this strong? They were filled with doubt. Only Deng Rongrong and her two companions showed signs of joy after their initial surprise. They knew this wasn't Xiao Cheng's own power, but the work of a hidden expert. Someone capable of controlling another so seamlessly could only be Chen Nian. At this moment, Xiao Cheng, controlled by Chen Nian using the Void Serpent, slowly raised his right hand. Xiao Cheng was terrified. My hand, it's moving on its own? Word of power, fire blast. As Xiao Cheng's finger pointed, a burst of flame erupted. One of the opponents was blasted away, landing charred and unable to rise. Xiao Cheng stared in disbelief at his hand, as if 3 big question marks appeared above his head. What the hell? Am I possessed? Before he could react, his finger pointed at another person. Boom! Another explosion, and flames erupted under another enemy, knocking them down as if a volcano had erupted. Nice shot. Chinu couldn't help but cheer, thinking her money was well spent on hiring such a powerful expert. Deng Rongrong and her companions praised silently. Buyu is incredible. To control someone so precisely in battle and turn a frail homebody into a possessed warrior is truly terrifying. Li Yunwei's eyes scanned every corner of the scene, but couldn't find any trace of the mastermind. She couldn't be sure if it was Chen Nian, but who else would intervene in such a matter? Boss, this guy is really weird. Yang Yin couldn't help but swallow, sweat starting to form on his forehead. As a strong fighter, Chu Long also sensed something was amiss. He's being controlled. Is it the ability of a puppet master? Or some kind of telekinesis? Chu Long thought to himself, fine, there's a real expert hiding here. If you don't dare show yourself, I'll just kill the one you're controlling. Playing tricks, huh? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Long formed a gun shape with his right hand, gripping his right arm with his left, looking quite dramatic. Suddenly, electricity gathered in his right index finger, a terrifying amount of lightning energy ready to be unleashed. Holy crap, run! We're gonna die! The people around Xiao Cheng scrambled away, leaving him alone. Xiao Cheng wanted to run too, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move. Oh no, this can't be happening. As Xiao Cheng's legs trembled, Chu Long's lightning gun shot towards him. Focus, pinnacle strike. The lightning gun was an immensely powerful single-target attack with unmatched penetration. If an ordinary person got hit, they would be dead for sure. Chu Long was certain this strike would either kill or severely injure his opponent. Even if he killed someone, he didn't care. As a top player in Linhai City, he was a valuable asset against the Blood Moon disaster and wouldn't be held accountable. However, what happened next made his pupils contract sharply. The lightning gun, like a divine sword, was blocked by an invisible wall. The terrifying energy was completely neutralized, not even touching Xiao Cheng. Impossible! Chu Long shouted instinctively. He was the highest level player in Linhai City, and no one could easily block such a powerful attack. How could he? Of course, it was Chen Nian who blocked the lightning gun. Using his invisibility, no one could see him. To block it, he simply stood in front, taking the hit with his 500 additional defense and 100 constitution. The attack felt like a mere scratch, not even causing a superficial wound. Xiao Cheng, meanwhile, was crying in fear. As he wept, his hand continued to move on its own. Fire blast! Fire blast! Fire blast! Chu Long's subordinates were blasted away one by the erupting flames, unable to fight back. In the end, only Yang Yin and Chu Long remained. Xiao Cheng's raised hand first aimed at Yang Yin, the one who had stolen Chinu's equipment. Boss, this guy is too damn weird. How do we fight him? Yang Yin shouted in terror. Chu Long replied coldly, don't be scared. His attack methods are too simple. They work on low-level newbies, but not on us. His analysis was correct. Fire Blast was one of Chen Nian's lowest-level words of power, used for convenience. Since Chen Nian's attack power wasn't high, its destructive power wasn't great. But that wasn't his only move. Word of power Fire Blast. Word of power Lightning Strike. Word of power Wind Cutter. Fire, lightning, and wind intertwined, hitting Yang Yin simultaneously. Yang Yin screamed and fell to his knees, his body charred and covered in countless cuts from the wind, looking horrific. Chu Long instinctively stepped back, using 3 elemental attacks at once. Elemental mages usually specialize in one element, like me with lightning. I've never seen someone use multiple elements together. At this moment, he realized just how terrifying the person behind this was, someone he couldn't challenge. He wondered how this woman had involved such a powerful figure. Linhai City truly hid many talents, and level didn't equal strength. Continuing the fight would be self-humiliation. I surrender. Chu Long raised his hands in defeat. You can have the equipment back. I apologize on behalf of the guild. His gaze fell on an empty spot, not focusing on anyone, because his apology was meant for Chen Nian. Chen Nian didn't make another move, releasing the control of the Void Serpent. Without support, Xiao Cheng's legs gave out, and he collapsed. Did we win? Chinu was still in a daze. But when the epic equipment returned to her hands, she was overjoyed. Xiao Cheng became a hero, with everyone calling him Big Brother, though only those unaware of the truth did so. The real insiders knew it was all thanks to Chen Nian. Quick, let's find Chen Nian, Chinu said happily, eager to give the equipment to Chen Nian to avoid any further trouble. The others couldn't help but think, Chen Nian is right here. Where are you going to find him? Li Yunwei pondered in her heart. The hidden powerhouse behind the scenes must be far stronger than Chu Long. With the Blood Moon catastrophe looming, such a master is undoubtedly the most valuable asset to Linhai City. She was eager to uncover the identity of this person. A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be Chen Nian? In a moment of inspiration, Li Yunwei decided to give Chen Nian a call to test him. If he was really on the scene, he wouldn't be able to answer the phone. She quickly dialed Chen Nian's number. Hello, Captain Li? Chen Nian's voice came from the other end. Chen Nian? Where are you right now? Li Yunwei asked urgently. I'm at home. What's up? Send me a selfie right now. It's urgent. Chen Nian's response made Li Yunwei almost laugh and cry. Captain Li, this is inappropriate. I have a girlfriend. Li Yunwei nearly spat blood. After hanging up, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed she was overthinking. The master just now was strategic, manipulating people with precision, adept in wind, thunder, and fire elemental magic, and kept his whereabouts hidden. How could this be Chen Nian? It must be a cunning old fox. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Yunwei, and she immediately called the Enforcement Bureau's support team. Quick, locate the exact position of this phone number for me. Got it. Captain Li, please wait a moment. A moment later, the support team replied, Found it, Captain. It's near the dock. What? Li Yunwei slowly put down her phone, gasping. Chen Nian was actually nearby. Could it be that the master just now was really him? What's wrong, Captain? Should we move to arrest him? The support team asked. No need, I'll handle it, Li Yunwei replied, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Chen Nian breathed a sigh of relief. The sharpness of this female officer caught him off guard. If only she knew his identity, it would be fine, but if the authorities found out, it would be big trouble. Just as Chen Nian was contemplating his next move, Chinu's call came in. Chen Nian, where are you now? I have something important to discuss with you. I'm at home, Chen Nian replied. Okay, wait there, I'll come over right away. Don't go anywhere. After hanging up, Chen Nian didn't hesitate any longer. Using the Void Serpent, he soared into the sky and headed home. As for Chu Long's men, ambulances had arrived to assist them. Those with minor injuries needed a week to recover, while the severely injured would take about half a month. For those eager to level up, this was a devastating blow. Boss, why didn't you fight him with all your strength? A wounded subordinate asked unwillingly. To them, the usually proud Chu Long had acted out of character today, admitting his weakness and being humble. You don't understand a thing, Chu Long said with lingering fear. It wasn't that man fighting me just now, but someone else controlling him from the shadows. What? Everyone was shocked. Chu Long continued. He was hiding himself while controlling another person, able to use wind, thunder, and fire elemental attacks, and could even easily block my thunder spear. At this point, Chu Long's back turned cold, and his voice trembled. I can't imagine that such a master is hidden within Linhai City. Fighting him hidden would be suicide. Everyone exchanged glances. It was the first time they had seen their boss so afraid of someone. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. According to the boss, if the opponent hadn't held back, they would probably be dead by now. Boss, who do you think that person is? Someone cautiously asked. It's hard to say. Chu Long almost blurted out Buyu, but then found it ridiculous. Buyu dealt with top-tier beings and catastrophes. Why would he bother with small fry like himself? He was surrounded by countless admirers, each with terrifying identities, and Chinu didn't even make the cut. A man as exalted as a god wouldn't waste his time beating him up. I must be overestimating myself. Chu Long mocked himself inwardly. Chen Nian had just arrived home when Chinu and her friend showed up. Xiao Yu, you go up by yourself. We'll wait here, her friends teased. Huh? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to go alone? Chinu hesitated. You're his girlfriend, why not? It'd be more inappropriate if we went with you. Go on. Seeing her friend's mischievous smiles, Chinu had no choice but to go upstairs alone and knock on the door. The door opened. Chinu stammered. Chen Nian, I have something. Xiao Yu, it's rare for you to come by. Come in and talk. Her friends chimed in from behind. Yeah, go inside, we'll wait out here. Don't be shy, go on. Chinu was pushed inside, and the door closed with a bang. Chen Nian then took a good look at the girl in front of him. She leaned against the door, her delicate face dirty from the earlier fight, her makeup smudged. Seemingly shy, her gaze wandered. Come in and sit. Chen Nian handed her a wet towel and asked, Wipe your face. What brings you here? I have something for you, Chinu said softly. What is it? A piece of equipment. Chinu took out the epic item, the turtle armor bracer. Chen Nian was taken aback. She was giving him such a valuable item. Take it, don't be shy. You gave me good equipment before, Chinu explained, Besides, you're stronger, so it's more useful to you. You're right. I'll take it then. Chen Nian accepted the equipment without hesitation. You? How could you be so straightforward? Chinu exclaimed. Chen Nian chuckled. Of course, he wouldn't hesitate. First, he killed the world boss. Second, he retrieved the equipment. Chinu just didn't know that. All right, I'll be going now. Chinu prepared to leave. Take a shower before you go. You look like a little cat. Don't you care about your image outside? Chen Nian teased. Umph. You're the one who's being picky. But I didn't bring any change of clothes. No problem. I'll find you some men's clothes to wear. Chinu hesitated for a moment, but then bit her lip and nodded. Just don't peek. Soon, the sound of running water came from the shower. Chen Nian went to the door. Her friends had already left, hoping Chinu and Chen Nian would spend the night together. Chen Nian had just sat down on the sofa when the doorbell rang again. Who could it be at this hour? Chen Nian glanced at the doorbell camera. The visitor was a girl he knew very well as former school beauty, Xiaowen. Why was she here? Xiaowen felt a constant unease in her heart. Chen Nian, with his many accomplishments and accolades, had become a legendary figure at Lin University. Whether it was the cafeteria, library, training ground, or dormitory, wherever people gathered, there were always discussions about him. Chen Nian is so handsome. How did I not notice before? Well, who could have seen such a gem earlier? Even our campus beauty Xia Wen didn't notice him. Haha, I heard Chen Nian once pursued her. That makes me feel a lot better. Now, even if Xia Wen tries to get close, it would be like reaching for the stars. These words were like daggers, piercing Xia Wen's heart. She felt like a fool, someone who had eyes but failed to see, who didn't appreciate what she had. But Xia Wen prided herself on understanding men, believing that as long as she was proactive, no man was unattainable. With this mindset, Xia Wen found out where Chen Nian lived. When she saw his luxurious villa, she was deeply shocked. Instantly, she labeled him as wealthy in her mind. Standing in front of the villa, Xia Wen took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and Chen Nian appeared. Xia Wen immediately put on a pitiful expression. Today, she had dressed up elaborately, wearing a seductive purple dress, with blood-red lips and an alluring fragrance. Chen Nian, I need your help with something. Can you spare a moment? Xia Wen asked softly. What is it? Chen Nian inquired. Can I come in and talk? Chen Nian, knowing Chinu was inside taking a shower, found the situation amusing. Sure, thank you, Xia Wen said, feeling a surge of joy as she followed Chen Nian into the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Xia Wen intentionally raised her dress, revealing a pair of well-proportioned legs. She expected Chen Nian to pour her a drink, but he only poured one for himself. So, what do you need? Chen Nian asked. Xia Wen stood up and bowed apologetically. Chen Nian, there might have been many misunderstandings between us before. I was immature and have felt guilty for a long time. I wanted to come and apologize today. I'm sorry. She subtly revealed some cleavage, trying to entice Chen Nian. Chen Nian smiled. It's okay. I'm not one to hold grudges. Besides apologizing, is there anything else you want to say? I'd like you to teach me some combat skills. I'm not very good at fighting monsters, Xiaowen said, feigning a helpless look. Sure, but there's one condition, Chen Nian replied. Xia Wen's eyes lit up. What condition? Just tell me, she said, already planning how to seduce him further. You need to ask my girlfriend if she's okay with it. What did you say? At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairs. Chinu's voice rang out. Chen Nian, who are you talking to? And why is this shirt so big? It feels weird to wear. Chinu came down the stairs, wearing Chen Nian's oversized white t-shirt that covered her shorts, revealing her flawless legs. She casually tousled her wet hair as she walked into the living room. Xia Wen froze, completely stunned by Chinu's natural beauty. Chen Nian, who is she? Chinu asked, raising an eyebrow. A classmate from school. She wants me to teach her combat skills. What do you think? Chen Nian responded. Chinu snorted. Teacher? No way. She glanced at Xia Wen, instantly seeing through her intentions. She angrily sat next to Chen Nian, deliberately showcasing her charm. Why don't you teach me instead, Chen Nian? Chinu pouted. Chen Nian put his arm around Chinu's shoulder. Don't be mad, you. If you're upset, I won't teach her. After all, we're classmates, and I couldn't just turn her away. Umph. At least you know what's right. Xia Wen was utterly devastated. She had thought she could successfully seduce Chen Nian tonight, but instead, she found herself humiliated. Shame washed over her, and she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Realizing this was Chen Nian's way of getting back at her, Xia Wen could no longer bear it. She stood up and quickly headed for the door, almost tripping in her haste. Xia Wen, leaving already? Let me walk you out. Chen Nian's words were cut off by the sound of the door slamming shut. Well, my classmate really is something. Came and went so fast, didn't even let me see her off. Chen Nian shrugged helplessly. Chinu, unaware of Chen Nian's sarcasm, pouted. even though we're just nominally a couple. How could you bring another girl here, right in front of me? Chen Nian realized he might have gone too far by involving Chinu. How about you stay over tonight to make up for it, he suggested. How about you stay over at my place tonight to make it up to you? Chen Nian said earnestly. Chinu's face instantly turned red, and she hastily refused. What? We haven't known each other for that long? No way. But then she noticed Chen Nian getting ready to leave and asked, confused, wait, where are you going? Chen Nian explained, I'm asking you to stay because your friends have already left, not for us to sleep together. I'm heading out to level up. You should get some rest. With that, he turned and left. Chinu stood there, feeling a mix of emotions. So he really just wants me to sleep here alone? Fine, fine, he's not interested in me at all. She felt a twinge of frustration as Chen Nian disappeared through the door. After leaving, Chen Nian immediately checked his new gear. A system notification flashed. Epic level equipment turtle arm guard equipped, replacing his previous high-quality gear. His stats saw a significant boost. Turtle Mountain set activated, defense 20. This percentage-based defense boost was quite substantial. Chen Nian eagerly checked his updated stats. Chen Nian, Spirit Sage, Unique Gene Level, Tier 1, Level 60. Constitution, 112. Agility, 72. Extraordinary, 67. Attack Bonus, 130. Defense Bonus, 696. Combat Power, 54 stars. His defense had skyrocketed, and his combat power had jumped by another 10 stars. The set bonus was indeed impressive. Chen Nian's next goal was to complete the epic 4-piece set to gain the full set bonus. He already had the crucial material, the Turtle Mountain shell, and just needed to gather the remaining materials from the wild and get them forged by a blacksmith. Many players had already surpassed Chen Nian in level, but he didn't mind. He knew that levels weren't everything. Chen Nian suddenly remembered he had 3 unused catastrophe scrolls. Catastrophe summoning was a new feature unlocked after defeating a world boss, giving players a rare chance to obtain catastrophe scrolls. Using one would summon a powerful monster, and defeating it would yield a potent catastrophe gem. Chen Nian had obtained 3 scrolls directly from a world boss and had been holding on to them. He decided to use them all at once. Using the city's teleportation array, Chen Nian arrived in the outskirts. Regular monsters respawned there periodically, and many players were leveling up in the area. Hey, want to join our party? We've got 3 people and a cute girl. Hey, big bro, we need strong DPS in our team, and we have a reliable knight. Chen Nian ignored these invitations and continued deeper into the wilderness. The low-level monsters were no threat to him. As he ventured further, he reached an area filled with high-level monsters, ranging from level 40 to 50. Only the elite players dared to come here. The fusion of the game and reality had changed the terrain. Before him lay a cracked valley, a jagged rift stretching for miles, filled with mist and echoing with beastly roars. Without hesitation, Chen Nian leaped into the valley. Spirit language, ethereal serpent. Protected by his spirit language, he descended about 200 meters and landed safely. As soon as he landed, a pair of blood-red eyes glowed in the mist. A humanoid figure slowly emerged into Chen Nian's view. It had eerie blue skin, dragged chains behind it, and wielded a broken sword, a terrifying sight. Undead warrior. High level, Chen Nian thought. He knew his solo leveling efficiency was low because his area damage wasn't as good as someone like Yihongling, a mage. Using his Judgment Gold sword on these monsters would be overkill and wasteful. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Gather a large group of monsters. Use the catastrophe scrolls to summon powerful beasts, and then use the Judgment Gold sword to wipe them all out in one go. This way, he could gain tons of experience and also defeat the catastrophe beast stew birds with one stone. He dubbed this plan the ultimate one-shot and set it in motion. Chen Nian casually fired a flame at the undead warrior and continued deeper into the valley, attracting more monsters. Let's hope there are enough monsters here, so my big move doesn't go to waste. Chen Nian thought. As he ventured further, more monsters hidden in the mist were provoked by him. They followed him like loyal soldiers, dragging chains behind them. After running about 2 kilometers, Chen Nian glanced back and saw a terrifyingly dense crowd of monsters. The sight was enough to give anyone with a fear of clusters a nightmare. That should be enough. Chen Nian stopped and took out the 3 catastrophe scrolls. He bit his finger and let his blood drip onto the scrolls, initiating the summoning ritual. Not far away, a team was also fighting monsters. They were top-tier players, elites among elites. The team of 12 had no trouble handling the undead warriors, but they were cautious, fighting only a few at a time to avoid being overwhelmed. After all, this was reality. Not just a game 1 mistake could mean real death. Leveling up is so much easier with a good team. I'm level 58 now. Holy crap, I got a catastrophe scroll. What, a catastrophe scroll? The team gathered around. After some careful discussion, they decided to use the scroll. Everyone be careful. Catastrophe monsters are incredibly strong. We need to give it our all and not let our guard down. Let's do this. With a drop of blood on the scroll, a red beam shot into the sky. In the eerie red light, the catastrophe beast descended. A brutal battle ensued. The 12 elite players fought with all their might, eventually defeating the catastrophe beast. However, their team was left in shambles. 5 were severely injured, with broken legs and feet, while 7 were lightly injured but still nearly incapacitated. Damn, that catastrophe beast was insanely strong. We underestimated it. We can't just use these scrolls recklessly. If we can't handle it, we'll all die. At least we learned our lesson, and everyone's still alive. Wait, what's that? One of them pointed to the sky, pale and trembling. They followed his gaze and were equally horrified. 3 red beams had appeared in the distance. Who's crazy enough to summon 3 catastrophe beasts at once? Madman! There's a madman over there, run! A terrified shout pierced the silence of the valley. Not far away, 3 blood-red beams of light shot up into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. From these beams emerged 3 black beasts of various shapes, calamity beasts. They resembled no known creatures, blending characteristics of various animals and humans, as if crafted by a deranged scientist. One had wings covered in eyes, another had its face on its crotch, and a third had 8 legs and 3 heads. The only common trait was their pitch-black color, like messengers from the abyss of hell. One calamity beast nearly wiped out our 12-member elite team, and now 3 at once? This is a death sentence, shouted one of the fleeing survivors. Calamity beasts attack all humans indiscriminately. We're doomed, another person added in terror. Don't leave me, please, begged an older man with an injured leg, sitting on the ground, his voice trembling. Everyone, regardless of their injuries, was desperately trying to escape. Who the hell is so reckless? I don't want to die here, someone cursed. Report to the enforcement department immediately. Don't let them get into the city. I wonder if heavy weapons can deal with the calamity beasts. A tier 1 calamity beast is beyond what regular players can handle. Amid the chaos, Chen Nian stood calmly in front of the beams of light, facing the 3 calamity beasts. Suddenly, he realized a chilling fact. These beasts had consciousness and intelligence. Well, a human with guts. One of the calamity beasts spoke, its voice dripping with malice. Since you summoned us, we'll grant you the most horrific death. Tearing a human apart alive and eating them sounds delightful. The 3 beasts regarded Chen Nian as their prey. Meanwhile, over 100 undead warriors began to encircle him from behind, also targeting him. Despite the dire situation, Chen Nian smirked. His pupils began to glow with a golden light, shining as brightly as molten gold. This phenomenon made the calamity beasts shudder involuntarily. You seem to overestimate yourselves, Chen Nian said calmly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Humans are nothing but our prey. Die! A calamity beast extended its eye-covered hand toward Chen Nian. However, before it could touch him, the hand was severed midair. The beast let out a horrendous scream. The 3 beasts stared at Chen Nian in disbelief. Behind him, a golden silhouette of a deity wielding a giant sword appeared, as if ready to judge all creation. Sequence 121, Word of Power Judgment Golden Sword, Chen Nian said softly. He stepped forward, a contemptuous smile on his face, his golden pupils dazzling like the sun. I heard you treat humans as prey? Sorry, but to me, you're the same. Kneel. As soon as he finished speaking, the judgment golden sword swung, slicing the space in front of Chen Nian. The lower halves of the 3 beasts split open instantly. At the same time, the undead warriors behind him were also cut in half, creating a scene both eerie and awe-inspiring. Why so silent? Cripples, Chen Nian said, hands in his pockets, looking at the 3 beasts with a mocking smile. Impossible! A human this powerful? One of the calamity beasts muttered in horror. In the next moment, its neck was severed, and its head fell, disintegrating into countless fragments midair. Didn't expect killing calamity beasts to be more fun than slaying regular mobs. Next, Chen Nian said nonchalantly. In just 10 minutes, the valley was devoid of life except for Chen Nian. The 3 calamity beasts and over 100 undead warriors had been reduced to fragments, nourishing the earth. Chen Nian exhaled, the golden light in his pupils gradually fading. Dealing with so many pests at once took quite a toll, but the rewards are immense. In this battle, Chen Nian gained nearly 20,000 experience points, leveling up to 68. Besides a large amount of genetic energy, he also acquired various materials, equipment, and skill scrolls. But the most valuable was the Calamity Gem dropped by the beasts. The Calamity Gem reverses offense and defense, converting all defense into attack power. Chen Nian murmured. It's perfect for me. My defense is already high, and my attack power is somewhat lacking. With this, I can sacrifice defense for a burst of attack power in critical moments. Very useful. Time to leave and find a place to rest, Chen Nian said, turning away from the wreckage of the battlefield. Much later, the valley was illuminated by the searchlights of 2 helicopters. The previously fleeing people had returned with elite forces from the enforcement department and aerial units. You said the place where the 3 Calamity beasts appeared is here? Li Yunwei asked. Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. A madman summoned 3 Calamity beasts at once, a survivor answered, still terrified. He's definitely dead by now. Summoning 3 catastrophe beasts at once? Li Yunwei felt a shiver run down her spine upon hearing this. This is serious trouble. She recalled the warnings given to players when the catastrophe summoning feature was first introduced, urging them not to use the catastrophe scrolls recklessly. Yet someone had been so careless. 3 catastrophe beasts? The enforcement squad in Linhai City might struggle to handle them, Li Yunwei thought, frowning. Thankfully, we have 2 armed helicopters for support this time. She turned to the fully armed enforcement team behind her and ordered, let's go. We need to check it out. As Li Yunwei led her team into the valley, the group of players who witnessed the event hesitated. They were secretly relieved, thinking, we're definitely not going down there. With 3 catastrophe beasts around, it would be suicide. Informing the enforcement team was the limit of what we could do. Now we'll just watch from a distance. The terror brought by the catastrophe beasts still lingered in their minds. In the eerie valley, Li Yunwei and her team advanced cautiously. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, and everyone was on high alert, not daring to let their guard down. There's a strong smell of blood, be careful, someone suddenly warned in a low voice. The warning was like a thunderclap, putting everyone on high alert instantly. Adrenaline surged, and cold sweat formed on their foreheads. After advancing a few dozen meters, they finally noticed something unusual. Captain, look at these, a team member stammered, pointing to the ground. Li Yunwei quickly approached and saw large amounts of black flesh scattered on the ground, deformed and grotesque, slowly dissipating into black mist. Some fragments had numerous eyeballs, others had multiple mouths, and some had bizarre organs not meant to exist. These irregular monster remnants were unmistakably the marks of catastrophe beasts. These are the corpses of catastrophe beasts? Li Yunwei gasped, and there's more than one. She looked around and found almost no signs of a large-scale battle, just the corpses of these monsters. Li Yunwei reached a shocking conclusion. 3 catastrophe beasts were slaughtered with almost no resistance. Everyone exchanged incredulous looks. What kind of terrifying power could slaughter 3 catastrophe beasts? At that moment, a communication came from the armed helicopter overhead, calling Captain Li. What's the situation down there? Li Yunwei responded, the catastrophe beasts have been eliminated, no danger. Repeat, the catastrophe beasts have been eliminated, no danger. She then had the witnesses brought down. When the players saw the remains of the catastrophe beasts, they were speechless with shock. They knew how terrifying a single catastrophe beast could be, enough to challenge their elite team, and here were the corpses of 3. More unsettling was the fact that since entering the valley, they hadn't encountered a single monster. This meant the mysterious summoner not only slaughtered the 3 catastrophe beasts but also cleared out all the surrounding monsters. Faced with such overwhelming power, someone suggested searching the area to find the summoner. Li Yunwei decisively rejected the idea. No, blindly tracking them will only provoke them. Withdraw. She had a suspect in mind, Buyu. During the last world boss battle, Buyu and the Red Lotus sorceress, Yi Hongling, had both appeared in Linhai City. Since Yi Hongling was known not to be a local, could Buyu be hiding in Linhai City? With his strength, this wouldn't be difficult. Li Yunwei secretly hoped that when the Blood Moon catastrophe truly descended, this formidable individual would step up. Meanwhile, Chen Nian was tallying his gains. After leveling up, he had learned a new basic incantation sequence 49's wind cannon, which allowed him to gather wind pressure at his fingertips for a powerful single-target attack, similar to his Thunderlance. This would help him disguise himself as a wind element mage in the future. Next, he equipped his new gear and listed the unnecessary items in the trading space for sale. As for the skill scrolls, he kept them for his own use, since they could be synthesized. Even if they weren't immediately useful, he could try his luck with a 3-and-own synthesis. Synthesizing skills was quite wasteful. If a 3-and-own attempt didn't yield the desired result, it meant losing 2 scrolls for nothing. But for Chen Nian, rare and high-risk incantations couldn't be obtained through leveling alone. Synthesis was the only way. This meant his talent was better suited for late-game development. The more rare incantations he synthesized, the stronger he would become. Unfortunately, his luck was poor this time. He used up all his skill scrolls without getting what he wanted. However, He had made a lot of money selling equipment earlier and bought about 20 low-level skill scroll from the trading space, continuing his synthesis attempts. This was undoubtedly gambling, but as a saint of incantations, he had no other choice. Rare incantations wouldn't appear out of thin air. He had to keep trying. Just as he was about to use up all his scrolls, Chen Nian's eyes lit up. Soul Flame Palm, Radiant Spell Skyward, Technique Wind, and Thunder Flash. Sequence 30, Rare Incantation, Wind and Thunder Flash. Though the sequence level wasn't high, this incantation was extremely practical. With it, Chen Nian could achieve ultra-high-speed movement with low energy consumption. This not only compensated for his lack of mobility, but was also excellent for escaping, especially when pursued by women. With 2 new incantations, Chen Nian's combat power saw a significant boost. He decided to test him in a dungeon, so he opened the chat channel. A message caught his eye. Discovered a level 60 dungeon, looking for a powerful mage. No freeloaders. Chen Nian thought, aren't I a wind mage now? He immediately sent a private message. Chen Nian sent a private message. I'm a high-level mage, looking for a dungeon group. The reply came instantly. What level? What's your attack power? Considering the current average stats of top players, Chen Nian responded, level 50, attack power 100. Sending you the location info? Come quickly. Chen Nian received the invitation and immediately headed to the coordinates. Dungeons, these rare and coveted resources, usually remain hidden, waiting for lucky players to find them. The rewards for clearing them are substantial, attracting players like moths to a flame. Chen Nian was no exception, thinking that joining someone else's dungeon would help him level up effortlessly. In a corner of the dark forest, a 6-member team was waiting. Ha, a mage is coming, one of them chuckled. Big bro, you've hooked another big fish, another chimed in. You're a genius. Big bro ID call you the smartest player here. The group laughed heartily, waiting for their prey to walk into the trap. Chiyu was their first victim, lured into the trap. As an elf summoner, her healing abilities should have been a crucial asset for clearing the dungeon. However, she underestimated the world's dangers and fell into their trap. Now, she had an explosive rune stuck to her back, rendering her immobile. You better not say a word, or you'll be the first to die, the bald man threatened her menacingly. These guys were originally internet cafe loafers, doing nothing productive. Now that the game had merged with reality, it gave them a chance to rise. Their methods were simple and brutal: exploitation, murder, and robbery. To them, it was the fastest way to get rich. He's here, get ready. Seeing a figure approaching, they quickly put on their welcoming faces. Chen Nian arrived. Hey brother, you're the mage, right? We've been waiting for you, come on in. One of them greeted warmly. Wow, you look reliable, brother. Your skills must be top-notch. Another quickly followed. The dungeon is right inside. Everyone's ready. Together, we'll definitely get some good loot. Surrounded by their enthusiasm, Chen Nian noticed Chiyu frantically blinking, almost as if having a spasm. She was screaming internally. They're bad news. Don't fall for their trap, or we're doomed. But Chen Nian said, is this young lady having eye problems? Chiyu almost fainted from anger, thinking, how can this guy not understand my signals at all? And now he thinks I have eye problems? Your whole family has eye problems. The bald man cleared his throat and glared at Chiyu before smiling at Chen Nian. Brother, this is the dungeon entrance. Look, right here. Chen Nian saw the chaotic space entrance, confirming it was indeed a dungeon. Brother, this dungeon is high-level. Let's enhance our abilities first. I'm a rune master, the bald man said. Rune master? Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. That's a rare talent, quite powerful. It has great utility, not just for support but also for dealing damage. Exactly, now stand still, brother. All right. Chiyu could only sigh helplessly as she watched. The bald man placed his palm on Chen Nian's back, channeling extraordinary power and drawing runes. Done. He clapped his hands in satisfaction, and the others nodded knowingly. Brother, I've inscribed an explosive rune on your back. From now on, you follow all my commands. Otherwise, a snap of my fingers, and you'll be blown to bits. Sorry, brother, but we need to get stronger to save the world, and we need your sacrifice. Chen Nian almost laughed, thinking, an explosive rune? Even if its power were 10 times stronger, it still wouldn't break my defenses. Chiyu shook her head in despair, thinking all was lost. However, Chen Nian remained calm, raising his hands. All right, what do you want me to do? Follow us into the dungeon. Move. You two go first. Chen Nian and Chiyu were pushed to the front. Okay. Entering the dungeon, you want us to clear the way, right? Chen Nian didn't hesitate and stepped into the dungeon entrance. Chiyu was also forced in, stumbling a bit. She rolled her eyes at Chen Nian and muttered, we're doomed now. Inside the dungeon, traps were everywhere. Chen Nian quickly understood his roll cannon fodder. The bald man, holding a map, commanded, there's a trap ahead. If you step on a specific tile, the lion statues will shoot poisoned arrows. You find a safe path. While Chioya hesitated, Chen Nian boldly stepped forward. Are you crazy? Watch out for the arrows, Chioya instinctively shouted. However, Chen Nian's agility was incredibly high, allowing him to easily dodge the arrows and quickly find a safe path. At the end of the traps, there was a treasure chest. Haha, are you really a mage? Your movements are so agile. Let's see what's in the chest. The bald man opened it. Holy crap, high-level rare gear. We've hit the jackpot. Good job, keep going. Throughout the journey, Chen Nian took the lead, easily evading traps that seemed like child's play to him. Chioya was stunned, thinking, I didn't expect him to be so good at avoiding traps. But what good is it? Once we clear the dungeon, we still can't escape. After navigating through numerous traps, a metallic hall appeared before everyone. The wide-open doors seemed to silently welcome them inside. The bald man barked menacingly. You get in. He roughly shoved Chen Nian forward. Chen Nian raised his hands in resignation. All right, I'm going. He stepped forward, with Chioya trembling behind him. Clearly lacking the confidence Chen Nian exuded. As the two entered the hall, the anticipated boss did not appear. Seeing this, the bald man immediately signaled his team to follow. Just then, the doors slammed shut. Not far ahead, a massive mechanized stone giant began to awaken, its eyes glowing red, towering as tall as a building. The stone giant slowly lifted its arm, shaking off countless layers of dust, like an ancient god awakening. One of the bald man's subordinates whispered, Boss, it looks like we can't get out unless we defeat this boss. Let them go first, we'll see what happens. Chen Nian and Chioya were once again forced to be the vanguard. The bald man threatened, Move it, or I'll detonate the explosive talismans on your backs. Chen Nian reluctantly stepped forward, tentatively raising his right hand. Wind cannon. Wind pressure gathered at his fingertip and blasted the boss's leg. A hole appeared instantly, but healed just as quickly. Only then did everyone notice the boss's level guardian Colossus, tier 1 level 80. The bald man exclaimed, Damn, it's an 80-level boss with self-healing abilities. Be careful. Keep your distance and find its weak spot. This thing can't heal indefinitely. The enraged stone giant swung its massive sword, the terrifying wind pressure nearly lifting people off their feet. The sword struck Chen Nian directly, slamming him into the wall like a cannonball, leaving him motionless. How could you get hit? Useless. The bald man cursed, starting to draw talismans to attack the statue. Chioya was stunned. Brother? Are you really gone? Weren't you brave when we passed the traps? She felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and coldness. Just as she was lost in thought, the stone giant's sword came crashing down on her. With a thunderous boom, Chioya was sent flying, landing in the same spot as Chen Nian. She was bewildered. Huh? Why am I not hurt? Don't move, play dead, Chen Nian suddenly winked. Chioya almost jumped in surprise, but quickly caught on and closed her eyes, pretending to be dead. Brother, you're okay? How is that possible? Keep quiet, Chen Nian whispered. With his defense, the 80-level boss couldn't hurt him. He was pretending to be dead to observe the stone giant's weakness. Meanwhile, the bald man's team was locked in battle with the stone giant. They attacked its head and chest, finally discovering a crimson mechanical heart in its chest. We found the weak spot. Destroy its heart, the bald man shouted. However, their attacks couldn't penetrate the heart's defense. Despair began to set in as they realized they might be trapped forever. At that moment, a leisurely voice came from behind. Need a hand? Everyone turned around, astonished to see Chen Nian unscathed. You're fine? You took a direct hit from the sword, and you're fine. Chen Nian brushed the dust off his shoulder and walked forward casually. Chioya screamed internally. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You still have the explosive talisman on your back. The bald man urgently said, Brother, if you can take down this boss, we'll be like brothers for life. Chen Nian smiled, raising his finger as invisible wind pressure gathered at his fingertip. Everyone thought he was foolish, believing such a weak wind spell couldn't possibly break the stone giant's heart. However, a sly grin appeared on Chen Nian's face. Calamity gem. Reverse attack and defense current attack power. 826. Boom! The wind cannon shot out. Bang! The wind cannon roared out, tearing through the air with a violent gust. The world seemed to fall into a brief silence, followed by a deafening explosion. The people around Chen Nian were flung away by the powerful shockwave before they could even react. The strike hit the stone giant's chest with precision, the wind pressure piercing through its back and shattering the hall's dome. The once indestructible mechanical heart was extinguished in an instant. System notifications flashed continuously. Congratulations on killing the Guardian Colossus. Gene Energy, 2,100. Level up, 6,870. Acquired rare material. Energy Core. Acquired skill scroll. 10,000 swords. Chen Nian felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected such bountiful rewards from this dungeon run. The energy core was a key material for crafting teleportation arrays, crucial for mutual support among major cities during the Blood Moon Calamity. As for the 10,000 sword skill scroll, it was a rare talent for sword users, perfect for Shao-Chi. He made a mental note to find an opportunity to give it to her. Meanwhile, the reversal effect of the Calamity gem wore off, and Chen Yin's defense returned to normal. Those around him stared in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. Some were so shocked that they forgot to get up from the ground. Even though Baldy and his team saw the door reopen, they didn't dare relax. The pressure Chen Nian exerted far surpassed that of the earlier boss. The elite team of 5 had exhausted their efforts trying to shatter the boss's heart. Yet Chen Nian had accomplished it with a single strike. Chioya was so frightened that she jumped up from the ground, her eyes wide and her hands covering her mouth in sheer disbelief. She stammered, "Brother, are you really that powerful? So you were just pretending earlier? Just to let these guys bring you to the boss room and find its weak spot?" Chen Nian finally turned to Baldy and his group, a contemptuous smile curling his lips. "Shouldn't you be calling me Godfather?" His gaze made them feel like clowns. A chill ran down their spines. This kid was so powerful. What would they do if he decided to take revenge? Baldy tried to maintain his composure, speaking coldly. "Don't move. Don't forget you have my explosive talisman on your back. A close-range explosion will do you no good." Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what do you want then? Hand over everything the boss dropped, and all your valuable equipment." Baldy roared, ready to detonate the rune at any moment. "I saved you, and now you want to rob me?" Chen Yan's tone was calm. "Don't forget the explosive talisman on your back. Don't try any tricks." Baldy was tense, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Chen Yan shrugged. "Why don't you try blowing it up then?" Boom! The rune on Chen Yan's back exploded, engulfing him in intense flames and thick smoke. "I warned you. You brought this on yourself." Baldy panted, drenched in sweat. However, a leisurely voice emerged from the black smoke. "Got any more? If not, it's my turn." As the smoke cleared, Baldy and his team were stunned. Despite the close-range explosion, Chen Yin was completely unharmed. What kind of defense and physique did this require? They couldn't fathom it. Under intense pressure, Baldy went completely mad, shouting hysterically, "Stop! And her! Take one step, and I'll blow her up." "You don't want an innocent person to die because of you, do you?" Chioya was just behind Chen Yin, also with an explosive talisman on her back. Her face turned pale. She never expected to become a hostage threatening Chen Yin. "It's over. I'm dead. We don't even know each other. Why would he care about my safety?" she thought in despair. Chen Yin coldly said, "I don't know her. Do you think I care if she lives or dies?" He stepped closer. Desperate, Baldy screamed, "Fine, then let her die." Word of power. Flash of wind and thunder. Chen Yin vanished, reappearing next to Chioya in an instant, grabbing the explosive talisman on her back. A blinding flash of light erupted in his hand, but it was like a dud firecracker, making no sound. Chioya was stunned. He actually risked himself to save me? And how did he move so quickly? Baldy and his group were even more horrified. Was he even human? What kind of monster had they provoked? "Run! Run!" They frantically tried to escape, but Chun Yin wouldn't let them go so easily. Dark domain. Darkness enveloped the area, stripping away all color and trapping them in a prison of shadows. Word of power. Reaper. With the Reaper spirit possessing him, Chen Yin began his merciless harvest. Each kill permanently increased the Reaper's Scythe's attack power. System notifications flashed continuously. Reaper Scythe attack power 10. Reaper Scythe attack power 10. Reaper Scythe attack power 10. All 5 were dealt with by Chen Yin. Using the remaining time in the Reaper's domain, he picked up Chioya and left the boss hall, sparing her the gruesome scene. When the domain disappeared, Chioya was still in Chen Yin's arms, her mind blank. She blinked, unable to speak. If other female players knew she was being princess carried by Chen Yin, they'd be insanely jealous. "It's over. Let's go." Chen Yin set her down. Ouch! Not reacting in time, Chioya landed on her butt. "Brother, who exactly are you?" But when she looked up to continue asking, he had already vanished. She even wondered if it had all been a dream. But her level had indeed increased, and the dungeon was cleared. Puzzled, Chioya turned to the forums for help. Can wind element mages make the world go completely dark? And can a normal wind cannon one-shot a boss? It's terrifying, but her post quickly sank, as such bizarre questions were largely ignored. The forum was still dominated by discussions about equipment, leveling up, and monster hunting. After a long wait, Chioya received a private message. "Could you tell me the details? Thanks." The sender's ID was just 2 words, Luo Shui. Luo Shui, known as the Ice Queen, is a top-tier player in the disaster game with the ultimate ice ability Arctic Extremes, capable of turning the land into glaciers effortlessly. In reality, she is Zhao Yixue, born into a world-renowned martial arts family. Her exceptional talent and pure appearance have garnered her countless followers, making her a national goddess. However, this determined woman harbors an unyielding fixation on Buyu. In the game, she has been defeated by him multiple times, transforming her frustration into motivation and eventually into admiration. At this moment, a player with the ID Chioya receives a message from Luo Shui, leaving her flustered and at a loss. She replies incredulously, "Are you really Luo Shui?" Luo Shui briefly asks Chioya to describe her situation in detail. After much hesitation, Chioya reveals her doubts and curiosity. Typically reserved, Luo Shui unusually speaks more to gather information about Buyu. Meanwhile, Chen Nian himself is unaware that he is being targeted by three top female players. Yi Hongling, Su Jinyu, and Zhao Yixue have each obtained his information through different means. Interestingly, none of them have seen Chen Nian's true face. Even Su Jinyu, who is closest to him, has only glimpsed his masked profile on her birthday. At this moment, Chen Nian is considering giving the newly acquired 10,000 Swords manual to Su Jinyu as a token of appreciation for her hard work managing the guild. The scene shifts to Luzhou. Since the last offline meeting, Su Jinyu has stayed here. She pretends to be asleep to lower Chen Nian's guard, secretly accessing surveillance footage to get that precious profile shot. Now, she is smiling foolishly at her phone, staring at the blurry photo. As the heiress of a top 100 global corporation, Su Jinyu is not short of admirers. Yet she is infatuated with this man she has never met. Just as she is lost in her fantasies, a streak of fiery light suddenly appears in the sky, crashing into the courtyard. Su Jinyu immediately becomes alert, and with a flick of her finger, her flying sword springs into action. As the dust settles, a woman in a red dress gracefully lands. It is Yi Hongling. The two beauties lock eyes, tension palpable. Yi Hongling smiles and says she's here to trade information. She knows Bias' whereabouts, while Su Jinyu has a photo of him. After some sharp exchanges, they reluctantly agree to the trade. As Yi Hongling taunts Su Jinyu, the latter receives a message from Buyu. Overjoyed, she hurriedly replies. Buyu gives her the 10,000 Swords manual, and they complete the transaction in the trading space. Su Jinyu proudly flaunts her new acquisition to Yi Hongling, who is momentarily furious. However, Yi Hongling quickly turns the tables. She contacts Chen Nian, luring him with a high-level skill scroll to join her in exploring the fiery abyss. Though puzzled by how Yi Hongling knows about his recent actions, Chen Nian accepts the tempting offer. Yi Hongling triumphantly announces her impending meeting with Buyu, leaving Su Jinyu fuming and stomping her feet in frustration. 14 days remain until the Blood Moon catastrophe descends. Chen Nian promised Yi Hongling to accompany her to the Inferno Abyss in exchange for a high-level skill scroll. This was an opportunity to significantly enhance his power, one he couldn't afford to miss. The Inferno Abyss is a rite of passage for all fire element transcendents. Completing its trials not only boosts one's level, but also permanently enhances attribute growth and can even awaken rare fire skills. Yi Hongling chose to force her way in before the catastrophe to become stronger. The next afternoon, the two met at Linhai City Airport. Chen Nian donned a black jacket, mask, and hat, fully geared up. He even used his shadow concealment skill, only revealing himself in the airport restroom. Yi Hongling's appearance caused a stir. Wearing sunglasses and a red dress that matched her wine-red hair, she looked as striking as a blooming peony. Her snow-white skin and blood-red lips were stunningly beautiful. Outside the airport, countless onlookers pressed against the glass, kept at bay by armed enforcers. Beside the helicopter, in addition to Yi Hongling, there were 6 fire element transcendents from various regions. They were all high-priced help hired by Yi Hongling. When Chen Nian finally arrived, the others seemed a bit impatient. However, with Yi Hongling's mediation, everyone quickly boarded the helicopter. To everyone's surprise, Yi Hongling had Chen Nian sit next to her and even leaned affectionately on his shoulder. 2 hours later, the helicopter landed on a volcanic island in the sea. The group entered the volcano's crater, traversing its molten interior until they found the crimson portal leading to the Inferno Abyss. Stepping through the portal, they were met with a crimson world. Scorching heat assaulted them, the sky shrouded in heavy black clouds, with lightning occasionally striking distant peaks. Ruins lay scattered around, and at the center stood a crimson pillar of light. With a grave expression, Yi Hongling explained, "I will enter the light pillar to undergo the trial. You all are to protect me and fend off the monsters that will continuously attack." The group confidently agreed, unaware of the life-and-death battle awaiting them. Yi Hongling took a deep breath, a determined glint flashing in her eyes. She knew that entering the fiery abyss at this stage to receive the inheritance was an extremely risky move. Her body might not withstand such immense power, but if she could endure it, her strength would significantly increase. Her reason for becoming stronger was not only to resist calamities, but also to win the man she admired. She resolved that even if she couldn't win Buyu's heart, she would at least win his body, ensuring no other woman would get ahead of her. I'm going in, Yi Hongling said one last time, glancing at Chen Nian before stepping resolutely into the crimson beam of light. As soon as she entered, scorching heat waves hit her face, as if she were inside a furnace with temperatures of thousands of degrees. Countless flames swirled around her like serpents. Anyone else would have turned to ashes instantly, but Yi Hongling gritted her teeth, barely holding on with her sheer willpower. Trial participant detected. The fiery inheritance trial officially begins, a mechanical voice suddenly announced. Be careful, it's coming. Look at the sky. Just as the voice finished, countless meteors appeared in the sky, crashing to the ground. As the dust settled, those meteors transformed into hideous monsters. Crimson Flame Lizard, level 68. Lava Beast, level 69. Magma Serpent, level 67. Seeing the levels of these monsters, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Their average level was just over 60, so the pressure of facing monsters near level 70 was immense. Haha, if it weren't difficult, why would Miss Yi personally ask for our help? Someone broke the silence. Everyone, stay sharp. We are the elite. Plus, killing these monsters will yield abundant experience and significantly increase the drop rate of fire-related skills. Just hold on for 24 hours, and victory will be ours. These words ignited the group's fighting spirit. Motivated by the rich rewards and experience, a fierce battle erupted. Flame Slash, Dragon Fire Spell, Heavenly Fire Barrage. Searing flames licked the air like tongues, thick smoke reducing visibility to almost zero. The extraordinary fighters battled valiantly against the oncoming monsters, slaying them one by one. The fallen monsters dissipated into light, but new ones quickly took their place. Continuously pouring into his was the terrifying nature of the fiery abyss. Everyone, conserve your energy. The battle is long. Don't exhaust yourselves, a seasoned veteran advised. That's right, it's just the beginning. Don't go all out. As more monsters were slain, the group's experience points began to rise rapidly. Genetic energy, 150. Genetic energy, 150. Genetic energy, 150. This was only the shared experience, yet it was already considerable. If they could endure for 24 hours, everyone's levels would increase significantly, which was why they risked coming here. However, someone soon noticed something unusual. You old geezer, standing there doing nothing? Chu Xiang, wielding a blazing battle sword, retreated from the battle and angrily shouted at Chen Nian like a raging lion. It turned out that Chen Nian, wearing a mask and hat, had been standing by the crimson light beam, blatantly slacking off. He contributed nothing but shared the experience, which infuriated the others. That's right. Our boss is Miss Yi, not you. We tolerated you earlier because of her. But now that we're fighting, if you don't join in, don't blame us for being rude. Others also directed their anger at Chen Nian. They had already been extremely annoyed seeing his closeness with Miss Yi, and now their frustration erupted. Ignoring their accusations, Chen Nian quietly muttered, words become reality. Word spirit, vanish without a trace. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Nian's figure vanished into thin air. Where is he? Gone? How is that possible? Could it be an invisibility skill? I didn't expect him to have such an ability. Kick him out of the team. We can't let him leech experience. Wait, only Missy can do that. We don't have the authority. Only team members can share experience. And the team leader, Yi Hongling, is in the crimson light beam undergoing the trial. The group could do nothing but rage helplessly. Shameless. A coward who doesn't even dare to show his true face. What can we expect from him? Everyone focus on the monsters. After the trial, we must settle the score with him. Under Chu Xiang's leadership, the group continued their fierce battle. Meanwhile, Chen Nian found a hidden spot to sit and quietly observe the battlefield. These ordinary monsters weren't worthy of his intervention. Yi Hongling was quite uncertain about this fiery abyss trial, mainly for two reasons. First, she feared she couldn't endure, leading to failure. Second, she worried that the others outside couldn't completely fend off the monster attacks, also resulting in failure. But after successfully inviting Buyu, her second worry vanished. In Yi Hongling's eyes, the other hired fighters were useless. Only Buyu was the true pillar of support. Time ticked by. 12 hours had passed. The group had held out under the intense pressure of the monster assaults for half a day. The performance of the challengers had been commendable, to say the least. However, as their internal energy waned, their movements grew sluggish and their breathing more labored. Meanwhile, The monster's assaults intensified, coming in relentless waves that seemed never-ending. Only halfway through, one of the challengers panted, "If this keeps up, I won't be able to hold on. Will these monsters ever stop?" The entire team was exhausted and battered. Some had their clothes torn to shreds, revealing charred skin covered in burnt sand, appalling sight. "Help! I can't take it anymore," someone cried out in despair. "If I had known this mission was this deadly, no amount of reward would have made me take it." A multitude of fire-type monsters surged forward like a tide, and panic spread across the challengers' faces. They could no longer hide the fear born from exhaustion and the overwhelming pressure of the monsters. At that moment, a string of golden words appeared in the air. "The final wave of monsters is about to arrive. Challengers, prepare yourselves." Chu Xiang's face lit up with joy. "The final wave. Ha! If we can just hold out through this, we'll win." But before he could finish, the sky suddenly tore open, revealing a massive rift. A colossal meteor crashed down, obliterating several high-level monsters on impact. Crack! The meteor split open, revealing red fissures spreading like a web. The first thing to emerge was a massive, red-black foot, as large as a wash basin. Veins like flowing magma coursed over its dark skin. "Boss! The boss is here!" Someone shouted in terror. When the full form of the boss appeared, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies trembling. It was a gigantic werewolf clad in crimson armor, wielding a blood-red spiked club, its eyes glinting like two blazing suns. "Holy crap, it's the Inferno Wolf King, level 95. Someone recognized the creature, a level 95 boss. This level crushed any remaining hope. For words echoed in everyone's minds. Unbeatable. Even at full strength, they might not stand a chance against it, let alone in their current battered state. "It's over, we're doomed," someone said in despair. Surrounded by countless monsters, with a terrifyingly high-level boss right in front of them, hope seemed lost. Fear washed over the challengers like a tidal wave. One of them was so scared he wet his pants, but the high temperature around them dried it instantly, leaving only a pungent smell in the air. At that critical moment, Chen Nian's figure suddenly reappeared in their sight, bringing a glimmer of hope to the desperate challengers. Chen Nian's sudden appearance left everyone in shock. Chu Xiang was the first to explode in anger, roaring furiously, "You coward! How dare you show your face here? I have no idea why Missy chose someone like you. Even if I die today, I'll take you down with me." However, Chen Nian merely cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiang, his voice calm as he said, "If you want to live, shut your mouth, rookie." This remark completely infuriated Chu Xiang. He raised his blazing greatsword, ready to charge at Chen Nian. Fortunately, his teammates held him back just in time, urging, "Wait, don't be rash." Chu Xiang struggled and shouted, "Let me go. I'll cut him down first." One of his teammates remained calm and analyzed. "Don't you find it strange? Why is he showing up now? And why isn't he afraid at all?" These words made Chu Xiang pause. He lowered his blazing great sword, pondering. That does make sense. If he's a coward, why isn't he scared when he's at death's door? And why did he choose to appear at the most dangerous moment? What's his purpose? Chen Nian ignored their discussion. He could feel the extraordinary power within him almost fully restored. It was time to act. He slightly raised his index finger, and obscure syllables transformed into a gathering wind at his fingertip. Word of power wind cannon. Everyone watched in astonishment. Someone exclaimed, "What's he doing? This guy uses wind abilities, not fire. Why did Missy bring him along?" Suddenly, an even more shocking realization surfaced. Someone stammered, "He's not a fire class. So how did he survive in the fiery abyss for so long? And why was he invisible all this time?" Everyone gasped, knowing that only fire classes could endure the fiery abyss for extended periods. At that moment, a purple-black light enveloped Chen Nian. Someone screamed, "Disaster gem!" Pointing at Chen Nian as if seeing a monster, they shouted, "That's the light of a disaster gem. He killed a disaster beast and has a disaster gem." This revelation stunned everyone once again. Disaster beasts are terrifying creatures from beyond, possessing intelligence and immense power. Ordinary people attempting to fight them face certain death. Yet, Chen Nian had not only defeated a disaster beast, but also obtained a disaster gem, indicating his strength far surpassed their imagination. Chu Xiang now realized Chen Nian's extraordinary abilities. His throat tightened, and he could only swallow repeatedly. "Disaster gem. Activate reverse defense," Chen Nian murmured. Boom! A wind cannon shot out. The powerful gust ruffled Chen Nian's bangs. The blast obliterated an approaching blazing lizard into countless pieces, its soul dispersed. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. During their earlier battles, it had taken multiple attacks or even joint efforts to eliminate a single monster. Yet Chen Nian had annihilated a nearly level 70 creature with one shot. The following scene left them even more speechless. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Nian's wind cannons fired continuously, each one instantly killing a monster. The others did nothing but watch their experience points rise. In just 2 minutes, all the smaller monsters were cleared by Chen Nian. Only then did they realize who the strongest person in their group was. Incredible. No wonder Missy values him so much. He's the strongest among us, someone exclaimed. I got a fire skill scroll. I found some equipment. Haha, this is what it's like to reap benefits without lifting a finger. Any resentment towards Chen Nian had long vanished. But after their brief excitement, they remembered the most pressing issue: the level 95 Inferno Wolf still awaited them. This powerful boss loomed over them like a massive mountain, suffocating their spirits. The Inferno Wolf sneered. You dare challenge the fiery abyss? How foolish! With a roar, it raised its massive spiked club, shaking the earth and sky. The dark red sky split open, revealing a colossal, crimson meteor descending slowly. Heaven's Fall, a fire mage cried out. That's the rare fire skill Heaven's Fall. His face turned pale, and he trembled. Everyone knew the devastating power of this ultimate move. If it struck, none would survive. The Inferno Wolf scanned the group with disdain, as if looking at insects. Ignorant humans, prepare for your end. As the meteor began its descent, everyone cowered on the ground, trembling. But they noticed one person still standing: Chen Nian. In the reflection of Chen Nian's eyes, the fiery glow of the meteor shone brightly. He raised his hand slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. What is he planning to do? Someone shouted. In the next moment, Chen Nian provided the answer. He used the seemingly ordinary wind cannon once more. The invisible blast shot through the air, striking the enormous meteor, and then vanished. Everyone was stunned. Using such a simple spell against the meteor seemed insane. This was the ultimate move of a level 95 boss. However, a shocking scene unfolded. With a deafening explosion, the meteor shattered in midair, scattering fragments and flames across the sky like a magnificent firework display. Chen Nian stood quietly amidst the falling embers, his silhouette straight and unwavering, like a new ruler rising from the chaos. A single ancient wind cannon blast shattered the meteorite into countless fragments. The scene was breathtaking, with debris flying everywhere. The team members, lying prone on the ground, were stunned, their trembling pupils reflecting Chen Nian's upright figure standing calmly amidst the fiery spectacle. No way! This power is terrifying, someone mumbled in disbelief, rubbing their eyes, but the stark reality left no room for doubt. It was then that Chu Xiong realized he might truly be nothing more than a clown in Chen Nian's eyes. Shame washed over him like a tide, making him wish he could disappear into a hole in the ground. Why is there someone this powerful at this stage? Chu Xiong pondered silently. How can an ordinary wind skill have such overwhelming power? Either his equipment has incredibly high attack bonuses, or his extraordinary attributes are off the charts. Only these two factors can influence a skill's final power. Not only were the teammates shocked, but even the boss, the flame demon wolf, was taken aback. Its jaw twitched as it glanced at its own hand in disbelief, thinking, did I really use my ultimate move just now? How could this be the result? The flame demon wolf gripped its wolf-tooth club tightly, ready to attack again, but suddenly, its fur stood on end as a strong sense of threat washed over it. Another wind cannon blast was incoming. Instinctively, it raised its club to block. The club, tempered in magma day and night, was supposed to be indestructible. However, with a resounding bang, half of the club shattered, and golden red fragments scattered everywhere. The flame demon wolf's pupils contracted in horror. Is this human's attack really so terrifying? Who is the real boss here? There was no time to think. Another wind cannon was about to be fired. The flame demon wolf swiftly darted away, transforming into a crimson shadow and running rapidly around the field, forming a red tornado. What speed! This monster's thinking and action abilities are both strong, the crowd marveled. Chen Nian was the last hope of the village. If he fell, there would be no chance of survival for anyone. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Watch out behind you!" The boss's speed was astounding, too fast for anyone to track accurately with the naked eye. By the time they saw it, it was already too late. The crowd had a vague suspicion. This guy might only have strong attack power but weak mobility and defense. If caught in close combat, he might lose. The flame demon wolf had the same thought. Its intelligence was impressive. Die! It roared, certain of its success. Yet, its claw hit nothing but air. The figure before it had mysteriously vanished. A calm, yet playful voice came from behind. Who gave you the illusion that you could defeat me? A single finger hovered in midair, aimed at the flame demon wolf's waist. With a boom, its waist exploded into a bloody mess. It staggered back, only to be stomped to the ground by a foot. The massive wolf-like boss was pinned down by a seemingly insignificant human, unable to move. This sight left everyone in shock. Holy crap, who's the real boss here? This guy is a monster among monsters, someone exclaimed. It turned out Chen Nian had activated his eagle eye to accurately track his opponent's every move, and Wind Flash granted him extraordinary mobility. He had converted all his defense into attack power, as no one could touch him. From the start, this battle had no suspense. Chen Nian glanced at the flame demon wolf, raised his finger, and aimed at its head. With a blast, the flame demon wolf's body disintegrated into light particles, and a system notification appeared. Congratulations on killing the boss flame demon wolf. Gene Energy 12540. Congratulations on obtaining a rare skill scroll. Meteor Descent. Congratulations on obtaining an epic weapon. Red Wolf Molten Fire Club. Congratulations on obtaining rare forging material. Red Wolf Fong. A massive amount of experience points flooded in. The rare fire spell, Meteor Descent, could fetch at least 1 billion if sold in the trading space. The epic weapon Red Wolf Molten Fire Club had also dropped. Chen Nian was very satisfied with the haul. After killing numerous small monsters and the final boss, his level skyrocketed from 70 to 83, a significant boost. The attributes of the newly acquired epic equipment were also impressive. Red Wolf Molten Fire Club Epic. Required Tier 1. Defense 50. Attack 230. Attribute bonus. Constitution 10, Extraordinary 10. Special effect. Fire Infusion. Ignites the weapon with flames. Compared to his original weapon, a fine-grade dagger with only 50 attack bonus. Equipping the new weapon increased his attack power by 180. However, Chen Nian didn't need to use the weapon directly. He valued its base effects while his combat style remained focused on verbal spells. With level, attributes, and equipment all enhanced, Chen Nian's attribute panel looked brand new. Chen Nian, Verbal Sage. Unique Gene. Level. Tier 1, Level 83. Constitution, 137. Agility, 88. Extraordinary, 77. Attack bonus, 310. Defense bonus, 696. Combat power evaluation, 65 stars. His combat power evaluation had increased by over 20 stars. With the activation of the disaster gem effect, his attack power could even break the 1,000 mark. Chen Nian realized he might be the first person in the world to achieve an attack power exceeding 1,000. You're amazing, bro. No wonder Miss Yi was confident in challenging the fiery abyss trial. She had you on her side. My gosh, you crushed a level 95 boss. Who exactly are you, man? Are you a legend from the game rankings, or a rising star? Let us know, bro, so we can thank you properly in the future. Having narrowly escaped death, the team members were now fawning over Chen Nian. Only Chu Xiang couldn't accept that someone could be this exceptional beyond his comprehension. Perhaps in Miss Ye's eyes, we're all just filler, and only he is the true strong one, Chu Xiang thought to himself. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the central crimson pillar of light. Ah! Although the monster was defeated, something had happened to Yi Hongling. As Chen Nian and his team battled fiercely with the monsters outside, Yi Hongling was undergoing a grueling trial to inherit the power of the flame. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from within, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. This meant that Yi Hongling was on the brink of her limits. If she couldn't hold on, not only would the inheritance fail, losing the chance to enhance her abilities, but she would also be forever barred from attempting the trial again. Chen Nian knew well of Yi Hongling's stubborn nature. She would never give up easily. However, forcing herself to continue could lead to a tragic end, turning her into ashes. With this thought, Chen Nian decisively headed towards the crimson pillar of light, ready to step inside. Wait, are you trying to get yourself killed? Someone shouted in alarm. Even Missy can't withstand it. How can you possibly survive? Most of the group felt immense gratitude towards Chen Nian, as he had saved them all. Seeing him march towards certain death, they tried to stop him. However, their pleas fell on deaf ears. Where did Missy find such a madman? Chu Xiang sneered, seizing the opportunity to mock. That crimson pillar is the core of this entire space. The flames inside are relentless, with pressure far greater than outside. He wants to play the hero, let him. If he dies, it's his own fault, Chu Xiang continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Chu, don't go too far. He saved us, someone rebuked sharply. A talent like him is a treasure for our country and the world. Don't forget, the blood moon calamity is imminent, another person reminded. Under the scolding of the group, Chu Xiang's face darkened, but he remained silent, inwardly sneering. No matter how strong, a dead man is useless. The moment Chen Nian stepped into the crimson light, an unprecedented heat enveloped him, as if every inch of his skin was being roasted over a fire. Fortunately, the epic-level equipment he had acquired, the flame tree armor, significantly mitigated the damage from the flames. At the center of the Crimson World, Chen Nian saw Yi Hongling, and the sight made him pause. She lay on the ground, her dress in tatters, her fair skin glowing red from the reflected flames. Her winered hair spread out, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Her delicate figure, usually hidden beneath her dress, was now fully exposed to Chen Nian's gaze, making it hard for him to look away. But now was not the time for admiration. Chen Nian noticed that Yi Hongling's consciousness was on the verge of collapse and quickly went to support her. As his hand touched her back, he was shocked. Her once smooth skin was now charred and horrifyingly burnt. The culprit was the fire dragon hovering above them. "Hey, Yi Hongling!" Chen Nian called softly. Weakly, Yi Hongling opened her eyes. Seeing that it was Chen Nian holding her, she managed a faint smile. You came. You care about me so much. Do you like me?" Chen Nian hadn't expected her to still have the energy to tease him in such a state. "Don't talk," he said seriously. At that moment, the fire dragon above suddenly attacked, diving towards them. Chen Nian's pupils gleamed with golden light as he shouted, "Word, Spirit, Judgment, Gold Sword." The fire dragon was sliced into pieces in midair. However, as a conjured entity within the trial space, it could regenerate infinitely until the trial ended. Thus, the dragon attacked Chen Nian repeatedly, only to be cut down again and again. Due to the special nature of the Judgment Gold Sword, even high temperatures could be severed, so staying close to Chen Nian kept them from being burned. "I'm going to die." Yi Hongling's voice was barely a whisper. Before that, "Can you let me see your face?" "You're not that badly hurt," Chen Nian said flatly. "Heartless man," Yi Hongling pouted. "If you leave, it means the trial fails, and I'd rather die here." This once proud flame queen now spoke like a delicate woman. Chen Nian reluctantly revealed the truth. "I can't stay here protecting you forever. Using high-risk word spirits consumes a lot of energy. There is one way to help me pass the trial," Yi Hongling suddenly said. "Tell me?" Chen Nian was focused on her words, not expecting the weak Yi Hongling to suddenly lean in and kiss his black mask. With her teeth, Yi Hongling pulled off Chen Nian's mask, revealing his face to her for the first time. Before Chen Nian could say anything, his lips were sealed by her soft ones. Chen Nian groaned softly. Yi Hongling's slender arms wrapped around the back of his head like snakes. Her beautiful eyes were half closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her rosy cheeks looked like a blooming rose. Chen Nian couldn't resist. As a normal man, he found it impossible to refuse such a beautiful woman. After a while, Chen Nian snapped out of the sweet moment, realizing he had been tricked. Not only had she stolen his first kiss, but she had also seen his face. Yi Hongling was no simple woman. Even in such a critical situation, she had managed to trick him. However, her lips were indeed soft. "Ahem, what are you trying to do?" Despite having enjoyed the kiss, Chen Nian couldn't help but ask. Yi Hongling smiled seductively and said softly, "I forgot to tell you. I recently learned a new ability. Lust can be converted into my own strength. This is my first time using it." Chen Nian was bewildered. "See for yourself," Yi Hongling said proudly. Chen Nian looked closely and was stunned. The burns on Yi Hongling's back were healing at a visible rate, turning back into pristine, unblemished skin. "Is this for real?" Chen Nian thought to himself. "Lust is also a form of fire, I guess." Suddenly, Chen Nian felt a bad premonition wash over him. What? What do you want to do?" "You kissed me, so you have to take responsibility." Yi Hongling blinked. "But you're fine now," Chen Nian tried to argue. "That won't do." Yi Hongling pouted. "I don't know if I can last till the end, so I need you to stay with me, to kindle more of that fire." Chen Nian felt a hand roaming over his chest, sending shivers through his body. "Damn, you set me up from the start?" Chen Nian realized. "No, I'm not that kind of bad woman. I'm quite innocent." Yi Hongling licked her luscious lips. "And you were quite enthusiastic with that kiss, weren't you?" Chen Nian was speechless, caught in a terrible dilemma. Giving up on Yi Hongling was clearly not an option. She was not only the cherished daughter of the Dragon Kingdom's Minister of Defense, but also a top-tier combatant against calamities. For the sake of world peace, her safety was paramount. With a sigh, Chen Nian realized he would have to sacrifice himself. There were still several hours left until the trial ended. During this time, Chen Nian had to endure the enthusiastic kisses of this stunning beauty. Yi Hongling teasingly lifted his chin and said with a smile, "Relax, we have plenty of time. Let's take it slow." She continued to tease him, not speaking. "You're so handsome. Why do you always hide it?" Chen Nian explained, "To guard against people like you, even ladies. If my identity were revealed, other countries wouldn't stand idly by. Once war breaks out, I'd be the prime assassination target." Yi Hongling immediately promised, "Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Plus, if you come to my house, my dad can give you the highest level of protection." Chen Nian's eyes widened in shock, thinking, she wants me to become Olivian's son-in-law? That's an outright insult. He stood up, ready to leave. Yi Hongling quickly grabbed him. Just kidding, don't go. Remember our first meeting? In that high-difficulty fire dungeon. You were one of the mercenaries I hired at a high price. Thanks to you, we cleared it smoothly. Since then, we've had an entangled relationship. Chen Nian interrupted. That last part was unnecessary. I'm grateful you came. Thank you. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Hongling, like a clingy kitten, leaned in and softly kissed his earlobe. The warm touch sent a shiver down Chen Nian's spine. Pfft. Yi Hongling laughed. Look at you, acting all coy. Chen Nian frowned. I'm here to save you, don't go too far. Yi Hongling persisted. Are you even a man? A big beauty like me is flirting with you, and you don't react at all? At that moment, the fire dragon circling in the air was shattered by the judgment golden sword. Why are you getting anxious? Chen Nian hadn't finished speaking when a strong force hit the back of his head, and he found himself kissing Yi Hongling again. Her eyes widened in surprise and delight. This kiss was even more passionate, like the scorching summer wind, intense and burning. Yi Hongling felt her whole body go soft, but her strength was renewed. This was her innate ability, rekindling desire. Feeling the extraordinary power filling her again, she was now able to continue facing the abyssal trial without Chen Nian's protection. Outside, the crowd began to murmur. It's been so long. Are they both dead in there? Who would dare go in and check? That's a death wish. We'll know when the time is up. If they're dead, the system will notify us of the trial failure. There's no way they could survive this. If even Missy can't hold out, who can? It's a shame we don't know who that guy is. I have a guess, but I'm not sure. Spit it out. Forget it, it's impossible. That person wouldn't show up. I must be wrong. During this time, Chen Nian and Yi Hongling had exchanged countless kisses. Suddenly, Yi Hongling's eyes snapped open as the system notification sounded. Congratulations! Fire Abyss trial succeeded. You have obtained the first inheritance of the Fire Abyss, and the skill Heavenly Fire Spear has awakened. All fire abilities' power has increased, and all attributes have permanently grown. Yi Hongling had successfully cleared the Fire Abyss trial, gaining immense benefits. At this moment, the heat in the trial space completely vanished. Chen Nian suddenly sighed. Yi Hongling asked in confusion, the trial is over. Why are you sighing? Chen Nian frowned. If the trial never ended, we could continue doing some intimate things. Chen Nian extended his hand. I've completed my task. Where's my reward? All right, Yi Hongling agreed. But can you tell me your real name? No, Chen Nian flatly refused. If even his real name were exposed, it would be too easy for Yi Hongling to find him. Xiaoqi would get jealous, and a love triangle would be unavoidable. Yi Hongling pouted. Fine, I'll find out myself. Here you go. She handed over the promised high-level skill scroll to Chen Nian. With this, he could bypass the stringent conditions and unlock a high-level incantation. Chen Nian then said, I got this from defeating the outside boss. Do you want it? He took out a rare skill scroll, Heavenly Meteor. This was a super spell for fire-based attacks, usable by any fire profession, not just mages. Seeing the crimson scroll, Yi Hongling's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, she blurted out. 1 billion a friendly price, Chen Nian said calmly. Yi Hongling angrily put her hands on her hips. You cold-hearted man. You were just kissing me passionately. And now you want a billion? Business is business, Chen Nian shrugged. If I put it up for auction, it starts at 10 billion. Are you sure you don't want it? How about I offer myself instead? Yi Hongling winked. Then I'm leaving. Chen Nian turned to go. All right, you think offering myself isn't worth a billion, huh? I hate how wooden you are. Yi Hongling grumbled. Fine, I'll transfer it to your account later. Chen Nian tossed the scroll to Yi Hongling, knowing she wouldn't go back on her word. Then he glanced at her disheveled appearance and threw his coat over to her. After sale service. No need to thank me. As the coat landed on her, Yi Hongling felt surprisingly touched. She thought, giving me his coat? Isn't he worried I'll be seen by other men? He's so considerate. At that moment, Yi Hongling felt that the coat was worth a billion. By then, Chen Nian had already left, using his incantation to disappear without being seen by the crowd outside. When Yi Hongling emerged, a wave of exclamations greeted her. Missy, you're finally out? We've been waiting for you. Yes, Missy, we almost lost our lives fighting those monsters. Thank goodness you succeeded. Congratulations, Missy. People crowded around, showering her with compliments. But they were also puzzled about the mysterious man. Missy, where's that masked guy? Yeah, Missy, did you see how he took down the level 95 boss in just a few moves? Who is he, a new prodigy? Yi Hongling smiled and shook her head. Can't say. As everyone wondered why she couldn't say, someone suddenly trembled and muttered in shock. Can't say, could it be? Buyu. He's Buyu. When Yi Hongling uttered this legendary name, Disbelief instantly washed over everyone's faces. Every person present knew that Buyu was the most enigmatic figure in the game, never revealing his true identity. As a goddess-level player, Yi Hongling was not only adored in the game, but also idolized by countless admirers in real life. Her beauty had been exalted on various forums. Alongside her were Su Jinyu, often referred to as the White Moonlight in countless hearts, and Zhao Yixue, known for her ice-cold beauty. These renowned figures were well known in the gaming community. However, Buyu was entirely different from them. He was like a mystery, treating the game as a mere illusionary adventure with no ties to reality. Who would have thought that today they would be fortunate enough to witness Buyu's true appearance? No wonder someone suddenly realized. No wonder Missy felt confident enough to challenge the fiery abyss. She had Buyu on her side. Holy crap! This is unbelievable, another person exclaimed excitedly. I was just fighting alongside my idol. Someone chuckled. I've heard rumors about Missy being close to Buyu, but I didn't believe it. Ha! If it's Buyu, then his strength makes perfect sense. Chu Xiang's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly. He recalled his earlier mockery of Buyu and felt a deep regret, wishing he could disappear. Only now did he realize that he had been mocking the legendary player Buyu. What made it even harder to accept was that, even after the game's integration with reality, Buyu still displayed incredible strength that left everyone in awe. Chu Xiang felt his body heat up with shame. Someone patted his shoulder, teasing, Brother Chu, you've got guts. Mocking Buyu as a nobody, ha, that's impressive. Chu Xiang, embarrassed and angry, retorted, didn't you all mock him too? He turned to Yi Hongling, his tone slightly resentful. Miss Yi, if you had told us his identity earlier, we wouldn't have. Before he could finish, Yi Hongling shot him a cold glance, as if silently mocking him. If I had told you earlier, would you really think you're somebody? Yi Hongling said flatly, all right, thank you all for your efforts. The rewards will be transferred to your accounts by my butler. With that, she didn't join the others on the helicopter, but instead mounted her flaming broom and disappeared into the sky like a streak of fire. She was already planning to visit Su Jinyu in Luqing to boast a little. After the mission, Chen Nian eagerly used a height-ear skill scroll. Such scrolls were rarer than epic gear, especially valuable for players like him who relied on rare skills. Please draw your Yinling. Mysterious golden characters appeared before Chen Nian. With a light touch, golden light exploded like a burst of stars. Sequence 101 Destiny unlocked. High-risk Yinling. Destiny. Even Chen Nian couldn't help but be slightly surprised upon unlocking this Yinling. Its effects were terrifyingly powerful, versatile enough to rival any other height-ear sequence if used properly. Using Destiny allowed him to draw cards. Sun, Moon, Stars. Sun increases physique by 30, heals injuries. Moon increases agility by 30, restores stamina. Stars increases extraordinary power by 30, restores extraordinary energy. Additionally, there was a small chance of drawing an eclipse, also known as the Black Sun. When activated, it could absorb all surrounding life forms like a black hole, indiscriminately devouring both friend and foe. This was why this Yinling was classified as high risk. Even Chen Nian might struggle to control it. But if his luck with the draw was good, he could defy the odds. Soon, Chen Nian received a notification. Your account has been credited with 1 million gold. This virtual currency equated to 100 million renminbi. Virtual gold could be converted to real money at any time. Yi Hongling's prompt payment was quite generous. Chen Nian's haul from this trip was substantial. Not only had he awakened a powerful new Yinling and significantly leveled up, but he also received a hefty sum of money. His next plan was simple. Use the rare humpback mountain turtle shell he had obtained last time to forge an epic set. With enough funds, he quickly purchased the remaining materials from the trading space. Materials secured. Now he just needed to find a blacksmith with the right talent. Let's head back to the city for some rest. I'm exhausted, Chen Nian thought. Turns out kissing is quite the workout. After a day of rest at home, Chen Nian found himself trending in the news the next morning. Shocking. Legendary player Buyu revealed. Level 95 boss crushed. According to eyewitnesses, when the boss appeared, everyone was in despair until Buyu acted. The boss stood no chance. Unfortunately, no clear photos of Buyu were taken. Comments from netizens flooded in. Holy crap! News about Buyu at last. Buyu hubby is so strong. Hubby take me. The blood moon calamity is approaching. I hope Buyu can protect our city. It seemed the eyewitnesses had leaked the news. However, Chen Nian wasn't worried since only Yi Hongling had seen his true face. Chen Nian, did you see the news? Buyu has appeared. Oh my god! Chinu, a die-hard fan of Buyu, couldn't wait to share the news with Chen Nian. Chen Nian responded calmly. I saw it. Chinu, a bit dissatisfied, said, how can you be so calm? That's Buyu we're talking about. Probably the strongest, extraordinary being in the world. Chen Nian replied nonchalantly. Impressive indeed. Seeing Chen Nian's indifferent response, Chinu couldn't help but pout. She thought, is he upset because I praised another guy in front of him? But I don't even have a chance to meet such an idol. It's just pure admiration. At this moment, Deng Rongrong approached and greeted. What's up, you? Talking to yourself? Ready to level up? Chinu explained. Nothing much, just shared some excitement with Chen Nian. But you has appeared for the first time, and I got a bit excited. Maybe he's jealous? Ha! Deng Rongrong nearly burst out laughing. She thought, you're praising him right in front of him, and he just can't be bothered to respond. Jealous my foot. If you ever find out Chen Yin's true identity, you'll probably die of embarrassment. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Lucheng, Su Jinyu was also reading the news, feeling somewhat uneasy. She knew the whole story. What's so great about it? But you even sent me fireworks. I must be number one in his heart. The young girl was muttering to herself when a streak of fire appeared in the sky. Indeed, it was Yi Hongling returning triumphant. She had come specifically to tell Su Jinyu every detail of the time she and Buyu had spent holding and kissing each other. Yi Hongling's appearance ignited a surge of inexplicable anger in Su Jinyu. She scrutinized the seductive woman with cold eyes, inwardly scoffing. What's the use of being so beautiful? You'll sag soon enough. Yi Hongling seemed to read Su Jinyu's thoughts, a playful smile curving her lips. Xiaoqi, I met your brother Buyu. You knew that, right? Su Jinyu forced herself to stay calm. So what? I've met him too. Have you ever kissed him? Yi Hongling suddenly threw out a question that caught Su Jinyu off guard. What? Su Jinyu stiffened, her delicate face flushing. She hadn't kissed Buyu, but she often kissed his photos on her phone. She would never admit to such an embarrassing act. Yi Hongling continued to provoke her. Your brother Buyu is quite the kisser. You. Su Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right, I've kissed him 8 or 9 times. Each time, it left me breathless. Yi Hongling said with feigned innocence. Oh, Xiaoqi, you're not mad, are you? Liar, that's impossible. Su Jinyu immediately denied it. But you would never do that with you. You're lying? Sure, I'm lying. Yi Hongling suddenly changed her tone and pulled out a man's jacket. But what about this? He gave it to me. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Next time, I'll call you when we're together, so you can feel included. Art! Su Jinyu could no longer contain her emotions. Dozens of sword shadows suddenly appeared behind her, shooting towards Yi Hongling. But Yi Hongling's pupils brightened, and the continuous sword shadows ignited midair, burning into nothingness. I won't play with you anymore. Goodbye, little sister. Yi Hongling left satisfied. Su Jinyu stomped her feet in frustration. If she weren't currently overseeing work in Lucheng, connecting the teleportation arrays of major cities, she would have chased after her. During the time when Chen Nian was away leveling up, she had been handling various guild affairs, preparing for the impending Blood Moon Calamity. Scumbag. Once we get through this calamity, I'm definitely coming to Lin Heishi to find you, Su Jinyu said through gritted teeth. At that moment, far away in Lin Heishi, Chen Nian suddenly sneezed and muttered to himself, is someone talking about me behind my back? He was looking for a suitable blacksmith to craft the final piece of his epic gear set. He had just found the right person and was calling to inquire. Hello, I'd like to commission a piece of equipment, Chen Nian said. A robust, middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Sure, what grade are you looking for? I don't take jobs below excellent grade. Epic grade, Chen Nian stated directly. What? The other person was clearly startled, his voice rising. Yes, epic grade. Can you do it? Chen Nian confirmed again. Absolutely. I can do it, the man replied excitedly. When do you want it? You decide the time. Give me your address, and I'll deliver the materials tomorrow morning. Got it? Hanging up the phone, the blacksmith known as Old Chow was brimming with excitement. His daughter, Chuya, couldn't help but laugh. Dad, what's got you so happy? What's the good news? Ah, your old man has a big client tomorrow. Old Chow explained with a smile. If I can't be a combat professional, being a top blacksmith is good enough. It helps people and puts food on the table. All right, Dad, Chuya said. I need to go out and meet a friend. It's late. Be careful. Old Chow advised. Chuya was going to meet someone with the ID Luoxue. To her surprise, this person actually came to Lin Heishi. At 9 in the evening, Chuya arrived at the agreed location outside an arcade. However, instead of her online friend, she was met by a group of drunken street thugs emerging from the arcade. Hey there, little girl. Who are you waiting for all alone? One of the thugs taunted. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Chuya quickly made up an excuse. Boyfriend? Even better. Come on, have a few drinks with us. Get lost, you perverts, Chuya started to shout, but suddenly the air temperature plummeted. The thugs froze in place, as if turned to statues. Chuya's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. A layer of frost quickly covered the thugs, turning them into ice sculptures. What's happening? Chuya muttered. A girl in sneakers approached from the front. She wore a black t-shirt and denim shorts, her long, shapely legs catching the arcade's colorful lights. Her skin was almost luminous, and under her black baseball cap were cold eyes and a stunning face. I'm Luoxue, the girl said calmly, ignoring the ice sculptures. You're really Luoxue. Chuya was utterly shocked. Luoxue, the pinnacle of ice abilities, the Northern Queen, a goddess-level player. Her real name was Zhao Yixue, from the world-renowned Zhao martial arts family. Her background was no less impressive than Yi Hongling's. She was a genius in her family, and apart from practicing martial arts, her only joy was playing the game Calamity. In the game, she found unique happiness and met a special man Buyu. Her only purpose in coming to Linhaishi was to find Buyu. Let's talk somewhere else. Zhao Yixue led Chuya into a coffee shop. Her beauty was so striking that every few minutes, a man would try to approach her. But they were quickly driven away by the chilling aura surrounding her. I can't believe I'm meeting a legendary player like you, Chuya said excitedly. Yes, Zhao Yixue replied curtly. Can you tell me exactly what happened that day? Zhao Yixue asked. Sure. But can you sign an autograph or take a photo with me first? I'm a big fan, Chuya said with a smile. Reluctantly, Zhao Yixue obliged to get information about Buyu. That day, I was doing a dungeon run and got scammed. Then I met someone who was incredibly skilled. Chuya began her tale. Do you know who he was? Zhao Yixue asked eagerly. Yes, Chuya said excitedly. He was featured on the news once for his bravery and is a genius at Linhaishi University. Yes, his name is Chen Nian. Chen Nian, Zhao Yixue repeated. And his girlfriend is the famous actress Chinu. They're a perfect match. Chuya continued. You said he has a girlfriend? Zhao Yixue's voice turned icy. Chuya then noticed that the cup of coffee in front of Zhao Yixue, which had no ice, was now frozen solid. Tomorrow, take me to find Chen Nian, Zhao Yixue said impassively, but the temperature seemed to drop sharply around her, making Chuya shiver involuntarily. All right, I'll take you to Linhai University tomorrow. We should be able to find him there. Chuya hastily agreed, trying to hide her unease. Zhao Yixue gave a slight nod. Good. See you tomorrow? She stood up, her long, narrow eyes under the black baseball cap gleaming like a nocturnal cat, sharp and mysterious. Don't tell anyone about what I asked today. Okay. Chuya nodded repeatedly. After exchanging contact information, they parted ways. It wasn't until Zhao Yixue's figure completely disappeared that Chuya snapped out of her daze, murmuring excitedly to herself. Oh my god, I got Luz's contact info. This is unreal. I better hurry home before I run into any trouble. Chuya rushed back home, but was met with an unexpected scene at the door. A fiery red Audi was parked in front of the shop, and several men with unfriendly expressions were banging on the door. It's so late. The shop has been closed for hours. Chuya thought in confusion, only to see her father, Lao Chao, open the door. Why are you here so late? What's going on? Lao Chao asked politely. You don't know why we're here? We're here to get some gear made. So get to work. One of the men demanded arrogantly. Lao Chao quickly forced a smile. Sorry, gentlemen, but we're closed for the night, and my clients usually have to wait in line. How about I put you on the list? Before he could finish, a vase at the shop's entrance was smashed to pieces. Seeing this from a distance, Chuya felt a pang of heartache. It was a flower she had painstakingly grown. Lao Chao, don't push your luck, the man in the red shirt sneered. We're from the newly established Hualien Guild, and all our members are level 50 or above, with a registered capital of 1 billion. We're giving you face by coming here ourselves. Lao Chao tried to explain. Brothers, it's not that I don't want to help, but working on gear this late would disturb the neighbors. Fine, take him away. He can work at our company where it won't be a disturbance. From now on, you prioritize our work. As soon as the words were out, the men grabbed Lao Chao and forced him into the Audi. Soon, the car's lights vanished into the darkness. This is outrageous. Chuya witnessed the whole scene, but wisely chose not to rush out. Instead, she immediately called the law enforcement team. All right, we will verify and handle it right away, came the response from the Enforcement Bureau. Feeling helpless, Chuya could only wait at the shop's entrance for any news. By the next morning, there was still no word, and she looked utterly dejected. Just then, a customer arrived at the shop. Is this Lao Chao's shop? I need some gear made. You're Chen Nian? Chuya exclaimed, recognizing the visitor. Chen Nian nodded, and Chuya quickly recounted the events of the previous night. After hearing the story, Chen Nian pondered for a moment. No rush, I have a friend at the Enforcement Bureau. Let me ask around. Chen Nian called Li Yunwei. Li Yunwei explained apologetically. Sorry, Chen Nian, I heard about this morning. But with the Blood Moon Calamity approaching, high-level combatants are invaluable, and the Bureau can't intervene in such matters. In other words, we can't handle it. The reason for making gear isn't enough for the Bureau to step in since no one was killed or anything was set on fire. Got it understood? What's the background of the people involved? Chen Nian asked. A newly established company, or rather, an extraordinary guild called Huolin, only accepting high-level players above level 50. The bosses teamed up with several capitalists for joint investment. These bosses in Linhai have extensive networks, making it difficult for the Bureau to interfere. Chen Nian, you better. Li Yunwei initially wanted to advise Chen Nian not to get involved, but thought better of it, considering Chen Nian might have the capability to handle it. You better know that this new company at 335 Yinshi Road isn't easy to mess with. Got it. Chen Nian replied with a smile and hung up. Normally, he wouldn't bother with such trouble, but today was different. Lao Chao was supposed to craft epic gear for him, and someone dared to cut in line? This was a direct challenge. Hey driver, stop for a second. Chen Nian hailed a passing taxi and quickly got in. Chiu tried to call out to him, but was too late. Great, now Chen Nian's gone too. Dad's been taken, and I haven't fulfilled my promise to anyone. Ugh. Shortly after Chen Nian left, a black SUV pulled up. A girl in a black t-shirt and denim shorts got outed with Zhao Yixue. Seeing Xiao Ye's downcast face, she said coldly, "Get in the car. Take me to Linhai University." Xiao Ye hurried to explain, "Actually, I just saw Chen Nian, but I couldn't stop him. I'm so sorry." Zhao Yixue began questioning her. "Where did he go?" "I don't know." "Do you have his contact info?" "No." "What was he here for?" "To get my dad to make some gear, but my dad was kidnapped." "Kidnapped to where?" "I don't know, his phone's unreachable, and the Enforcement Bureau hasn't responded." "Your dad's name?" "Qiu Chao, but everyone calls him Lao Chao." Zhao Yixue impassively made a call. "I need to know who kidnapped him within 5 minutes." With that simple command, she hung up. The vast network and intelligence system of the Zhao family immediately sprang into action. In less than 5 minutes, a location was sent to Zhao Yixue's phone. "Found him." "Really?" Qiu was stunned, not expecting Lizhu to solve what the Enforcement Bureau couldn't with just one phone call. "Get in the car," Zhao Yixue said, opening the door. She was always decisive and never wasted time. Meanwhile, Chen Nian had already arrived at the destination alone. Chen Nian arrived at his destination alone. He looked up and saw a towering, upscale office building, its glass facade gleaming in the morning light. The words Firelin Transcendent Company shone brightly atop the structure. A slight smile appeared on Chen Nian's face as he thought to himself. Forming a company with transcendent beings is indeed a long-term and stable venture. These transcendent beings can serve the country, work as mercenaries or enforcers in their spare time, and even sell equipment or help others level up for profit. The ways to make money are endless. These capitalists have sharp instincts, quickly seizing the pulse of the times. He walked into the company, passing through the revolving glass doors and stepping onto the exquisite silk red carpet that led into the spacious and bright lobby. 2 receptionists, dressed in professional black office attire, bowed and greeted him. "Welcome." Chen Nian nodded to himself, noting the company's deep-rooted foundation. No wonder they dared to engage in such blatant strong-arm tactics. As he pondered, his communicator suddenly vibrated, showing a private message request from Ahua. Chen Nian was slightly surprised. Ahua was a member of the Meng family from Linhai City, a powerful family with influence across multiple industries. Although his gaming skills were terrible, he held considerable status in real life. Chen Nian opened the message and quickly skimmed through Ahua's ramblings. "Big brother, I've recently started a new project, this transcendent company that recruits high-level transcendent beings. It's definitely a sunrise industry in this new era. When disasters strike, these elites banding together are much stronger than fighting alone. By the way, Sister Xiaoqi seems to be in a bad mood lately and has been ignoring me. Just letting you know, in case you need to mobilize her." Chen Yin couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected that Firelin Company was Ahua's doing. He replied with a simple, "Got it," deciding to handle the matter himself. Approaching the reception desk, Chen Nian directly requested to see the general manager. The receptionist glanced him up and down, noting his sports jacket and jeans, and her attitude immediately turned cold. "The general manager is very busy and may not have time for visitors. Just let him know I'm from the Enforcement Bureau." Though skeptical, the receptionist reluctantly made the call. Shortly after, a tall, thin man in a tailored black suit approached, flanked by 2 bodyguards. He glanced at Chen Nian with disdain. "You claim to be from the Enforcement Bureau? Dressed like that?" In turn, Chen Nian replied curtly. "I heard you kidnapped a transcendent being with blacksmith talents yesterday. I've already scheduled him to craft equipment for me, so I'd like you to release him." The general manager was momentarily stunned, but then burst into laughter. "Ah, so that's what this is about. He's already been conscripted by our company. Did he agree to that? Does he need to? Working for us is an honor. That's kidnapping." The general manager's face darkened. "Get rid of this guy." The 2 bodyguards stepped forward to grab him, but Chen Nian sighed and swiftly intercepted, twisting their wrists with a crisp crack. The bodyguards cried out in pain, their screams echoing through the lobby. The general manager stood frozen in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Chen Nian shook his head and sighed. Now, can you hand him over? Can I have the person now? Chen Nian asked calmly, as if he were inquiring about something as ordinary as the weather. His words exploded in the hall like a bomb. The expressions of those around him changed instantly, as if they had seen a ghost. Especially the receptionist who had greeted him with a smile just moments ago. Her face was now filled with disbelief. She never would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man was here to cause trouble. Is he crazy? Someone whispered. Doesn't he know what kind of place this is? Indeed, this was no ordinary company. The guild housed powerful superhumans, all above level 50, and many of them were currently upstairs. Moreover, the company was backed by influential capitalists who even the law enforcement had to give face to. Coming here to stir up trouble was akin to courting death. The general manager was also taken aback. The two bodyguards he had called earlier were both around level 50 superhumans, and strong warrior types at that. Yet this young man had taken them down in just a few moves. All right, the general manager said, trying to maintain his composure and speaking in a friendly tone. I'm sorry, the person you're looking for is on the 3rd floor. I'll take you to him right away. Chen Nian didn't care whether the manager was planning any tricks and followed him into the elevator. When they reached the 3rd floor, the general manager respectfully pointed ahead and said, Brother, our company's forging hall is right over there. He's inside. As Chen Nian walked in without a hint of caution, the general manager's lips curled into a cold smile. You're done for, kid. The forging hall was filled with the pungent smell of rust and metal, and the heat from the furnaces permeated the air. Several large forging furnaces dominated the room. Old Chow, Chen Nian called out tentatively. Not far ahead, a middle-aged man covered in grime looked up, wiping sweat from his forehead. He wore a dirty tank top, and his body was marked with numerous scars, evidence of past beatings. Who are you? Old Chow asked, puzzled. Here to pick up the equipment I ordered, Chen Nian replied bluntly. What? Old Chow's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly pushed Chen Nian. You need to leave now. He couldn't believe someone had actually come here to get him. Since being forcibly brought to this company, he had come to understand its terrifying nature. Not only did it have powerful superhumans, but it also had several influential capitalists operating behind the scenes. They didn't just coerce blacksmiths. Even superhumans were forcibly recruited. If anyone refused, their family and friends would be threatened. These ruthless methods were so extreme that even the law enforcement didn't dare to intervene, indicating the backing of some very powerful individuals. Go, I'm fine, just go. Old Chow was sweating profusely in his anxiety. However, Chen Nian remained unmoved, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. At that moment, the bystanders quietly left the room. In their place, about 20 powerful superhumans appeared, blocking the exit completely. Quite the nerve, coming here to cause trouble, a burly man sneered. I was getting bored. Didn't expect to have this kind of fun, haha. Manager, how heavy should we go on him? Another person asked. The manager smiled and shook his head. He's here to make trouble. If you beat him to death, it's fine. Just make sure not to damage the place. Got it, manager. Now I'm wide awake. The crowd excitedly cracked their knuckles, eager for action. Chen Nian ignored the threats around him and handed the materials to Old Chow. You can't be serious? Old Chow was utterly shocked. If you apologize now, you might still have a chance to live. Chen Nian smiled and said, You've misunderstood. I want you to start forging the equipment right here. I'll pick it up later. What? Old Chow was completely stunned. You're surrounded by dozens of people, and you're asking me to forge equipment. Don't worry, you won't be affected, Chen Nian reassured him, walking towards the open space. This time, he wanted to test his pure combat abilities. He needed to conserve his superhuman powers, which hadn't fully recovered from last time. All right, kid, you've got guts. Get him. A few men rushed at Chen Nian, deliberately avoiding the use of their superhuman powers, intending to beat him to death with their bare hands. Fists rained down on Chen Nian. However, in the current state of the game, without an epic weapon, most attacks had an additional power of less than 200. Chen Nian's defense was nearly 700. Their punches felt like mere tickles to him. The terrifying effect of almost a full set of epic armor was evident. If they couldn't even break his defense, how could they hope to win? Chen Nian threw a punch. Boom! With a deafening sonic boom, a burly man weighing about 200 pounds was sent flying, crashing heavily 10 meters away. His face was unrecognizable, several teeth knocked out, and his face covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. The room fell silent. Why did you stop? Chen Nian asked, puzzled. The men retreated as if they had seen a ghost, staring in horror at their fallen comrade, unsure if he was even alive. He's a level 58 knight, someone exclaimed in shock, as the knight was sent flying like a kite with a broken string from a single punch. The crowd stood dumbfounded, witnessing what seemed to be an impossible miracle. The contempt that once filled their faces vanished, replaced by utter disbelief. Chen Nian didn't stop. He swiftly launched another attack, delivering 2 more heavy punches that knocked 2 other men unconscious to the ground. The air was thick with tension and fear. Damn it, there's something off about this kid, the manager snarled through gritted teeth. Don't engage him in close combat. Use extraordinary powers to subdue him. Heeding his words, the crowd ignored the surrounding facilities. A man in a black tank top roared as he swung his massive blade. Thunder Crescent Slash. The blade slashed down with the force of a thunderbolt, causing the entire hall to tremble. However, Chen Nian effortlessly caught the fierce blade between 2 fingers. With a casual kick, he sent the man in the black tank top flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the alloy wall, leaving a massive dent. Chen Nian discarded the blade with a flick of his wrist and said calmly, "Next." Silence. No one dared to respond. The manager was speechless, unable to utter a word for a long time. He had expected a one-sided slaughter, but his elite subordinates were rendered helpless toys before this young man. Chen Nian leisurely pulled up a chair and sat down. He turned to the still-stunned Lao Chao and said softly, "Lao Chao, let's get to work." Suppressing a shock, Lao Chao nodded, "All right." He then began forging the epic equipment, the clanging and booming sounds echoing around them. Everyone present could only watch from a distance, their eyes fixed on the arrogant young man sitting nonchalantly in the chair. The manager quickly retreated to the back and hastily made a phone call. "We got a troublemaker here. Send reinforcements, strong ones." Meanwhile, a black business car was quietly parked by the roadside downstairs. Zhao Yixue and Xiao Ye had already arrived, silently awaiting the next developments. Zhao Yixue and Xiao Ye arrived at the company entrance. "Wait outside," Zhao Yixue said curtly as she decisively opened the car door and stepped out. Dressed in a black t-shirt and denim shorts, her long, slender legs were accentuated by white sneakers, making her look like a spirited athlete. Her cool, flawless face under the baseball cap was beyond reproach. Zhao Yixue had no intention of letting Xiao Ye follow her. This mission was about making a bold statement, and she had heard that the company had a strong background with many powerful, extraordinary individuals. Once she started, she couldn't afford any distractions. "Be careful," Xiao Ye instinctively called out, but as she watched Zhao Yixue's slender, straight back, she felt the warning was unnecessary. After all, Zhao Yixue was once one of the world's strongest female players, known as Luo Shui. Who could possibly pose a threat to her? "Miss, wait!" The butler hurriedly caught up, handing her a mask. Linhai City isn't Zhao family's territory. It's best to keep a low profile. Despite the limited effectiveness of masks in a surveillance-heavy modern society, a little disguise could go a long way. With the Zhao family's influence, Zhao Yixue could still walk away unscathed even after causing trouble. This was just a formality to provide an excuse for their actions. "Oh," Zhao Yixue responded simply, putting on the black mask that covered her stunning face, leaving only her cold, emotionless eyes visible. Inside the company, Chen Nian lounged in a chair, legs crossed like a supervisor. Lao Chao was sweating profusely as he worked the forge, crafting equipment for him. Everyone else was silent and motionless, fully aware that no one present could match the young man. Unless the boss sent reinforcements, they were in deep trouble. The general manager was already sweating bullets, silently cursing their bad luck today. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the three-metal aluminum alloy door was blown open. Everyone's eyes turned to the entrance, including Chen Nian's. A girl wearing a black baseball cap walked in slowly. The crowd first marveled at her flawless figure and snow-white skin, then became alert. How had she so easily breached the heavy, explosion-proof door? She must be a formidable expert. "Why do I feel cold?" someone muttered. This was a hall with several forges burning, making it feel like a sauna, yet now it felt chilly. Zhao Yixue's icy gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Lao Chao. She recognized him from the photos as Xiao Ye's father. The person lounging in the chair must be the one who kidnapped him. Without a word, Zhao Yixue raised her pale hands, and several ice shards shot through the air towards Chen Nian. Chen Nian remained still, confident in his defenses. However, he felt a slight sting, causing him to frown and stand up. It seemed the opponent was indeed skilled. Zhao Yixue frowned slightly, surprised that her attack was so easily deflected. This adversary was no pushover and worthy of a fight. She conjured a crystalline ice sword and dashed towards Chen Nian, her steps leaving icy prints behind. Clang! Sword and fist clashed midair, and the burst of cold air instantly extinguished the forges. A thick layer of ice rapidly spread from her feet, covering the entire hall in no time. Lao Chao, terrified, quickly moved aside, while the general manager and his team cheered, thinking reinforcements had arrived. Chen Nian was shocked. This person's extraordinary abilities were incredibly high, making him feel pressured. How could such a powerful individual be in Linhai City? Without using his special abilities, he felt he might not win. Suddenly, the girl's face seemed familiar, stoic, cold eyes, ice powers. Wasn't this Luo Shui? Could she be Zhao Yixue? Chen Nian was alarmed. Isn't the Zhao family based in Jiangxing? Why is she here in Linhai City? He couldn't think of any other ice-wielding extraordinary who could match her strength, and it was clear she wasn't using her full power. Chen Nian felt a sense of dread. This girl, like Yi Hongling, was not to be trifled with. She was possessive and obsessive. Anything she wanted, she would take, including people. He recalled a time in the game when she questioned him about playing with someone else. When he confirmed, she demanded to know his real-life location, saying she would take him back to the Zhao family to keep him all to herself. That incident had scared him. He knew she wasn't joking. With her family's power, she could easily make it happen. She was even more terrifying than Yi Hongling. The easiest to deal with was Xiao Qi. I can't let her recognize me, Chen Nian thought. Ouch! He let out a dramatic cry, pretending to be blown away by the ice, clutching his chest as he half lay on the ground, putting on a convincing performance. Seeing this, Zhao Yixue stopped her attack. The general manager, relieved, taunted. Weren't you just bragging? Is this all you've got? With such weak skills, you dare to cause trouble? Pathetic. He then looked at Zhao Yixue with admiration. Good job. I'll make sure the big boss knows and gets you a raise. Zhao Yixue tilted her head, looking puzzled. Did this mean these people were with the company, and the one she knocked down wasn't? Did she attack the wrong person? As she pondered, Chiyoya rushed in from behind, running frantically to the front, exclaiming, "Oh no! Why are you fighting? Chen Nian, are you okay?" Chen Nian was jolted awake by the sound of hurried footsteps. Looking up, he saw Chiyoya rushing in with a guilty expression on her face. She quickly helped him up and asked with concern, "Chen Nian, are you okay?" Old Chao was startled to see his daughter suddenly appear. "What are you doing here, daughter? Leave now and don't get involved in this mess," he exclaimed. Chiyoya, still supporting Chen Nian, explained, "It's okay, Dad. I met someone who can help us." She briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Chen Nian suddenly realized something and frowned. "So, it was you who led the enemies to our village? No wonder Zhao Yixue found this place so easily. She had a guide. This complicates things." Zhao Yixue also seemed to catch on. "He's Chen Nian?" she asked. Chiyoya nodded. "Yes, he's the one you're looking for." Zhao Yixue didn't mince words. Too weak. Chen Nian couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. This girl not only can't lie, but also doesn't know how to be polite. The general manager and his group exchanged puzzled looks, their lips twitching involuntarily. They thought, "We were hoping for strong reinforcements, but it turns out they're on the other side. How are we supposed to fight this battle?" Instinctively, the general manager took a step back, wanting to flee, but a cold, indifferent voice stopped him in his tracks. "You lied to me," Zhao Yixue said icily. "Lied to you? Young lady, you can't just throw accusations like that. We didn't lie to you. You started attacking the moment you came in," the general manager defended himself. "Stop talking nonsense." Zhao Yixue snapped, her fair face flushing slightly with embarrassment. To ease her discomfort, she decided to unleash her fury on the group. "Not good, run." The general manager tried to escape, but the door was already sealed with ice. The chilling cold swept through the room, making everyone shiver as if they were in the Arctic. In an instant, everyone was transformed into various ice sculptures. Although they wouldn't die, it would take hours for them to recover. Zhao Yixue exhaled, returning to her icy, beautiful demeanor. Chen Nian couldn't help but shudder, thinking that her extraordinary powers had reached a terrifying level, probably maxing out at the first tier. Without using high-risk abilities, he had no chance against her. Chiyoya smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, she's on our side." Chen Nian internally scoffed. "You don't understand a thing." At this moment, Zhao Yixue, having dealt with everyone, walked over. She looked Chen Nian in the eyes and said coldly, "Sorry. I hit the wrong person." Chen Nian thought, "When you apologize, you should lower your head, not stare at me with those cold eyes." But he said, "No problem, no problem. Your friend is really strong. I can't compete at all." Chiyoya said mysteriously, "Chen Nian, you're pretty strong too, but it's normal not to beat her. You have no idea who she is. You'd be scared if I told you." Zhao Yixue removed her mask, revealing a cold yet stunning face, and asked, "You don't recognize me?" Chen Nian feigned surprise. "You're Zhao Yixue? The legendary player Luo Shui? Wow, I never thought I'd meet you in person." Zhao Yixue frowned. Chiyoya curiously asked, "By the way, Zhao Jie, why are you looking for Chen Nian? Coming all this way?" Zhao Yixue's answer left both Chiyoya and her father stunned. "I want to know if he's Bu Yu." "What? Chioya and old Chao's faces were filled with shock. Buyu? You mean the world's #1 legendary player Buyu? Chioya asked, incredulous. Yes, Zhao Yixue confirmed bluntly. How could I be? You're joking, Miss Zhao, Chen Nian said with a wry smile. Chioya was also puzzled. Zhao Jia, why would you think that? One of Buyu's abilities turns the surroundings pitch black, just like what happened to you, Zhao Yixue explained, referring to the darkness-inducing ability known as the Death Whisper. Really? That can't be. Chioya was shocked, turning to look at the bewildered Chen Nian, unable to connect him with the world-renowned player. Chen Nian cautiously asked, I'm really not him, but I'm curious, Miss Zhao. Why are you looking for Buyu? To bring him back to the Zhao family in Jiangcheng, Zhao Yixue replied. Bring him back. Many women covet him. He'd be safer in my house, Zhao Yixue said matter-of-factly. Chen Nian's mind raced. Safe at your house? You mean to keep me under your control? But he asked, what if Buyu doesn't want to go, Miss Zhao? What's your plan then? I'll freeze him into an ice sculpture and keep him by my side forever. Holy cow, a Yandra! Chen Nian was terrified. He couldn't help but think. If she finds out I kissed Yi Hongling, will she chop off my mouth, saying it's unclean? Even Xiao was taken aback. She never imagined that this legendary female player, the Ice Queen with countless admirers, would be so obsessed with one man. I'm really not him. That day was just a misunderstanding. Xiao, come here for a moment. Let's clear up this misunderstanding so we don't become a laughingstock. Chen Nian led Xiao behind the forge. Chen Nian, what really happened that day? Xiao asked. I don't really understand myself. Chen Nian coughed. Actually, I am the person she's looking for. Ha ha ha. You're joking. Xiaoya's laughter abruptly stopped when Chen Nian showed her his equipment information, including records of world boss kills. Xiaoya's eyes widened in shock. Nearly half of his gear was epic, with several pieces named after world bosses. She almost screamed, but her mouth was sealed by the stealth snake. Nothing could express her excitement. The man before her was the world's strongest player, Buyu, a living legend. Just thinking about it made her heart race to its limit. I told you to cover for me. Got it? Blink if you understand, Chen Nian said. You saw how terrifying that woman is. If she takes me away, I won't be able to protect Linhai City. Xiaoya nodded repeatedly, thinking, you bear the responsibility for Linhai City's safety. Do your best. At this moment, Zhao Yixue turned her attention to old Chao and suddenly asked, did Chen Nian ask you to forge equipment? Yes, I was just working on it when you all started fighting and scared me. Old Chao answered. What kind of equipment? It's an epic piece, haha, made from rare forging materials. Can I see it? Sure. Old Chao was straightforward, without any hesitation. Zhao Yixue examined the equipment information. Epic grade, demon turtle armor. Description. Forged from the shell of a demon turtle from Tua Mountain. Indestructible. After reading it, Zhao Yixue's heart skipped a beat. An epic set. Something even she didn't have. And he already possessed it? No wonder his defense was so high. Could such a person really be just an ordinary player? Zhao Yixue wasn't good at lying, but she wasn't stupid. She had already concluded in her heart. Chen Nian is Buyu. But why is he hiding it from me? Does he not want to be with me? Zhao Yixue felt a pang of sadness. In the eyes of a Yandra, their behavior is entirely normal, a way to prove their love. By this time, the already conspired Chen Nian and Xiao had returned. We're back, and the misunderstanding has been cleared up, Chen Nian said solemnly, with a hint of relief in his voice. Xiao forced a smile, her voice slightly awkward. I'm sorry, Sister Zhao. It seems I made a mistake. Her eyes still held a trace of shock, finding it hard to believe that the seemingly ordinary boy beside her was actually the world's strongest player. However, Zhao Yixue's gaze remained firmly fixed on Chen Nian, even more determined than before. She stared at him intently, as if trying to see into his very soul. Feeling uncomfortable under Zhao Yixue's intense gaze, Chen Nian explained, Miss Zhao, I understand and respect your feelings for that person, but we have to face reality. How can I? Chen Nian compared him. Xiaoya quickly chimed in, yes, Sister Zhao, let's not dwell on this. By the way, where's that epic material you used to craft equipment? I just checked, and it's a rare item dropped by the world boss recently. Zhao Yixue continued to gaze at Chen Nian, speaking more than usual. Why won't you admit it? Am I really not? Do you not like me? Her voice was calm, but hinted at the thoughts of a young girl. Chen Nian was momentarily at a loss for words and instinctively looked at Lao Chao, cursing inwardly. Did Lao bidding sell me out? He hurriedly explained, Miss Zhao, I really got that equipment material by sheer luck. You know, anyone who participates in the boss raid has a chance. Seeing that Chen Nian still wouldn't admit it, Zhao Yixue's gaze finally dropped to her toes. She softly said, I'm not that bad either. This girl, who had beauty, wealth, and power, now showed a rare hint of sadness. Zhao Yixue recalled her lonely childhood. Growing up surrounded by flowers, applause, and adoration, she always felt a lack of authenticity in her life. It wasn't until she came across the globally popular game, Calamity, that she found her passion and quickly rose to an unbeatable pinnacle. However, the real challenge came from Buyu. Their fate began with a battle in the arena. Zhao Yixue asked softly, "I heard you have a girlfriend?" "Yes," Chen Nian nodded and admitted. Zhao Yixue let out a soft and just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, her assistant's urgent voice came through. "Miss, have you returned? We have everything ready for your promotion. This time, we've gathered all of the Zhao family's resources to ensure your success in the Calamity level promotion." "Not yet," Zhao Yixue replied briefly. The assistant urged, "Please come back soon, miss. You said you wanted to see a friend, and that's the only reason the master allowed you a few days out. We can't delay any longer." "Understood," Zhao Yixue responded. Chen Nian caught the implication. Zhao Yixue had reached level 99 of the first tier and was preparing to unlock the first tier gene lock to advance to the second tier. This would bring a significant power boost, and completing the promotion before the Blood Moon Calamity would give them a better chance against the monsters. However, the promotion was not without risks. There were 5 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, abyss, hell, and calamity. The higher the difficulty, the greater the power boost after unlocking the gene. Top-tier players, including Chen Nian, would choose the calamity level promotion. But reality was much harsher than the game. In the game, failure meant restarting. In reality, failure could mean death with no second chance. This was why Zhao Yixue insisted on meeting Buyu before her promotion, as even she wasn't fully confident of her success. "I'm leaving," Zhao Yixue said, turning to go. Chen Yin signaled Qiuya with a glance to take Lao Chao and follow her. It was best to leave now. No one would dare stop Zhao Yixue. Earlier that day, Lu Xingchen was sleeping soundly with his secretary. Though his younger brother Chen Nian had embarrassed him twice, he quickly found a new business opportunity: investing in the supernatural company. Lu Xingchen was convinced this was a promising venture, especially with several bosses co-investing and the backing of the local big shot, Brother Hua. In this territory, almost no one dared to challenge Brother Hua. Lu Xingchen believed this was a sure bet, with no chance of failure. Suddenly, a subordinate burst in, panicked. "Manager Lu, something's wrong. A strong fighter is causing trouble at Firelin, and no one can stop them." "What?" Lu Xingchen was shocked. "Who's crazy enough to cause trouble at Firelin? Don't they know it's Brother Hua's business? Quickly, gather all our top fighters to help. This is a chance to make a good impression on Boss Hua and pave the way for us." "Understood." The subordinate left, and Lu Xingchen was excited, seeing this as a rare opportunity. Outside Firelin Company, several black business cars were parked haphazardly in the square. Besides the suited bosses, their elite fighters, about 100 in total, were gathered. "Damn it, who has the guts to cause trouble on Fireland's turf this early in the morning? All bystanders, get lost. I want to see you as a death wish," someone yelled, scattering the onlookers. The large square was filled with elite fighters, ready for a showdown. "Oh my god! I've never seen such a scene. So many supernatural fighters gathered here. There might be casualties. Quick, contact the Enforcement Bureau," a terrified onlooker shouted. Lu Xingchen got out of the car, leisurely took off his sunglasses, and leaned against the car window, waiting. Suddenly, someone shouted, "They're coming out!" All eyes turned to the entrance. Leading the way was Zhao Yixue, followed by Chen Nian and Qiuya. Seeing the massive crowd outside, Qiuya and her father were frightened. The square was nearly blocked by dozens of cars, and nearly 100 people looked hostile. However, Qiuya quickly calmed down after the initial scare. She secretly felt relieved. With Luo Shui and Buyu by her side, what was there to fear? So many people? Chen Yin stood at the doorway, astonished by the scene before him. The crowd outside was larger than he had imagined, and among the faces, he spotted a familiar one: Lu Xingchen, his stepbrother from his father's remarriage. Lu Xingchen recognized Chen Yin immediately, his face darkening with a frown. "It's you again, Chen Yin. I couldn't deal with you the last 2 times, and now you have the nerve to cause trouble here? Do you really think you can ignore Boss Hua and all of us?" Lu Xingchen's voice was loud enough for everyone around to hear. Someone curiously asked, "Boss Lu, do you know that troublemakers?" Lu Xingchen sighed with a hint of resignation. "It's embarrassing to admit, but he's my wayward brother. Instead of helping Dad with the business, he spends his days causing trouble. Looks like I'll have to teach him a lesson this time." With these words, Lu Xingchen cleverly turned everyone against Chen Nian, making him the target of their animosity. "Boss Lu, it seems he needs a good lesson," someone chimed in. "In Linhai City, crossing Boss Hua means trouble in the future." Indeed, Lu Xingchen agreed outwardly, but inwardly he was smirking. He thought to himself, "Chen Yin, you're in deep trouble this time. I might not be able to handle you, but with so many stakeholders here and Boss Hua overseeing, how can you fight against me?" Meanwhile, Zhao Yishue's attendant approached her. Miss, these people are ignorant. If we reveal our identity, they wouldn't dare to do anything to us. No need, Zhao Yishue responded coldly. She was in a bad mood and needed an outlet for her frustration. These people would make perfect punching bags. Miss, please reconsider, the attendant urged. Linhai City isn't our territory. If you start a fight, it could complicate things for our family. Zhao Yishue initially wanted to act on impulse, but then she thought, why should I help him when he won't even reveal his true identity to me? Let him solve his own problems. All right, she finally agreed. By now, the atmosphere was tense, and the crowd was ready to act. The attendant cleared his throat and announced loudly, we are from the Zhao family of Jiangcheng, and this is Miss Zhao. I advise you not to act rashly and bring trouble upon yourselves. What? People from the Zhao family of Jiangcheng? She's the Zhao family's heiress. The Zhao family, the renowned martial arts families? When did Linhai City attract such a powerful figure? Hearing this, everyone hesitated, not daring to act recklessly. The Zhao family was a force they couldn't afford to offend, even outside Jiangcheng. Better ask Boss Hua, someone suggested, and a call was quickly made to Meng Hua. Boss Hua, sorry to bother you. What should we do about this situation? A brief instruction came from the other end. Show some respect to the Zhao family, but the rest, deal with them harshly. Understood. The person on the phone felt relieved, especially Lu Xingchen, who was overjoyed by the news. He thought to himself, it's fine not to touch the Zhao family, as long as my brother doesn't get away. Someone turned to Zhao Yishue respectfully. Miss Zhao, we will respect the Zhao family. However, they must stay and give an explanation. He pointed at Chen Nian and his companions. Zhao Yishue knew they couldn't handle Chen Nian, but was curious to see how he would deal with the situation. Lu Xingchen seized the moment to shout, Chen Nian, kneel and apologize to your brother now, and I might go easy on you. Chen Nian ignored Lu Xingchen, casually picking up his phone, a relaxed smile on his face. Qiuyu was already panicking, looking pitifully at Zhao Yishue for help. But Zhao Yishue's gaze remained on Chen Nian, thinking, even making a call, he looks so cool. I wish I could take him home as my boyfriend. Chen Nian never called people he met online to avoid revealing his phone number. But there was one exception, Heizi, a network information security expert and genius hacker. It was thanks to Heizi that Chen Nian's true identity remained well hidden. Heizi, Chen Nian said, Boss? Damn, I had do not disturb mode on, but your call bypassed it and woke me up, Heizi exclaimed. Cut the crap, Chen Nian interrupted. What do you need, boss? Looking for Xiaoqi? I heard she's been in a bad mood lately. Maybe you should comfort her? Pass a message to Ahua for me. Chen Nian briefly explained the situation. If he doesn't want to lose his position, he better get his people out of here. Boss, doing this might expose your identity to Ahua, Heizi warned. It doesn't matter. That old friend has known me for years. If he dares to speak out of turn, I'll pay him a personal visit. Chen Nian's tone carried a hint of threat. After hanging up, Heizi immediately contacted Meng Hua. Who's bothering me now? Do you want me to send someone to deal with you? Meng Hua roared as he picked up. It's me, Heizi. Oh, Heizi, what's up? Meng Hua's tone softened instantly, knowing Heizi was a close associate of his boss. Well, boss asked me to pass a message. The boss? Meng Hua was instantly alert. After listening to Heizi's message, Meng Hua slapped himself twice, the sound echoing loudly. Give me a minute. I'll clear them out right away. Meng Hua promised urgently. Better hurry. The boss is not very patient, Heizi said before hanging up. Meng Hua was in a panic. He understood that with the world in chaos, he needed to stay on the boss's good side. The last thing he wanted was to be kicked out of the group for a minor slip-up. Damn it! Meng Hua was furious, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His subordinates had managed to provoke the one person in the world he feared the most. Recalling the offline gathering in Luching, Meng Hua felt as if he was once again under the gaze of death. The hellish terror from that day was still fresh in his mind, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Now he couldn't afford to waste a second. He immediately dialed his subordinate's number. Hello, Brother Hua. What are your orders? Came a respectful voice from the other end. Get lost! Meng Hua roared. Take everyone and disappear. The farther the better. Huh? The person on the other end was clearly confused. Brother Hua, someone just caused trouble at your company. We were about to deal with them. What's going on? I said get lost. Can't you understand human language? Meng Hua's anger was off the charts. You have 1 minute to get everyone out of there. But Brother Hua, but nothing. There's someone in there I can't afford to provoke. Do you want to die? Understood, understood. The other person finally realized the gravity of the situation and quickly agreed. Meng Hua hung up the phone, silently praying that they hadn't angered Buyu. As for who exactly the troublemakers were, whether they were Buyu's men or Buyu himself, Meng Hua didn't dare to guess. In Linhai City, the only person who could make Brother Hua this fearful was Buyu. Not even the renowned Zhao family of Longhua could command such fear. Meanwhile, Chen Nian was preparing to leave with Chiuya and her father. They noticed that the people across from them suddenly became frantic and started to retreat. Stop! Everyone come back, a voice shouted. What's going on? Someone asked. The big boss told us to get out. Chen Nian smiled slightly. It seemed Ahua's efficiency was impressive. The group's status was preserved. Let's go, it's over, he said to Chiuya and her father, walking straight ahead. Although Chiuya was still bewildered, she chose to trust Chen Nian and followed him with her father. Her heart was racing, and her palms were sweaty with tension. Just then, Lu Xingchen stormed forward angrily, shouting at Chen Nian, stop. He was about to use Brother Hua's name to pressure them, but the person who had just taken the call suddenly rushed over and kicked him hard in the groin. Who do you think you are? Know your place, the man yelled. Lu Xingchen was nearly knocked over by the unexpected kick, his face full of disbelief. You? He looked around in confusion, but no one dared to help him. Finally, Lu Xingchen's eyes met Chen Nian's. To his surprise, Chen Nian's expression was unusually calm, as if none of this had anything to do with him. This indifferent reaction only infuriated Lu Xingchen more, making him realize that Chen Nian hadn't taken him seriously at all. Let's go, Chen Nian said calmly, leading Chiuya and her father away from the scene. It wasn't until Chen Nian and his companions disappeared that Zhao Yixue spoke. We can go now. Miss, who exactly is that young man to you, to warrant such attention? The butler couldn't help but ask. He's my man, Zhao Yixue replied coldly. Seeing the butler's skeptical look, she added, what I want is mine. Yes, miss. The butler could only agree helplessly. In the car, Chiuya was still in disbelief over what had just happened. Chen Nian, did those people suddenly change their attitude because of that phone call? Chen Nian smiled but said nothing, only replying, maybe. Wow, that's incredible, Chiuya exclaimed excitedly. That guy was just cursing at you, and now he's a total joke. It's hilarious. She suddenly looked worried. They won't come after us later, will they? Don't worry, they won't dare, Chen Nian said calmly. Unless they have a death wish. At that moment, a text alert suddenly appeared before Chen Nian's eyes. Not just him, but tens of thousands of extraordinary individuals across Linhai City saw the same warning. Player Mo Gu has failed the Abyss-level gene evolution challenge. The challenge monster has descended into reality. The red alert flashed repeatedly, as if signaling an impending major crisis. Player Mogu failed the Abyss-level gene evolution challenge, and the monster he confronted has now appeared in the real world. A sudden red warning text flashed before the eyes of all the extraordinary individuals in Linhai City, causing widespread panic. In an instant, the once clear sky tore open, revealing a massive, chaotic vortex. For gigantic, black-scaled hands emerged from the edges of the vortex, as if trying to crawl out of an endless abyss. Following that, a grotesque, twisted body appeared, a horrifying network of intertwined bones and muscles. Countless tentacles extended from this monstrous form, intertwining and writhing together. The most terrifying feature was its pair of sinister, reddish-brown eyes, exuding an aura of relentless ferocity. The monstrous creature crashed heavily onto the ground not far from Chen Nian, raising a cloud of dust. Screams erupted from all around. What the hell is that thing? Run! The crowd scattered like waves. Even the lower-level extraordinary individuals did not dare to harbor any thoughts of resistance. Chen Nian's expression turned grim. He immediately recognized that this was no ordinary boss, but a far more powerful, evil, and terrifying Calamity beast. Worse yet, this Calamity beast was from the Abyss-level difficulty, 2 tiers stronger than the usual ones. A level 99 Abyss difficulty Calamity beast. The red text floated above the monster's head, rendering the witnesses speechless. For the real world, this was undoubtedly a disaster. Chen Nian cursed the reckless player who had dared to challenge the Abyss-level evolution at this stage. Although the player had attempted to level up quickly, their greed led to a catastrophic failure. But now was not the time to dwell on that. He could only hope the Enforcement Bureau would quickly organize strong individuals to combat this Calamity beast, or countless innocents would perish. At this critical moment, Zhao Yixue, who was about to get into her car, changed her mind. She closed the door and fixed her gaze on the terrifying Calamity beast in the distance. Despite her attendant's repeated warnings about her upcoming Ultimate Calamity Challenge, Zhao Yixue decided to take action. Her eyes turned an icy blue, and her waist-length black hair flowed in the wind, giving her an almost divine appearance. A bright blue light gathered above her head, eventually forming a translucent ice blue spear. As the spear fully materialized, Zhao Yixue's face paled slightly, but she commanded without hesitation, "Go." The ice spear shot through the air, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant, faster than the speed of sound. Before the gloating Calamity beast could complete its threat, the spear pierced through its chest, leaving a massive hole. Ice spread rapidly across its body, and in less than 10 seconds, the entire beast turned into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into pieces. This astonishing strike left all onlookers in awe. People speculated about the identity of this powerful figure. The Enforcement Bureau members sighed in relief, grateful for Miss Zhao's timely assistance. Inside the car, Chilyu was full of admiration, praising Zhao Yishua's prowess. However, Chen Nian looked troubled. He knew he owed Zhao Yishua a significant favor. That afternoon, Chen Nian successfully acquired new equipment, completing his 4-piece turtle warrior armor set. His attributes were significantly enhanced, making him a much stronger extraordinary individual. With 7 days remaining until the Blood Moon Calamity, Chen Nian planned to reach level 99 and break through the gene lock to become a second-tier extraordinary individual. But before that, he decided to visit Jiangsheng to ensure Zhao Yishua could pass her ultimate trial, preventing the arrival of a real Calamity-level monster. On the flight to Jiangsheng, Chilyu curiously asked Chen Nian why he brought her along. Chen Nian admitted it was because she knew Zhao Yishua, making it easier for him to approach her. Although Chilyu complained about being used, her attitude changed instantly when Chen Nian gifted her a piece of epic equipment, excitedly calling him Godfather. The night had settled over Jiangsheng Airport. Chen Nian and his companion had successfully arrived in the bustling city, but given the late hour, they had to find a place to stay nearby. They chose a hotel and checked into separate rooms. As soon as Chen Nian settled in, he was forced to confront the hotel's terrible soundproofing. The heavy breathing and loud thumping from the adjacent room felt as if they were happening right next to him, making him wonder if his neighbor was some kind of superhuman with extraordinary stamina. Frustrated, he stepped onto the balcony and dialed Su Jinyu's number. "Xiaoqi, it's me." Chen Yin's voice came through the phone. "Will you gidge?" Su Jinyu's surprised voice responded immediately. "What made you think of calling me out of the blue?" Chen Yin cleared his throat, trying to change the subject. "I heard you've been feeling down lately. What's going on?" You dare ask?" Su Jinyu snapped. "That time you went to help that woman surnamed Yi. Did you do something shady with her? Rumors? Who's spreading rumors?" Chen Yin frowned and asked. "She told me herself." Chen Yin silently cursed the woman for causing trouble, but patiently explained. "Don't believe what she says. She's just trying to stir up trouble." But she has your clothes." Su Jinyu persisted. "I smelled them. And they have your scent. Are you a dog?" Chun Yin blurted out. "What did you say?" "Bu you gidge." "I mean, Xiaoqi, you're very attentive." Chen Yin quickly backtracked. "So, what did she say you did?" "She said you kissed her." "I don't believe that, Fox." Chen Yin was momentarily speechless and had to change the subject again. That's a long story. Let's talk about something important. Xiaoqi, how's the construction of the teleportation arrays in the major cities going?" Although still unhappy, Su Jinyu answered, "Everyone in our guild is working hard on it. The speed of leveling up has slowed down, but quite a few teleportation arrays are already completed." She then huffed. "But you gidge, do you think I'm easy to fool?" At that moment, there was a knock on Chun Yin's door. "Xiaoqi, will talk next time." He quickly hung up the phone. Opening the door, Chen Yin saw a woman in a revealing black dress standing there, heavily made up and showing a lot of skin. "Brother, here's the wine you ordered," the woman said seductively. "I didn't order any wine," Chen Yin replied bluntly. "It's complimentary," the woman continued to entice. "If you feel lonely drinking alone, you can let me join you." "How much?" Chen Yin asked directly. "A little drink for 500 and night together for 2,000. I'm a good drinker, brother. Think about it." Chen Yin smiled, took out 3,000 yuan, and handed it to her. "Here's 3,000. Go serve my friend next door, and don't mention me. Understand?" The woman happily took the money and swayed her hips as she walked to the next room. Soon, the noise from the adjacent room ceased, and it remained quiet for the rest of the night. Chen Yin finally had a good night's sleep, and his extraordinary powers recovered significantly. The next day, Chen Yin and Xiaoyu set off for the Zhao family residence. The Zhao family compound was bustling with activity, but everyone's expressions were extremely serious. "Are you ready, Xiao Shui?" someone asked. "Yes," Zhao Yishue answered curtly. She was dressed in a black martial arts outfit, highlighting her fair skin. Her long hair was tied into a neat ponytail, giving her a cold, detached beauty. The Zhao family members drove to the outskirts, where the setup was even more intimidating. Not only were there over 100 core members of the Zhao family, but also numerous other superhumans and fully armed law enforcement units. This was where Zhao Yishue would undergo her advancement, and everyone was there to prevent any potential monster disasters. "The minefield is set," someone explained. "We have 50 tons of heavy explosives buried here, enough to obliterate a skyscraper. 4 powerful fire mages are stationed around the area, ready to simultaneously cast large-scale spells to ignite all the explosives and turn this place into a hellscape instantly. These mages have support abilities to enhance Miss Zhao's powers." Zhao Yishue walked forward expressionlessly. Everyone begin. With the command, beams of light started to envelop her as various buffs were applied. The head of the Zhao family said solemnly, Xiao Shui, the family has given you the utmost support for your advancement. Success is the only option. Zhao Yixue didn't respond and walked straight to the center of the minefield. The family steward looked worried and whispered, Miss, you just used up so much power yesterday. I'm afraid. I know my limits, Zhao Yixue replied without looking back. Her solitary figure moved farther away, walking into what could be called a death zone, her expression unchanging. People around began to murmur. I heard Miss Zhao is challenging the Calamity level. That's the highest difficulty. Can she do it? I don't know. Most who have completed genetic advancements have done so at the normal or hard levels. There are barely any who have cleared Abyss, let alone Calamity. Miss Zhao is strong, but choosing the highest difficulty so recklessly might be too risky. I heard the Zhao family is putting a lot of pressure on her to challenge the highest difficulty. If she dies, it would be such a waste. So don't jinx it. Zhao Yixue reached the central position, and a system prompt appeared. Do you want to start the advancement challenge? Yes. Select challenge difficulty. Calamity. The next moment, a glaring red notification appeared before all superhumans in Jiangxing. Player Luo Shui is starting a Calamity level advancement challenge. Player Luo Shui is starting, countdown begins, 600s. Zhao Yixue's body instantly vanished from the spot, pulled into the challenge space. In the next 10 minutes, if she couldn't defeat the challenge boss, she would be deemed to have failed the challenge. At that point, the monster would manifest in reality. The people outside were prepared to annihilate the monster at a moment's notice, as a last resort. At that time, Chen Nian and Xiaoyu arrived, having heard the news. As superhumans in Jiangxing, they received the same notification. She's really challenging the Calamity level, Chen Nian murmured, a hint of worry in his eyes. Chen Nian and Xiaoyu were stopped outside the cordon, facing a scene of tight security. Fully armed enforcement officers stood ready, watching their surroundings vigilantly. A Zhao family bodyguard shouted harshly, Stop. If you don't want to die, get lost and don't cause trouble. His aura began to rise, indicating he was also a formidable, extraordinary being. Xiaoyu stomped her foot anxiously and argued loudly. Do you even know who he is? You're lucky he even came here. However, the bodyguard remained unmoved and coldly replied, No exceptions. You have 10 seconds to leave. Chen Yin gently shook his head, signaling Xiaoyu not to act rashly. Forget it, let's just wait outside. Xiaoyu huffed in dissatisfaction, but reluctantly stepped back to wait at a distance. Time ticked by slowly, and everyone felt the tension. The 10-minute wait was agonizing for all. The expression on the faces of the external combat troops was grave, and the Zhao family members were so tense that their faces seemed almost stone-like. Master, do you think Miss Zhao can make it? There's no precedent for success in Longhua, one Zhao family member asked cautiously. The head of the Zhao family replied solemnly, If there's no precedent, she will create one. Sir, aren't we being too harsh on Miss Zhao? If we let her grow at her own pace, she could still become a powerful force in the future, another person tentatively suggested. The family head snapped. The Zhao family's martial arts didn't reach the pinnacle of the world by being timid. Yes, sir, the person quickly responded. Though Chen Nian and Xiaoyu stood at a distance with a limited view, they could still make out the general situation. As time passed, more and more people gathered, many of them extraordinary beings who had come upon hearing the news. Am I seeing this right? Someone is attempting a catastrophe-level advancement here, a shocked voice exclaimed. No way. Just a few days ago, our guild leader nearly lost his life attempting a regular advancement, another voice cried out. Do you know who she is? She's Luo Shui. Not just anyone can compare, someone retorted. Luo Shui, the legendary player, a cold voice sneered. Well, she has two outcomes today. First, she makes history and becomes the first. Second, she dies here and becomes history herself. At that moment, Xiaoyu quietly leaned close to Chen Yin and whispered, Hey, if it were you, could you pass the catastrophe-level challenge? Chen Yin pondered for a moment and said nonchalantly, I might fall asleep. What? What do you mean? Xiaoyu looked puzzled. The challenge lasts 10 minutes. I'd probably sleep through the other 9 minutes, Chen Yin explained. Damn, you're really full of it. Xiaoyu couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Despite thinking Chen Yin was boasting, she chose to believe him. After all, this was Chen Yin. Time's almost up. 30 seconds left. A shout interrupted everyone's thoughts. If there's no failure notice yet, doesn't that mean she succeeded? Someone said hopefully. Not necessarily. The result shows only when time is up, another person analyzed calmly. Everyone, prepare for combat, the Zhao family head ordered sternly. The 10-minute countdown finally ended, and it felt like everyone's heart stopped. Suddenly, space distorted, and a battered figure fell out Zhao Yixue. It's Miss Zhao. She's alive. She did it. Ha, she really did it. Miss Zhao is the first in the world. Quick, bring Miss Zhao back. The Zhao family finally breathed a sigh of relief, but their joy was premature. Wait, why isn't there a success notice? And something seems off with Miss Zhao. Someone astutely sensed something wrong. Suddenly, a blood-red alert flashed before everyone's eyes. Player Luo Shui failed to kill the catastrophe-level monster. The monster has descended into reality. This time, the message clearly indicated that Zhao Yixue had not defeated the monster within the time limit. Though she didn't fail outright, the consequence was the monster's arrival in reality. The monster would first hunt down the challenger, then slaughter others. A massive grave vortex appeared in midair, and the gate of chaos slowly opened. A terrifying catastrophe-level monster crawled out, visible to all. The catastrophe demon general, still at level 99, was far more powerful than the one in Linhai City, which Zhao Yixue had easily defeated. This one, however, had left her severely injured despite her all-out effort. A monster with 3 heads, someone screamed in terror. Don't be afraid, prepare for battle, the Zhao family head ordered calmly. The worst-case scenario had occurred. This terrifying monster had arrived in reality. It must be annihilated here, no matter what, to prevent it from reaching the city. Its 3 heads loomed like mountains, 6 muscular arms bulged, and 12 crimson eyes glowed eerily. Its body was covered in dark purple scales, reflecting a blinding light. A huge mouth on its chest was filled with sharp teeth, sending chills down everyone's spine. Hold your fire, the Zhao family head commanded calmly. She's still alive? If we act recklessly now and trigger the mines, the central area will become a hell on earth, and Zhao Yixue won't survive. But she can't flee either. If she escapes, the catastrophe beast will follow, and all our efforts and preparations will be in vain. Zhao Yixue had only one choice. Defeat the catastrophe beast here, or perish with it. Miss Zhao is getting up. Can she still fight? The crowd's gaze trembled with astonishment. Zhao Yixue struggled to stand. Her once smooth skin was now covered in wounds, and her delicate face bore 2 bloody streaks. Strands of hair fell across her forehead, adding to her tragic beauty. She raised her hand, and an ice spear shot toward the monster's eye. However, the almost supersonic ice spear was easily caught midair by one of the monster's large hands. Boom! The ice spear shattered into countless ice crystals. Pathetic! The mouth on the monster's belly emitted a piercing, baby-like cry, mocking with laughter. At that moment, everyone realized the monster's power far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Zhao Yixue's attack was effortlessly blocked, causing Qiuya to cover her mouth in shock. The stark contrast was hard for her to believe. Back in Linhai City, Luo Shui had easily slain a disaster beast, but now she couldn't even scratch this one. If not for knowing Buyu was nearby, Qiuya might have already fled in terror. This was too frightening. The 4 high-level fire element mages hidden around were also on edge, their hearts racing and foreheads beating with sweat. They bore the greatest pressure, but dared not act rashly. Does Miss Zhao still have a chance? One of them whispered. No, can't you see her attacks are useless? Another answered, his voice trembling with fear. When should we detonate the explosives underground? If we wait too long, it might break out. Wait for Master Zhao's command. Despite being drenched in sweat, they had to await the Elder Zhao's instruction. At that moment, the disaster beast moved. Its massive body was surprisingly agile, and it reached out to grab Zhao Yixue with a huge hand. Miss Zhao has been caught, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone watched as the petite Zhao Yixue was lifted into the air by the dark purple giant hand. The beast's massive mouth on its chest opened and closed, emitting a raspy sound like a baby's cry. The reward for summoning me is to crush you into meat paste and savor your blood. Its grip tightened abruptly, fingers clenching. If not for the ice crystal surrounding Zhao Yixue, she would have been crushed to pieces on the spot. Chen Nian, are you just going to watch? Qiuya stomped her feet in anxiety. Don't rush, she hasn't given up yet. Chen Nian shook his head, his eyes never leaving the battlefield. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and the air became biting cold. Zhao Yixue's eyes turned icy blue, like glass. A thick layer of ice began spreading from her hand, quickly encasing the disaster beast's entire arm. Human, you did this on purpose? The disaster beast barely finished speaking before the ice had covered most of its body. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic ice sculpture of the monster formed, exuding cold air and becoming completely motionless. Zhao Yixue frowned, unleashing her extraordinary power. With a loud bang, the beast's arm shattered into countless ice shards. The falling ice crystals created a beautiful backdrop for her. At that moment, Luo Shui once again proved her strength. Even in a desperate situation, she found a way to turn the tables. Holy crap, she won. This time for real. She's incredible. No wonder she's Luo Shui. Just as people began to relax, a sudden change occurred. With a loud crack, the ice on the disaster beast shattered. A terrifying blast of energy erupted, sending ice shards flying like bullets, injuring dozens around. Zhao Yishua's full-force attack had only managed to destroy one of its arms. Her expression finally changed, showing a hint of determination. Do it. Seeing this, the elder Zhao finally spoke. Despite being Zhao Yishua's father, he couldn't risk unleashing such a monster it could cost thousands of lives. There was no one stronger than Zhao Yishue in Jiangqing. Master Zhao has given the order, do it. The four fire element mages simultaneously activated their powers, summoning fire dragons that burrowed underground at high speed. These fire dragons acted as fuses, set to ignite 500 tons of explosives in 10 seconds, flattening the entire area. Everyone, fall back. Nearly 10 sorcerers around had already joined forces to construct a barrier, ready to withstand the impending shockwave. The Zhao family had prepared thoroughly for this escalation. The indestructible transparent barrier shimmered with ripples, co-created by several extraordinary beings to ensure maximum defense. As for Zhao Yishue, she was already considered a lost cause. She never had an option to escape from the start. As everyone retreated, one figure moved against the flow. It was Chen Nian. The barrier cut open as if made of paper in front of him. Madman! There's a madman here! He broke through the barrier. Chen Nian ignored the exclamations, turning into a swift lightning shadow as he rushed inside. Word spirit wind and thunder flash. Simultaneously, the four fire dragons exploded underground, triggering a massive firestorm that ignited countless explosives. Boom! Flames, smoke, and shockwaves tore open the fragile ground, creating a colossal mushroom cloud. In that instant, people's hearing was taken away, and their vision was illuminated by the fire. Everything within the area, including insects, weeds in the cracks, and mice in the holes, disintegrated into dust in this spectacular explosion. In the moment before the explosion, countless images flashed through Zhao Yishue's mind like a lantern show. She felt a mix of helplessness and bitterness. The last image that lingered was Chen Nian's face. Unfortunately, she never fully confirmed if Chen Nian was indeed Bu, as he had never admitted it. What a pity there's no chance now. She didn't blame anyone, only herself for being powerless. Even at her peak, she couldn't defeat this disaster demon general. At that moment, she found herself falling into someone's arms. Looking up, she saw a pair of golden eyes, holy and majestic. Chen Nian. Although the man in front of her wore a mask, she had seen those eyes not long ago and would never forget them. Before she could finish speaking, the roar and flames of the explosion engulfed everything. Lying in Chen Nian's arms, Zhao Yishue blinked in a daze, unable to describe her feelings. Despite the raging explosion and flames outside, she was unharmed and even found Chen Nian's embrace somewhat warm. She suddenly realized there seemed to be a peculiar domain isolating everything outside. Within this domain, Chen Nian, or rather, Baiyu, was the god who ruled all things. Did you come to save me? Zhao Yishue asked softly, weak as a kitten, but her eyes were inexplicably bright. I owe you a favor. So you are Bu, I guessed right? Is this really the time to be tangled up in that? Yes. Let's deal with this monster first. Chen Nian was speechless, surprised that everyone thought a bunch of explosives could defeat the disaster beast. Chen Nian held Zhao Yishue tightly as they stood unscathed amidst a cataclysmic firestorm. Everything around them was reduced to ashes within the domain of Yanling's judgment golden sword, but they seemed untouched, conversing leisurely. Onlookers, witnessing this scene, were convinced they had perished in the inferno. Voices of speculation rose. It's over. Miss Zhao has fallen. What a pity! Challenging the highest level so recklessly, this is the price. Let this be a lesson for future generations. The Zhao family was devastated. The loss of Zhao Yishue was a heavy blow. The butler sighed deeply and questioned, Sir, why didn't you wait for Miss to escape before taking action? There might have been a chance. Old Master Zhao responded coldly. Releasing that monster would disgrace the Zhao family beyond repair. Some of the Zhao family ladies secretly rejoiced, thinking that Zhao Yishue's faction could finally be shaken. One even raised her phone, capturing the swirling smoke to share on social media. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the thick black smoke. Humans, your naivety is truly laughable. The wind howled, dispersing the smoke. The enormous monster reappeared, its body riddled with wounds that were rapidly healing. Panic spread through the crowd. Impossible! It's still alive? 50 tons of explosives couldn't kill it. We're doomed. Without Zhao Yishue, how can Jiangqing deal with this monster? Fear surged like a tidal wave, causing everyone to flee in terror, including the elite superhumans and heavily armed law enforcement units. Only Chiyoyu remained, despite her growing unease. This is bad. Could Buyu and Luoxue have perished together? Is Chen Nian safe? The Calamity demon reveled in the human's fear, its chest mouth emitting a piercing victory cry. However, a calm voice suddenly interrupted. Who gave you the illusion that you could decide the fate of humanity? The demon was startled and turned in disbelief. Emerging from the smoke, a young man carried a girl in his arms. Is that Miss Zhao? She's alive? That person saved Miss Zhao. Who was he? When did Jiangqing gain such a powerful figure? The crowd buzzed with shock and speculation. The Zhao family bodyguard who had previously driven Chen Nian away trembled with fear. Qiuya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. They're safe. The Calamity demon, impatient, swung its fist, only to see its arm severed suddenly. It frantically searched and finally noticed the golden phantom hovering above Chen Nian's head. The monster launched a frenzied attack, but its four arms were severed one after another. Realizing the danger, it instinctively stepped back. Someone, trembling, uttered the name, Buyu. It must be him. Who else could be this powerful? At that moment, the butler had an epiphany. So, this is the favor Miss spoke of. When people finally figured out Chen Yin's true identity, they were almost ecstatic. Buyu! It's Buyu! The crowd erupted in cheers. Heaven bless Jiangqing. Ha! Most of the spectators were gamers who had inherited the talents of Calamity and were very familiar with the name Buyu. Seeing the world's strongest player about to fight, their excitement reached a fever pitch. Several girls were so thrilled they couldn't control themselves, screaming, "Oh my God! I saw Buyu! He's so young and handsome, even with a mask on." They wished they could rush into the battle zone and fight alongside Chen Nian. Only a few who knew nothing about Calamity felt confused. Zhao Kuei frowned and asked, "Who is Buyu?" Someone next to him explained, "Sir, he's the strongest player in Calamity, possibly the best in the world right now." Zhao Kuei stood with his hands behind his back, head held high, and eyes full of disdain. As a world-renowned martial artist who had trained rigorously all his life, he felt abandoned by the tide of the times, where a group of video game enthusiasts was rising to prominence. He had pinned all his hopes on his daughter, Zhao Yixue, expecting her to carry on his legacy and bring glory to the Zhao family. But now, a man had saved her, and there seemed to be some emotional entanglement between them, which he found humiliating. Chen Nian gently put Zhao Yixue down and said, "You rest for a bit." He knew her genes would automatically heal her injuries, ensuring her safety. Now, he had to seriously deal with this Calamity general. Although he currently had the upper hand, Chen Nian felt a bit troubled. The more he used the Judgment Gold Sword, the more extraordinary power it consumed. To fully counter the recent explosion, the Judgment Domain had almost severed everything from the outside world, protecting them both without a scratch. While the word of power was strong, it had its limitations. After a moment of thought, Chen Nian decided to use the Calamity Gem to obliterate the enemy in one go, avoiding its constant regeneration. However, the system prompt made him frown. Insufficient Calamity energy, gem effect cannot be activated. Please replenish energy. Already out of energy? Chen Nian pondered. The Calamity Gem wasn't for unlimited use. It required hunting Calamity beasts to replenish energy. It seemed this battle would have to be fought the hard way. The Calamity General had retreated a considerable distance, realizing that this human had a terrifying domain around him, making it dangerous to approach. It decided to keep its distance and deplete its opponent's strength until he could no longer maintain the domain, securing victory. This was the difference between Calamity beasts and ordinary monsters. Their level of thinking was a notch higher. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Watch out, it's gathering energy. Get out of the way." The crowd quickly noticed that the Calamity beast, Chen Nian, and the people behind him were in a straight line. The monster's chest opened up, shooting a terrifying dark purple energy beam. The air was pierced, and the ground cracked. Chen Nian couldn't dodge because Zhao Yixue and other people were right behind him. Interesting, Chen Nian smirked, canceling the word of power effect and standing his ground, unmoving. Boom! The dark purple beam exploded on Chen Nian's body. The epic set's reflective effect triggered, sending a small light beam back to the Calamity beast, blowing one of its heads to pieces. Its tragic scream echoed across the wilderness. The crowd gasped, "He's okay. He's actually okay. Holy crap, this is Buyu. He's the real monster here." Chen Nian stood unscathed, satisfied with his defense for the first time. During this pause, the Calamity General's head had started to regenerate, though much slower than before. "Come on, let's continue," Chen Nian taunted, beckoning with his hand. The Calamity Beast was utterly broken. Summoned by Zhao Yixue, its primary objective was to kill the summoner, a mission etched into its very being. Like a chain binding it, if it couldn't kill Zhao Yixue, it wouldn't gain freedom. Everyone knew this, which was why Zhao Yixue was used as bait in the danger zone to prevent the Calamity Beast from escaping. But at this moment, the Calamity beast almost did something against its nature. It wanted to flee. The male human in front of it was too terrifying, utterly unbeatable. Its brain urged it to run for its life, but its body's instincts wouldn't allow it to flee. It had to kill the summoner. In the back-and-forth struggle, the rationality of the disaster beast completely collapsed. Its massive body trembled violently, and a crazed light flickered in its 6 eyes. So this is what fear feels like. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of a human, the beast roared internally. Rared, it let out a piercing, monstrous scream, like a wild beast out of control, charging straight at Chen Nian. Each step shook the ground, leaving deep imprints. Facing this rampaging giant, Chen Nian remained unusually calm. He walked forward steadily, standing firm as if waiting for something. Die! 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 The beast bellowed, its 6 massive, muscled arms continuously pounding towards Chen Nian. Each punch carried the force of a mountain, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Surprisingly, Chen Nian remained unharmed. Instead, the beast's muscles began to rupture. Purple-black blood splattered, forming a bizarre rain that stained the ground black. Every attack from the beast resulted in a terrible backlash. Its flesh was shattered repeatedly, then quickly regenerated, only to be shattered again. This cycle continued dozens of times until all 6 arms were completely destroyed and unable to recover. Its massive body, drained of blood, lost its strength, becoming nothing but a dried-up husk. With a thunderous crash, the beast fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chen Nian, on the other hand, remained relaxed, with only a bit of dust on his clothes. He had not used any force, merely standing there and taking the attacks. That's it? What a pity, Chen Nian murmured. I was hoping to test my new spell if I got hurt. Looks like there's no chance for now. He suddenly muttered a few obscure syllables, and the air temperature soared. Word of power flame burst. Boom! Intense flames erupted from all directions, engulfing the beast's corpse in an instant, burning fiercely. In front of the raging fire, Chen Nian received a system notification. Gene Energy 45232. Level up, 8395. Disaster Gem, Reversal Energy replenished. Congratulations on obtaining epic equipment. Heavenly Demon Heart Pendant. Meanwhile, others received a different notification. Congratulations to player Luo Shui for successfully completing the disaster level advancement trial. The massive experience gain shot Chen Nian up 12 levels, equivalent to slaying 1,000 ordinary monsters. Around him, gasps and exclamations of awe erupted. What just happened? He didn't even move. This terrifying disaster beast just died like that. No. To be precise, it beat itself to death. Holy crap, the monster that had all of us helpless was like a toy to him. The world's strongest player definitely deserves the title. I can't even imagine him going all out. He certainly didn't just now. He's so cool. I want to marry him. The law enforcement team of Jiangcheng breathed a huge sigh of relief. The crisis was averted, and they realized they had encountered a savior. They prepared to salute him, only to find that Chen Nian had already disappeared. By then, Chen Nian had returned to Qiu Ya's side, even changing into clean clothes and removing his mask. Under the effect of his stealth spell, no one could track his movements. What are you looking for? Chen Nian asked softly. Whoa! Qiu Ya jumped, almost startled out of her skin when she turned and saw him. When did you get back? Just now. You're so cool, so powerful, Qiu Ya exclaimed. She felt incredibly honored to have such a person by her side. Keep your voice down, or you'll draw attention, Chen Nian reminded her. But you just left Miss Zhao in there? So heartless, Qiu Ya said with some dissatisfaction. Does she need me to carry her out? Chen Nian looked up and saw Zhao Yixue emerging. Her steps were steady, and she seemed completely renewed, exuding a cold yet mysterious beauty. Zhao Yixue successfully passed the challenge, unlocked her genetic potential, and advanced to a Tier 2 Transcendent. She felt a surge of power throughout her body, knowing that not only had all her attributes significantly improved, but she could also learn advanced abilities. At this moment, she was fully confident that she could easily crush the Calamity beast she faced earlier. However, Zhao Yixue's thoughts did not linger on the joy of her successful advancement. Her mind kept replaying the rescue scene from earlier, and a slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. He came to save me. He still cares about me, she silently mused, her steps becoming a bit lighter. Along the way, many people offered their congratulations. Congratulations, Miss Zhao, on your successful advancement. From now on, you're a Tier 2 Transcendent, leaving us far behind. With Miss Zhao in Jiangcheng, we won't fear the Blood Moon Calamity, ha! Zhao Yixue merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement and quickly moved through the crowd. Suddenly, she ran into her father, Zhao Qi, current head of the Zhao family and one of the top 2 martial artists in the world. Zhao Kuei looked at his daughter coldly and spat out two words. Useless waste. Zhao Yixue stood silently, bearing the brunt of her father's anger. Zhao Kuei continued his tirade. The Zhao family made such thorough preparations for you, and in the end, you had to rely on a man to advance? Useless. Immediately, a member of the Zhao family stepped forward to intervene. Master, please say a few less harsh words. Miss barely escaped with her life. We should be happy for her. Escaped with her life? Zhao Kuei sneered. Being rescued in a man's arms, she might not find it shameful. But I do. This statement struck a chord within Zhao Yixue. She suddenly lifted her head and looked her father straight in the eye, showing no fear. In her mind, being held by the person she liked only made her happy. How could she possibly feel ashamed? Seeing this, Zhao Kuei sneered. What? Have you grown wings? Daring to glare at me. Don't tell me you have feelings for that man. The atmosphere instantly froze. No one dared to speak. Zhao Yixue took a deep breath and bravely admitted her feelings. So what if I do? Slap. A loud slap landed on Zhao Yixue's delicate face. Though she didn't feel any pain, her heart ached with a sour feeling. Zhao Kuei, seething with rage, said, with great power comes great responsibility. The world is on the brink of disaster. And as someone with abilities, you dare to indulge in romantic feelings? You've brought disgrace to the Zhao family. Zhao Yixue knew her father was right, and began to doubt if she was being too selfish. With the blood moon calamity approaching, I should be taking on the greatest responsibility. Have I really made a mistake? She struggled internally. Just then, a silent darkness suddenly spread, as if the gates of hell had opened, and an abyss so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face enveloped everyone. The oppressive, stifling, and despairing atmosphere instantly filled the air. What's happening? Is anyone there? Someone help me! Panicked cries echoed. Only a few knowledgeable individuals understood what was happening. Shut up, don't speak. If you don't want to die, keep quiet, they whispered urgently to those around them. Chue and Zhao Yixue recognized the ability immediately. Even though she had advanced to a Tier 2 transcendent, Zhao Yixue still felt the pressure in the boundless darkness. Death Speaker, she mentally noted, puzzled as to why Chen Nian would use this ability now. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the darkness. With great power comes great responsibility? You might be mistaken. I acted only to save her. As for the rest of you, it was just a side effect. Zhao Yixue realized that Chen Nian was speaking to her father. Zhao Kuei stood his ground, trying to appear calm. You must be the silent one? Chen Nian responded nonchalantly. A strong person doesn't necessarily have to bear responsibilities, but they do have freedom. For instance, if I were to wipe out the Zhao family now, who would dare to resist? Zhao Kuei fell silent. Even the usually composed him was now drenched in sweat, his spine chilled. His greatest fear was destroying the Zhao family's legacy, reducing them to a mediocre lineage. And this silent one seemed unbound by anything, free to kill humans or beasts at will. The darkness receded like a tide, and people's vision returned to normal, with the terrifying pressure vanishing. Everyone looked around, but couldn't find any trace of the silent one. That was terrifying. I nearly wet myself. The pressure from the silent one was greater than that of the calamity beasts, people exclaimed. Zhao Kuei dared not say more and left with the Zhao family members in tow. Zhao Yixue's gaze fell on Chen Nian's departing figure, and she softly said, "Thank you." Chen Nian and Chiyue had already walked far. Chiyue asked, "Big brother, what's your next plan?" "Only 4 levels to go until I reach level 99. Once I max out, I also need to take on an advanced challenge," Chen Nian replied. "That should be easy for you, right?" Chiyue laughed. "Not necessarily," Chen Nian pondered. "After killing the calamity beast, I receive a new hint that piqued my interest. Congratulations, you have qualified for the Demon God Challenge." Chen Nian's lips curled into a smirk, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Demon God level, interesting, he murmured, already envisioning the hidden difficulty challenge in his mind. Just like the secret levels that appear after clearing a game on normal difficulty, the Demon God level was a step above the catastrophe level. Activating this challenge required a stringent condition defeating a catastrophe-level beast. There were many top-tier fighters in the world. Zhao Yixue, as a pioneer, had conquered the catastrophe-level challenge, providing invaluable experience for others. Chen Nian believed that experts like Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling, with adequate preparation and meticulous planning, could also overcome the catastrophe level. However, when it came to the Demon God level, there was likely no one else in the world who could reach it. Others might get there eventually, but not on their first attempt. Chen Nian was different. He could unleash his full potential on his first advancement provided he passed the trial. On the way, Chen Nian began to inventory his recent gains. First up was the newly acquired epic gear, the Heavenly Demon Heart Pendant. He silently reviewed its attributes. Heavenly Demon Heart Pendant Epic. Required tier. Tier 2. Defense 1. Attack 0. Attribute bonus 150. Supernatural 20. Special effect. Heart Protector completely blocks one attack of any kind, permanently shattering the equipment afterward. Good stuff. Chen Nian couldn't help but exclaim. Not only did it have excellent attribute bonuses, enhancing his supernatural abilities and increasing the power of his word spirit, but its special effect completely blocking one attack was like having an extra life. In critical moments, this could be a game changer. The only downside was that he couldn't equip it yet. It was tier 2 equipment, and he needed to advance first. Chen Nian then checked his genetic level information. Genetic level. Tier 1 level 95. Constitution 149. Agility 100. Supernatural 89. Attack bonus 310. Defense bonus 820. Combat power estimate 73 stars. Upon leveling up, Chen Nian had learned a basic word spirit flight, which allowed him to fly. When he reached level 99, he would comprehend the ultimate tier 1 word spirit, Lion's Flame. Chen Nian's current goal was clear. Reach level 99, then challenge the demon god level advancement to maximize his power. With this goal in mind, Chen Nian and Xiaoya didn't linger in Jiangxing and quickly set off on their return journey. Shortly after, major media outlets broke news that went viral. Internet shocked. Buyu reappears, defeats powerful catastrophe beast, saves Jiangxing. Buyu's terrifying strength. Catastrophe beast had no chance. Zhao Yixue advances successfully. Yet scolded by her father, is it moral decline or human nature corruption? Buyu. I came to save her. Is there a romantic entanglement between them? Similar headlines dominated the news. Just the names Buyu and Luoxue were enough to drive most people crazy. Now, with the possibility of a romantic subplot, it was even more sensational. The strongest player and the goddess together, people couldn't get enough of it. Except for Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling. Especially Su Jinyu, who had just been teased by Yi Hongling recently and hadn't yet recovered her mood. Now, Buyu was flirting with another girl? This was intolerable. Su Jinyu couldn't even finish her bath. She started calling Chen Nian while still in the tub. Buyu, Xiaoqi, have you advanced? Let me tell you the precautions. That monster's regeneration ability is strong. That's not important. I'm calling about something else. It is important. I'm worried you might be in danger. You're worried about me. All right then. But what about you and Luoxue? We're just friends. I helped her to repay a favor. Okay. I believe you. But this sounds like something a jerk would say. Though even if you were a jerk, I'd still want to be with you, eh? Xiaoqi. Come to me if you have any trouble. Chen Nian shook his head with a smile. This Su family girl was really naive. Much easier to deal with than the seductive Yi Hongling or the Yandra Zhao Yixue. By now, Chen Nian had gotten off the plane and returned to Linhai City. Suddenly, he noticed a message in the Shanghai Yeoman Guild group asking for help, posted just a few minutes ago. Guild Master, anyone near Yi City in Linhai? We're surrounded by monsters. Need support, S. Guild Master, we're trying to activate a key teleportation array, and the surrounding monsters are being drawn by the massive energy. Need backup. Guild Master, if the teleportation array is breached, Linhai City won't be able to use it. Many guild members also expressed their concerns. Linhai City? Get Ahua, isn't he the local expert there? Ahua, send reinforcements immediately. Damn, it's early morning, that guy's probably asleep. Can anyone reach him? Damn it, Ahua is useless in critical moments. Any other brothers available to help? The monsters in this area were originally around level 20, but now they're suddenly level 80. What the hell? Chen Nian read the messages, frowning slightly as he began to ponder his next move. Chen Nian stood near the East City, pondering the predicament before him. He knew that calling Ahua for reinforcements would take at least a few hours, but the pressing issue needed to be resolved immediately. Building teleportation arrays in all the major cities was the guild's core objective, and many comrades had slowed their leveling progress for this purpose. Chen Nian decided to take action himself, rather than stand by idly. After a brief farewell to Xiaoya, he activated his stealth and soaring skills. His figure blurred instantly. Then he rose into the sky, scanning the area from above. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop in the eastern outskirts of Linhai City, a 5-person team was frantically constructing a teleportation array. The mountaintop's open terrain was ideal for the energy flow between the two teleportation arrays. Among them, a slightly chubby man holding a staff, who had just called for help in the group chat, was a mage and a member of the guild. The teleportation array was at a critical stage of energy synchronization. This process was like Linhai City and Jiangxing each sending out a beam of energy, and the two energy streams needed to connect successfully to complete the teleportation array. However, the terrifying supernatural force released during this process attracted large numbers of monsters. They swarmed the mountaintop, launching a fierce attack on the team. Damn it, weren't the monsters in this area only around level 20? Why are they all level 70 now? One team member exclaimed. It must be because some people have advanced to the second tier, raising the world's level, another explained. Screw your explanations. Now's not the time for a lecture, the mage shouted angrily. The monsters are increasing, and we can't hold them off. We're going to die. Lao Wu, if it gets too bad, we should abandon the teleportation array and escape, a team member suggested. No way, the man called Lao Wu snapped. If this teleportation array isn't completed, Linhai City will be isolated. When powerful monsters come, countless civilians will be at risk. But we can't hold them off anymore, the team member said helplessly. I just called for reinforcements. Hold on a bit longer. Lao Wu gritted his teeth, continuously waving his black gold staff and casting spells at the monsters below. However, most of their strength was being used to construct the teleportation array, leaving little for fighting. Meanwhile, the monsters below were a dark, seething mass. Nether Serpent level 70. Flesh Puppet level 71. Human-faced Dragon Eagle level 73. Blood Plague Rat level 68. Countless monsters of various forms surged forward. These ordinary monsters had no intelligence. Their only goal was the teleportation array, emitting immense energy. I can't take it anymore, Lao Wu. We can't die here, can we? A team member cried in despair. Damn it, it looks like we'll have to abandon the teleportation array and run. I can't believe we're failing at the final step, Lao Wu said painfully. Just as Lao Wu was about to order a retreat, a figure descended from the sky, landing right in front of them. Is that the reinforcement? Damn, it's just one person. The team could only see his back, seemingly a young man. Lao Wu urgently shouted, Brother, you're not alone, are you? The newcomer didn't respond, instead continuing to walk forward. Come back. What can you do alone? If something happens, I'll be responsible. Don't do anything foolish. Lao Wu was so anxious he was stomping his feet. Forget him, Lao Wu. Any delay helps. Our job is to protect the teleportation array, another team member reminded. Wu watched helplessly as the man was swallowed by the black tide of monsters. Those were all around level 70. Going in there meant certain death. Why is he so reckless? Or is everyone in the guild this selfless, willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the teleportation array? Such bravery is incredible. Lao Wu sighed. A reckless fool, but a hero nonetheless. Just then a message popped up in the group chat. Ahor replied that reinforcements were on their way at full speed, urging them to hold on. All right, hold out until Aho's people arrive. Everyone, defend the array with your lives. Lao Wu ordered. Everyone knew that Aho was the top dog in Linhai City, and with his help, they could handle almost anything. It was just unfortunate that a brave soul had already sacrificed himself. Suddenly, Wu noticed something strange. Wait, have you guys noticed that the number of attacking monsters has significantly decreased? Indeed, the pressure has suddenly lessened. What's going on? The others were equally astonished to realize this. Chen Nian felt as if he had entered paradise upon seeing this horde of monsters. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The massive amount of experience points needed to level up from 95 to 99 was now right in front of him. Initially, he personally fought the monsters, but quickly realized it wasn't necessary just standing among them, and relying on his counterattack ability allowed him to automatically farm them. Clad in epic level gear with extremely high defense, the monsters' attacks couldn't harm him at all. Gene energy values constantly popped up. 543, 566, 612. These mindless creatures had no concept of fleeing and attacked Chen Nian relentlessly, only to become his source of experience points. Their bodies dissipated into black mist as new monsters continuously surged forward. The commotion Chen Nian caused attracted even more monsters, reducing the pressure on the mountain significantly. This situation thrilled him. Not only did he gain a vast amount of experience points, but he also collected scattered pieces of equipment and skill scrolls. Using the massive energy fluctuations from the teleportation array to lure monsters and level up was a unique strategy that perhaps only Chen Nian could stumble upon. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Nian leveled up to 96. The number of monsters heading towards the forest sharply decreased because he acted like a massive vortex, drawing them all in. Half an hour later, he had already reached level 97. The monsters no longer had time to climb the mountain and instead rushed towards him. Wu and the others were bewildered, unable to understand why the monsters had suddenly stopped coming. They speculated that reinforcements from Aho's group had arrived and were fighting the monsters below. Another half hour passed and Chen Nian had almost wiped out all the monsters, finally reaching level 98. Estimating the time, he figured the others would arrive soon, so he left the scene without hesitation. Meanwhile, Wu and his group joyfully announced the completion of their mission. The teleportation array was now connected, successfully linking Linhai City with Luching. They gratefully welcomed the reinforcements coming uphill, only to find these people equally puzzled, saying they had encountered almost no monsters on their way. Through their conversation, they gradually realized the truth. The brother, who had rushed into the monster horde alone, hadn't sacrificed himself, but had single-handedly dealt with the entire monster wave. Wu, shocked, asked about the situation in their group chat, sparking a heated discussion. In the end, Aho speculated that the person might be Brother Buyu, causing the group chat to explode with excitement. However, Xiaoqi's appearance interrupted the discussion, reminding everyone that the blood moon catastrophe was imminent and they should focus on the task at hand. Despite this, Xiaoqi subtly hinted at an interest in a seaside villa in Linhai City, sparking a new wave of speculation. The countdown to the blood moon catastrophe is on, with just 3 days left and the weather clear in the afternoons. Chen Nian, already at level 98 and just a step away from 99, is preparing for his genetic advancement. At this moment, he's lying on his sofa at home, eyes closed, recovering his spent energy. His mind is racing, contemplating the best spots to grind and level up. As players' levels continue to rise, the world is subtly transforming. Many terrains are changing, high-level monsters are appearing more frequently, while low-level ones have become confined to dungeons within cities. These changes have significantly accelerated players' leveling speeds, with top-tier players generally reaching levels 80-90. At this critical juncture, the main objective for elite players is to break through to the second tier. Recruitment messages flood chat channels and forums, looking for a level 90 team to rush to 99 in the last 3 days. PME if you're efficient. Just 3 levels away from 99, warrior looking for a team to power through. High-level area team, led by a second-tier expert, seeking a strong support talent, preferably an elven mage. Compared to others, Chen Nian's leveling speed isn't the fastest, but he focuses on quality. Those who rush to level 99 might only be fixated on leveling up, with little improvement in their gear and skills. Ultimately, they can only challenge the ordinary advancement, essentially borrowing from their future potential. Even if they succeed in advancing to the second tier, their strength won't be much, possibly even less than Chen Nian's. As Chen Nian pondered, a sudden urgent knock on the door broke his thoughts. A familiar voice called from outside. Chen Nian, are you home? Chen Nian got up to open the door and found Chinu standing there. She was wearing white sneakers, shorts that accentuated her long, straight legs, and a pink and white hoodie, radiating a youthful and lively vibe. What brings you here? Have you had lunch? Chen Nian asked. Chinu shyly pulled out a tote bag from behind her. I brought you lunch. Inside the bag were warm burgers and chicken legs, along with a cold cola. I haven't eaten yet. Chen Nian invited her in, eating while he laughed and asked, Did you come just to bring me lunch? What's wrong with that? Chinu mumbled. I couldn't find you for a while, didn't know where you went. You weren't out messing around with other women, were you? Chen Nian nearly choked. You got me, cough cough. We're just nominally a couple. Do you really care about that? Of course I do, or I'd be nominally cheated on. Chinu pouted. So, do you have time? I can help you level up. Chinu's confident demeanor amused Chen Nian. A newbie wanted to help the world's strongest player level up. How amusing. What's so funny? I'm really strong now. Chinu protested. At that moment, Chen Nian's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Li Yunwei. Hello, Captain Li? Chen Nian, have you been in Linhai City recently? Li Yunwei's voice came from the other end. Yes. Why do you ask? Just checking in. You're a crucial combat force for Linhai City. You're too kind, Captain. I'm not even second tier yet, Chen Nian modestly replied. By the way, we've discovered a new high-level dungeon as the world's monster levels keep rising. Can you join us? The team includes top-tier fighters from Linhai City and 2 second-tier transcendentals. Chen Nian thought to himself, 2 second tiers, that's elite. But isn't Captain Li being overly polite to me? Linhai City has plenty of second-tier transcendentals now. Does she really need to be this courteous to a first-tier like me? Sure, I can join. Do you have any other requirements? Chen Nian asked. I knew you'd have conditions. Li Yunwei replied immediately. Chen Nian was surprised. How did you know? I want to bring Chinu. What? Chinu was taken aback. She knew Chen Nian was strong and likely busy, probably invited by someone else. She didn't expect him to bring her along, feeling both shocked and delighted. Li Yunwei was also taken aback. What level is she? Chen Nian turned to Chinu. What's your level? 78. Chinu said, a bit embarrassed. It was stronger than most ordinary people, but not enough to rank among top-tier players, maybe just second tier. Captain Li, she's level 78. All right, no problem, you can bring her. Chen Nian was puzzled. You agreed so quickly? It was clear Li Yunwei wanted to gather elites to challenge this dungeon. Allowing a first tier like him was already a big deal. But letting him bring Chinu? She's your girlfriend. I trust you'll keep her safe. See you at the train station at 8 p.m. All right. Chen Nian had been looking for a place to level up, and this trip would be perfect for that. He just couldn't understand why Captain Li was being so lenient. Did she know something? After hanging up, Li Yunwei's heartbeat gradually calmed down. Captain, why did you agree to his request? Bringing someone with such a low level, others will surely have opinions. A subordinate couldn't help but ask. Don't ask if you don't understand. I have my reasons. From previous clues, Li Yunwei had noticed something unusual about Chen Nian. She had been quietly investigating him. Her attention was drawn to a recent event. Buyu appearing in Jiangsheng, crushing a catastrophe beast. After reading the event report, she checked Chen Nian's recent activities. Plane tickets, Linhai City, Jiangsheng. That's why she initially asked if he'd been in Linhai City. Testing. Chen Nian's evasiveness suggested he was hiding something, possibly a secret that would shock everyone. Perhaps Chen Nian and Buyu were the same person. Li Yunwei knew this secret mustn't be leaked. The fewer people who knew, the better. Otherwise, his presence would attract countless individuals, which wouldn't benefit Linhai City. With that in mind, she logged into the Enforcement Bureau's information management system and encrypted all of Chen Nian's information at the highest level. This way, even if others knew he was extraordinary, they couldn't investigate deeply, reducing the risk of exposure. Few done? Li Yunwei sighed in relief. Good thing my dad is with the Dragon Kingdom Security Bureau. Otherwise, I couldn't have done this. She checked the time, almost time to go. Li Yunwei prepared her gear and got ready to head to the meeting point. This dungeon run wasn't just about conquering a high-level dungeon. It was about confirming Chen Nian's true identity. Let's go, Chen Nian said to Chinu, a determined glint in his eyes. Are we really going? Chinu hesitated, her voice carrying a hint of unease. What else? Chen Nian replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Chinu bit her lip and said softly, maybe we should forget it. I don't want to be a burden. Don't worry. Chen Nian patted her shoulder reassuringly. With my skills, I could handle bringing along 10 sisters, let alone one. On the way to the meeting point, Chen Nian learned the basic information about the team from Li Yunwei. There were 8 members in total. Chen Nian, Chinu, Li Yunwei, and 5 elite extraordinaires. Among them, 2 had just reached the second tier, showcasing impressive strength. Qian Ming, a second-tier paladin, and Zhang Yunlei, a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior. These rare class holders were undoubtedly valuable assets. Upon arriving at the meeting point, Li Yunwei greeted them with a smile. You're here. Just wait a bit. Not everyone has arrived yet. Chen Nian glanced around. Besides Captain Li, the other 4 members, 2 men and 2 women, were already present. Only the paladin, Qian Ming, was missing. Captain Li, are these 2 new recruits? One of the team members asked curiously. Yes, Li Yunwei confirmed with a nod. Care to introduce them? Another suggested. Not wanting to put Li Yunwei in a difficult position, Chen Nian stepped forward and introduced himself. Level 98, Elemental Mage. Seeing Chinu shyly looking down, Chen Nian added on her behalf. She's level 78, Elemental Archer. What? Level 78? The group's expressions shifted to displeasure. That's too low. Captain Li, are they reliable? I thought you said you were bringing in elites. We're all top tier, with the lowest being level 95. How does a level 78 fit in? Is she here because of her looks? One woman sneered. Chen Nian had anticipated this reaction and smiled calmly. Don't worry, everyone. I'll take responsibility for her. Haha, one man laughed loudly. Buddy, you better take care of yourself. This new dungeon might have second-tier monsters. The 2 female members began whispering. Doesn't that girl's face look familiar? She resembles some actress. You think so too? She looks a lot like that Sheen something you. The one who got famous because of her connections. Tisk TSK. Who knows how many casting couches she went through. But now it's the gaming era. The entertainment industry's history. Hearing their conversation, Chinu was fuming inside but kept her head down, afraid of being recognized and unable to retort. Suddenly, Chen Nian chuckled and said, getting one woman to admit another is excellent is harder than killing her. You'll get used to it. What did you say? The 2 women were instantly furious, glaring at him. Chen Nian responded unhurriedly. Why so agitated? I didn't name names. Feeling guilty? The 2 women turned red with anger, unable to come up with a retort. Captain Li, it's time to gather. Where's the last guy? Chen Nian didn't want to waste time. I'll check. Li Yunwei took out his phone and made a call, but no one answered. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes passed. About an hour later, a burly man in a black coat finally arrived. Sorry, everyone, he explained with a smile. I ran into a female fan on the way. She insisted on chatting and having a meal. Couldn't shake her off. This latecomer was Qian Ming, the second-tier paladin. Despite his tardiness, no one blamed him. Instead, they welcomed him warmly. No problem, Brother Qian. You came just in time. We didn't wait long. Ah, Brother Qian, you look so strong. Having you in the dungeon makes us feel safe. Yeah, with a paladin drawing aggro, I feel totally secure. A latecomer being fawned over such is the status that strength brings. Even Li Yunwei couldn't say much, given Qian Ming's prowess. Recently, He made headlines by soloing a level 90 boss after his team was wiped out. You're late. A cold voice broke the warm atmosphere. It was Chen Nian. Qian Ming, not expecting criticism, frowned. Who is he? Brother. He's a level 98 elemental mage, the woman replied coldly. Ha, not very high level but pretty bold, Qian Ming sneered. Yeah, and he brought a level 78 girl. No idea where he gets the nerve. Qian Ming glanced at Chinu, intrigued. Never seen such a pretty woman. Stick with me. I'll protect you. No need, Chinu replied, not wanting to engage. Wait, is this guy your boyfriend? Qian Ming raised an eyebrow. Ah, no problem. That makes it more interesting. Sensing the tension, Li Yunwei quickly intervened. Now that everyone's here, let's get moving. We got quite a walk ahead. After 2 hours of trekking, the group reached their destination, a mountainside cliff with a swirling portal resembling a chaotic vortex. Be careful, this is the dungeon entrance, Li Yunwei warned. Chen Nian was puzzled. How did you find this hidden spot? A few days ago, a team averaging level 90 went missing around here, Li Yunwei explained solemnly. They seem to have entered this dungeon. Missing? Qin Yu's face paled. To put it nicely, they went missing. To put it bluntly, they died in there, a team member sneered. If a level 90 team couldn't make it, imagine how strong the monsters must be. Ah, is anyone getting scared? If you are, now's the time to back out. Once inside, there's no turning back, Qian Ming laughed. Brother Qian, please protect us, a few female members cooed. Qin Yu was genuinely scared. Unaware of Chen Nian's true identity and her limited strength, her fear was understandable. Take it over, girl. Your boyfriend can't protect you, Qian Ming taunted. With his fragile build, a boss hit might kill him. Ha! The group burst into laughter. But at that moment, their laughter ceased abruptly. Chen Nian had stepped into the dungeon. Such boldness was rare. Knowing a team had perished here days ago, even Qian Ming, with his high defense, would have prepared himself before entering. Yet Chen Nian walked in without hesitation, as if he had no regard for his life. As the group stood in shock, Li Yunwei couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He turned to Qin Yu and said, let's go. With Chen Nian here, we'll be fine. Chen Nian stepped into the Moonlight Palace, a hidden realm, and was immediately struck by its breathtaking beauty. A grand, mysterious palace shimmered under the moonlight. A stone bridge spanned the sparkling lake, connecting both banks. Above, a full moon cast a soft glow, giving the rippling water an otherworldly hue. This was a brand new dungeon Chen Nian had never encountered in the game before. Following closely behind was Li Yunwei's team. The group marveled at the stunning scenery, but was puzzled by the absence of monsters. Chen Nian speculated that they might be lurking inside the palace, and suggested further exploration. As soon as they set foot on the stone bridge, the lake erupted with a massive splash. 6 wolves with snow-white fur, crescent moons glowing on their foreheads, and moon-white eyes leaped out of the water. Moonlight wolves, level 90, Qian Ming scoffed. Just level 90 monsters. Qian Ming took on the 3 wolves in front with ease, wielding a dark gold shield. He trapped them with a holy light cage spell. Zhang Yunlei, a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior, swiftly dispatched the 2 wolves behind with lightning-fast swordsmanship, leaving one for Chen Nian. Hey, it's not fair to just watch from the back, Zhang Yunlei taunted. Here's one for you to try. Everyone's eyes were on Chen Nian, clearly testing his strength. Before Zhang Yunlei could finish, Chen Nian unleashed a wind cannon that roared past Zhang Yunlei's ear, instantly killing the Moonlight Wolf. The group was stunned by Chen Nian's high attack power, speculating that he must possess luxurious gear, possibly even epic weapons. Little did they know, Chen Nian was almost entirely equipped with epic gear and had a unique talent that didn't require him to reveal his weapon. Done? Chen Nian asked calmly. Li Yunwei affirmed. Chen's strength is unquestionable. Let's move on. The team navigated through rows of stone pillars, easily fending off the Moonlight Wolves' attacks along the way. Qian Ming was disappointed by the dungeon's difficulty, craving a more challenging opponent. At the end of the corridor stood a 10-meter-high door adorned with lifelike wolf heads. The group realized the boss might be behind it. Qian Ming volunteered, pushing the door open with a shield blessed by holy light. The sight inside was astonishing. A superb bright, full moon hung overhead, and the floor beneath them was glass-like, rippling with their steps. Chinu couldn't help but exclaim, this is like a dreamland. The door slammed shut behind them, and the group looked around warily, finding nothing but empty space. Just as confusion set in, a system message appeared. You are affected by the Moonlight Seal. Under the full moon's light, you cannot use any extraordinary powers. Panic ensued as the group realized they were stripped of their powers. Chen Nian remained calm, analyzing the situation and concluding that this dungeon required defeating the boss under specific conditions. A thunderous wolf howl echoed through the hall as a massive, snow-white figure descended from above. The Wolf King, 10 meters long, had fur that glistened like pearls, a radiant moon on its forehead, and emitted a sacred, inviolable aura. Moonlight Wolf King, second tier, level 1. Someone gasped, "It's a second-tier boss." No wonder it's a second-tier boss, capable of wiping out a level 90 team. Everyone be careful. The Moonlight Wolf King stood tall, its silver-white fur gleaming with a cold light under the moon. However, it did not immediately attack. The group held their breath, waiting for the special mechanism to appear. Rules appeared before them. One person must fight the Wolf King in close combat. The victory condition is to shatter the moon mark on the Wolf King's forehead, breaking the Moonlight Seal. The failure conditions are either escaping the challenge arena or a second person entering the arena. They had 4 solo challenges. Chen Nian waved his hand, ready to step forward, but a man stopped him. "Big brother, you're the strongest. You should be saved for last. Let me go first." The man walked confidently into the central platform, starting the first round of battle. The Wolf King lunged like an arrow, its claws flashing with a cold light. The man was instantly knocked to the ground, barely able to fend off the attack with his weapon. The steel claws drew closer to his head, and he cried out in despair, "Help! I can't beat it!" Seeing the situation turn dire, Zhang Yunlei instinctively rushed into the arena to help. However, this caused 2 people to be in the challenge arena, and the challenge was immediately declared a failure. The remaining attempts dropped to 3. The Wolf King stopped its attack, and the man, still shaken, stumbled out. But after a few steps, a beam of moonlight trapped him in place. "What's happening? Why can't I get out?" he cried in terror. New rules appeared. The failed challenger would become a sacrifice. Once 4 sacrifices were gathered, moon destruction would activate, killing everyone. A chilling fear swept through the group, plunging them into silence. 4 challenge attempts corresponded to 4 sacrifices. If they all failed, their fate would be total annihilation. The second challenge was about to begin. Zhang Yunlei stood before the Wolf King, his palms already sweating. He took a deep breath, preparing for the life-and-death trial ahead. The law of the pack: only the strongest can become the Wolf King. The challenge before everyone is to defeat the Moonlight Wolf King, and only by succeeding can the seal on extraordinary power be broken. The second round of the challenge begins as Zhang Yunlei steps into the arena. Although he is a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior, his chances of winning are uncertain. The physical strength of a Lord-level monster far surpasses human imagination, and Zhang Yunlei's talents lie in agility and speed, not close combat. Fortunately, victory isn't about defeating the Wolf King entirely, but shattering the moon mark on its forehead. Before the onlookers could discuss further, the battle erupted. The Moonlight Wolf King charged at Zhang Yunlei like an arrow released from a bow, and he barely dodged with his extraordinary speed. He swung his sword, but it was like hitting steel, to no effect. Surprised, Zhang Yunlei didn't expect the Wolf King's tail to sweep at him from behind. Bang! A massive force struck Zhang Yunlei's back, causing blood to spurt from his mouth as he tumbled dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string. The crowd thought, "It's over," but Zhang Yunlei managed to stagger to his feet. The Wolf King lunged again, but he had lost the will to fight and fled from the challenge area. Current challenge failed. Remaining attempts, 2. Before the words finished echoing, a beam of moonlight descended, enveloping Zhang Yunlei. The challenger has become a sacrifice. Current sacrifices, 2. Despair washed over everyone as only 2 attempts remained. Another failure would mean total annihilation. "We only have one more chance," someone shouted. "Our only hope now is Meng. If he can't do it, we're all doomed." All eyes turned to the tall, burly Chen Meng. Encouragement poured in. Meng is a high-level paladin with the strongest physique and 2 epic-grade pieces of equipment. "You can do it. We believe in you." Chen Meng walked heavily into the challenge arena, carrying the hope of the entire village on his shoulders. The third challenge begins. The Moonlight Wolf King launched a fierce attack, its overwhelming momentum crashing forward. However, Chen Meng raised a shield and blocked the blow, being pushed back nearly 3 meters but still standing firm. Yes, he blocked it. Way to go, Meng. What followed was an intense melee. Chen Meng's shield clashed with the Wolf King's claws, sparks flying. Yet, he couldn't find an opportunity to strike the moon mark on the Wolf King's forehead. 5 minutes later, the battle neared its end. The Wolf King let out a long howl and struck down with a paw. Chen Meng kneeled, his shield barely holding above his head, unable to move. I can't do it," he gasped, abandoning his weapon and barely escaping the challenge area. Current challenge failed. Remaining attempts, 1. Another beam of moonlight descended, locking Chen Meng in place. The challenger has become a sacrifice. Current sacrifices, 3. Despair engulfed everyone. A woman collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed by the crushing blow. "What do we do now? We're all going to die here. Only Chen Nian, Chinu, Li Yunwei, and 2 women remained. Without even a second tier among them, who could possibly face the Wolf King? Qian Meng roared in anger. Chun, aren't you supposed to be capable? Why are you hiding now? It was more of an emotional outburst than a genuine expectation for Chen Nian to step up. After all, what could a first-tier elemental mage do? However, Chen Nian took a step forward. Chinu grabbed his arm. Chen Nian? Chen Nian smiled. I didn't expect you to help when I called you here, so don't blame yourself. The 2 women sneered. Ugh, acting all sentimental at a time like this? It's disgusting. If you're so capable, get us out of here. What's the point of talking big when we're about to die? Ignoring them, Chen Yin turned to Li Yunwei. I'll take the final round. All right. Li Yunwei nodded, feeling a strange sense of calm, seeing Chen Yin's serene expression. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Yin walked into the challenge arena. The 4th challenge begins. This final challenge would determine everyone's fate. Success meant salvation. Failure meant death for all. The Moonlight Wolf King launched another fierce attack, a force even a paladin struggled to withstand. Yet Chen Yin didn't budge. Everyone thought he was seeking death. The Wolf King's claws were about to pierce Chen Yin's chest when an astonishing scene unfolded. The Wolf King's attack didn't land. Instead, it trembled, its massive body staggering backward, almost losing balance. Rebound. The epic grade set effect is still active. Chen Yin seized the opportunity to charge forward. The Wolf King tried the same tail sweep, striking Chen Yin hard. Anyone else would have been knocked out, but Chen Yin stood firm, the wolf's tail bristling in shock. Quite the naughty one, Chen Yin chuckled, leaping onto the Wolf King's head. He stomped down, forcing the massive beast to the ground. Standing leisurely atop the Moonlight Wolf King, Chen Yin squatted, lifted its head with one hand, and delivered a heavy punch to its forehead. Crash! The moon mark shattered upon impact. Everyone stared at Chen Yin as if he were an unbelievable monster. The sacred and mighty Moonlight Wolf King was as helpless as a baby under Chen Yin's hands. The crescent mark on its forehead shattered with a loud crack. At that moment, everyone looked at Chen Yin with shock and disbelief. Is he an elemental mage? A mage? Someone in the audience exclaimed. No way. Did he really win? Another person murmured in astonishment. The 2 girls who had previously mocked and doubted Chen Yin stood with their mouths agape, their pupils trembling in shock. They could never have imagined that a mage could be so overwhelmingly powerful in close combat. Typically, mages cast spells from afar, while knights charge into battle. But the scene before them shattered their understanding. Qian Meng, the holy knight, was beaten miserably, and a mage had defeated the boss effortlessly. Recalling their harsh words to Chen Yin earlier, the 2 girls felt deeply ashamed and wished they could disappear. They realized that the true powerhouse in the team was Chen Yin. He brought his sister not just for show, but because he was genuinely capable. Realizing this, the girls were filled with regret, wishing they could slap themselves for fawning over the wrong person. Chen Yin is so powerful. Chen Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. She had always known Chen Yin was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. The gap between the first and second tiers was immense, and overcoming it was almost a myth. Yet, she had witnessed this miracle. That's my boyfriend, Chinu thought with pride, her previous grievances vanishing. She raised her head proudly and looked at the 2 other girls, who now avoided her gaze. What's wrong? Weren't you talking a lot just now? Why so silent now? Chinu taunted. If you feel too ashamed to stay here, you can go and get yourselves killed. It must be really embarrassing to be saved by my boyfriend, right? Well, say something. Receiving no response to her taunts, Chinu felt a surge of satisfaction. Being carried by her boyfriend felt amazing. Li Yunwei wasn't too surprised by the result. She knew Chen Yin could win, but she hadn't expected it to be so easy. Is this Chen Yin's true strength? No, this might just be the tip of the iceberg, she thought. I was actually worried he might lose. I was overthinking things. Zhang Yunlei and Qian Ming were filled with mixed emotions. Who is this guy really? Did he use some forbidden technique? They couldn't figure it out. How could a mage have such high physical strength? Unless he relies on his equipment. Both of them thought of this possibility at the same time, feeling slightly more balanced. It's possible for a wealthy person to buy a full set of epic gear, they comforted themselves. Just then, a system notification appeared before everyone. Congratulations on the successful challenge. The Moonlight Seal has been lifted. The 3 people who had been bound as sacrifices were finally freed. My strength is back. Mine too. Great. We can finally use our extraordinary powers again. They cheered with relief. By this time, Chen Yin had retreated to the group, appearing weak and exhausted. Of course, this was just an act. He wanted to see if human nature could withstand the test. As their savior, he now seemed weak. Would they harbor ill intentions? If they passed the test, It would prove they still had a conscience, and Chen Nian wouldn't hold their previous words against them. Chen Nian, are you okay? Chinu anxiously supported Chen Nian, her voice full of concern. Chen Nian, how are you feeling? Li Yunwei also asked, though she was puzzled. Why would Chen Nian suddenly appear weak? It didn't make sense. My strength comes from activating the Calamity gem. After using it, I remain weak for a while. Chen Nian fabricated a plausible explanation. Qin Yu and the others believed him, but Li Yunwei remained skeptical. Bro, you rest up? We'll handle the Wolf King. Yeah, you did a great job. No need for you to fight anymore. Qianming and Zhang Yunlei said this, but inwardly, they sneered. So it's the effect of the Calamity Gem, they thought. The Calamity Gem grants both a debuff and a buff, like reducing defense, but increasing attack power. The two exchanged a knowing look. It seems his Calamity Gem grants immense power for a short time, but leaves him extremely weak afterward. Quite a handy item. Without saying more, they called on the others to attack the Moonlight Wolf King. With their extraordinary powers restored, the Holy Knight shone in battle. Protected by holy light and wielding a radiant shield, he blocked most of the Moonlight Wolf King's attacks. Ha, this is my true strength, Qian Ming exclaimed, regaining his confidence. Finally, after a fierce assault, they managed to kill the Moonlight Wolf King. With a long howl, the Moonlight Wolf King disintegrated into a shower of light. It's over, ha! It wasn't that tough, someone shouted triumphantly. Everyone present gained a significant amount of experience points. Chen Yin finally reached level 99. The system notification followed. Level up, 9,899. Congratulations on reaching the first tier max level. Domain of the first tier ultimate word. Lion Blaze. The ultimate word is a special ability different from other words, unlocked only at the current tier's max level. Every talent has its ultimate ability, and Chen Yin's was just a bit more extraordinary. There's loot. Oh my god, what kind of gear is this? It's definitely top-notch. Several people immediately crowded around. A silver wolf head ring floated in midair, shining like a star. Equipment slots include helmet, gloves, leggings, armor, necklace, ring, and weapon. Chen Nian had epic gear for all slots except the ring, which was still trash. And now, the boss had dropped a ring. Strange, isn't loot supposed to go directly into our inventory? Qianming reached out to grab it. However, as soon as he touched the ring, he was repelled. The system notification appeared. No pickup permission. Only the victor of the Wolf King duel may pick up the loot. What the hell? I killed the boss, and I don't have pickup rights? Qianming was furious. Zhang Yunlei also reached out, but was similarly repelled. Damn, I don't have pickup rights either? The victor of the Wolf King duel. Wait, does that mean? Everyone's eyes turned to Chen Nian. The so-called Wolf King duel referred to the unknown fight earlier. Brother Chen, why don't you give it a try? Qianming's gaze fell on Chen Nian, his eyes filled with urgency and longing. The surrounding crowd echoed the sentiment, believing that since Chen Nian had just achieved victory, perhaps he was the only one capable of claiming the equipment. Chen Nian paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll give it a shot. He stepped forward and extended his hand. This time, the silver-white ring did not resist and smoothly slipped into his possession. A system notification sounded. Congratulations on obtaining the epic equipment. Moonlight Wolf Ring. Moonlight Wolf Ring Epic. Required level, Tier 2, Level 1. Defense, 0. Attack, 150. Attribute bonus, Exceptional 20. Special effect. Moonlight Wolf Soul when the moon is bright. Summon the Moonlight Wolf Soul to aid in battle. Cooldown, 3 days. This piece of Tier 2 epic equipment was on par with the gear Chen Nian had previously acquired. Its attributes and special effects were outstanding. As long as he advanced to Tier 2, he could equip both Tier 2 items, significantly boosting his combat prowess. Chen Nian was quietly pleased, thinking to himself that now all his equipment was top-notch. The crowd around him eagerly inquired about the equipment. Chen Nian forced a weak smile and downplayed it. It's all right, just an ordinary Tier 2 epic item. Hearing the words Tier 2 epic, the crowd's excitement intensified. While Tier 1 epic gear was no longer valuable, Tier 2 was still cutting-edge, far more valuable than gemstone rings. Zhang Yunlei pressed for details on the special effect. Chen Nian, growing impatient, replied that it could summon a wolf's soul to assist in battle. This response elicited a wave of exclamations, with everyone acknowledging it as a top-tier piece of equipment. Feeling tired, Chen Nian shook his head and indicated he wanted to leave. However, just as he was about to go, Qianming's loud voice called him back. Chen Nian sighed inwardly, realizing that human nature often succumbs to greed. Even though he had saved them, they still coveted his belongings. Is there something else? Chen Nian turned and asked. Qianming spoke up. Brother Chen, you're only Tier 1. You can't even use this equipment right now. Why not share it with us? This suggestion caused the most significant reaction from Chinu, who immediately condemned the group's greed. Li Yunwei agreed, stating that the equipment was Chen Nian's rightful reward. She hoped the group wouldn't do anything foolish, considering Chen Nian might be the world's strongest player. However, Qianming sneered, arguing that the boss was defeated through their combined efforts, so the equipment should be shared. Two other women, after some consideration, sided with Qianming, accusing Chen Nian of being selfish. Chinu, furious, shouted at them, questioning their humanity. Suddenly, Jiang Yunlei struck, a bolt of lightning hitting Chinu in the chest, knocking her unconscious. She collapsed into Chen Nian's arms. Li Yunwei, both anxious and angry, was warned by Jiang Yunlei not to interfere. He even laughed arrogantly, revealing his ambitions. Realizing the situation was beyond repair, Li Yunwei quietly stepped aside. Qianming, feeling triumphant, demanded Chen Nian hand over the ring. Not only that, but he also greedily asked for all of Chen Nian's valuable equipment, including the Calamity gem. They threatened that if he didn't comply, they couldn't guarantee Chinu's safety. Chen Nian remained silent, gently placing the unconscious Chinu on the ground and using lingual escape snake to protect her. Then he stood up and coldly said, "Now you can try." The group felt a chill down their spines as Chen Nian's emotionless, icy gaze swept over them, as if they were being watched by the Grim Reaper. Cursing, Jiang Yunlei launched an attack. He transformed into a swift bolt of lightning, darting through the air at an almost imperceptible speed, each movement delivering a strike within his range. This was the ultimate skill of the Thunder Shadow Warrior. Phantom Thunder Slash. Phantom Thunder Slash. Jiang Yunlei roared, unleashing his ultimate skill in an instant. His figure transformed into a flickering bolt of lightning, darting around the battlefield at a speed that left onlookers dazzled. The move seemed incredibly powerful, but was reminiscent of a meme. Lightning fast, but barely a scratch. Jiang Yunlei's attack landed on Chen Nian, feeling only slightly stronger than a bathhouse attendant scrubbing vigorously. If one had to describe it, it was like being scrubbed by a calloused hand. The reason was simple. Chen Nian's epic-grade armor provided immense defensive boosts, making it nearly impenetrable. This scene left everyone present puzzled. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "What's going on? Wasn't he just weak a moment ago?" Chen Nian stood at the center of the thunderous sword formation, as immovable as a mountain, expressionless as he endured the strikes of lightning. The attacks hit him like they were striking diamond, having no effect. Chen Nian didn't even flinch. Finally, Jiang Yunlei's ultimate move came to an end. He reappeared, stumbling back several steps, half kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest and drenched in sweat. A companion rushed over to check on him, but was horrified by what he saw. Jiang Yunlei's body was covered in dozens of intersecting wounds, bleeding profusely. "Jiang Yunlei, what happened to you?" The companion stammered, stepping back in fear. A woman nearby covered her mouth, her eyes trembling, and asked in a shaky voice, "Why? Why are you injured?" The bizarre scene rendered everyone speechless. It was Chen Nian who had taken the ultimate attack, but remained unscathed, while Jiang Yunlei, the attacker, was severely injured. "There's something wrong with this guy. He's got something." Jiang Yunlei croaked, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. Qianming, however, refused to believe it. He shouted, "What are you scared of? There are 4 of us, and only one of him. Let's take him down together." With that, he activated his Holy Light Protection skill, instantly boosting his physical attributes. At this moment, Qianming's strength and resilience were nearly doubled. The burly man raised his black gold shield, charging at Chen Nian like an unstoppable war machine. Boom! A deafening crash echoed. Chen Nian casually threw a punch, his unadorned fist colliding with the holy shield, dispersing the holy light and leaving a noticeable dent on the black gold shield. Qianming, relying on his high defense and resilience, remained uninjured, but his 2 female companions were not so lucky, being knocked to the ground by the terrifying shockwave. Qianming could no longer maintain his composure. His confidence wavered, his muscles trembled uncontrollably, and his hair stood on end. He felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart, making it difficult to breathe. You were faking it. Your weakness was just an act," he muttered, retreating, his expression shifting from shock to sheer terror. Li Yunwei sighed from the side. "I warned you all. This was a death wish. But you didn't listen. Greed truly is the ugliest part of human nature. Impossible. How can a first-tier elemental mage be this powerful?" Qianming tried to convince himself. It must be some forbidden technique or a Calamity gem. His power isn't his own. Yes, if we hold on, he'll show his true colors. Yet, Chen Nian's gaze remained calm. To him, these people were already dead. He never showed mercy to those he deemed necessary to kill. In that case, let's test the power of this new incantation. Chen Nian closed his eyes, beginning to chant an obscure string of syllables. The air around them heated up rapidly, becoming almost unbearably hot. What's he doing? He's releasing an ultimate skill, Jiang Yunlei exclaimed. Is he insane? Doesn't he care if that woman gets caught in it? Qianming shouted. Get over here. If we withstand this attack, he might be exhausted, and we'll have a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianming planted his shield into the ground. Instantly, holy light radiated outward, forming a wall of light. This was the Holy Knight's first-tier ultimate ability, the Holy Light Barrier, his strongest defensive skill. Can it hold? Someone trembled, asking. Of course. This skill can withstand a second-tier boss's ultimate move. It can definitely hold against him. Qianming had absolute confidence in his defense. Even second-tier superhumans couldn't easily break his Holy Light Barrier, let alone an opponent who hadn't advanced yet. At that moment, Chen Nian's incantation ended. He opened his eyes, and behind him appeared a majestic flaming lion. The blazing golden flames gave the lion a regal aura. Though it wasn't a real Lion King, the oppressive force it exuded was suffocating. Incantation Lion's Flame. What a terrifying guy, Li Yunwei muttered, retreating to a safe distance. She was shocked to see that Chinu remained unscathed in the same spot. Wait, he's protecting Chinu while fighting? This is the true power of the Silent One. Go! With Chun Yin's command, the lion's flame charged at the Holy Light Barrier. Flames and holy light clashed, exploded, and intertwined. The blinding light robbed everyone of their vision, a pure clash of extraordinary powers. After a while, Li Yunwei lowered her hands from her eyes and saw the scene before her. It was shocking. The Holy Light Barrier, the Holy Knight's proudest defensive skill, had disintegrated into countless light particles, slowly dissipating into the air. Qianming's black gold shield was nearly shattered, scattered in pieces. Not only was the defense broken, but his weapon was forcefully destroyed. As for the others, they were charred, smoke rising from their bodies, clearly severely injured. Not bad, Chen Nian remarked with satisfaction. His extraordinary attributes weren't high, and he hadn't yet equipped the 2 epic items that boosted his stats. Plus, he was still first tier without the attribute boost from advancing. To break a second-tier Holy Knight's ultimate defensive skill and destroy his weapon with one move was impressive. Chen Nian estimated that once he reached the second tier and equipped those items, even a basic wind cannon could achieve this effect. Qianming struggled to his feet, looking disheveled and barely recognizable. He couldn't believe there could be a first-tier superhuman this powerful. It defied logic. Captain Li, save us! Qianming pleaded desperately. We're important combat forces in Linhai City. The Blood Moon Calamity is coming. We can't die. We can contribute to society. Li Yunwei shook her head. I warned you before. It's too late now. I can't accept this. I can't. Qianming screamed. Who are you? Tell me. Li Yunwei took a deep breath, looking at Chen Yin again, and asked, Chen Yin, you're the Silent One, aren't you? Chen Yin remained silent, while Li Yunwei's words struck like a sledgehammer, instantly shattering the room's tranquility. The few people present stood there as if struck by lightning, shock and astonishment quickly spreading across their faces. He is, Buyu, the strongest player in the world, Qianming muttered, unable to believe the reality before him. Yet the truth was undeniable. If Chen Yin was indeed Buyu, then everything inexplicable would suddenly make sense. Buyu's prowess was beyond ordinary comprehension. The 2 women were too stunned to speak, covering their mouths as their pupils trembled. A complex mix of emotions surged within them, ultimately crystallizing into 2 words: deep regret. This should have been a rare opportunity. Had they treated him better, they might have secured Buyu's favor. Even if not, at least they could have formed a good connection. Unfortunately, their previous hostile attitude had led to the worst possible outcome. We were wrong. Please spare us, they pleaded, falling to their knees. Big brother, we didn't recognize your greatness. Surely you won't hold it against us, will you? Chen Yin found the scene laughable. If he were not Buyu but just an ordinary person, his fate today would have been miserable. Such is the way of the world. Everyone must face the consequences of their choices. A wave of darkness spread from beneath Chen Yin's feet, swiftly enveloping the world. In an instant, everything was consumed by an abyss of blackness. Chen Yin ensured they felt no pain. The moment the death's domain unfurled, their life threads were mercilessly severed. Scythe of Death Attack Power 10. The prompt appeared 4 times in succession before Chen Yin retracted the death's domain. The world returned to its quiet state, and the vast Moonlight Palace now held only 3 people: the still unconscious Chinu, Chen Yin, and Li Yunwei. Chen Yin picked up Chinu and walked over to Li Yunwei, smiling as he asked, Captain Li, how did you figure out my identity? Snapped out of her shock, Li Yunwei explained, To be honest, I've been investigating you for a while and uncovered various anomalies. I pieced it together step by step. I see. Well, I must trouble you to keep it a secret, Chen Nian said. Don't worry, I've already set your personal information to the highest security level in the Information Management Bureau. No one can access it easily, Li Yunwei assured him. Thank you, Chen Nian nodded. Li Yunwei couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought the strongest person in the world is a gaming addict? Captain Li, you're too kind, Chen Nian replied modestly. There are many who have reached the second tier now, and some might be stronger than me. Li Yunwei's mouth twitched, still being modest. You were able to fight second-tier opponents while still in the first tier. Imagine what you could do in the second tier. What's your plan now? Of course, I'll go back in advance, Chen Nian answered. With the Blood Moon Calamity still having 2 days left, there's no time to waste. With your strength, advancing should be no problem, Li Yunwei encouraged. That's not certain. Chen Nian thought of the Demon God level advancement challenge, feeling a bit unsure. I'm sorry for wiping out the elite team you brought. Li Yunwei shook her head. Although humanity should stand united against calamities, some rotten elements need to be purged. Don't worry about it. I certainly won't, Chen Nian responded without hesitation. Li Yunwei hesitated. What should we tell Chinu when she wakes up? Just say we almost fought, but you, Captain Li, managed to mediate, and we left safely, Chen Nian suggested. All right, you go ahead. I'll take her home, Li Yunwei said, taking Chinu from him. Chen Nian nodded and didn't forget to collect the items dropped by the deceased. Players drop some equipment or items upon death, and these elites had left behind quite a few high-quality pieces. After some thought, Chen Nian decided to use these items to reward the hard-working members of his guild, enhancing their combat capabilities and fostering unity. He opened the Shana Yeoman Guild chat, which was as lively as ever. Besides leveling up, members were chatting or posting during breaks. Recently, the hottest topic was Buyu's presence in Linhai City. Since no one had seen Chen Nian in person, even Xiao Qi was often teased. Xiao Qi, heard you bought a seaside villa in Linhai City? Xiao Qi, did you connect the teleport array to Linhai City for personal reasons? Stop teasing Xiao Qi, or Bu will come out and beat us. Haha, does Bu even lurk in the chat? At that moment, Chen Nian posted a message. Ahem, I have something to announce. The chat instantly fell silent, as if a spell had been cast. Whoa, he's here? Hello, boss. Go ahead, big brother. Chen Nian continued, I have some good equipment here. Those who helped set up the teleport array recently, take these as a reward for your hard work. Immediately, someone Xiao Qi, boss, actually Xiao Qi has been the most hardworking lately. What will you reward her with? Yeah, Xiao Qi doesn't need equipment. Boss, you should think carefully. Yes, Xiao Qi has been managing everything. She deserves a good reward. Everyone started egging him on. Su Jinyu saw these messages and thought, they have a point. I've been the most hardworking, and you haven't thought about me? You gave them equipment, but what about me? Let's see how you respond. Suddenly, Chen Nian's reply appeared. Of course, I remember Xiao Qi's contributions. Stop making a fuss. Chen Nian certainly wouldn't forget anyone's efforts, especially Xiao Qi's. However, she was a tough one, wealthy, powerful, and capable. It was hard to satisfy her. After some thought, Chen Nian called Hazy. Will you, boss? You want me to connect you to Xiao Qi? Sure, hold on. Hazy immediately understood Chen Nian's intention. Through Hazy's relay, Chen Nian called Su Jinyu. Ahem, Xiao Qi, it's me, Chen Nian began. After a brief silence, Xiao Qi responded. She had just finished her bath and was lying in bed playing with her phone. Receiving Buyu's call, she immediately sat up, clutching her pillow in excitement. However, she didn't show her joy right away, pretending to be reserved as she said, Bu, big brother, what's up? Do you need something? Brother Bu, what's up? Need something from me? Su Jinyu's voice came through the phone, tinged with curiosity and anticipation. Nothing much, just wanted to chat with you. Chen Nian's response made Su Jinyu's heart race. She instinctively hugged the pillow in her arms tighter. This unusual behavior stunned her. Bu, normally so reserved, had said something so ambiguous. Her mind went blank, and she stammered, unable to find the right words. By the way, Xiao Qi, you managed to level up, right? Chen Nian changed the topic. Yeah, I did. Su Jinyu snapped back to reality. The Calamity level challenge was tough, but it got easier with experience. I have to thank you, Brother Bu, for winning it for another woman before. Chen Nian noticed the jealousy in her voice and chuckled. Yes, yes. Humph. Su Jinyu snorted. Brother Bu, have you reached the second tier? Not yet, but I'm getting ready for it. With your skills, you'll breeze through it. Chen Nian smiled, knowing it wouldn't be that simple. What he was about to face was a demon god-level challenge, an unknown territory where he would be the first pioneer. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to talk to Xiao Qi for some emotional support. Xiao Qi, you've been working so hard lately. I'll grant you one wish. Go ahead. Anything. Yes. Then promise me 3 more wishes. Are you trying to exploit a loophole? Chen Nian laughed helplessly. After a brief silence, a barely audible voice came from the other end of the phone. I want to see you. Su Jinyu buried her face in the pillow, her heart pounding. She held her breath, waiting anxiously for his response. She had said similar things before, but never with such anticipation. She had even decided that if he refused, she would have a good cry. However, what she heard was the beeping sound of the call being disconnected. Su Jinyu's heart skipped a beat as she struggled to suppress her rising disappointment and sadness. Her eyes welled up with tears. How annoying! You were the one who said I could make a wish, she muttered quietly. Just then, a text message spanning thousands of miles reached her phone. Su Jinyu eagerly opened it. It contained only one word. Okay. The message wasn't relayed through their mutual friend Haizi. It was sent directly from Chen Nian's phone, effectively giving Xiao Qi his contact information. Su Jinyu stared at the message for a long time before breaking into a smile. You roundabout guy, she chided playfully, then stared at her phone screen with a goofy grin for a long time, her feet kicking happily. She was overjoyed. Not only had she received a promise, but she also got his phone number, something no one else had. After grinning for a while, Su Jinyu remembered she hadn't replied. She thought for a moment, deciding not to seem too excited, and simply typed, "Good night." At that moment, Chen Nian was using his flight technique to leave the main city, heading towards a deserted offshore area. He was preparing for his advancement challenge. He chose an offshore location because if he failed, the monster would descend into reality. Letting that monster into the main city would be catastrophic. Although he didn't think he would fail, he needed to be thorough. Finally, he landed on an uninhabited island. The night wind howled, waves crashed against the rocks, and a full moon rose over the sea in the cloudless night sky. This will do, Chen Yin murmured. He took out his phone from his pocket, glanced at the good night message on the screen, and couldn't help but smile. After placing his phone on the ground, he took a deep breath and opened the attribute panel. Chen Yin, Word Spirit Sage, Gene Level, Tier 1, Level 99 Advance. Initiating Gene Advancement, please select your challenge difficulty. Normal, Hard, Abyss, Hell, Calamity. Below these 5 options was another eye-catching red option. Demon God. Demon God, Chen Yin chose without hesitation. Are you sure you want to start the Demon God level challenge? Confirm. Challenge successfully initiated, preparing for teleportation. A beam of light enveloped Chen Yin, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in another space. The challenge has officially begun. Time limit: 3 days. The time limit alone felt strange to Chen Yin. Other levels of challenges had a 10-minute limit. If the target wasn't defeated within that time, it was considered a failure. But this one gave a full 3 days? 3 days meant that if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would have to fight it continuously for 3 days and nights or die trying. No one could come to his aid. Interesting, Chen Yin murmured, walking forward into the dark palace. As he advanced, ghostly blue flames ignited on the walls. Glancing to the side, he saw skulls hanging on the walls, with blue flames burning in their centers, creating eerie lanterns. With every few steps he took, more lights would ignite on both sides, illuminating a path leading deeper into the palace. Seems like they're welcoming me, Chun Yin mused as he continued forward. He realized this palace seemed to be the abode of a deity. The so-called demon god might be residing within. At that moment, a large chandelier on the ceiling lit up. The massive chandelier was made from hundreds of skulls bound together, forming a grotesque shape. The ghostly blue light dispelled the darkness. In front of Chen Yin, a colossal statue revealed its outline. It was a gigantic beast, yet humanoid. Yes, the gigantic beast before him had a form almost identical to a human's. Its muscles were well-defined, its body tall and lean, clad in armor, with a tail resembling a scorpion's stinger. It had 2 heads sharing a single neck like a branch splitting into 2 fruits. With a crack, some stone fragments fell off. Its pupils lit up, 2 ghostly blue eyes that seemed to captivate souls with their eerie glow. At that moment, Chen Yin saw the information above its head. Twin Demon God Phantom, Tier 2, Level 20. Twin Demon Gods, Phantom, Level 20, 2nd Tier. Chen Yin stared at the information before him, his heart filled with caution. Although this level wasn't high for top-tier players, he knew that in the realm of Calamity beasts, bloodline was the true measure of power. The demon god before him was far stronger than the 5th-tier bloodline demon generals he had faced before. As the rubble continued to fall, the true form of the demon god gradually emerged. Its body was covered in blue-black snake scales, and it wore deep black armor. Each of its hands held a large blade, with ghostly blue flames dancing along the edges, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The demon god had 2 heads, one on the left and one on the right, each speaking in turn. A human? How dare you trespass into this demon god's sanctuary? Brother, let me kill him. Little brother, how can you steal my prey? Chen Nian snorted, interrupting their argument. The demon god immediately flew into a rage, black veins writhing on its skin like serpents. It swung its massive blade at Chen Nian, the force of the wind nearly lifting him off his feet. Chen Nian didn't dodge, wanting to test his defense. The result was that he was sent flying, crashing into the palace wall 100 meters away, leaving a human-shaped dent. As he slid down, he noticed a fresh red wound on his arm. This attack can break through my defense? Chen Nian's heart tightened, realizing he couldn't afford to underestimate his opponent. He quickly assessed the situation and decided against using the Calamity gem's attack defense inversion, as reducing his defense to 0 could lead to instant death. The twin demon gods launched another attack, moving as fast as a bullet. Chen Nian made a snap decision, activating sequence 121, Judgment Golden Sword. A golden phantom appeared behind him, creating a 2-meter radius death zone. As the demon god's blade entered the zone, it disintegrated into dust. But to Chen Nian's surprise, the demon god quickly withdrew, avoiding the zone's range. Immediately, the second blade came whistling through the air, probing from a distance. Chen Nian realized this would be a battle of wits. He dispelled the judgment zone and changed tactics. Wind cannon, fire blast, lightning flash. 3 intertwined energies blasted towards the demon god, who withstood the attack heat. Just as the demon god began to speak disdainfully, Chen Nian vanished from his original spot. He used Wind Thunder Flash to teleport behind the demon god, simultaneously unleashing the Void Serpent to bind it. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Chen Nian quickly chanted, summoning a flaming lion. First tier ultimate word, Lion's Flame. The twin demon gods were engulfed in flames, illuminating the entire palace. Moments later, it emerged from the inferno, its body charred and both heads severely burned. Horrifyingly, the wounds were healing rapidly. Both faces were filled with hatred and fury, their ghostly blue pupils locked onto Chen Nian. Brother, he hurt us. He must die. The demon god roared, preparing to launch an even fiercer attack. Chen Nian was stunned. Despite enduring the full brunt of the lion flame at close range, the high-level Calamity beast, twin demon god, only suffered minor injuries. He watched in disbelief as the terrifying wounds healed visibly fast, lamenting the missed opportunity. If he had equipped those 2 epic items, perhaps the lion flame could have finished it off in one strike. The twin demon god was evidently enraged, both heads roaring simultaneously. Brother, let's tear him apart. It's been ages since we last tasted human flesh. Before the words had even faded, the beast drew 2 arm bones from its body, which instantly transformed into 2 ghostly blue blades. A flurry of ghostly blue blade lights came rushing towards Chen Nian like a storm. Unperturbed, he activated Eagle Eye, dodging the attacks with Wind and Thunder Flash while continuously countering with Word Spirit. Their clash was like a torrential storm, with the air seemingly shattered into countless fragments. Terrifying superhuman forces exploded on the Calamity beast, creating sparks like beacon fires. Fists collided with blades, and bone clashed with bone in the fiercest of confrontations. The ground beneath them shattered, and the airflow extinguished all the wall-mounted lamps, leaving only a single chandelier, swaying alone from the ceiling. After the intense battle, both retreated several steps. Chen Nian panted heavily, his body covered in wounds, especially his fists, which were torn open to reveal bone. In contrast, the twin demon god, though covered in scales and injuries, was rapidly healing. This human can actually fight us hand-to-hand? The 2 heads of the twin demon god exchanged astonished glances. If we let him grow any stronger, we might not be able to defeat him. But it's too bad for him. He came too early. Look, he's almost done for. Human strength is nothing compared to ours. The twin demon god attacked again, but Chen Nian stood motionless. Cautiously, it decided to test from a distance first, a large blade slicing past Chen Nian's ear and embedding deeply into the ground behind him. Seeing that Chen Nian didn't activate his domain, the demon god dropped its guard and prepared for a fierce assault. Suddenly, the entire temple plunged into darkness. It wasn't just the extinguished wall lamps. A deeper darkness was swallowing all light. Even the chandelier on the ceiling was consumed, plunging the temple into an abyss where one couldn't see their own hand. I can't see anything, brother. Me neither. This can't be. We should be able to adapt to darkness. The twin demon god's tone was no longer relaxed, but filled with panic. Any creature fears the unknown, and at this moment, that fear and oppression were brought by a mere human. A system notification echoed in Chen Nian's mind. Sequence 127 Grim Reaper. You have entered the Grim Reaper possession state. Attack power x 30590. Chen Nian's attack power surged from 310 to 1520 instantly. During the Grim Reaper possession, he couldn't use word spirit, but could move at high speed with the Grim Reaper's scythe. A spectral image of the Grim Reaper appeared behind him, a skeletal right hand gripping a massive scythe, while the left held the Book of Life and Death, emanating a suffocating pressure. Sorry, game over, Chen Nian said coldly before vanishing from his spot. He's coming, brother, run. Run where? We can't see anything. Arcs. Moments later, the darkness receded like a tide. Chen Nian, looking drained, knelt on the ground. Behind him, the massive body of the twin demon god stood rigid, a wound running from its neck down, splitting the body in two. Black blood gushed out as the once indestructible body was severed by the Grim Reaper's scythe. Chen Nian let out a sigh of relief, but quickly felt something amiss. Why hadn't the system notified him of his advancement? Just then, chilling laughter echoed from both sides. Chen Nian turned sharply to see the two halves of the body standing up, now forming two separate entities. Human, I acknowledge your strength. But to defeat us, it's far from enough. The twin demon god laughed wildly. Now, it's your turn to despair. Chen Nian pondered silently. Was this the true form of the twin demon god? Indeed, it was formidable, but there was no such thing as an unkillable monster. Perhaps there was a secret he hadn't uncovered yet. It seemed this battle wouldn't end anytime soon. Brother, his strength is exhausted. Now, we can savor him slowly. Foolish human, though you have some skills, you cannot escape death. As the twin demon god's words fell, Chen Nian suddenly realized he had met the conditions to use word spirit's destiny depletion of superhuman power, injury, or exhaustion. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. This battle was far from over. The extraordinary power of Chen Nian had been exhausted, yet it unexpectedly fulfilled the conditions to activate his destiny. This incantation required no energy, only specific conditions to trigger. Sequence 101 Destiny. As the obscure syllables were chanted, a divine domain instantly unfolded, and flowers bloomed everywhere. Bathed in sacred light, Chen Nian was undergoing the judgment of destiny. This holy barrier protected him completely, making him invulnerable to external interference. The twin demon gods were stunned. Brother, what's happening? Wasn't his power already depleted? They tried to approach, but were blocked by the divine light, helplessly watching everything unfold. Destiny had three effects. The sun increased physique by 30 and healed injuries. The moon enhanced agility by 30 and restored stamina, and the stars boosted extraordinary power by 30 and replenished supernatural strength. There was also a very low chance of triggering the hidden effect, Black Sun. Suddenly, a brilliant star shone above Chen Nian's head. Destiny stars activated. 30 extraordinary power. Chen Nian's extraordinary attributes soared from 89 to 116, and a portion of his depleted strength was restored. As the holy light faded, the twin demon gods rushed forward, eager to tear Chen Nian apart. However, in the next second, a powerful force erupted from Chen Nian. Incantation, Golden Sword of Judgment. The sudden expansion of the domain left the demon gods terrified. Retreat! Despite their swift escape, the domain's expansion, fueled by Chen Nian's increased power, was faster than ever. The younger demon god, closer to Chen Nian, was caught in the domain and instantly shredded. The older demon god narrowly escaped to a safe distance, shaken. If we had both been caught, we'd be finished. What kind of monster is this human? His depleted power has been restored. However, the younger demon god quickly resurrected. Despite being dismembered, he was reborn. Chen Nian used the domain to kill him again, and he revived once more. This cycle repeated 3 times until Chen Nian, frowning, realized his newly restored power was exhausted again. Ignorant ant! The demon god smirked triumphantly. Think you could defeat us this way? Dream on! The freshly revived younger demon god snarled. The pain I just endured, I'll make him feel it too. The demon gods launched another attack. Chen Nian, expressionless, muttered once more, Destiny. The sacred light returned, enveloping Chen Nian in divine radiance, as if a god had descended. Although the effect of the stars had ended, reducing his attributes, his depleted power once again met the conditions for using Destiny. Destiny's Sun activated 30 physique. Chen Nian's already high physique skyrocketed to 193. This not only significantly enhanced his durability and strength, but also rapidly healed his injuries. Blood clotted, scabs formed, scars fell away, and even bones dislocated by intense impacts realigned themselves. However, Chen Nian now had no extraordinary power left. He cracked his knuckles, muttering to himself, "So, it's come down to hand-to-hand combat?" With that, he charged forward. To the demon gods, this scene was ludicrous. He was fast before, but now he's pathetically slow, thinking he can fight us? And in close combat? With that human frame? Ridiculous. The older demon god stepped forward, his fingers clenched into a fist, igniting with blue flames. He launched a punch, air currents exploding. At the same time, Chen Nian punched back. Bang! Their fists collided midair. In an instant, the older demon god's expression froze. His mocking smile twisted into agony. Ah! A scream tore through the air as his hand shattered. Impossible! This can't be. How can a human's body be this strong? Impossible! He roared, unable to believe what he was seeing. Chen Yin shook his slightly sore right hand, a smile playing at his lips. We got plenty of time. Let's play slowly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Yin was still engaged in his challenge, but time was running out. The countdown to the Blood Moon catastrophe had only 12 hours left, the final half-day. Everyone was making their final preparations. Extraordinary beings who had gone out to level up returned to their cities, resting and adjusting their equipment for the impending battle. The enforcement teams gathered in full force, setting up various military defenses outside the city. Meanwhile, they organized the participating extraordinary beings to maximize combat effectiveness. Still no word from Chen Nian. Li Yunwei's phone screen was almost filled with her attempts to reach him, and each failed call only deepened her worry. As one of the few who knew Chen Nian's true identity, she understood better than anyone how much Linhai City needed him right now. By her calculations, Chen Yin's presence would increase the city's chances of surviving the crisis by at least 30. That seemingly small percentage was equivalent to the combined strength of 1,000 extraordinary individuals. With no other options, Li Yunwei turned to Chinu for help, but he was also clueless about Chen Yin's whereabouts. Frowning, she couldn't help but imagine the worst. Perhaps something had happened to the young man, or he was caught up in something important and couldn't make it to the front lines in time. Continue issuing the recruitment order, Li Yunwei instructed her assistant, her voice tinged with barely perceptible anxiety. Deploy all combat-capable extraordinary individuals to the front lines. Remember, we are all in this together, and defending our home is defending ourselves. She paused before adding, also, select a few high-level core players for the tactical camp. We need them to confirm the details of the Blood Moon Calamity. The assistant quickly carried out her orders, and soon, a group of seasoned players gathered in the tactical camp. Their expressions were grim, eyes filled with worry about the impending disaster. The Blood Moon Calamity, an experienced player began, his voice somber, was the first large-scale disaster in the game. When the Blood Moon hung high, monsters surged toward the main city like a tidal wave. We suffered heavy casualties, repeatedly being slaughtered. It was a horrific sight. He paused, looking around, and this time, we don't have the chance to respawn. Despite everyone's best efforts to prepare, no one could say they were entirely confident. The air was thick with a palpable tension. Meanwhile, members of the guild entered a state of full combat readiness. The clash of weapons echoed through the training grounds, and determination was etched on every face. Sister Xiaoqi, still no word from Brother Buyu? A young member couldn't help but ask. Xiaoqi shook her head, frowning. Still nothing. It's strange. He said he was going for a second-tier advancement. It shouldn't take this long. With Brother Buyu's strength, it should be a piece of cake. Don't jinx it. Another member immediately interrupted, a hint of unease in his voice. Brother Buyu will be fine, for sure. Nonetheless, without Buyu, their anchor, the entire guild's morale was somewhat low, as if they had lost their guiding star. In the midst of this anxious atmosphere, Su Jinyu's voice suddenly rang out, firm and filled with confidence. Brother Buyu will definitely come back. He promised me. Her eyes shone with unwavering determination, as if this belief was her most powerful weapon. The countdown to the Blood Moon catastrophe is 3 hours. As dusk falls, Linhai City is shrouded in an eerie silence. The once bustling and noisy night market streets are deserted, with doors and windows tightly shut, making the city look like a ghost town. A patrol car from the enforcement team slowly drives by, its loudspeaker repeatedly broadcasting a cold warning. All civilians, please stay indoors and keep your doors and windows closed. Do not go outside. Residents of Linhai City are divided into 3 categories. Important figures are housed in bunkers, students are gathered in schools for protection, and everyone else must stay at home. In the large indoor gymnasium of Linhai University, over 1,000 students are huddled together. Xiao Wen and her best friend are among them, looking tense. At the front, an enforcer is shouting through a megaphone. If there are any volunteers willing to go to the front lines, please come forward and register with me. Let's all do our part to defend our home. Her friend whispers, Xiao Wen, shouldn't we go to the front lines? Xiao Wen rolls her eyes, her tone filled with disdain. Are you kidding me? We're only level 50. Fighting monsters is not our job. It's for those high-level warriors. But I have a friend who's level 45 and went to the front lines. Isn't it wrong for us to hide here? Her friend hesitates. If you want to court death, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Xiao Wen sneers. Meanwhile, in the bunker, a group of wealthy and influential individuals has gathered. Among them is Lu Xingxian, a small business owner. He has secretly brought along several extraordinary bodyguards, claiming they are his family members. One of the bodyguards scratches his head and says, "Boss, I see a lot of people going to the front lines. Is it right for us to stay in the safest place?" Lu Xingqian spits on the ground and says fiercely, "I'm the one paying your salary. Your job is to protect me, not go looking for death. If you leave, who will protect me if the monsters break in?" But the bodyguard starts to say, "But nothing." Lu Xingqian interrupts, "I brought you in here, so be grateful and stop rushing to your death." Lu Xingqian turns to look at a middle-aged man, Chen Huerong, who is constantly on the phone. He is Chen Nian's biological father and Lu Xingqian's stepfather. "Dad, still can't reach Chen Nian?" Lu Xingqian asks. "Yes, that little brat is nowhere to be found." Chen Huerong's face is dark. "He might be safe at school. Don't worry." Lu Xingqian reassures, secretly hoping Chen Nian is on the front lines and would die, removing this thorn in his side. On the other side of the bunker, Chen Nian's mother is also trying to contact her son. Despite having new families after their divorce, the parents still think of their biological child in times of crisis. "Mom, is my brother here too?" Ning Ziqing, a 17-year-old stepdaughter, asks. "I don't know, his phone isn't connecting." Her mother replies, her voice filled with worry. "Where could he be? I've wanted to see my brother for so long." Ning Ziqing says expectantly, "I don't know. I just hope he's safe." Her mother sighs. In an ordinary household, Xiao Lu, a former player of the Catastrophe game, chooses to hide at home instead of going to the front lines. He shuts the doors and windows tightly, staying with his wife and child. "I'm staying home to protect my family," Xiao Lu keeps telling himself, but deep down, he knows it's out of fear. The TV broadcasts scenes from the front lines, showing people gearing up and reporters continuously recruiting volunteers. With the catastrophe imminent, we urge all capable individuals to step forward. Together, we can overcome this crisis, the reporter passionately calls out. His 5-year-old son points at the TV excitedly. "Dad, when can I be like them? I want to fight monsters too." Quiet, Xiao Lu feels a sharp pain in his heart, increasingly seeing himself as a coward. At the front lines, Chinu, only 18 or 19, is already a level 80 powerhouse, stronger than most. This is thanks to the help of Chen Nian and a few friends. Fatty Deng Rongrong advises, "Xiao Yu, we might not be able to look after you later, so take care of yourself." He silently adds, "If Chen Nian were here, we wouldn't need to." "I know. I'll be careful." Chinu nods. Sigh. "Who knows if we'll live or die later." Deng Rongrong laments, "Xiao Yu, let me tell you a secret." "Actually," Chen Nian, before he can finish, Chinu has already walked away, phone in hand, probably calling Chen Nian again. "I wonder where the boss is. He can't be out of Linhai City, right?" Deng Rongrong mutters. "Impossible. Where would he go? He wouldn't leave us and run to another city." "Xiao Yu is still here. Don't forget, many women like the boss, and they're better than Xiao Yu. Like General Long's daughter, Yi Hongling, and the Zhao family's little princess, Zhao Yixue." True. Better not tell Xiao Yu. Don't want to hurt her." The countdown to the Blood Moon catastrophe is 30 minutes. At this moment, all extraordinary individuals simultaneously see a message. "Attention all players. The gate of catastrophe has opened. Monsters are about to attack." Drones patrolling the sky have detected the so-called gate of catastrophe, sending back images. It looks like a chaotic sea of stars, with thousands of chaotic vortices spread across the plain, all concentrated east of the city. Send orders for all units to gather in the east and prepare for battle. Launch missiles and try to destroy the portals. The command center issues orders. Soon the fighter jets in the sky move. 2 long-range precision-guided missiles streak through the night sky, exploding spectacularly. However, the fireworks show achieves nothing. Report. The chaotic vortices are intact. They seem indestructible. Summon the extraordinary individuals for support. Use all means necessary. Several extraordinary individuals rise into the air, attempting to destroy the chaotic vortices, but all efforts fail. Finally, the countdown hits 0. Instantly, the blood moon hangs in the sky, turning it a dark red. Simultaneously, a crimson warning appears before everyone. The blood moon catastrophe has arrived. The World Points leaderboard is now open. Under the blood red moon, catastrophe descends. The first large-scale calamity since the fusion of game and reality has arrived, testing humanity's survival. In the night sky, nearly 10 armed helicopters hovered, while bombers cruised at higher altitudes. On the ground, various thermal weapons were ready. All eyes were fixed on the chaotic vortex, anticipating the imminent threat. Suddenly, the largest vortex at the center began to shake violently. People held their breath. But the anticipated army of monsters did not appear. Instead, two colossal calamity beasts emerged, towering like mountains with indescribably bizarre forms. People barely made out their information. Calamity Demon Generals, Rank 2, Level 1. Holy crap, this level right off the bat? Someone exclaimed. We're screwed, totally screwed. Demon General level Calamity Beasts? They must think highly of us. Despair washed over everyone like a tidal wave. Just the term, Calamity Demon General, was enough to extinguish hope. Everyone knew that a Calamity Beast lineage determined its power level. Fearless Beast, Doom Beast, Abyssal Beast, Earthquake Beast, and finally, Calamity Demon General. These 5 levels corresponded to increasingly challenging tiers, with even higher levels being the Demon God rank. As people sank into despair, someone tried to rally the spirits. What are we afraid of? We already have many rank 2 fighters. We can take them down. Exactly, things are different now. Our levels and gear have improved a lot. Demon Generals aren't invincible. But this faint hope was quickly shattered. 2 more Calamity Demon Generals emerged from the vortex, bringing the total to 4. This number was enough to terrify everyone. 2 might be manageable, but 4? The difficulty increased exponentially. These 4 Calamity Demon Generals were of the same type, with 4 arms on their backs and a huge red eye on their chests that constantly moved, adding to their eerie appearance. So this is the human world. The air is so sweet, one of the Demon Generals remarked. Indeed, much more beautiful than the Calamity world. Perfect for trampling, another responded. Enough talk, summon the Demon God, the third reminded. No sooner had the words been spoken than the 4 Calamity Beasts knelt simultaneously, each thrusting a hand into the eye on their chest. Blood gushed out, forming a bizarre pattern on the ground. What are they doing? Someone asked in terror. Not sure, but we can't let them continue. Open fire, the commander ordered decisively. Armed helicopters moved in, their machine guns spinning wildly, unleashing a barrage of bullets. However, these attacks were futile against Demon General-level Calamity Beasts. Annoying flies, one of the Calamity Beasts scoffed. Suddenly, 2 of its arms extended tens of meters, grabbing a helicopter and smashing it into another. Boom! 2 massive fireballs erupted in the night sky. This horrifying scene stunned everyone, including players and high-ranking officials in the command center. The Calamity Beasts not only possessed immense strength, but also demonstrated tactical intelligence. Above the clouds, bombers locked their sights on the 4 monsters. A missile roared through the clouds, but an even more shocking sight unfolded. One of the Calamity Beasts caught the missile midair. It spun around and hurled the missile into another helicopter. Boom! The missile hit its target with precision, turning the helicopter into dust. Cease fire, retreat, the command center immediately ordered. Such attacks were suicidal. No extraordinary fighter dared to face these beasts. 4 Demon General-level Calamity Beasts were a death sentence. People could only watch as the Calamity Beasts used their blood to draw a sinister formation on the ground. Suddenly, the sky split open with a massive rift, and a beam of eerie blue light shot down, striking the center of the formation. Footage from drones was zoomed in to the maximum. People were horrified to see that the blue light had delivered a gigantic stone coffin. The 4 powerful Calamity Beasts knelt before the coffin, their reverence chilling to behold. Great twin demon gods, please awaken, they chanted repeatedly, as if performing a ritual. However, the coffin remained motionless. What's happening? Are the demon gods still asleep? One Calamity Beast wondered. Could it be the demon gods are still dealing with the humans who invaded the temple? Another speculated. Impossible. That was 2 days ago, the third retorted. Are you saying that the demon lord has split his power to battle that human for 2 days and still hasn't decided the outcome? So he can't awaken? A voice rang out, full of doubt. Impossible. Another voice immediately retorted. Even though the image left in the temple only holds half of the demon lord's power, how could a human possibly match him? Amidst the argument, a firm voice declared. Regardless, we must protect the demon lord until he wakes up. At that moment, the other teleportation arrays suddenly experienced intense fluctuations. Thousands of chaotic vortices emerged simultaneously, and a dark mass of monsters surged forward like a tidal wave. This time, the real monster horde had arrived. However, the people present quickly noticed something unusual. The 4 Calamity Generals were not joining the attack. Someone asked in confusion, wait, why aren't the 4 Calamity Generals attacking? What's going on? Do we really have the luxury to worry about them now? Another voice cut in urgently. Focus on the monster horde. Everyone, prepare for battle. Not a single monster must escape. With this command, the true battle erupted. In the sky, mages turned into fearsome artillery. The glow of wind, water, lightning, and fire magic intertwined, resembling a meteor shower raining down. Boom! 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 The plains echoed with deafening explosions. Low-level monsters were pulverized by the terrifying force, disintegrating into black mist. However, Li Yunwei calmly analyzed, this approach won't work. We need to conserve our extraordinary powers as much as possible. These are just the lowest level monsters. Conventional weapons can barely handle them. He quickly made a decision. Ground assault units, move out. Aerial units, continue the bombardment to reduce their numbers. Extraordinary individuals, focus on eliminating any stragglers. Li Yunwei's command was highly logical. This was bound to be a prolonged battle and required careful planning. The extraordinary individuals stepped back, giving way to the main forces. On the ground, fully armed regular soldiers charged to the front lines. The roar of gunfire filled the plains, and bullets rained down like a storm. The fierce battle lasted for about 2 hours before the first wave of the attack finally ended. The plains were littered with the corpses of at least tens of thousands of monsters. Although these low-level monsters were numerous, most were overwhelmed by the hail of bullets, and the few that got close couldn't breach the riot shields. However, this was only the beginning. As the last monster corpse dissipated into black mist, people shivered involuntarily. They couldn't imagine the terror when the 4 Calamity generals truly launched their attack. Even more unsettling was the mystery of what terrifying thing might be sealed within that enigmatic stone coffin. The Blood Moon Catastrophe countdown is at 22 hours. This calamity will last for a total of 24 hours, and 2 hours have already passed. The warriors barely had a moment to catch their breath before the second wave of attacks surged like a tidal wave. This time, the enemies were all level 40 to 50 monsters, significantly stronger than before. The chief commander made a swift decision, ordering all regular combat personnel to switch to logistics. And it was now the turn of the extraordinary fighters to take the stage. Li Yunwei received the command and took a deep breath. Her powerful voice echoed through everyone's earpieces. Everyone, the time to defend our homeland has come. As a community of shared destiny, humanity must not retreat from this battle. Yeah. The fervent cheers roared like crashing waves, resounding across the battlefield. All the extraordinary fighters in Linhai City were mobilized. Nearly 5,000 gathered on the front lines, an impressive number considering not everyone has the courage to face death heat. Gathering so many volunteers was indeed rare. Su Mei was an ordinary university student. Throughout her life, she had been under immense pressure from her parents due to poor academic performance and was looked down upon by relatives and classmates. Her introverted nature led her to seek solace in virtual worlds. Today, she mustered the courage to come to the front lines. Drawing her bow to its full extent, she released an arrow that pierced through a monster's chest with precision. I have my own worth too. Her eyes were filled with determination. This time, she was no longer a game-obsessed failure, but a true warrior. The young are often filled with fearless passion. The young calf is not afraid of the tiger. Defensive and warrior classes charge. Mages and other range classes attack from the rear. Keep the formation intact. Support classes, be ready to assist at any moment. The commander's voice echoed through the communications. However, many were hesitating at the rear, fearful and hesitant. They were all volunteers recruited at the last minute, and asking these young people to face blood and smoke like fearless warriors was clearly not an easy task. Wei Shu was a swordsman. His trembling hands gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as he looked at the dark mass of monsters in the distance, unable to take a step forward. My legs won't move. He wasn't alone. Many others were similarly paralyzed with fear, some even wetting themselves, kneeling on the ground, or turning to flee. Reality isn't a novel, and this is the weakness of human nature. Suddenly, a long-haired girl approached. She had a gentle appearance that gave off a comforting, spring-like feeling. Her name was Tang Rou, a second-rank elven sorceress and the highest-ranked elven sorceress in Linhai City. Are you all right? She smiled warmly, a smile that could soothe anyone's heart, like a refreshing spring in a parched land. I. Wei Shu stammered, unable to form words. Tang Rou looked ahead and smiled gently. You're scared, aren't you? We can't possibly win. Wei Shu felt utterly ashamed and wanted to find an excuse for his cowardice. There are 4 incredibly powerful catastrophe generals out there, and perhaps an even stronger monster in that stone coffin. No matter how hard we try, it's useless. He felt this reason could justify his fear. It wasn't his cowardice, but rather the hopelessness of the situation. Suddenly, Tang Rou's gentle face turned resolute, and her tone became more serious. The history of the Dragon Nation has never been smooth sailing. It was the bravery of our predecessors that gave us the peaceful lives we have today. This tranquility comes because someone bears the burden for us. No one is born a hero. Now, it's our turn to bear the burden. Tang Rou firmly believed that human civilization would not be destroyed here. In times of crisis, new heroes would rise against the tide and write a heroic epic of this era. If possible, she too wanted to be that hero. Tang Rou clasped her hands in front of her chest, eyes closed, like a maiden praying to the gods. The wind rose, and her black hair fluttered. What's that singing? I hear it too. Who's singing? Such a beautiful song. Somehow, hearing it fills me with strength. What is this? Elvin's secret art song of life. This was Tang Rou's ultimate first-rank skill. In her melodic singing, everyone's attributes significantly increased, as if their entire bodies were energized and filled with power. I want to fight. I can fight too. Wei Shu overcame his fear and took a brave first step. Many others like him also took their first steps, a step towards continuing human civilization. 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours. On the plains, countless lay dead and injured, the air thick with the scent of blood. Under the blood-red sky, there were endless roars and clashes. People fought fiercely, using weapons to hack at monsters once their extraordinary powers were exhausted, resolute in not letting any monster breach their defensive line. But the monsters grew stronger, coming in endless waves. Eventually, even level 80 monsters appeared. These monsters surpassed the levels of many players, and killing them required even greater sacrifices. Meanwhile, the global leaderboard showed changes. Each monster killed earned points, with higher-level monsters yielding more points. Rewards would be given based on the leaderboard rankings once the catastrophe ended. Currently, the top rank was held by a player from Sakura Nation. 1. Kamizawa Naoki 89, 23 points, Sakura Nation. 2. Wilson 85, 45 points, Beacon Nation. 3. Song Jihyo 82, 18 points, Stick Nation. 4. Zhao Yishue 79, 12 points, Dragon Nation. Top players from other countries were also on the leaderboard. Dragon Nation couldn't even secure a spot in the top 3, which was a significant blow to morale. After all, the leaderboard reflected the prowess of the strongest fighters. If Dragon Nation couldn't make it to the top 3, the fighting spirit of its people might diminish, possibly leading to despair. In the past, nations competed in military strength. Now, the top fighters represented the military strength of their countries. Securing a good rank on the leaderboard would give a country more leverage in future United Nations meetings, making it highly significant. Where's Buyu? Why hasn't he shown up? Yeah, isn't he the world's strongest player? Why isn't he on the leaderboard? Not only that, I haven't even heard of him joining the battle. Is he hiding somewhere? Damn it, if even a powerhouse like him isn't fighting, why should we put in so much effort? Li Yunwei was also troubled. She initially thought Chen Nian was simply not in Linhai City, but she didn't expect him to be absent from the leaderboard altogether. Had he not even made a move yet? What was this guy doing? No one knew that Chen Nian was engaged in an intense battle with the strongest boss of the Blood Moon catastrophe, the twin demon gods. It was because of him that the true forms of the twin demon gods had not yet awakened. If not for his efforts, Linhai City would have already been destroyed by the demon gods. In Jiangcheng, the Zhao family's frontline is facing an unprecedented challenge. Emerging from the chaotic teleportation array are not ordinary monsters, but fearsome dread beasts of the fearless class, interspersed with numerous catastrophe-class demons. These powerful creatures, which could cause widespread panic individually, are now appearing in swarms, prompting cries of disbelief. This is insane. They're all high-level monsters. How can we possibly handle this? Yet in the face of these terrifying dread beasts, Zhao Yishue remains unflinching. Wielding her ice sword, she leaps into the enemy ranks, cutting through the frigid wind. Wherever she goes, ice flowers bloom, freezing everything in her path. With a single sweep of her sword, the massive monsters are instantly turned into ice sculptures, shattering into countless sparkling ice crystals. Given her current strength, dealing with these dread beasts seems almost effortless for Zhao Yishue. As she mercilessly slaughters the dread beasts, Zhao Yishue can't help but ponder. Why isn't Buyu's name on the leaderboard? What is he doing right now? Just as she is lost in thought, her earpiece crackles to life with the voice of her butler. Miss, I've gathered information about the situation in Linhai City. It appears to be somewhat different from ours. Speak. Zhao Yishue responds, her expression unchanged. There are 4 catastrophe generals there, but they haven't taken any action yet. They seem to be guarding a large stone coffin. 4. Even Zhao Yishue can't help but furrow her slender eyebrows. A single catastrophe general has overwhelming dominion, and she has struggled against one before. Jiangcheng doesn't have any, yet Linhai City has 4? Understood. Once things are settled here, I'll head to Linhai City to assist. Zhao Yishue calmly decides. Meanwhile, high above Zhicheng, Yi Hongling hovers on her flaming broomstick. Gazing down at the surging tide of monsters below, a wild smile curls at her lips. I've been preparing for this, she murmurs, her winered hair billowing in the wind, her eyes glowing a mesmerizing crimson. Heavens fall, descend. With Yi Hongling's low chant, a furious surge of fire energy sweeps across the night sky. Enormous meteors appear out of nowhere, breaking through the clouds one after another and crashing to the ground. The continuous explosions turn the ground into a sea of fire, obliterating high-level dread beasts and engulfing countless monsters in flames. Their agonized screams echo through the night. Witnessing this from afar, people can't help but shiver. Is this the power of Miss Yi? It's terrifying. No wonder she told us all to evacuate. If we got caught in that, we'd surely die. Look at Miss Yi's score. It's skyrocketing, someone exclaims. The leaderboard displays 1. Naoki Kamizawa, 14,523 points, Sakura Nation. 2. Yi Hongling, 11,245 points, Dragon Nation. Yi Hongling has soared to second place globally. This is undoubtedly a morale booster, especially for Dragon Nation players. Fire mages really are the best for monster farming. But who is this number 1 from Sakura Nation? How can he kill monsters faster than Miss Yi? I know him. I encountered him in a previous catastrophe. His talent is called Thunder God's Blade. He's incredibly fast and lethal, almost unbeatable. Too bad for Miss Yi. But what about Buyu? Does he have a chance? Forget it. Buyu isn't even in the top 100 right now. There's no way he can catch up. The gap is too wide. After unleashing her powerful spell, Yi Hongling retreats to the rear to rest and inquires about the situation elsewhere. Learning about Linhai City's predicament, she clicks her tongue disdainfully. Seems like we only have small fry here. The real challenge is over there. How boring. I'll head to Linhai City to help out later. You guys can handle these small fry. Meanwhile, in the Azure Temple, Chen Nian is still locked in a fierce battle with the twin demon gods. His challenge has a 3-day time limit. And now, time is almost up. This means Chen Nian has been battling the twin demon gods for nearly 3 days straight. Inconceivable for a human like you to exist. The twin demon gods no longer show their initial contempt, replaced by a wary respect for the human before them. To stand toe-to-toe with the vast power of a demon god for 3 days without falling, what kind of monster is he? At this moment, the twin demon gods' bodies are covered in wounds, some beyond repair. Chen Nian's condition is even more dire. Despite continuously healing his injuries and restoring his strength with his Fate Tongue ability, his body is at its limit. Every cell in his body screams in agony, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion, and he knows that if he lies down, he would immediately pass out. After such a prolonged battle, Chen Nian has discovered the twin demon gods' weakness. They can only be killed if both the older and younger brothers are slain simultaneously. For 3 days, he has been seeking an opportunity, but the cunning demon gods have never given him one. They never fight together. One battles while the other evades, making them nearly invincible. But you can't beat us, the twin demon gods sneer. No matter how you struggle, you can't kill us. Chen Nian no longer has the strength to respond. He has just been injured again, fulfilling the conditions to draw another fate. Bathed in holy light, the twin demon gods are no longer surprised, not even bothering to approach. However, this time things are different. Brother, something's wrong. Why do I feel an irresistible power? Both demon gods retreat simultaneously, a sense of foreboding growing rapidly within them. This time, Chen Nian hasn't drawn any of the usual celestial bodies. Instead, a black sphere materializes at his fingertips. It is deep and dark, seemingly capable of swallowing everything, instilling fear. 3 whole days and I finally drew this. The odds were indeed low. Chen Nian forces a smile. Black sun. When it erupts, it absorbs all living things around it, sparing no one except the caster. Yes, just like a black hole. Now, the game can end. Now the game can end, Chen Nian said softly, snapping his fingers with a crisp sound. A black sphere shot from his fingertips, exploding midair. In an instant, space collapsed and a deep, dark vortex appeared in the center of the temple. The vortex emitted an irresistible, terrifying suction, drawing everything around into it with a frenzy. The ground, walls, and pillars shattered into countless fragments, which were pulled towards the black vortex like iron filings to a magnet, disappearing instantly. The 2 demon gods were also caught in the terrifying gravitational pull, struggling desperately, but unable to escape. What is this thing? One demon god screamed in fear. How can he suddenly unleash such terrifying power? No, we can't resist it. I'm being sucked in, the other demon god shouted in despair. Amidst the chaos, Chen Nian walked calmly, completely unaffected as the caster of the spell. In the blink of an eye, the entire temple collapsed, reduced to fragments and swallowed by the vortex. Not just the temple, but even the ruins, sand, air, and light were not spared from being sucked in. No, no. The younger of the twin demon gods was the first to be pulled into the black sun, his body instantly disintegrating into countless tiny pieces. The older brother struggled bitterly, but was also at his limit. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Human, remember this. You have only defeated our projections left in the temple, just half of our power. My true self is invading your human world. We will meet again, and you will experience the full power of a demon god." Chen Nian smiled calmly. "I'll be waiting." A second later, the older brother was also sucked into the black sun, which then disappeared, leaving everything around in a void. Chen Nian looked around and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The black sun is really terrifying. After nearly 3 days, Chen Nian successfully defeated the twin demon god's projections and completed the advancement challenge. The system notification sounded. "Congratulations, you have completed the demon god level advancement challenge. Gene Lock is being released." Chen Nian suddenly felt a strange sensation in his body, as if his meridians had been unblocked. The system continued. "You have successfully advanced to Tier 2, current level. Tier 2, Level 1. Basic attribute increase. 0.8 times. What do you mean by basic attributes?" Chen Nian asked, puzzled. The system explained. Attributes gained purely from leveling up without considering equipment bonuses. Chen Nian was shocked. The basic attribute increase for normal difficulty advancement was only 0.2 times. Even someone like Zhao Yixue, who challenged the Calamity Demon General, only had a 0.5 times increase. But his attributes had directly increased by 0.8 times. Constitution, 243. Agility, 204. Supernatural, 185. These attributes are insane. Chen Nian marveled, realizing his speech power and melee capabilities had been greatly enhanced. The system continued to announce rewards. You have obtained an additional reward, randomly unlocking a high-level ability in your innate talent series. Speech power 125. Primal World has awakened. Primal World? Chen Nian was astonished. This was a speech power he had never seen in the game, and it was ranked so high. He immediately checked its effects. Primal World reverts objects to their molecular and energy state, then reconstructs them, returning them to their primal form. Simply put, it can repair any damaged object. For example, a broken mirror can be restored to its original state with this speech power. An incredibly powerful support skill. Chen Nian rejoiced. This speech power seemed to have further potential, with the ability to awaken a reverse effect called World Annihilation, which could destroy any object it touched. The system continued to distribute rewards. "Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary weapon, Jinglong." Legendary weapon, Jinglong. Legendary. Required tier. Tier 2, Level 1. Defense, 0. Attack, 300. Attribute bonus, none. Special effects. 1. Dragon in the Abyss. When sheathed, the sword continuously accumulates dragon energy. The longer it remains sheathed, the stronger its power. 2. Armor break. Physical attacks with this sword ignore 10 of the opponent's defense. Description. The dragon lurks in the abyss, waiting for its time. When it ascends, it soars towards the heavens. What a domineering sword. Chen Nian was thrilled, not just because of the sword's power, but also because it was an authentic Tang sword. He immediately replaced his previous epic weapon with Jinglong, significantly boosting his attack power. Upon reaching Tier 2, Chen Nian could also equip 2 pieces of equipment he previously couldn't due to level restrictions: the epic level Heavenly Demon Heart Pendant and the Moonlight Wolf Ring. After updating all his equipment, Chen Nian's attributes skyrocketed again. Chen Nian, Speech Power Sage Unique. Gene Level, Tier 2, Level 1. Constitution, 243. Agility, 204. Supernatural, 225. Attack bonus, 610. Defense bonus, 820. Combat power rating, 105 stars. Equipment, Epic Level Demon Set, Moonlight Wolf Ring, Heavenly Demon Heart Pendant, Jinglong. This boost is insane, Chen Nian thought. If I encounter the fully powered twin demon gods, what would that be like? Would I still need the Black Sun to fight them? In a flash, Chen Nian sorted through all his rewards and was transported out of the trial space, returning to the deserted island. He picked up his phone from the ground, unsurprised to see it flooded with missed calls from Shaoqi, Chinu, and Li Yunwei. Blood Moon Calamity Countdown, 4 hours. It's already been 3 days. It did take quite a while, Chen Nian muttered to himself. I wonder how the battle is going on their side? Despite his body being utterly exhausted and desperately needing rest, he decided to head to the battlefield first. After all, if the twin demon god's true forms descended, others might not stand a chance. Chen Nian took a deep breath and put on his black mask. From that moment, he was no longer Chen Nian, but the silent warrior, Bu Yu. On the battlefield of Linhai City, the situation was barely stable, with 4 Calamity generals yet to join the fray. Several generals exchanged confused glances, puzzled as to why the demon lord had not yet awakened. Suddenly, the stone coffin shook violently. With a thunderous roar, the coffin exploded, emitting an eerie blue light that captivated the onlookers. The 4 Calamity generals immediately retreated and prostrated themselves on the ground. The light absorbed the surrounding monster corpses, drawing immense energy. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing the true form of the twin demon Goda, humanoid figure with graceful muscle lines, clad in black armor, and a scorpion-like tail protruding from its back. The most striking feature was its 2 heads, belonging to the elder and younger brothers. "Greetings, twin demon god," the generals shouted in unison, only to find a look of terror on the demon god's face. "What's wrong, my lord?" one general asked cautiously. The twin demon god ignored him, and the brothers whispered to each other, "Brother, we must separate. If we encounter the human again." "Understood, brother. He will never have the chance to kill us both." Before the words were fully spoken, the twin demon god split into 2 separate entities. The elder brother gazed into the distance and said solemnly, "There are energy fluctuations from a teleportation array to the north. You stay here. I'll go to the other side of the array. That way, even if he uses that terrifying move again, he can't kill us both at once." The elder brother transformed into a shadow and left the battlefield, morphing into an ordinary human form as he reached the cliff where the teleportation array was located. The 2 guards were instantly killed, offering no resistance. The demon god stepped into the array and was transported to Luching, miles away. "As long as the teleportation array is destroyed, who can kill us brothers separated by thousands of miles?" The elder demon god sneered, raising his hand to unleash a blue light. The intricate structure of the teleportation array quickly collapsed, and the light dimmed. Back on the Linhai City battlefield, a general respectfully asked, "My lord, please give us your orders." "I need to rest. Act on your own," the younger demon god replied wearily, continuing to absorb the energy of the fallen. "Yes, my lord." A general stood up, his gaze piercing through the battlefield strewn with corpses, targeting the human support troops behind the defensive line. High Elf sorceress Tang Ro was there, continuously healing and encouraging the warriors. "I'll spearhead the attack for our lord and kill that human girl first," the general declared, charging forward like a bulldozer, smashing through all obstacles. The human reconnaissance team immediately noticed the anomaly. "The Calamity General is on the move, targeting the support troops. Stop him at all costs." Li Yunwei shouted orders. Hundreds of attacks flew towards the general, but they failed to halt his advance. Tang Ro stood still under the dark red sky. As her eyes met the general's, she knew she was the target. "With me here, no monster will breach the line." A second-tier shield knight stepped forward, raising a nearly Tomer-high giant shield. Boom! The terrifying impact spread in a circular wave. The shield knight, along with his shield, was sent flying, the shield shattered, and the knight injured and down. "Sorry." The knight's vision blurred, watching the monster break through the line, powerless to fulfill his promise. Tang Ro remained unmoved, her long hair fluttering in the wind, her face calm. Even knowing that death awaited her in the next moment, she held firm in her belief. In chaotic times, heroes would rise against the tide. With the wind at his back and determination in his heart, Tang Ro faced the formidable doomed general, a monstrous figure charging toward her like a moving mountain. Its enormous fists were raised high, resembling giant war hammers ready to descend from the heavens. The surrounding onlookers were engulfed in despair. Even the second-rank knights with the highest defense and physique couldn't withstand such an attack, let alone a seemingly fragile elven sorceress. Just as Tang Ro was about to be crushed, a deafening blast erupted. A powerful shockwave spread out, stirring up a fierce wind. When the dust settled, the scene left everyone in awe. The expected gruesome scene was nowhere to be found. Instead, a tall figure stood firmly in front of Tang Ro, his long blade held aloft, precisely intercepting the seemingly unstoppable blow from the doomed general. The slender blade contrasted sharply with a massive fist, and astonishingly, the blade didn't budge, not even a tilt. "Who is he?" Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. "He blocked the doomed general's full-force strike with one hand? What kind of monster is this? Where was he before?" Li Yunwei, recognizing the newcomer, finally relaxed and let out a deep breath. Chinu's friends also recognized the figure, exchanging relieved smiles. A name simultaneously surfaced in their minds. Chen Nian. Now he should be called Buyu. Tang Ro gaped at the stranger before her, her mouth hanging open in shock. Though she didn't know this sudden hero, a strong premonition surged within her. This man might just be the true hero chosen by fate. The doomed general, sensing the threat, involuntarily took 2 steps back. The once arrogant creature now showed signs of fear. This sudden arrival of a human gave it an ominous feeling, more terrifying than even the great demon lord. Chen Nian didn't say much. He was utterly exhausted. After that earth-shattering battle, even the twin demon gods needed to recuperate, and he was no exception. However, he believed he could swiftly resolve the current predicament. Slowly, he drew the long blade from his waist, its edge gleaming coldly in the sunlight. This blade, named Jinglong, was about to showcase its power once more. Chen Nian drew the awed dragon sword, and instantly, golden dragon energy enveloped the blade accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar. The legendary weapons trait, Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, was fully unleashed. Its long-dormant power now erupted with astonishing force. In a flash, Chen Nian appeared before the Calamity demon general. Despite his small stature compared to the towering demon, whose chest seemed unreachable, the dragon energy swirling around the blade transformed into a golden dragon. It pierced through the demon's chest with a fierce thrust. The golden dragon darted back and forth, riddling the demon's body with countless holes. The Calamity demon general's form exploded with radiant golden light, and with a final, resentful roar, it disintegrated, vanishing along with the golden dragon energy. Chen Nian sheathed his sword, clearly satisfied with its power. Tang Rou, who was nearby, was left speechless by the display. The Calamity demon general, a terrifying entity of the fifth bloodline tier that had effortlessly torn through defenses moments ago, was annihilated in an instant. Among the onlookers, someone exclaimed, "It's Buyu! Who else has such strength?" The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting, "Buyu is here! We have hope!" Ignoring the commotion, Chen Nian activated the special effect of the Moonlight Wolf Ring. A blue light flashed, and the colossal spirit of the Moonlight Wolf King appeared at his side. He issued a brief command to guard before turning to Tang Rou. "Are you an elven sorceress? Have you learned the source of life?" Tang Rou nodded quickly, channeling her power to release a green glow rich with life energy, enveloping them both. Nearby, Chinu was too excited to speak coherently, while others remained calm, having long known that Chen Nian was indeed Buyu. At that moment, the younger of the twin demon gods sensed Chen Nian's presence. Though initially shaken, he quickly regained composure and ordered the remaining 3 Calamity demon generals to kill Chen Nian at all costs. The 3 demons charged, tearing through the defenses and heading straight for him. In this critical moment, 2 streaks of light, one red and one blue, raced across the sky. They were Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue, arriving just in time to assist Chen Nian against the 3 Calamity demon generals. Yi Hongling teased, "Who knew this man would need protection?" Zhao Yixue coldly replied, "I don't need you. I can handle this alone." As Yi Hongling suggested getting closer to Chen Nian, Zhao Yixue's aura turned icy, causing the air temperature to plummet, clearly displeased with the idea. Yi Hongling was about to taunt Zhao Yixue some more when she saw 3 disaster demons charging at her. Without hesitation, she raised her hand, and in an instant, countless fire serpents surged forward, engulfing one of the demons like a tidal wave. Before the demon could react, thousands of fire serpents exploded simultaneously. Boom! A massive fireball erupted on the plain, dazzling and illuminating everyone's eyes. "What are you waiting for, Miss Zhao? Do you want me to handle them all?" Yi Hongling said with a smile, her eyes gleaming with provocation. The two had been rivals long before they met Buyu. Their opposing elements of ice and fire made them naturally incompatible. "Save your breath," Zhao Yixue responded coldly, her eyes narrowing as she thrust her palm forward. Wind and snow, ice, thousand extremes. In an instant, a fan-shaped area in front of her was covered in ice. The other 2 disaster demons were frozen solid, their massive bodies immobilized. Zhao Yixue clenched her hand, and countless ice spikes converged from all directions, forming a gigantic, deadly ice flower. Chen Nian summoned Moonlight Wolf Spirit didn't even need to intervene. The 2 women were more than enough to handle the 3 disaster demons. The crowd watching erupted in astonished exclamations. "Who are they? Their power is terrifying. What's going on? Is our city of Lanhai hiding such powerful figures?" First Buyu arrives, and now these 2 powerhouses show up? Someone explained, "These 2 aren't from Lanhai. Yi Hongling is the daughter of General Yi, and Zhao Yixue's family is from Jiangqing. They came specifically to support Lanhai. Why would they come all this way to help us? Obviously, they're here to help Buyu. He helped them out recently, so they're repaying the favor. All right, that's great." The wounded in the rest area finally felt a sense of relief, no longer needing to live in constant fear. However, such attacks were not enough to completely kill the disaster demons. These beasts had incredibly rapid regenerative abilities. The only reason Chen Nian had managed to instantly kill one was due to the overwhelming power of his Dragon Unleashed technique. Sure enough, The disaster demons soon began to revive, their wounds healing quickly. Who would have thought there were such strong humans here? Kill them all. We can't let them disrupt Lord Demon's plans. The demons roared, launching a new wave of attacks. This level of combat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary transcendents. Anyone who got too close would be caught in the crossfire, so everyone wisely retreated to a safe distance, leaving the battlefield to the experts. Li Yunwei, the on-site commander, finally breathed a sigh of relief. With such powerful allies, the front line should be secure. But her attention was soon drawn to another creature emerging from a stone coffin. It was an entirely unfamiliar type, shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to discern its features. Commander Li, could that thing be stronger than the disaster demons? Her deputy asked. Hard to say. Disaster demons are already high-ranking among disaster beasts. Anything above that is unprecedented. Just then a subordinate ran up with a report. Commander Li, I have intel from other countries. Take a look. Li Yunwei focused on the report, which came from a small city in another country. A demon god-level disaster beast has descended, causing over 10,000 casualties. The defense line has been breached. Numerous disaster beasts are invading the city, turning it into a living hell. Reading this, Li Yunwei couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. She continued scrolling. Sakura Country faced a similar situation. This time, the attack targeted the area where nuclear waste had been dumped. Terror disaster beasts invade X Island, slaughtering tens of thousands. Blood flows like rivers. Is this a natural disaster or human folly? Residents weep. We did nothing wrong. Why are we facing this calamity? Heaven is blind. As a professional law enforcer, Li Yunwei didn't laugh at this moment. Instead, her expression grew increasingly grave. That disaster beast might be a terror beast, stronger than the disaster demons. We must treat it with extreme caution. She looked toward Chen Nian in the distance. Thank goodness that kid is here. Without him, Lanhai City would be doomed. At that moment, the main command center contacted her, and she immediately answered. A large number of monster portals have appeared in the city, requesting support. Repeat. A large number of monster portals have appeared in the city, requesting immediate support. What? Li Yunwei's face turned pale. Monster portals inside the city? These creatures weren't just attacking from the outside, but the transcendents left in the city were already engaged in fierce battles, and many were injured. There was no way they could retreat to support the city. Give me a live feed from the city. Yes, ma'am. The feed showed the city engulfed in smoke and fire, with monsters roaming the streets and invading residential buildings. Casualties had already occurred, and if not dealt with promptly, the death toll would continue to rise. These were low-level monsters, but the city was mostly populated by ordinary citizens who couldn't possibly fend them off. Commander Lee, what do we do? Connect me to the main command center. Patch my voice through to all media and television networks. We might still have one last card to play. Inside the air raid shelter, gunshots, explosions, and the roars of monsters could be heard outside. The shelter was under attack, and the enforcers outside were struggling to hold the line. Some people huddled in corners, trembling, while others cried out in fear, their nerves on edge. Suddenly, the loudspeaker crackled to life with a voice. Everyone, the city is now swarming with monsters. Our frontline fighters are still engaged in battle and cannot return to support us. It was Li Yunwei's voice. Upon hearing this, people began to despair. How can this be? Are they just going to abandon us? Li Yunwei continued. I know there are still many transcendents in the city. You may be ordinary people, afraid to fight monsters, so you chose to hide. But don't forget, more ordinary people are fighting and dying to protect you. You might not become heroes of this era, but I hope each of you can muster the courage to stand up and fight. These words were harsh, but precisely the kind of provocation needed to ignite the courage in those who were cowering. The last remaining force in Lanhai City mobilized. Officer Lee nodded, acknowledging that the situation in the city had stabilized. The extraordinary fighters were locked in fierce battles against the monsters. With only 2 hours left until the end of the Blood Moon Calamity, victory was within reach as long as they held on until the portal vanished. However, the still inactive demon god-level Calamity beast remained the biggest uncertainty. On the other side of the battlefield, Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue were overpowering 3 Calamity demon generals. The demon generals, relying solely on their formidable physical strength, were quickly reaching their limits. The first one disintegrated into black mist within a blazing inferno. Sensing the danger, the remaining 2 attempted to flee. Zhao Yixue transformed into an ice shadow, piercing the chest of one with a sword, freezing and shattering it to pieces. The last demon general desperately fled towards the younger of the twin demon gods, just about to cry for help, when a large hand emerged from the black mist and pierced its chest. It struggled in agony, its body rapidly withering and turning into black mist as if drained dry. The twin demon god stretched, feeling the resurgence of his full strength. Though not as physically imposing as the demon generals, he radiated a potent sense of power. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue exchanged a glance, recognizing the formidable challenge ahead. Zhao Yixue struck first, launching ice beams like sharp swords. Yi Hongling followed closely, summoning a fire dragon. However, the intertwined ice and fire attack was effortlessly shattered by a dark blue blade light. Grinning, the twin demon god instantly appeared before Yi Hongling. Zhao Yixue managed to conjure an ice shield just in time to block the attack, but it shattered instantly, sending her crashing into the ground. Yi Hongling rapidly retreated, activating the Red Lotus domain, enveloping the demon god in a massive fireball. Yet, the demon god brutally broke through the domain, his body charred but seemingly unaffected. As Yi Hongling stood in shock, she realized the demon god wasn't targeting her, but was instead heading straight for Chen Nian. With a thunderous roar, the demon god's pupils shot out dark blue lasers, piercing through the protective moonlight wolf soul around Chen Nian, exposing both Chen Nian and Tang Rou, who was treating him, to the attack. Just as the demon god was about to deliver a fatal blow, a string of obscure incantations echoed. Words Spirit Judgment Golden Sword, and the two laser beams were obliterated within a dark golden field. Tang Rou opened her eyes to see a figure with a black mask and golden, dazzling eyes standing in front of her. After a brief thank you to the masked figure, Chen Nian turned to face the demon god, who instinctively stepped back. Before the demon god could speak, he noticed Chen Nian had vanished, leaving only a fading electric light. Who gave you the confidence? Chen Nian's voice came from behind the demon god. Hovering midair using his airwalking technique, he looked down on the demon god. Stunned by Chen Nian's sudden increase in power, the demon god had no time to react before being struck in the face by a flying kick, spinning 3 times in the air before crashing to the ground. Chen Nian's foot pressed heavily on the demon god's face, pinning him to the ground. As the demon god tried to counterattack, his right arm was blasted off by a wind cannon, and his left arm was bitten off by the moonlight wolf. Once an unshakable force, the demon god was now helplessly crushed to the ground. Chen Nian's newfound strength far exceeded the demon god's expectations. At the moment when Chen Nian awoke, the entire battlefield trembled. The surrounding extraordinary beings immediately turned their gazes toward him. Yi Hongling, Zhao Yixue, Chinu, and others held their breath in anticipation. Li Yunwei kept her eyes glued to Chen Nian's every move, afraid to miss any detail. In the distance, several drones hovered cautiously, capturing Chen Nian's silhouette without daring to get too close, for fear of being destroyed by the powerful extraordinary energy waves. Commander Li Buyu has recovered, an anxious subordinate reported. Should we stream the drone footage to the city? Li Yunwei didn't hesitate. Do it. Let everyone see this moment. Soon, Chen Nian's image was broadcasted on major news media platforms throughout the city via the drone cameras. The battle had not yet begun, but Li Yunwei was already feeling uneasy. She had intended to use Chen Nian to boost morale, but if he were to be defeated, it would be a crushing blow. However, the next scene completely overturned everyone's expectations. Chen Nian moved with lightning speed, instantly trampling the demon-level Calamity beast underfoot, utterly crushing it. This astonishing display left everyone present dumbfounded. Tang Rou, the closest observer to Chen Nian, witnessed the entire process firsthand. She watched in shock as Chen Nian used only his physical strength to subdue the terrifying beast, wondering if such power could truly belong to a human. Her heart raced with excitement, and she silently resolved to support Chen Nian even more. Though Chinu couldn't see clearly from a distance, she was still beside herself with excitement. Did you see that? That's Buyu. Oh my god! She jumped up and down with admiration sparkling in her eyes. Deng Rongrong couldn't help but tease. You'll have plenty of chances to see him in the future. Nonsense! Chinu retorted immediately. Seeing Buyu is such a rare opportunity. How could it be so easy in the future? It's a pity we're so far away. I can't see what he looks like. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue, though uninjured, were equally astonished to witness Chen Nian effortlessly defeat the demon. Yi Hongling smirked, thinking that this guy always managed to surprise people. Zhao Yixue watched Chen Nian from afar, a smile of satisfaction playing on her lips, knowing that Buyu was indeed Chen Nian, and she had seen his true face. Meanwhile, the city's residents also witnessed the scene through live broadcasts. In the air raid shelter, the television on the wall displayed Chen Nian trampling the Calamity beast. People cheered, and morale soared. Ning Ziqing looked at Chen Nian on the TV, eyes filled with admiration. So cool. If only I could become an extraordinary being someday. Maybe I could fight alongside him. Little did she know, The hero on the screen was her long-lost brother. Beside her, Chen Nian's mother watched the blurry image. Although Chen Nian wore a mask, a mother's intuition made her feel a sense of familiarity. Ning Ziqing noticed her mother's reaction and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Just my eyes playing tricks," Cieli replied with a forced smile, trying to hide her inner turmoil. Elsewhere, Chen Nian's father, Chen Huirong, also saw the scene, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. He murmured to himself, "He does look a bit like Chen Nian." His current son, Lu Xingchen, asked curiously, "Dad, who are you talking about? Did you see Chen Nian?" "I didn't see him." Chen Huirong snapped back to reality and smiled weakly. "It's nothing, just my imagination. Maybe we should visit Chen Nian sometime." "Haha, last time he refused to work at your company. He might not be so keen on our goodwill," Lu Xingchen joked. In the school gymnasium, the protected students also witnessed the scene through the live stream. Xiao Wen, an extraordinary being herself, was hiding and scrolling through her phone when she first saw the broadcast. Seeing Chen Nian trampling the Calamity beast, she froze, her mind involuntarily conjuring up Chen Nian's image. No way, no matter how strong Chen Nian is, he couldn't. Xiaowen shook her head, dismissing the absurd idea. It must just be a resemblance. She laughed at herself for linking Buyu with Chen Nian. But at that moment, she realized that even if it were Chen Nian, he was now someone she could never hope to match. On the battlefield, Chen Nian stood with one foot on the twin demon god, looking down from above. You've grown so strong." The demon god struggled to speak. "It's because you're too weak," Chen Nian coldly replied, his body instantly igniting in a blazing inferno. A lion made of flames roared in the night sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. Word spirit lion flame. In the terrifying blaze, the twin demon god turned to ashes. But Chen Nian knew this was only a temporary victory. This was just one of the twins. Both had to be killed simultaneously to be truly defeated. Chen Nian frowned in thought. Now the question is, where is the other half? Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue hurried to Chen Nian's side, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The creature, reduced to ashes, was starting to reform, with limbs regenerating amidst swirling black smoke. Yi Hongling raised an eyebrow, her mind filled with uncertainty. What kind of monster is this, that it can come back to life? Chen Nian scanned the surroundings, his expression grave. Where's the other one? The two women exchanged puzzled glances. What other one? Chen Nian explained, this twin demon has two entities. They must be killed simultaneously to be completely destroyed. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue fell silent, shock written across their faces. This creature had such terrifying abilities. As long as they didn't die at the same time, the surviving twin could resurrect the other. We only saw this one. The other half wasn't here, Zhao Yixue responded. What? Chen Nian frowned, thoughts racing. Could it be that the other half of the twin demon had never appeared here? Had it anticipated losing the fight and left beforehand? Such intelligence was indeed terrifying. By now, the twin demon's brother had fully reformed and was laughing maniacally. Humans, you can never kill me. Never. Before he could finish, the Jinglong blade was already embedded deep in the demon's chest. Golden dragon energy spiraled around the hilt, exuding an aura of absolute suppression. Chen Nian coldly demanded, "Where's the other half? Speak." The demon, pinned to the ground and coughing up black blood, still wore a smug smile. If you're looking for my brother, he's gone far away. You'll never kill us both at the same time." Chen Nian's heart sank. Without finding the other half, this creature could never be completely destroyed. Just then his phone rang in his pocket. "Restrain it," Chen Nian ordered. The moonlight wolf spirit immediately pressed its paw onto the demon's chest. Zhao Yixue raised her hand, and several thick ice chains locked the demon's limbs to the ground. Yi Hongling summoned a slender fire snake that burrowed into the demon's body, weaving through it and almost tying a knot inside. Under this triple suppression, the demon couldn't move, remaining in a state of severe injury. Only then did Chen Nian answer the call, surprised to find it was Haizi. "Boss, finally got through. Something's wrong." Haizi's anxious voice came through. "Speak. What's the situation?" "Luqing is in crisis. Many guild members are there to help, but it's not enough." Chen Nian's alarm bells rang. So many elites in Luqing, and it's still so dire? Could the other half of the twin demon be in Luqing? A powerful monster has appeared in Luqing. No one can handle it, and even Sister Xiaoqi is struggling. "Send me the coordinates," Chen Nian ordered decisively. After hanging up, Chen Nian looked at Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue, his voice serious. "The other half is in Luqing." The demon laughed uncontrollably. "Ha ha, didn't expect that, did you, humans?" Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue's faces turned grim. "What are you going to do? Luqing and Linhai City are 1,000 miles apart. How can you kill two demons simultaneously that are so far apart?" Chen Nian spoke solemnly. I'll go to Luching. There's a teleportation array between Linhai City and Luching. The demon's laughter grew even more arrogant. Huh? Foolish humans. My brother anticipated this and destroyed the teleportation array. Despair. Cry. My brother will kill everyone there, and you can do nothing but worry here. Zhao Yixue was furious. I'll kill it. Hold on. Chen Nian's expression was unusually calm, as if nothing could shake his resolve. He glanced at the time. The countdown to the Blood Moon catastrophe was 1 hour and 20 minutes. Start the countdown now. Kill it in 1 hour. What did you say? Yi Hongling was incredulous. In 1 hour, we attack simultaneously on both sides, and it will be completely destroyed, Chen Nian said firmly. Yi Hongling couldn't believe her ears. 1 hour to get from here to Luching. Find the other monster. And kill it? Are you crazy? The teleportation array is broken. Didn't you hear? I have a way. Start the countdown. Reluctantly, Yi Hongling took out a stopwatch, and they started the countdown together. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Exactly 1 hour. After giving instructions, Chen Nian soared into the sky, heading toward the teleportation array. Soon he reached a cliff. Several bodies lay near the array, and its glow had faded, clearly damaged. A severely injured survivor weakly said, the teleportation array has been destroyed. We couldn't protect it. That monster was too strong. It killed everyone in an instant. Chen Nian reassured him, don't worry. I've already contacted rescue teams. He raised his hand, and countless white lights converged in his palm, forming a rotating triangular prism. The dazzling light illuminated half the dark sky. Incantation sequence 125. Primal world. The prism expanded, enveloping the damaged teleportation array. Miraculously, the array began to emit powerful energy again, connecting to the array in Luching. The survivor was stunned. How is this possible? The construction of a teleportation array requires multiple mages working together, a highly complex process. How can one person do it? Who is this person that he can repair the array alone? But this won't work. A teleportation array needs energy from both sides to form a spatial connection. Now it's just a one-sided transmission, requiring several times the original power. How can one person handle such a massive energy consumption? Moments later, another miracle occurred. The teleportation array lit up again, indicating that the energy communication between the two locations was complete, allowing normal teleportation. Who are you? Could it be? The survivor looked at Chen Nian in shock. You've done well. Leave the rest to me. With those words, Chen Nian stepped into the teleportation array. Chen Nian arrived in Lu City in the blink of an eye through a teleportation array. The bustling metropolis was shrouded under a dark red sky, with a blood-red moon hanging ominously overhead. His mission was clear yet daunting: to find and kill the other demon god the moment the countdown ended. The situation in Lu City was dire. As one of the most prosperous cities in the Dragon Kingdom, it had attracted many powerful individuals but also faced the fiercest attacks. Initially, the defenders could barely hold their ground, but the arrival of the elder demon god brother turned the tide dramatically against them. At this moment, nearly all elite extraordinary beings were engaged in a desperate assault on the twin demon gods. On the battlefield, swords clashed and spells roared continuously. Dozens of second-tier extraordinary beings, including some who were on the verge of advancing to higher tiers, were attacking the demon gods with all their might. Yet, their powerful skills barely scratched the demon gods' defenses, like raindrops on a rock. This monstrosity's attributes were off the charts, clearly surpassing the 5th-tier demon general level and reaching the demon god level. Keep it together, damn it. Time's almost up, someone shouted, their voice filled with a mix of despair and hope. The elder demon god brother scanned the crowd with disdain and mockery in his eyes. To him, they were nothing but ants, with the exception of the girl wielding a sword, who posed a slight threat. As the elder brother of the twin demon gods, he had absorbed the majority of their power, making him significantly stronger than his sibling. He thought to himself, if I can kill all these people and absorb their power, I'll become so strong that everyone will have to bow before me. His gaze locked onto the girl with the sword Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu, a gifted sword immortal, presented a stark contrast between her petite frame and immense strength. A burly man raised a spiked warhammer and shouted, brothers, charge with me. Another round of collective attacks began, with the extraordinary beings unleashing their most powerful moves. Su Jinyu was no exception. Her eyes were clear, and her sword heart was pure as she executed her ultimate first-tier skill heavenly sword to exorcise demons. A colossal sword shadow pierced the sky, descending from above. However, the demon god merely raised a single finger to intercept the earth-shattering strike. Thunder roared, and fierce winds scattered as the sword's edge met his fingertip. Though the demon god's finger was severed, the energy of the massive sword shadow was also depleted. Even little Seven can't hurt him. I have a bad feeling that Loose City might not hold, someone muttered. Where's Big Brother Buyu? Didn't we set up a teleportation array for mutual support? No idea. We haven't heard anything yet. Faces grew grim. Without the stabilizing presence of Buyu, morale began to waver. The demon god raised his hands high, like a deity commanding the elements. Ants, it's time you tasted the power of this demon god. Boom! The night sky suddenly churned with black lightning, coiling like giant serpents and exuding an extremely ominous aura. Dark thunder, heavenly fall. Hundreds of black lightning bolts descended, roaring toward the ground. Watch out! Someone shouted. Before the words had even fully left his lips, the ground was already riddled with gaping craters from the black lightning. In the wake of this black lightning onslaught, few remained unscathed. Some lay on the ground, charred and groaning, while others had limbs missing where the lightning had struck. Those who survived owed their lives to the sword formation Su Jinyu had erected at the last moment. Su Jinyu panted heavily, her chest heaving with exhaustion. Little Seven, run? We can't beat him, and he's after you. You mustn't die, someone shouted urgently. Suddenly, one person charged madly at the demon god, only to be impaled through the chest by the demon god's tail and instantly drained dry. The sight left everyone trembling in fear. The demon god laughed maniacally. No need to rush. You'll all become my possession soon. His tail danced in the air, transforming into 9 serpentine dragons that greedily devoured the corpses on the ground. Eventually, all 9 sets of eyes locked on Su Jinyu. I can't leave, Su Jinyu said, her energy nearly spent, but her resolve unwavering. Go, little Seven. Don't be stubborn, go. 3 of the serpentine dragons lunged at Su Jinyu simultaneously. At that critical moment, a slicing sound filled the air as the heads of the 3 dragons were severed by invisible wind blades. Su Jinyu looked up sharply to see a familiar figure suspended in the sky under the blood moon, wind blades swirling at his fingertips. Her eyes widened, and her eyelashes trembled. That's someone behind her, gasped. It was Chen Nian. As he descended, another dragon attacked from the side. Without turning, Chen Nian flicked his fingers, severing the dragon's head before landing steadily beside Su Jinyu. He wrapped one arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Brother Buyu. Su Jinyu stared into his eyes, momentarily dazed. In her daze, Chen Nian spun her around to evade a sudden attack from the 5th dragon. With a snap, the 5th dragon's horn broke off. This scene left everyone stunned. It's Buyu, the leader! A startled cry shattered the battlefield's chaos. Chen Nian's figure appeared like a beacon of hope, instantly igniting the guild members' fighting spirit. They knew that as long as Buyu was there, no problem was insurmountable. Su Jinyu nestled in Chen Nian's arms, her sword already fallen to the ground. She gazed at him, her eyes sparkling like stars. The promise made before the Blood Moon catastrophe was finally fulfilled, filling her with both joy and a hint of reproach. Why did you take so long? I'm mad at you, Su Jinyu pouted, playfully hitting Chen Nian's chest, a mix of affection and complaint in her voice. Chen Nian gently explained, sorry, the teleportation array was destroyed. It took some time. These words struck Su Jinyu like a thunderclap. How had Buyu crossed nearly 1,000 miles? The twin demon gods spoke coldly. It's you. You've come, human. They had anticipated this battle, but felt confident they were fully prepared. With one brother 1,000 miles away, this human stood no chance of defeating both. The 9-headed dragon sprouting from the demon god's tail had fully recovered, glaring menacingly in the air. Chen Nian lifted Su Jinyu and used his spell to soar into the sky. The 9 dragons lunged at them, determined to devour the pair. Ka! 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 Chen Nian shouted, sequence 33 wind demon slash. Invisible wind blades whistled through the air, precisely severing the dragon heads. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Nian carried Su Jinyu out of the encirclement and into the night sky. The twin demon god sneered, human, running away at the sight of us. Is that all you can do? No sooner had they spoken than they shot into the sky like missiles, the 9 dragons roaring and their eyes glowing red. An intense aerial chase ensued. Chen Nian, holding Su Jinyu, weaved through the clouds with the demon gods in hot pursuit. Whenever an attack was unavoidable, Chen Nian would turn and unleash wind blades to buy time. Watch out! Su Jinyu cried. 2 dragons had closed in on Chen Nian's back, ready to swallow him whole. Chen Nian twisted and turned in the air, narrowly avoiding each attack. The demon gods taunted. What's wrong? Human? Are you that afraid of us? Come on, face us in a fair fight. Chen Nian ignored them and kept flying forward, holding Su Jinyu as they crossed mountains and rivers, seemingly heading for the end of the night sky. The wind howled, tossing their hair wildly. Su Jinyu was entranced, secretly wishing this moment could last forever. She cautiously reached out and gently removed Chen Nian's mask. He did not stop her. The black mask drifted away in the wind, disappearing from sight. The red moonlight illuminated his profile, mesmerizing Su Jinyu. Can you tell me your real name? Su Jinyu asked softly. After a brief silence, Chen Nian replied, Chen Nian. Su Jinyu smiled sweetly, dimples appearing on her cheeks. She was both happy and worried, fearing that Chen Nian's desire to protect her would prevent him from fully fighting the demon gods, especially since his back was already injured and covered in blood. You don't need to worry about me, Su Jinyu began, but Chen Nian gently pressed her head against his chest, making it clear, not worrying about her was impossible. Take this. Chen Nian handed Su Jinyu a phone, its screen displaying a countdown. 11 hours, 5 minutes, 95 seconds. I'll kill them when the timer ends. You just keep track of the time, Chen Nian instructed. Okay. Su Jinyu nodded in understanding. The twin demon gods continued their relentless pursuit, knowing that once Chen Nian was dead, no human could stop them. Time flew by, and within 10 minutes, Chen Nian had sustained several more injuries, his back a bloody mess, held together only by his strong physique. 30 seconds left, Su Jinyu reminded him. Got it, Chen Nian responded, finally landing on a deserted island in the sea. The twin demon gods followed closely, nearly laughing out loud. Out of strength at last? Humans really are ants. Don't worry, you'll die in agony. The demon gods advanced, their 9 dragons drooling with greed. 10 seconds left. 10, 9. Su Jinyu began the countdown. Suddenly, an overwhelming darkness spread from Chen Nian, engulfing the surroundings. Word of power, Reaper, Chen Nian whispered, a massive Reaper's shadow appearing behind him, his attack power surging. Come on, kill me, human. Show me if you can, the demon gods taunted arrogantly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the count of 1, the Reaper's side sliced through the demon gods, carving dozens of cuts into their bodies. In an instant, the twin demon gods were split into countless pieces. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Linhai City, the demon god's brother was still being suppressed. Chen Nian's legendary weapons, Jinglong and Moonlight Wolf Soul, along with Yi Hongling and Zhao Yishue's combined efforts, left him nearly immobile. Yi Hongling hovered in the air, unleashing her ultimate move Heavenly Fire Spear. A crimson spear formed, like the descent of a fire god. Zhao Yishue, not to be outdone, also launched her ultimate move Absolute Zero. The demon god's body was completely frozen, its resistances greatly weakened. Boom! The Heavenly Fire Spear pierced the demon god, driving into the ground and splitting it by 3 feet. Separated by 1,000 miles, the twin demon gods perished simultaneously. The twin demon gods were shattered into pieces by a single ancient sword strike from Chen Nian, leaving only a head rolling on the ground. Yet, the demon god continued to laugh maniacally, his twisted face full of disdain. You can't kill me. You can never kill me. Suddenly, the laughter stopped abruptly. He realized in horror that his body wasn't reforming as it usually did. His powers had failed. Fear washed over him. Why? How is this possible? Am I going to die? How could I die? Could it be we were killed simultaneously? The demon god looked up to see Chen Nian towering over him, a mocking smile on his lips. The demon god realized, you were waiting for the right moment, waiting to kill both of us at the same time. Chen Nian's silence confirmed the demon god's suspicions, which only made him more furious and desperate. Just wait, besides me, there are 71 other demon gods. Above them, there are even more powerful beings. Humanity will perish in calamity. With this curse, the twin demon god turned into black mist and dissipated into the air. A system notification sounded. Congratulations on killing the demon god, points 100000. Congratulations on reaching the top of the world leaderboard. Please choose how your name will appear. 1. Real name. 2. Anonymous. Chen Nian chose to remain anonymous, continuing to use the ID Buyu. He turned to Su Jinyu and asked with a smile, Are you alright? Su Jinyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Chen Nian. That was amazing, she exclaimed excitedly. So it turns out you weren't losing to the demon god, but waiting for the perfect moment. And you took me around the world, showing me mountains and oceans. It's just so cool. Chen Nian, feeling a bit embarrassed by Su Jinyu's intense gaze, cleared his throat and said, The blood moon calamity should be ending soon. Let me take you back. No way. Su Jinyu pouted. Let's stay here a little longer. The sea breeze is so refreshing, perfect for enjoying the peace after the battle. Chen Nian smiled and agreed. They found a spot to sit down, listening to the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, savoring the moment of tranquility. Away from the smoke and bloodshed, it felt like they were in a world just for the two of them. Chen Nian, Su Jinyu suddenly called out. What's up? Chen Nian asked. Nothing, I just wanted to say your name more. Is that not okay? Su Jinyu replied with a sweet smile. At that moment, extraordinary beings around the world receive a notification. The Blood Moon Calamity has officially ended. All rewards will be calculated based on the leaderboard. The blood moon in the sky began to fade. Remaining monsters and Calamity beasts retreated, and the portals started to disappear. On the battlefield, exhausted extraordinary beings felt a huge sense of relief. Some lay on the ground. Others knelt and cried. It's over, we won. Cheers and tears mixed, celebrating a hard-won victory achieved at the cost of countless lives. They were heroes of their time, deserving of being celebrated by future generations. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue were still in disbelief. Wasn't the teleportation array destroyed? How did that guy manage to kill the demon god on the other side? Yi Hongling wondered. Who knows? Zhao Yixue snorted. I never thought I'd see the day I'd fight alongside you. Likewise, they glared at each other before walking away in opposite directions. Others were worried about Buyu and Su Jinyu's safety. Just as they were discussing, someone shouted, Look at the leaderboard. It seems Buyu has killed the Calamity Beast. Everyone quickly opened the world leaderboard. 1. Buyu 103000 points, Dragon Country. 2. Kamaya Naoki 32243 points, Sakura Country. 3. Wilson 29545 points, Lighthouse Country. 4. Song Jihyo 27118 points, Stick Country. Buyu was far ahead with 100,000 points, securing the top spot. This meant he had successfully killed the terrifying Calamity Beast. No way, Buyu is amazing. He's incredible. He made our Dragon Country proud. World number 1. Indeed. Cheers erupted as the extraordinary beings from Dragon Country couldn't contain their excitement. Chinu was so excited he nearly jumped up. He's so strong. No wonder he's my only idol. I hope I get to meet him someday. Tang Ro was still in a daze. As someone who had treated Buyu, she was surrounded by people praising her, making the moment feel surreal. Li Yunwei knew Chen Nian's true identity, but chose to keep it a secret, revealing it could attract unwanted attention from other countries, which would be detrimental to Chen Nian. This uplifting news spread quickly across the nation. Major media outlets rushed to report that Dragon Country's extraordinary being, Buyu, had killed the most powerful Calamity Beast in the first Calamity, protecting countless compatriots and putting Dragon Country at the top of the world. Meanwhile, Kamaya Naoki from Sakura Country was lost in his own world. As their strongest, he had been tirelessly hunting various monsters and had even fought a demon god-level Calamity Beast to a standstill. Unfortunately, it had managed to escape in the end. If I couldn't kill it, no one else could have, he thought confidently. However, when he opened the leaderboard, he was stunned. An unfamiliar name occupied the top spot, with points far exceeding his own. What? He actually did it? Kamaya Naoki stared at the screen in disbelief. Having held the top spot for so long, being overtaken at the last moment was a huge blow to his pride. The people of Sakura Country, upon hearing the news, were heartbroken, lamenting the loss of the world number 1 title. Buyu secured the world's first kill of the demon god-level Calamity Beast, causing a global sensation. This news spread like wildfire, dominating headlines worldwide and pushing aside other significant stories. This monumental feat not only left people in awe, but also sparked widespread concern. Chen Nian was sitting on a beach on a small island, the sea breeze gently blowing as he explained to Su Jinyu the reasons for hiding his identity. With a heavy tone, he said, This means that Longhua is now the most powerful nation in terms of extraordinary beings. It's like if only one country had nuclear weapons, how could other nations not be terrified? That's why I chose to keep my identity a secret. Su Jinyu pouted slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. I get the rationale, but what about before? When the game hadn't merged with reality, why were you still hiding? Chen Nian, somewhat embarrassed, explained, I was too famous. I was worried about being harassed in real life. And now you're not afraid I'll harass you? Su Jinyu pretended to be angry. After a moment of silence, Chen Nian confessed, Actually, you're not the only one who knows. What? Su Jinyu's eyes widened, her voice rising. Someone else knew before me? Who are they? Chen Nian hesitated before revealing the truth. Zhao Yixue and Yi Hongling. Hearing these names, Su Jinyu was so furious she almost bit her lip. Struggling to control her anger, she said sarcastically, Oh, I see. Of course, since it's Buyu Gij, it's normal for more girls to like you. I'm not jealous at all. With that, she stood up and walked away to play in the sand by herself. At that moment, Chen Nian received a system notification. Point settlement complete. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, you ranked first in the world and received rare items. Divine Gene and Calamity Gem. 2 new items appeared in Chen Nian's inventory. Ignoring Su Jinyu for a moment, he eagerly checked them out. divine gene, can be fused with your own genes, resonating with the gods to evolve your abilities and gain divine effects. Although Chen Nian didn't fully understand its function, he decided to use it immediately. He took out the golden light, which hovered in his palm like a glowing orb. Without hesitation, he merged the light into his body. Instantly, divine light surged through his meridians at an astonishing speed. The system prompt followed. Divine gene fusion in progress. Fusion complete. Lingual eagle, I has evolved with divine power. Lingual heavenly, I has awakened. Chen Yin murmured in surprise. Could this be a new ability resonating with Erlang Shin's? This feature had never appeared in the game before, and he had no idea what the heavenly eye could do. The eagle eye at sequence 9 had now evolved to sequence 122 as the heavenly eye. Besides retaining all of eagle eye's effects, it could see through illusions and even launch attacks. This ability was incredibly powerful. In the future, if he encountered monsters capable of disguise, he could see through them instantly, greatly enhancing his observational capabilities and support role. Next, Chen Nian examined the other reward, the Calamity Gem. Calamity Gem Meteor Shower. Summons a meteor shower, but you cannot move and will also be affected by the meteors. Though this ability was a double-edged sword, it could be extremely useful in large-scale battles. As Chen Nian was lost in thought about his new abilities, Su Jinyu came running back in a panic. Chen Nian, look! Chen Nian looked out to sea and was stunned into silence. A massive tsunami, towering hundreds of meters high, was rapidly approaching, threatening to engulf everything. How could there be such a huge tsunami? Do something, it's almost here, Su Jinyu shouted anxiously. Chen Nian explained awkwardly, after fighting the twin demon gods for so long, I've exhausted almost all my power. I can't use judgment now. We'll just have to tough it out. Then hold me tight, Su Jinyu said, wrapping her arms around Chen Yin's waist and burying her head in his chest, afraid of being swept away by the waves. Boom splash! The colossal tsunami nearly submerged the entire island. However, thanks to Chen Yin's formidable physique, he remained steadfast in the flood, though both of them were drenched. It's over, Chen Yin said softly. Su Jinyu, soaked to the skin, looked up. Her wet, tight-fitting clothes clung to her graceful curves, revealing her petite yet shapely figure. Her wet hair framed her smooth face, adding an extra layer of allure. Bu you Gidge, you've been staring at me for 10 seconds, Su Jinyu reminded him, blushing. Ahem, Chen Yin coughed and quickly looked away. You didn't block the tsunami on purpose, did you? Just to see this? Su Jinyu teased. No, absolutely not, Chen Yin denied hastily. If you want to look, you can look a bit longer. I don't mind, Su Jinyu said sweetly. Chen Yin blushed, thinking how she suddenly became so sweet. How had he not noticed this before? To maintain his usual aloof image, he changed the subject. Why did such a large tsunami appear suddenly? As he spoke, Chen Yin activated the heavenly eye. Divine light swirled in his pupils, and his vision pierced through dozens of miles of ocean to the distance. What? Chen Yin murmured in disbelief. A colossal island was slowly rising from the sea, like a giant beast awakening after millennia. This massive island had caused the enormous tsunami. Chen Yin couldn't even determine its size, as even the heavenly eye couldn't see its end. At that moment, all extraordinary beings in Longwa received a system notification. National exclusive map. Demon Island is about to open. Opening countdown, 7 days. Entry restriction. Longwa's second-tier extraordinary beings. Introduction. Demon Island contains powerful bosses and mysterious dungeons, offering high-level equipment and enchantment gems. The Demon Tower at the island center affects all sea creatures, causing them to mutate and become aggressive, attacking the island. Players must defeat the central boss and destroy the Demon Tower before the island falls. Otherwise, all sea creatures in Longwa's waters will mutate and attack Longwa's cities. After reading the notification, Chen Nian frowned. This was undoubtedly a new map for all second-tier extraordinary beings in Longwa. All of Longwa's extraordinary beings would converge here. The challenge lay in defending the island from monster attacks, while also tackling the central boss failure in either task would spell disaster. This won't be easy, Chen Yin thought, realizing the enormity of the challenge ahead. 7 days left until the opening of Tiamo Island. The entire community of extraordinary individuals in the Dragon Kingdom is in an uproar. The internet is abuzz with frenzied discussions. On various social media platforms, excitement is palpable. Extraordinary individuals are eagerly posting and sharing the latest aerial photos. In these images, a massive island has seemingly appeared out of nowhere on the ocean's surface, like a divine miracle. This is incredible. A new map that changes the world's geography. No way, a gigantic island just dropped from the sky. If nothing goes wrong, Every extraordinary individual in the country will head to Tiamat Island next. Those small monsters outside aren't enough to satisfy anyone anymore. However, amidst the excitement, a piece of news left many anxious. Only second-tier extraordinary individuals can enter? That's too high a requirement. What about first tier? Can we even survive? There's only 7 days left. We need to level up immediately, or we'll fall way behind. Some were utterly exhausted. I can't do it. I just went through the blood moon catastrophe battle. I need a few days of rest. Meanwhile, the group chat of the Mountain and River Eternal Peace Guild was exploding with activity. Awo, Buyu Xiaoqi, what do you think about the new map? Xiaoqi, Buyu is right next to me, no need to tag both of us. But in TSK, oh my. Jyoga, suggesting you two get married on the spot. Triple X, suggesting you two get married on the spot. XX, suggesting you two get married on the spot. Amidst the teasing in the chat, Chen Nian glanced helplessly at Su Jinyu beside him. She was looking down, her face flushed with a shy blush. Chen Nian thought to himself, is she really considering marriage? Buyu, let's talk business, stop messing around. Chen Nian quickly shifted the topic and began assigning tasks. Buyu, I hope everyone can enter Tiamat Island. If we can't conquer it in time, all marine life will be polluted, mutated, and become violent. Tiamat Island is undoubtedly a super dungeon for all extraordinary individuals in the Dragon Kingdom. If we fail, those rampaging sea monsters will first attack coastal cities like Linhai City. Take 2 days off. We'll have a celebration banquet in Luching in 3 days and discuss our next steps. For those who have suffered casualties in the guild, I'll ask Xiaoqi to take care of their families. Let's look out for each other, brothers. The group chat immediately responded. Got it, boss. Understood, boss. Rest up, brothers. See you in Luching in 3 days. No one objected to Chen Nian's arrangements. Although this group was elite, after the Blood Moon catastrophe battle, who would dare defy Chen Nian? In terms of strength, he was the world's strongest, the first to slay a demon god. In terms of character, though he was usually quiet, he always took good care of his guild brothers. After handling business, Chen Nian turned to Su Jinyu and said, Xiaoqi, I'll need you to mobilize for comforting the injured brothers. Su Jinyu pouted playfully. You're assigning me tasks again. You better bribe me. How should I bribe you? I just called you by name. Why don't you call me by mine? Chen Nian awkwardly said, Su Jinyu, say it a few more times. If I'm happy, I'll help you. Su Jinyu, Su Jinyu, Su Jinyu. You're calling my name without any emotion? I'm not talking to you anymore. The two didn't stay on the island for long. Soon, a private helicopter from the Su family came to pick up their little princess. As a hero who protected Luching, a large number of media were waiting to interview her, which would undoubtedly bring significant positive impact to the Su group. Su Jinyu reluctantly bid farewell to Chen Nian, even though they would see each other in Luching in a few days. Chen Nian quietly flew back to Linhai City, temporarily shedding his Buyu identity and returning to his ordinary life as Chen Nian. Linhai City had suffered minimal damage and quickly returned to normal operation. Shortly after returning home, Chen Nian received a school notice to attend a commendation ceremony for students who displayed bravery during the Blood Moon catastrophe. Chen Nian didn't want to go, finding it troublesome. He hadn't reported his name too childish. While others killed small monsters, he had slain a demon god. But with the school's enthusiastic invitation and Chinu's persistent encouragement, he finally agreed to attend. Meanwhile, at the Law Enforcement Bureau, Li Yunwei had prepared a special banner for Chen Nian. The banner read in bold script, commending Chen Nian for his outstanding performance during the Blood Moon catastrophe. Colleagues, curious, asked, Captain Li, why did you make a banner? Who is it for? Chen Nian? He's not one of our colleagues. What did he do? Li Yunwei smiled and said, of course, it's something big. He completed a special mission and made significant contributions, deserving of recognition. Got it, Captain Li? But with your current status, you shouldn't handle everything personally. Let us go instead. What do you mean? You don't know yet? Because of your excellent performance as the frontline commander, you're up for a promotion. We'll have to call you deputy director soon. Li Yunwei shook his head and laughed. I'll go myself. Contact Chen Nian and ask where he is. We've asked. He's at school, attending some commendation ceremony. All right, let's go. As Li Yunwei left with the banner, his colleagues exchanged puzzled looks. Why would someone about to become deputy director personally handle such a small task? What was so special about this Chen Nian? At the auditorium of Linhai University, the seats were filled. Chen Nian sat next to Chinu, listening to her excitedly say, Chen Nian, why didn't I see you on the battlefield? Chen Nian casually replied, with thousands of people fighting, it's normal not to see everyone. Did you see Buyu in action? He was amazing. That scene replays in my head every night. Chen Nian chuckled awkwardly. Haha, not bad. Chen Nian, you seem so indifferent. Are you jealous? Yeah, your Buyu is the best in the world. Satisfied? Just then, stirring music played, signaling the start of the school's commendation ceremony. Backstage, the principal was instructing the host. When you commend Chen Nian, make sure to highlight him. He's the pride of our school. The host looked confused. But principal, Chen Nian's name isn't on the list. What? Impossible? The principal exclaimed. This list is from the Law Enforcement Bureau, recording everyone who fought. You're saying Chen Nian isn't on it? Really, principal? Look for yourself. The principal checked repeatedly, but Chen Nian's name was indeed absent. He found himself in an awkward situation, muttering, could Chen Nian not have fought? Impossible. Chen Nian's name wasn't on the list of honorees, yet he was invited to the event. The awkward situation hadn't been resolved when the awards ceremony officially began. The auditorium was brightly lit. A female host in a red dress stood on the stage, holding the list in hand, and announced clearly, next, will the students whose names are called please come up to receive their awards. Let's give them a big round of applause. Lu Xiao, Mada Hai. As each name was called, the awardees walked up to the stage, receiving flowers and certificates from the school leaders. Applause filled the room, recognizing the courage of these students, even if their contributions weren't earth-shattering. Chinu. The moment this name was announced, all eyes turned to the stage. A girl in a white dress gracefully walked up, her elegance capturing everyone's attention. The host announced loudly, Chinu has shown great bravery on the front lines and made significant contributions. She is awarded the honor medal and a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Let's all take her as an example. Thunderous applause erupted. The students below whispered in awe. Who would have thought? Chinu looks so delicate, but is actually so formidable. Are you kidding? She's a level 90-something, way above most of us. And she's a rare class elemental archer. Her stats are way better than ours. Unbelievable. She's beautiful, sings well, and is such a powerful, extraordinary being. She's flawless. The only downside is she has a boyfriend. Ugh, I'm so jealous. Amid the praise, Xia Wen's face grew darker. Once the school beauty, she now felt invisible. In looks, figure, and abilities, she couldn't compete with Chinu. She had always been in the spotlight, but now she was a nobody, consumed by jealousy. What's so great about her? Xiaowen muttered bitterly. She probably just paid her way to power. Who knows whom she had to sleep with? The host handed the microphone to Chinu. Chinu, do you have anything to say to everyone? Chinu took the mic and scanned the audience, finally resting her gaze on Chen Nian. Actually, I owe my growth to someone special. She paused. That person is Chen Nian. A wave of gasps swept through the crowd. Chinu continued. My rare class talent was given to me by Chen Nian. He also provided me with excellent equipment and helped me level up. It's because of his help that I could make my contributions. The hall buzzed with chatter, all eyes now on Chen Nian. Wow, rare class talents cost a fortune. He's really generous. Wait, if Chen Yu is already at such a high level, doesn't that mean Chen Nian is even higher? Is he a second-tier extraordinary being? This guy has been hiding his true strength. Chen Nian was taken aback. He had intended to stay low-key, but Chen Yu's public thanks caught him off guard. His classmates started to tease. Chen Nian, when are you going to help me level up? Big brother, can I join you for leveling too? Xiaowen was on the verge of breaking down, her nails digging into her thigh. All of this should have been mine, she raged internally. I should be his girlfriend. Now, all these benefits have gone to another woman. Regret, frustration, and jealousy churned within her. The awards ceremony continued, but everyone's focus was on Chen Nian, anticipating his moment on stage. However, even after the last awardee was announced, Chen Nian's name was never called. Confusion spread through the room. Where's Chen Nian? He should have a significant contribution, right? Why isn't he being recognized? Even Chen Yu was puzzled. Why was Chen Nian overlooked? Those envious of Chen Nian finally couldn't hold back. Ha! All his glory must be just talk. Bragging so much, but not even getting an award? What a joke. Who knows if he's really that capable? Maybe we should test him later? Xiaowen felt somewhat vindicated. The last thing she wanted was for Chen Nian to be exceptional. The more ordinary he seemed, the happier she was. Chen Yu turned to Chen Nian, puzzled. Chen Nian, what's going on? Chen Nian shook his head calmly. I didn't do anything worth being recognized for. Just as Chen Yu was about to ask more, the auditorium doors suddenly swung open. A team of law enforcement officers, led by Li Yunwei, marched in. The students were stunned, not understanding why the law enforcement team had appeared at the awards ceremony. Isn't that Captain Li, the battlefield commander? A voice exclaimed in the schoolyard. Li Yunwei's entrance was like a whirlwind, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She wore a crisp uniform, radiating authority, and held a mysterious item in her hand. The students buzzed with excitement and nerves. The principal hurried over upon hearing the news, warmly greeting her. Captain Li, what brings you here in person? Do you have any instructions for us? Li Yunwei smiled slightly. Principal, we are here to honor one of your students, Chen Nian. This is a special banner awarded by the Central Bureau of Law Enforcement. Two subordinates then unfurled the banner. Golden characters gleamed on the red fabric. Chen Nian, commended for outstanding performance during the Blood Moon crisis. The principal was so thrilled he could hardly speak. This is such a wonderful surprise. Li Yunwei briefly explained. Chen Nian completed a secret mission assigned by our bureau. We came to express our gratitude. The principal nodded enthusiastically. Of course, of course. Thank you so much for coming all this way. He was overjoyed, realizing that Chen Nian had accomplished something significant and brought honor to the school. The principal then took the banner and stepped onto the stage, his voice booming. Everyone, let's give a round of applause for Chen Nian's exceptional performance. The hall erupted in applause, louder than ever before. Students whispered among themselves, curious about Chen Nian's mysterious mission. Chinu covered her mouth, both surprised and excited. Wow, Chen Nian, you've been up to some big things. Chen Nian, caught between laughter and tears, could only walk up to the stage to accept the banner. Standing under the spotlight, he became the center of attention, with countless admiring eyes on him. Xiaowen watched the scene, her emotions mixed. She suddenly realized that Chen Nian had far surpassed her expectations and was no longer the unassuming nerd she once knew, but a pioneer of their time. I need to use the restroom, Xiaowen whispered, quietly leaving the auditorium. Her wealthy boyfriend followed closely behind. Xiaowen, wait. Little did Xiaowen know, she was about to face the most terrifying moment of her life. Xiaowen and her boyfriend hurriedly left the auditorium, heading towards the restroom in the nearby teaching building. In the dimly lit corridor, Zhao Wenxiang noticed the gloomy expression on Xiaowen's face and quickly grabbed her hand. What's wrong, Xiaowen? You seem upset, he asked, his tone probing. Xiaowen forced a smile, pressing her lips together. It's nothing. Zhao Wenxiang squinted at her, bluntly exposing her facade. Haha, I heard that Chen Nian used to chase after you. Now that he's successful, does it bother you? Hearing Zhao Wenxiang so directly touch her sore spot, Xiaowen's face instantly darkened. Shut up, she snapped. Seeing her reaction, Zhao Wenxiang immediately switched to a placating tone. Don't be mad, baby. If you want to become extraordinary, I can give you a powerful career talent card. Really? Xiaowen's eyes lit up, her voice tinged with excitement. Of course, Zhao Wenxiang chuckled, pulling her closer by the waist. Come here. They pushed open the door to the women's restroom, and Zhao Wenxiang eagerly kissed her. In the cramped stall, the sounds of their intimacy echoed. Moments later, Xiaowen pushed Zhao Wenxiang away, a hint of impatience in her eyes. When she met a better man, the previous one always seemed dull. Right now, her mind was filled with thoughts of that other person. Xiaowen? What's wrong? Zhao Wenxiang asked, puzzled. Not in the mood, Xiaowen replied coldly, walking out of the restroom on her own. Zhao Wenxiang clicked his tongue, his interest completely gone. He then proceeded to undo his pants right there in the women's restroom. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the innermost stall. Zhao Wenxiang's eyes lit up, not feeling embarrassed but rather excited. He quietly approached the stall, noticing the door was unlocked. Just as he was about to pull the door open, Xiaowen shouted from outside, What are you doing in there? This is the women's restroom. Getting no response, she peeked inside. In an instant, she was met with a horrifying sight. A gigantic, blood-red mouth was devouring Zhao Wenxiang's tall frame. Xiaowen felt a chill run through her body, her hair standing on end. Her mind went blank, unable to distinguish between reality and nightmare. She let out a piercing scream. Ah! Meanwhile, the award ceremony had just concluded. The crowd swarmed around, eager to talk to Chen Nian, but Li Yunwei skillfully deflected them. Chen Nian, could you come over for a moment? I'd like to have a private word, Li Yunwei said politely. Sure, Chen Nian nodded in agreement. Several law enforcement officers looked on in shock, wondering why Deputy Director Li was treating Chen Nian with such respect. Moonlight bathed the cobblestone path as students trickled out of the auditorium in small groups. Li Yunwei led Chen Nian to a deserted corridor. Do you need something from me, Captain Li? Chen Nian asked directly. Li Yunwei glanced around to ensure no one else was present and no surveillance devices were nearby. She then solemnly saluted Chen Nian. Thank you. Ah, no need for that, Chen Nian replied with an awkward smile. Li Yunwei's expression grew serious. There's something you might not know. Recently, there have been some unusual occurrences in the city. Like what? We've received reports from other regions suggesting that a humanoid calamity beast might have infiltrated the city. What? Chen Nian's eyes widened in shock. A humanoid calamity beast? Does that mean these beasts can take human form? Li Yunwei nodded. Yes, and they're extremely hard to detect. The other law enforcement agency discovered them because they have individuals with perception abilities. Unfortunately, we lack such extraordinary personnel. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the nearby teaching building. Ah! Chen Nian and Li Yunwei immediately sprang into action, racing towards the source of the scream. Other extraordinary individuals and law enforcement officers followed suit. When they reached the playground, they saw a couple surrounded by a crowd. The girl looked terrified, as if she had just witnessed something horrific. "Don't come near me!" Xiaowen screamed, nearly hysterical. "Baby, what's wrong? Are you okay? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" Zhao Wenxiang held her hand, tried to calm her down. The onlookers whispered among themselves, recognizing Xiao Wen and Zhao Wenxiang and speculating that it might be a lover's quarrel. Li Yunwei stepped forward to inquire. "What happened?" Tu just saw him. He was being eaten. Xiao Wen stammered incoherently. "Baby, what do you want to eat? I can get it for you. Please don't be mad." Zhao Wenxiang continued to soothe her in a gentle voice. The other law enforcement officer shrugged, thinking it was just a lover's spat. Just as Li Yunwei was about to lead her team away, Chen Nian's voice cut through the air. "Wait." His gaze fixed on Zhao Wenxiang, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Are you human?" The question was like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Zhao Wenxiang reacted defensively. "What nonsense are you spouting, Chen Nian? Just because you got an award doesn't mean you can slander me." "Oh really?" Chen Nian's eyes glowed with a piercing light. "So you still haven't answered my question. Are you human?" Under Chen Nian's intense scrutiny, Zhao Wenxiang seemed to be stripped bare, unable to hide. He finally broke down, pointing at Chen Nian and shouting, "You're the Calamity Beast. I can smell something off about you. Kill him." Chen Nian is a Calamity Beast. Kill him. He's not human. He's not human. Several law enforcement officers immediately drew their guns, aiming at the two in the center. Li Yunwei also assumed a combat stance, scanning the two with vigilance. The students backed away in fear. In that critical moment, Chen Nian suddenly burst forward with astonishing speed, reaching Zhao Wenxiang in an instant. His hand clamped down on Zhao Wenxiang's head like a vice, slamming him to the ground. Boom! The ground cracked under the force, demonstrating the power of the blow. Chen Nian looked down at Zhao Wenxiang, his eyes cold. "I'll ask one last time. Are you human? Are you human?" Chen Nian's voice was cold and merciless as he pinned Zhao Wenxiang down. The crowd around them was stunned. No one had expected the usually gentle Chen Nian to act so ruthlessly. Li Yunwei instinctively shouted, "Chen Nian," but he ignored her, deepening her suspicions. Nearby, Xiaowen had been pulled away by law enforcement officers, covering her mouth in disbelief. Chinu and others arrived at the scene, and more onlookers gathered. "What's going on? Isn't that Zhao Wenxiang? Why is Chen Nian fighting with him?" The crowd buzzed with speculation. Zhao Wenxiang struggled on the ground, shouting, "Let me go. What are you waiting for? Stop him." Two officers were about to intervene, but were stopped by Li Yunwei. "Captain," they questioned, looking at her in confusion. "I trust Chen Nian," she said firmly. Seeing the creature still in disguise, Chen Nian sneered. "All right, you like to play games? I'll play with you." Yinling ethereal serpent. An invisible snake coiled around Zhao Wenxiang's right hand, and the sound of bones breaking was unmistakable. Zhao Wenxiang screamed in agony. The onlookers were horrified, condemning Chen Nian for his violence. But Li Yunwei remained convinced that something was wrong with Zhao Wenxiang. Chen Nian applied more pressure, and the ethereal serpent wrapped around Zhao Wenxiang's thigh, resulting in another loud crack. Zhao Wenxiang's pain was unbearable, and he finally revealed his true form, a monster covered in black scales. Screams erupted from the crowd. "A Calamity Beast! It's a Calamity Beast!" Li Yunwei quickly ordered the beast to be subdued. The crowd, realizing Chen Nian's foresight, was in awe. While everyone was still processing the events, Chen Nian quietly left. Xiaowen caught up to him, wanting to invite him for a drink as a token of gratitude, with ulterior motives. But Chen Nian coldly declined, leaving her with the words, "If it were a dog making that noise, I'd have saved it too," and walked away. The next morning, Li Yunwei called to thank Chen Nian and asked if he would help in the investigation of humanoid calamity beasts. Chen Nian politely declined. Soon after, Chen Nian received an unexpected text message from his mother. "Son, do you have time for dinner tonight? It's been a while since I saw you. Your sister misses you too." The text message was from his mother, with the time and place included. 8 p.m. tonight at the Highview restaurant. Chen Nian stared at the screen, his brows furrowing as he fell into brief contemplation. Should he go or not? This so-called dinner was just an excuse to bond with his mother's new family. That so-called sister was merely his stepfather's daughter. Chen sighed softly and placed his phone on the table. As the son from the original family, his presence would only disrupt their harmony. More importantly, given his unique identity, too much contact could bring danger. If any hostile forces discovered his whereabouts, they might come to assassinate him, putting this innocent family at risk. He picked up his phone and quickly typed a reply. "Busy, can't make it." The moment he pressed send, it felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Meanwhile, in another home, Ning Ziqing eagerly asked, "Mom, will my brother come tonight?" Xieli forced a smile. "Yes, I've sent him a text. He should come." Ning Ziqing pouted. "Umph. You've promised me for so long. If I can't see my brother today, I won't go to the dinner." She turned her head away in a huff. Xieli shook her head with a helpless smile. "That won't do. Today is your 18th birthday. We're going out to celebrate?" She gently asked. "Ziqing, tell mommy. Why do you want to see your brother so much?" Ning Ziqing lowered her head and whispered, "Because I'm afraid he might be lonely." Xieli felt a warmth in her heart. This child, who had endured her parents' divorce, still thought about a brother she had never met. Just then, Chen Nian's reply came through. Xieli read the brief refusal, her expression slightly stiffening. "Well, did he say he'd come?" Ning Ziqing asked impatiently. Xieli forced a smile. "Yes, he said he'd come." "Yay!" Ning Ziqing cheered. "I'll go get ready and make a good impression on him." She skipped off to her room. Xieli watched her daughter's retreating figure and sighed softly. This kind lie was to avoid disappointing Ning Ziqing, especially since the restaurant had already reserved the best spot for the birthday celebration. As night fell, the Highview restaurant was brightly lit. Chen Nian stood at the entrance, hesitating. His mother's last text echoed in his mind. "Your sister is worried you might be lonely and really wants to get along with you. Today is her 18th birthday. Could you come for dinner, for my sake?" Though Chen Nian didn't feel lonely, the kindness in her words moved him. He pondered whether to send a birthday gift instead. This way, he could avoid meeting them but still show his goodwill. As he was browsing for gifts on his phone, Ning Ziqing's family had already taken their seats in the banquet hall upstairs. The 18-year-old girl looked radiant in a blue and white dress, with a butterfly hairpin like a little princess. The table was laden with exquisite dishes and a birthday cake, but no one touched the food. As the clock struck 8, Chen Nian still hadn't arrived, and Ning Ziqing's expression darkened. "Mom, why isn't my brother here yet?" "It's already time," she asked anxiously. Xieli finally admitted, "Ziqing, he didn't say he'd come. But don't be upset. Your dad and I are here to celebrate your birthday." "You lied to me? Liar." Ning Ziqing stood up abruptly, tears welling in her eyes. She stormed out of the restaurant, heading straight for the elevator. "Ziqing, wait!" Xieli hurried after her. Ning Ziqing ran, her vision blurred by tears. She dashed through the hotel lobby, unknowingly brushing past Chen Nian, who was lingering at the entrance. Chen noticed the crying girl, but didn't realize she was his long-lost sister. "Ziqing, Ziqing!" Xieli's voice called from behind. Chen Nian suddenly understood this was his sister, upset because he hadn't shown up. He shook his head, realizing he had become the scapegoat. "All right, I'll go find her," Chen Nian muttered to himself. He activated his stealth skill, vanishing from sight. He ascended into the air, using his Sky Eye ability to scan the city below. However, as soon as he activated Sky Eye, he saw a chilling scene. A humanoid disaster beast, disguised as a middle-aged woman, was carrying a sack with a faint human outline visible inside. Chen Nian instantly landed behind the disaster beast. Through his Sky Eye, he saw Ning Ziqing unconscious inside the sack. This beast was kidnapping humans, and it had taken his sister. Though he wanted to act immediately, curiosity about the beast's intentions made him hold back. Of course, if Ning Ziqing was in any danger, he would intervene without hesitation. Following the disguised beast, Chen Nian remained invisible, shadowing it to an abandoned factory. Inside, dozens of people, men, women, and children were gathered in a workshop. Under a dim, overhead light, they were engaged in a heated discussion. "How well do you understand human knowledge?" one voice asked. "I've learned about the daily lives of students. Most of their time is spent studying, with extra classes on weekends, leaving almost no free time," one disaster beast replied. "I've studied the lives of regular office workers. They work from 9 to 6, often with unpaid overtime," another added. One by one, these disaster beasts reported their findings. "Good. This will all be valuable knowledge for us to learn about humans." The leader of the disaster beasts nodded in satisfaction. "Next, we need to understand human reproduction. For this, we need a human woman as a subject. Number 07 is already on it. He's captured a young woman." "Excellent," the disaster beast chorused. Unbeknownst to them, Number 07 had not only brought back a young woman, but also a force capable of wiping them out. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.